Hello everyone and welcome to the International 2015, day 2 of the group stages. I'm your host, William Cho, also known as Chobra, and of course our 3 lovely gentlemen who will give us some awesome expert analysis, Cinderin, Merlini, and Winter. How are you guys after our, six hours of sleep?
Ready for more games.
Yesterday was a long day.
yesterday.
We had what do we have? 3 hours on the main stream that went past the hour. One of them going past 1.5, I think. So
Well, three games. 3 hours going past the hour is pretty hard.
did I say that? We're off to a great start. Right?
We're off to a great start on day
This
2
is
after
this is
a
how
good
I
rest.
feel today.
I know, Winter, you look pretty well rested.
Yeah, I'm ready for another Cloud9 game.
That's the right mindset.
Bold
I
statement.
like
I'm
it.
ready for 4 more Cloud9 games.
Oh!
I could do 8.
Okay. All right, Sin. You want to just hop around the different streams and go to all of them? We'll see you back here, see how you fare at the end of the day. But yeah, long day yesterday, but of course, thanks to a bunch of back and forth games, so to speak. I mean, really a lot of maybe results that we didn't expect. We'll take a quick look at the standings here to remind everyone how things went down on day 1. And for anyone who missed it, you'll be able to see how things are faring, maybe see if your expectations are correct or not coming into TI5. So far, I mean, it's hard to tell. Only one day. LGD did look pretty good yesterday. Of course, only 2 matchups, but they did win both 2-0, so 6 points leading in Group A. Of course, beyond us, we see that Vici Gaming, I mean, they're leading, but it's only 4 points, and we didn't have as many games in Group B, so it's a little bit harder to tell yet for Group B. But no big surprises, right? Like maybe one map. Of course, we had like Fnatic beating Secret or something like that. Hot Six taking a game too.
No
But-
team's looking like supremely dominant. I think it's
Right.
a little surprising. Like LGD, they're on top, but they struggled a little bit in their games. Almost
true.
lost to Cloud9. Secret already dropped a match or dropped a game. EG dropped 2 games. So, I mean, all these teams are very evenly matched.
Yeah, I mean, we had MVP Phoenix rather going 1-1 with Navi. I mean, there are definitely a little bit of back and forth even in the match results. What do you think, Winter?
I think it's mostly have something to do with the meta as well because you're always constantly fighting and it's BO2 games. So sometimes you take an unexpected fight, you don't calculate everything and sort of go YOLO and stuff, you know.
I mean, it's true, right? I mean, we heard it in some of the casts yesterday too. That is what, in fact, sometimes that's what you have to do to win, just because, like you said,
Yeah,
the way the
you
meta
have
is
to
right
take
now.
a chance, you know. And I mean, if it doesn't work, you don't go like, oh, we actually screwed up badly. But sometimes you're in a position where you have to take a chance to maybe secure a good advantage or a big advantage to win the game.
Yeah.
Or when you're behind, obviously, you take a chance.
Right, yeah, and we talked a little bit about that. I'm sure we'll see more of that, maybe some more good examples, maybe a little bit more poor examples too here and there, depending on which teams we watch today. But let's take a look at the schedule, see how we kick things off on day 2. On the mainstream, we will have, like you guys mentioned, C9 kicking things off for us. C9 versus Fnatic will be our first game. After that, C9 versus Secret and a couple more matches afterwards. Of course, on stream 2 and 3, we do have other matches going on. As you can see on your screens, will be Secret versus Virtus Pro. And it will be Vici Gaming versus Complexity on stream 3. And we have all 3 streams going all day. 5 sets of matches for 3 streams. So lots of games to get through in the first week before we head into the main event. Just as a reminder also, of course, for our viewers who may not be as familiar with the format this year for TI5, it is best of 2s. It's a point system, 2-0 or tie, or obviously if you lose 0-2, you get different amounts of points, and no one gets knocked out in the group stages, right? It's all just for seeding into the main bracket stage to see whether you start in the upper or lower bracket. So, yeah, no big worries if you're a fan of a team and they're not doing so well in the first couple days. It's not absolutely detrimental, but it is going to help to start in the upper bracket. So, we do have and it seems like actually there is a little bit of a switch up on stream 2 and 3. So, just stay tuned. You can go over to Dota2.com and you can have, I mean, at these days, technology, right? We have ways to watch streams on one monitor, even 3 streams on one monitor. Can you imagine that? Back in your day, Senator.
That sounds crazy. I think you're joking.
Well, we can do that nowadays, just to catch you up to date. So, yeah, just make sure you check the schedules there, and we'll be able to have those matches going on for you guys on stream 2 and 3. But for us, it will be C9 versus Fnatic. Before we jump in, we talked a little bit about how day 1 was pretty crazy. Oh, there's the update. There we go. It is IG versus LGD, Navi versus Complexity. So that's how we're kicking things off on day 2. But yeah, as I was saying, day 1, which games were like the most memorable for you guys from day 1? If you can remember.
C9 LGD, I think, for me.
Just like the whole series, right? The best of 2?
It was the one with all the rapiers and the Ember and the gyro. That was pretty crazy.
Which game was the 95-minute one? Was that one?
That was, it must have been the second one.
That was
versus-
Fnatic IG, right?
Oh wait, no, yeah, the 95-minute one
That's
was
right.
IG.
Fnatic IG.
Yeah.
Was very,
but
yeah,
CI
that was very memorable, although I didn't remember which game it was. But the game itself was
Well, yeah, the fact that it was long, in the top longest games we've had at TI.
second longest, I believe it was.
In
right?
TI history, I believe so. Yeah, and then obviously the longest one we've had so far, this TI. What about you, Winter? Any particular games, or are they all kind of meshing into one just long game of day one?
I think for me, the most memorable game from yesterday is the Fnatic Secret game, because you don't see Secret get beaten so badly. You know,
Sure.
even for the past 4 or 5 months, even if they lose, they don't lose like this.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we caught that on one of the other streams, and yeah, Fnatic looked really dominant early game. So it was surprising on both ends, right? Sure, that's what Fnatic, that's how they win, but for them to pull that off against
Yeah, I
Secret-
mean, how often do you see RTZ when you look at him on the net worth chart? He's like 3K net worth, and the opponent carry is like what 6-7K net worth. You don't see that usually.
Yeah, that is very true. We will have some Secret games on the mainstream today too, so we'll see how they fare. But overall, still lots of people favoring them as the top, maybe even top, but top 2, top 4 at the very least for TI5. So as we're talking about some of our favorite games from day one, we do have a quick recap. A couple of the big highlights. I mean, it was hard to choose, right? Because we had so many highlights, even in one game. Like you said, I don't know. Do we have 8 rapiers now on day one? Over 5, I think. Something
we
crazy
counted
like that.
Mushi had 2 on the
Mushi
TA.
had
Mushi had 2 on the the TA
3
game.
Cloud9 games had a rapier, or at least 2.
Yeah.
The
NTMH had 1, Ember Spirit had 2.
Gyro there was a Gyro game that was rapier as well. It was
Yeah, so Empire had a
right?
rapier.
Yeah.
So
6 or
7.
7.
Yeah, so we've had a lot. I mean, we've already.
That's
probably-
actually crazy. I think that's more than previous TIs have had in the whole tournament.
I do believe so. So on day one, we've already broken records for
Pretty
rapier
sure.
spot, and we're probably going to have more going
actually
forward
insane when
if
you
that's
think
any indication. So that's pretty crazy. But let's take a look at the recap of day one. Some of the biggest moments from day one. Of course, this one is MVP versus Complexity, and this is a huge turnaround.
Yeah,
for
he
Complexity.
got the refresher
So
here.
Enigma buys the refresher, and he uses it and drops it in base, so the enemy team doesn't see he has
Yeah.
it. And they know Black Hole's on cooldown from a previous fight, so they think they can commit. This is a really, really nice play coming out from them. So they're not seeing this coming at all.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful 4-man Black Hole. This does not win them the game, but if not for that, they would have, it's not so that, this team wipe, they go and end.
Right.
The game still goes on for quite a while, and it actually almost ends up being Mega versus Mega. But
Yeah, that was a pretty monumental moment. Of course, this is LGD versus Cloud9. Lots of moments here. Eventually, Cloud9, I mean, they try to push all the way in, dive through, and Cloud9 looks like they could win the game. Unfortunately, do end up losing the whole match, but they do wipe out LGD here, and it was definitely one of the higher points for Cloud9, chasing after the last remaining member.
we had an interesting stat yesterday. I think you were talking about it, that 4 out of the 10 or 11 biggest comebacks ever
Yeah.
had Cloud9 in them.
Yeah,
and they were
unfortunately,
always
the
on
other
the losing side.
Yes. So that's it's an interesting stat, perhaps not a great one for Cloud9, but at the same time, it does say a lot
And that
about
was one of
their
them, by the way.
playstyle.
That
Yeah.
game we just saw.
And this one was, of course, Arteezy coming back out to be the last man standing after a huge fight.
This is actually a great fight from IG, considering how far behind they are. It looks like they're winning, and then this respawn is just absolutely incredible.
There you go. Sideblade coming out, getting multi-kills for
Line them up.
Arteezy. And this one, we have Fnatic versus Secret. We caught this replay yesterday, too. This is the game where Fnatic does win against Secret. So more than anything, I mean, just a reminder that this is how dominant Fnatic was. As Winter, you were mentioning, look at the net worth chart, right? We have Fnatic all the way in the top 3. We're not seeing Secret up there.
This is very common when 2 enemy heroes get beyond godlike text on the screen at the same time. That's a pretty good time to call GG. That's not a good sign. Yeah. This is I want to say, unfortunately, we didn't get to see this on the mainstream,
Right.
so we didn't get to see the game in detail. But I would have loved to see how it must have
It
been
panned
close to
out,
the perfect
yeah.
early game, actually.
And here we have Empire versus eHome. Empire going in. The huge Echo Slam.
This was the 22,000 goal swing Echo Slam.
Yes. Yeah, 22,000 goal swing Echo Slam. We just had a cliff on the team net worth chart going forward. And the game didn't end here. That's the other reminder. Again, that's just the story of day one, that we have all these highlights and the game still didn't end. This was probably one of the biggest highlights for many people. Store Spirit goes in with the steal and then just stays in there. Keeps on fighting. We do have Hot 6 moving on.
LD doesn't sound too excited about this.
Not at all. Just everyday life. But lots of insane plays. And this, I mean, we had to select a few so that we didn't go through another like 12-hour recap of day one. But this is just some of the replays. I mean, like we mentioned, we had rapiers being bought, and rapiers being like saved in base just so you could go back and bring two of them at once. And with Mushi, we had some crazy ideas going through it, and a lot of them working. Some of them having their shining moments, maybe not being able to close out the game, but at the very least, definitely an interesting start to TI5. And I mean, are you guys excited for day two? Even if maybe we didn't get that much sleep, but lots of good games coming up.
Yeah, we're gonna have double. What is it? We're gonna have double Cloud9. We're gonna have double Secret. We're gonna have double EG. I think so. A lot of the fan favorite teams are gonna be shown on the stream today. So that's gonna be very exciting.
Yeah, we didn't get to see much of EG yesterday on the mainstream. Now let's talk about our first matchup of the day here on the mainstream. It is, like we've been mentioning, Cloud9 versus Fnatic. Now Ben, I mean, just given what happened on day one and also just team history, right? Fnatic they win by winning early game and then snowballing. C9, whether they win or lose, like they draw out the game, and that's how they kind of win. Maybe sometimes a war of attrition, so to speak. How do you think this matchup fares?
I think it's, as most games in between these two teams are, it's just very much on the early game. I mean, these two teams were involved in like the super long games that we saw, but for some reason I don't think it's going to go that long. And Winter has.
Yeah, I mean, Winter was saying earlier that he actually doesn't think it'll go long at all.
Yeah, I think it's going to be maybe 30 minutes or 40 minutes, because I feel C9 against Fnatic, they probably wouldn't go for like an anti-mage pick or something that has to farm a lot. They would. I feel Bone7 would prioritize getting a Razor or Viper or something that's very strong in the lane for Envy, because if they don't give him a strong lane, they give him they sack him or something like that, the supports go roaming because they cannot contest the lane at all, and Fnatic has a very strong lane. Envy is going to have a hard time, and they're going to get snowball like what happened to Secret yesterday.
I feel like they still always tend towards those sort of strategies.
Yeah, I mean, you see it a lot with Cloud9 that they pick him a carry, they pick Envy a carry.
Right.
Okay, the lane's not going too well. See you later.
I don't think they should, but I still
We are
think
going to go roam.
I mean, do you think it's just kind of because we're all creatures of habit? Is that what's happening with Cloud9? Like, hey, this is what we do. This is what we know. I mean, it's odd to say, but that's their comfort zone.
In some ways, it is their comfort zone, right? They're used to playing games where Envy is sacked and he finds his own way back into the game. But will it work against Fnatic? I'm not too sure about that.
Yeah, what are your thoughts, Sindren?
I would definitely agree we're going to get shorter games. There is a chance, I guess, that we end up with a long game like yesterday, because Cloud9 did go long, Fnatic did go long in one game. And it could happen if the early game is like a wash, which is unlikely. But if that happens, I think we're definitely in for a long one. But I personally favor Fnatic based on yesterday. I think their early game is going to be a bit stronger, and they're definitely going to draft more for it than Cloud9 do. So if they get their kind of game, then I think they're going to be looking pretty good. And Cloud9 also went 1-3 yesterday, I think.
Yes.
Fnatic went 2-2.
2-2, yeah. So.
And they took a game off Secret, and they took a game off IG. So, I mean, those are some pretty formidable teams to beat in the game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, to tie against those two, it's not a bad start at all for Fnatic. Cloud9 definitely wanting to have a much better performance today. But for Fnatic, I mean, we talked about some of their players yesterday, specifically KAchimba, and you were telling us, Winter, just a fun little story about his name. Small but imbalanced is the meaning of his name. And, of course, overall a star player for many people. But let's see his story coming into TI5 and what this tournament means for him.
When I was 10 years old, I go to LAN cafe with my brothers, and we just starting to see all the LAN cafe playing a Dota game, so we learn it there. Most the older player at the LAN cafe around 18 or 19 years old.
Kachi, he's easy to get close with everyone because he's just like very simple guy. You can talk any topic with him anytime.
Kecil means small in Malay, so everybody starts calling him Kecil because he's so small. And then he thinks he's overpowered or something, so he called himself imbalanced. Kachimba, because he thinks he's a small, imbalanced guy. Basically, we were representing Malaysia. After we achieved some achievements, the government looked at us, we were like, hey, these guys are pretty good and they're representing us. And then they start recognizing esports a lot more. They form a body, Esports Malaysia, to try to grow the esports scene. There are a lot of players, it's just that some of them are just not getting the chance.
I found Kichi because we play a lot of LAN tournament, and then I feel that he can be very, very good in the pro gamer. So I asked him to join our team.
Almost every Malaysian player very look up to Mushi because he's a very skillful and experienced player in Southeast Asia.
Whenever people talk about Kachi, they thought of him as like, oh, he's Mushi's student, he's Mushi's student, and that's all they think of it.
I think Mushi, it make me very a professional gamer. I think he's good guy.
I just treat him as my little brother. Also, I promise his mom that I will take care of him. I think he has a lot of potential in his future. He can be better than anyone in Malaysia, even better than me.
KAchimba and of course Fnatic, originally playing as Team Malaysia, now coming in as the new face of Fnatic for Dota 2. One interesting thing that always comes up whenever I look at teams and players from East versus West, especially with Dota, is that a lot of the players in the East, you start at LAN cafes, right? Because you don't always have that access back at home, or it's just easier to play with friends at LAN cafes. It's not always the case in the West. I mean, let alone, especially in the States, like we don't even have that many LAN cafes to begin with. How do you see that difference? I mean, do you think that really matters in kind of how they see the game? Because they see it as, I always had to go somewhere else outside of home to invest that time and dedication.
I think Winter.
Yeah, I mean,
might be a
Winter
little
could
bit
probably
more
speak
familiar
more
with
most
I
it.
think
about
it's a
this.
culture thing because in Malaysia, people like to go out and you usually go to the LAN cafe with a group of friends, and it's a bit different from Malaysia and Singapore because in Singapore, people like to stay at home. You play and use the Skype.
Right.
You talk through a mic, but in Malaysia, it's much more of a culture where when you're playing with your friend, you want to see them, you want to, when you flame them, you want to look at them.
It's true. I mean, obviously there's both pluses and minuses to both of that.
So it's kind of noisy at the LAN cafes in Malaysia. It's it feels like a very different atmosphere. I mean, I guess from the LAN cafes maybe in other countries, but in Philippines it's the same as well.
Right on.
Like people are very friendly and very outgoing in the LAN cafes. It's like a social thing.
Yeah. And of course, at the end, Mushi saying like, I think he can be the best, even better than me in Malaysia. And of course, Mushi very well respected around the world in the Dota scene.
You know what's his dream in Dota?
What is that?
Everyone wants to win TI. That's basically almost the same, but his is a bit different. He's been to China. He's been to many places, and the reason he came back to Malaysia was to achieve his biggest dream, which is he wants to win TI with an all-Malaysian team. That's why his previous teammate was Team Malaysia.
Right. I mean, that's pretty respectable, I think. I mean, to have that dream of bringing Malaysia onto the radar, basically, for everyone else. And they were talking about how that affected how the Malaysian government saw esports overall.
He has a lot of pride in where he's from. I think it's very, very important to have that.
I think that's pretty great. Now, we just saw KAchimba and how he started, and what this means for him and his teammates. But overall, when we talked earlier about early aggression, we did have a long game yesterday from Fnatic. So do you guys think, I mean, for them, obviously the goal, as always, is just going to be, hey, especially we're against Cloud9, let's just try to destroy them in lane and go forward? Or do you think Fnatic maybe also will try to play things a little bit more well-rounded? What do you think?
I think, so yesterday, the game that went long, their two carries were Templar Assassin and Wraith King. So those are two carries that can, Wraith King can stun in lane and actually participate in kills, and TA is a lane dominator.
Right.
So I think for them, the game plan is to dominate early, and then they pick these carries that are really good at being active, but should the game go late, they can also transition. So the way it looks is kind of like a plan B, right? If we don't get to completely destroy, it's okay because we can fall back on our carries, but generally, I would personally say for them, that should be their approach. Like, just always play for the stronger.
Still the high priority.
It's your absolute best phase of the game.
Well, we're about to find out. It looks like game one between these two teams, C9 and Fnatic, as we kick off day 2 of the group stages, are going down. And let's mention this too, right? So this is the first time we're told that a team had the choice. They selected Radiant, but selected second pick. Now, we had that happen yesterday, but that was not due to their choice. When we've seen that happen, though, what was kind of the pattern here? We've had a couple teams that they went through with that and they let Lesh through. What are your thoughts on kind of that strategy, I guess, to let Lesh through and try to counter it?
I mean, teams have probably little practice versus him, even though he's one of the most popular heroes. And I think that in scrims they probably played versus someone who's like, oh, this worked out really well. But that's the thing about Dota. It's like so specific. It will only work well in that situation versus that team because we had these heroes. And I think that giving away Leshrac is generally a mistake unless you can prepare for them, just because a lot of teams just switch it up as a support. And then you're like, okay, well, we devoted 2 or 3 heroes, like we saw the Pug Knight anti-mage that Cloud9 ran yesterday, and it just completely fell flat just because they had so many things invested to counter one thing, and then they just kind of took that out of the game.
Well, I mean, out of the question here, of course, Lich being banned, and then Fnatic. This is also interesting because yesterday we saw Radiant teams, even if SF was open, Shadow Fiend was open, they just let it pass, maybe even for the whole game, and then it will get banned out in like the last ban or something by their opponents. Fnatic jumped right on that. I mean, we talked a little bit, probably fair to have that priority on SF. What are your thoughts, Winter?
Not only that, it's one of his, Mushi speaking, so it's one of his favorite heroes, so I'm not surprised that he values Shadow Fiend a lot on the Radiant side as well as a player. So for me, it's not too surprising.
All right, and of course, I mean, the quad ban coming in from that, I guess, doesn't surprise too much, especially if that's the plan for Fnatic.
I expected Undying to be banned, but I didn't expect Tusk to just
Yeah,
be
and Dazzle as
ignored.
well. Dazzle is slipping through.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. I mean, Dazzle was absolutely high contention on day one, and I mean, a huge priority for most of those games and how it determined the outcome.
I think Cloud9 didn't play Dazzle, did they? Yesterday. They're like the only team that didn't pick
Cloud9,
it.
I believe,
Yeah,
did
that
not.
sounds
Right.
actually...
So
Yeah,
maybe
that
they
sounds
just
right.
don't like playing it. They could still ban it now, of course, but as a team, I think they just have different priorities because the way they tend to like to play is they want to play Misery on a high-impact roamer. He loves playing Bane. He plays a great Lion because he can get a couple of levels and like take initiative in the game. And then usually No Tail either plays. He doesn't really play the super defensive support trait. We never see him on Treant, Dazzle, Abaddon.
Right.
But he plays like the more sacrificial role most of the time. If he plays a defensive support, it's generally Earthshaker. But most of the time they value like these active supports that have some sort of aggressive ability rather than defensive.
Yeah, I feel like they're very confident in MV's late game ability, and more of the problem is getting to the late game. So they just want to have, you know, super aggressive supports as opposed to like Winter Wyvern and Dazzle, the super defensive ones, like we see some teams turn to.
Okay.
They just ban out Lion though. They might want something that Lion counters. I'm not sure. Maybe Storm. And Storm, if you snowball out of control versus Shadow Fiend, you can like, always bully him like all the time.
Cloud9 is a
lane.
very special team in that regard, though, because I think Fata is one of the best mid players in the world. He never plays Storm, right?
Yeah,
I feel like
he doesn't
He
play
actually
Storm.
doesn't play the hero.
He plays like Bristleback mid, Zeus
on.
mid.
But not Storm.
Yeah.
Centaur mids,
Yeah,
Beastmaster.
he's
Right.
really weird with his hero pool as a
Yeah.
mid player.
It's kind of Storm is just a special hero, right? When you look at the hero design, the way you need to be able to assess when you can go in and go out with like
Yes.
your mana pool and keeping track of that, it's a very unique hero. So if you just feel like as a player that whenever I play Storm, I overshoot my ult, or I think I have less or more mana than I do, and I don't actually understand how much I can do, then it suddenly becomes a really weak pick.
Yes.
And in a way, you could say there's nothing if you just practice hard enough, you'll get it. But you know, there's just innately some things you're better at than others. Sick
But
call, by the
here
way.
we go,
I
yeah.
think this is going to be played by Envy in the safe lane. Wait.
That's Gyro, dude.
There's Gyro.
Yeah, hang on. So is it
Yeah.
Bone 7's offlane
Bone 7
Storm?
offlane.
Because they play the
Oh,
offlane Storm.
They
Because
probably, I know what's coming next. Probably Io. Io plus Storm offlane.
they love the Storm.
Okay.
Yeah,
just
they
can't put
usually
it
pair
mid,
with
Right.
Io.
which is very special because every other team puts it.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday we saw a lot of Storm mids too. I mean, just a lot of, you guys were mentioning a lot of mid laners saying, I'm confident, Storm's the hero where I can even play more confidently, maybe overconfident, but at the very least, they have that mindset going in. Looks like Cloud9, though, that's not what it's going to be. We'll have to find out as they round out their team lineup.
It's kind of weird strategy though. They are the only team that does Storm offlane with the Io.
Right.
It's worked out really well for them in the
Yeah.
past, though. It's actually surprisingly good.
Yeah, Fnatic's probably even expecting it, so they picked the Wyvern before.
Right, so I was just about to say, I mean, and we do see the IO coming out. If that's the case, how do you feel about maybe some of the other bans like Bloodseeker? Do you think it was better to ban out the Wyvern, or that gives too much of a tell?
It might give away too much, because if you ban Wyvern, it's a big tell.
Pretty obvious.
You want to get something that Wyvern specifically is good versus, and relocate is
Right.
usually the first thing that comes to my mind, other than physical damage, because there's so many physical damage dealers, so it's really hard to pinpoint what you want to ban. So when a team takes out Wyvern in the second phase, it's more or less likely to relocate.
Fair enough.
Couldn't they just have picked Wisp instead of Bane, and then Are they really worried about the Storm being banned out if they pick the Wisp?
It's hard to say though, because if you pick second pick Wiz, it actually gives away, in my opinion, it gives away more for your draft instead of picking a Bane. Bane doesn't tell too much if you compare to the...
Right, but if you pick the... yeah, okay, I see.
Well, so Ben, what you're saying is because they could ban afterwards,
they could
the
ban
Wyvern. But at the same
afterwards.
time, I guess what Winter is saying, on the other side, Fnatic
you-
also had more
you
bans
try
and
to
picks,
get
right?
the best out of both worlds.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's how you view the mind game, of course. There's not just one right answer, and a lot depends on hindsight.
So Fnatic did play. Okay, this is a support they picked yesterday, the Shadow Shaman.
Yeah.
They want a Hex for the Storm. They have Wyvern ult. Generally, Shadow Shaman has seemed, you know, if you pick Shadow Shaman over Lion, it's because you want those Serpent Wards, right?
Right.
Or
It's
Lion's just banned.
It feels
Or
like...
Lion.
He is banned. He
You
is
know,
banned
it
this
feels
time,
like a
but
replacement because they can't get the Lion for the Storm.
But they
you know?
picked. I think they picked Shadow Shaman over Lion yesterday too, when it was available. I seem
maybe.
to recall
We've
that.
definitely had a game where that
Yes.
happened. I can't recall precisely.
It might not
if
have been
was
Fnatic,
Fnatic,
but you know, if you pick the Shaman, it's generally because you want Hex and because you want the Serpent Wards. But the rest of their lineup doesn't really look particularly good at taking objectives.
I mean, they can get a quick mech from the Shadow Fiend's Radiance, so I mean, in that sense, it has good like synergy together.
And
If-
actually, when you look at what Cloud9 have, they don't have the best
Huh.
defense either. So maybe it could work. They
Yeah.
have Call Down as like their only wave clear, which is really weak to have
so
that as the only
They are
ability.
probably gonna put
so,
Fata on something that has wave clear, or
yeah, they
some
should.
sort of ability that pushes out the lane.
They definitely need wave.
I mean, Zeus goes well with Storm, so and it deals with Wyvern, so spell damage. But it's not so good in the lane. Shadow Fiend gets free farm from that, so
So what else have we seen Fata play? He plays Quap. We've seen Lina. Both are banned.
yeah.
We've seen Puck occasionally.
Yeah, she's really good at Puck as well, and
He actually
that-
wins lanes with Puck.
Yeah,
which
there's
very few players.
there's like a lot of synergy between the Relocate and the Coil, and there's Shadow Shaman. He likes to build Dagon, so it's good to go down
I
that
like
route.
Beastmaster too, though.
Yeah, but Beastmaster has been gone for some time. Yeah, I mean, it's one of his heroes.
Oh, well, Ben calling a Beastmaster coming out. And I mean, I remember yesterday when we were talking, if there was any team that was going to be a little bit odd about how they view the meta or what picks they're going to go with, it's going to be Cloud9 just
Yeah.
because they do have their own look at the game and what works for them.
Yeah, it's important to be, you stand by your ground. We think that we just want to play our game instead of just following whatever everyone is doing.
I think Beastmaster is just a much stronger matchup with Shadow Fiend. I think you can pressure him a lot harder than the Puck. And yeah, there's just not that much kill potential as the Puck unless you get like a haste and a DD. Like I think you actually need like one and two runes. It's just a lot of pressure if you're the Puck. You can't really control the Shadow Fiend that well.
Wow.
And
Wow.
the tiny, is that? I mean, it doesn't really sound like something you guys were exactly expecting, but what's the idea here for Fnatic?
It's a Southeast Asian thing. We like to pick tiny when we see that there is a lot of like squishy targets. You blink, you get a kill easy.
Fair.
So if you look at Cloud9's lineup, Bane, Storm, Io are very susceptible to that. I mean, to a certain extent, even Gyro,
Right.
if he goes because it's Envy, right? He doesn't like to go BKB early. So that might be a problem for him against Tiny if he doesn't do that.
And it's also, it gives them some, it's a really good follow-up to Clockwork. You engage with Hookshot and then Tiny can make the most out of it, right?
Right.
We talked about it yesterday. If you pick Clock, it was one of the weaknesses of eHome's draft against Empire. They did win that game, but if you Hookshot in with Clock and your follow-up is mediocre, the enemy team generally gets the chance to counterplay. But when you have like this amount of burst, you're gone in the blink of an eye, right? So great hero against IO in my opinion.
All right. So overall, I mean, how do you guys feel in general about the drafting? Do you think both teams got what they wanted, or is Cloud9 a little bit favored?
I feel like it's Cloud9's lineup's way harder to pull off. I think like the Bane is extremely difficult here.
All right. Well, I mean, sometimes that's just how Cloud9 rolls, right? They pick what they think is. Other people think it's hard, but that's what works for them, and that's how they get the win. So let's find out if Cloud9 can start day 2 a little bit better than they did day 1 against Fnatic.
To kick us up, welcome everyone on the main stream and of course anywhere else around the world tuning in on the stream platform, YouTube, and look at the slide style.
Yeah.
Waga's got it on his screen.
Got a very beautiful Storm just sliding ahead. But welcome to everyone, of course, Dota lovers out there. And aggressive movement here by C9 running into enemy jungle. Of course, everyone is pretty used to scouting this, so KAchimba are in a good position to just check for this.
C9's got the numbers with them, and they wouldn't mind a level 1 fight. It may not be the most brilliant thing in the world, And they just get the observer ward down. They do it from the other side of the tree line to keep it a little bit more secret, which is kind of funny after watching what Cloud9 did when that same ward was placed yesterday.
Yeah.
The 3-century moment where they did not find the obs ward.
Yeah.
And in fact, look at the pick. It's exactly on top of the obs.
They're like, yeah, it has to be this ward again, this damn ward.
There was the ward Fnatic placed. Because
Yeah.
it was Cloud9 trying to de-ward it. Not Fnatic.
It was not Fnatic, it was... I can't remember who it was that placed it.
The morning brain's kicking in.
Yeah, there were
Someone
a lot
get
of
me
games.
coffee. I need coffee.
All right. So KAchimba is going to help out by blocking mid lane a little bit. Mushi realizes he's not going to get a rune. Actually, both bounties going the way of C9 in this game. No contesting at all on the multiverse.
Well, thank you very much for Nox answering my question we were talking about during the drafting phase. Knowing that Gyrocopters weren't picking up as many Divine Rapiers, but Eternal Envy is Rapier Man. He picked one up yesterday up against Na'Vi.
I like this aggressive play by Fada here on the mid. Mushi taking a lot of damage from just a base damage of Beastmaster.
It's kind of funny though, he's taking all this damage, but his consumables are very, very low. He'll have to almost bring out another sound to himself to stay in this lane.
Yeah. So it's
Or he just gets it from Johnny. That's another way.
yeah, some support coming his way. And of course, beginning is very important for Shadow Fiend in the laning stage. If you can get those quick early last hits, then it's going to be much easier to keep laning. And speaking of hard lanings, top lane, Storm realizes that his lane is pretty difficult, so he stacked his small camp actually. So he's ready to pull that and deny him.
Kerchik actually came over to try and actually get rid of it. Now Bone 7, he doesn't have enough damage for this, even with the overload. But the Shadow Shaman does drop very, very low. Initially, he attempted to body block it, but then left a sentry ward behind.
Yeah.
So it'll be blocked for future opportunities.
That's good. He can't stack it anymore now, but it's already a double stack, so Bone 7 is still not doing too bad. He can reset the lane now if he just walks and pulls the next creep wave, which he is going to do. Mid, we just see the battle of the supports. This is very much a 2v2 lane. And they decide to go for the Wisp and Gyrocopter off lane.
Misery, Mushy, he's only got one level up in the raids as a Misery. Turns around for it, one raid, and there's the second on the maximum range. The Shadow Fiend did get the first kill before Fader was able to turn around and get a revenge.
Yeah, I think he could actually have pursued to get the double kill there, Fader, since he has like, how much movement speed does he have on him? He has 25 more movement speed than the Winter Wyvern. But in the end, he plays it safe, backs out, and very good for him, of course, to get a return kill on the Shadow Fiend.
Yeah. That's going to be nice power levels for him. Obviously, the SF had to split his levels between himself and the Wyvern.
He got the first blood, though, so that's still very big for him.
Yeah.
I think both teams are happy with that. There's no downside for anyone.
And Mushy can get his bottle from this, and without that first blood, he still would have been waiting a little bit longer, where Fada was able to grab his very early on, primarily because he was rushing for it. So it's the best of both worlds, and in fact, Johnny even TPs the bottle into Mushy.
Yeah, very nice to have that express courier service by your teammates.
KOXY is getting a lot of farm on this top lane.
Yeah.
He's third team 3. In fact, all 3 lanes currently are being won by Fnatic based on just pure CS,
Yes.
if we go on that.
CS-wise, they're doing really well. Trying to kill top, tossing, not
They got
tossing him
enough.
back, actually.
Have they got enough? They need a couple more pumps, and there it is.
Wow, that was so close to him living.
Shadow Shaman had the damage. Meanwhile, in middle lane, SF's going to pop again. Johnny also looking too healthy with that double damage rune over on Fada. Notal was supporting him, and if you want a good experienced Wisp, Notal is one of the best.
Yeah, he definitely is. Him and EGM and some other players as well in Wisp are just so amazing to watch. And he came in there helping out the DD, and they were able to just punch down. So the CS-wise is looking good for Fnatic, but the mid lane dying twice already on Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, this is really problematic.
They
We're
gotta
just
go
going to
again.
fall behind, and yeah, why not? When you got Notal there, you can't follow through with the Axis. They are level 2, but
they're
the
playing
ball
it safe.
slow isn't enough to slow down Mushy, enough to keep Fader right on his tail.
They realized the Winter Wyvern is going to be coming right around there. He didn't have any level in Cold Embrace yet, though, so maybe they could have killed it, but better to play it safe. Don't throw away the 2-0-1 start that you have on this Beastmaster. Just keep snowballing and get the level 6 early. That's when you really start punishing people.
I'm actually wondering what the Splinter Blast is for. Is that to get rid of the boars?
Maybe to kill the Hawk as well. When it gets summoned, he can be quick and instant kill it. Either way, it's a pretty strong spell. It deals a lot of damage for a level 1 nuke, 100 damage. So, bottom lane, with this Invis rune, maybe the Wisp can help do something, but I think he's just gonna save it.
Finally, Cloud9 actually have someone on the top of the CS board. Eternal Envy running this offlane Mango Gyro. But Ohio is still finding some good levels down here as well, even though he's not really getting... Well, he's got 15 CS. I can't say he's not really finding CS.
It's all about the mangoes.
It's all about the denial of
There
the
was
range
a
creep.
lot, yeah, there was a lot of focus on that range creep there. Some nice mind games going on. Even the cogs trying to get a deny, but Ohio finally giving it up.
With the creep wave onto the tier 1 tower, Fnatic has to back up. They could TP in more support here if Eternal Envy really wants to get over aggressive, but when you've also got a Wisp with an invis room bottled up, it's so dangerous to try and contest the dive, almost.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. You gotta respect it a little bit more. But they're doing a good job at just winning this bottom lane straight up. And they're pressuring the tower so much, it's actually gonna go down very soon as they have the Basilius keep pushing with that extra armor for the creeps.
Ohio's trying to counter push it. He did put the 3 points up into the rocket flare, so he can get rid of this creep wave nice and quickly.
Yeah. Extra rocket flare points is something you skill mostly when you're losing your lane. You will go into that. If you're doing well on your lane or think that you can win it, then of course you're going to get more points into battery assault, get the solo kills going. But this is also going to lower his solo kill potential when he is level 6.
You know how he said Splinter Blast was leveled up for the Hawk? The Hawk managed to move all the way past the Wyvern in the mid, so Johnny was on the other side of the tree line, so the Hawk had a free path in. But you'll notice the fact that Fnatic don't have any stacks for the SF, and this isn't on purpose. Winter Wyvern actually came down trying to actually stack up, and he failed it twice already.
Oh, that's... yeah. Failing the stack is very big, because Shadow Fiend relies heavily on clearing stacks. He can do it so easily that it's very important for him. Oh, Storm actually pops the regen rune immediately here. It's gonna go into the enemy jungle, just looking for some stacks or something to do. Also,
yeah, sorry, it was because he was sharing the bottle of Fader.
yeah, exactly. Also knowing that he can take the bottom tower here.
Misery in the trees
Misery
on the
is the
top.
master at hiding.
KAchimba's walked all the way around. Now they're going to see the... Actually, they don't even see the TP animation
No,
there.
you don't see it. You have to have vision on him to get that. So they're pressuring top really hard with Mushi, but at the same time, bottom tower is going to be taken. So it's just a trade, but mid at the same time. Beastmaster, relentless.
Yep, and bottom is gone. So say goodbye. Tier 1 for Tier 1. Here's the trade. Misery now in the mid lane too. Is he searching for... Well, he could be looking for just a run in after Fader goes with the Roar. But there's a lot more support coming in for Fnatic as the SF now returns to the middle lane. But Bone 7 moving over.
If they find the SF here farming his big camp, this could be dangerous, but they're actually going to back up. They don't have too much HP on Storm.
Yep.
So
even his mana pool is pretty low. He actually consumes the mango now.
Rip Mangle. It did its job.
It's like he can flash farm, but now what does he go? Where does he go?
He's probably just going to go and pick up his bottle or back off all the way. Does he have his bottle on the curve? He doesn't. I don't know. He's probably just going to back then.
That's Fader's bottle.
Yeah.
The one he shared before.
He hasn't purchased one yet, but there we go. You have to buy a bottle as a Storm. There's no way you play without it.
That means Cloud9 are playing with 3 of them.
Yep.
Because they've got Wisp, Storm, as well as Beastmaster all walking around with them.
Yeah. 2 is really good. 3 is just, you know, slightly too many bottles, but it can also be... When you have heroes like this, they really rely on it. You can't really skip bottle in any of them.
One of the very rare times we see Fader not going in for a mech as his first item.
Yeah.
Especially as a Beastmaster.
He's opting for that.
Oh, KAchimba, the call down. This is going to hurt like hell. They just go over the side. Storm Spirit jumps in, so they take out the Shaman. The nice cog block from Ohio is able to separate the rest of Cloud9, so he can retreat.
That was a very nice call down by Envy. And they just split them up nicely. So the aggression still seems that C9 are stronger in every single engagement that we see. But the farm is... they're actually taking over in farm as well. Fnatic had a very good start, but not so much anymore.
Yeah, now Cloud9, like Fnatic are grouping up as, well, 4 and then 1 on the side, while Cloud9 keep themselves very much spread out.
Yeah,
like,
they do.
You've got Misery in the mid, you've got like Notal and Envy just having their fun on the bot, and you've even got Fader a very, very long way out in the top lane. And there's a little bit more support in the bot. They're covering all their lanes and jungles nicely.
Yeah, he has been pushing really far on this Beastmaster. And it's important also that the Wisp is almost level 6 now. At that time, you can push even more aggressively with Envy, farm really, really deep into enemy jungle, and know that you can always get pulled out.
Smoke move, Bone 7 with the Invis rune, though, is going to break the smoke. So KOXY, there's the smoke off from Johnny as well. They still know someone's there, but they've got no detection.
You can see how they start running in circles. They're like, where is he? Where's the bastard?
Maybe he's in the trees top lane. KAchimba dropping down. Fader gets a Roar, going to TP away. Mushy, he's got 1 race left, but that won't be enough.
Yeah, not enough to kill there. And we're going to see more action. Ohio gets initiated upon by Bone 7 here.
Can't even hook shot. When that Vortex just drags him back by his heels,
Yeah.
Cloud9 getting the exact start they wanted to, and it's such a critical game for them as well, being so low down in the group stage right now. They need to fight their way for the 3 points. They need a 2-0 victory over Fnatic.
I like their draft. It has the late game. It also has really, really good ganking. And the split push is not bad either. Going into a Necrobook is going to add even more pushing power as well. And they do have a lot of gold on this Beastmaster now from the mid laning. 3-0-1. The fact that you got to kill their top and then TP'd out against 2 heroes meant so much for them.
Is this going to be a Force or a Necro for Fada? I'm assuming Force stuff goes to the Clockwork, but is there...
Oh, no, it's most guaranteed a Necro.
It is?
Yeah, I'm pretty positive on that. Like, it's just synergizes so well with Beastmaster. There's no way you want to pass that up. And if Clockwork hooks in on the Beastmaster at least, then you can just pop the Necro, and that's going to tank a lot of the battery assault anyway. So you don't need to get out. Of course, it would be nice to have 1 Force staff, but I don't think Beastmaster is the one to buy it.
I suppose when you also think about the Bane, he's another one of those ones that can mess around with a Clockwork when he wants to initiate.
Yeah, definitely.
Speaking of that, they're trying to initiate onto the bottom lane, and they're thinking they're being watched, but hilariously enough they are, but not in the jungle area.
Oh, they relocate top.
Yep, they're jumping up, they're going no-tail very, very low. He needs more time. He's already triggered all of his 1 charges. He will end up dropping Ohio. The Cold Embrace keeping him alive. And Eternal Envy shackled up. It's going to be a 2 drop down. They do kill off the SF, but considering that's his 3rd death,
yeah, Shadow Fiend can also recover very quickly, so it's fine for him to die in the exchange of 2 enemy heroes, especially the Gyrocopter, of course. We might see more action here top. No, they're gonna...
There's no roar anymore.
Yeah, they have the Fiend script, but he can't get that close to Ohio. That was a little bit of overcommitment by C9 going too deep there. And we saw once again Winter Wyvern and how a defensive spell, the Cold Embrace is doing so much work.
That's why we love C9. They can extend the game by giving Fnatic an edge.
Was it Draskell who said, as long as C9 play Dota, I'm never going to get bored?
That's very, very true. Well, no tell. The toss, throwing in the Shaman. He can go in for the Hex. Doesn't want to go for the Shackles, however. Not while Eternal Envy's there. The cooldown's up in 1 second time, and maybe Envy feels like he can go for KOXY Mushy. Not going to happen.
I'm not sure about that tossing in your Shadow Shaman, as he's one of the slowest heroes in Dota. He has 2 armor, and he has no items. Well, of course he gets to disable on the enemy, but what then?
Yeah. Maybe you felt like the Ether Shock was going to do a little bit more work, or...
Yeah, I think they needed the Shadow Fiend to deal more damage if they were going to kill something there, but too hard. And the mech is coming up now in just 20 seconds on Shadow Fiend. That could actually have made a difference there.
Yep. Then actually moving underneath the towers this early on would have been useful. Another smoke by Fnatic, and again they're going to walk over to Cloud9. This time though, no Invis hero, but it's a double damage Bone 7 that very wisely didn't turn around. That's the first reveal of the Blink Dagger from the Tiny, and they only get the kill on the Wisp.
Yeah, that's still very good though, because you want to go on those targets that you can instantly burst as a Tiny. So Wisp, that's the easiest one that you can find on the entire of C9. You could probably still burst, well, potentially the Bane. And then after, the other heroes are actually up at 1200 HP, so they're kind of hard to kill. Bane also is a very tanky hero as a support, especially when you skill into stats as he is doing.
I'm wondering if Mushy is going to get concerned about the Beastmaster. Oh, KYXY, Blink, Avalanche, Toss.
One shot.
Yep, there goes your Bane. That's the Wombo combo.
KYXY is actually finding a lot of initiations here. Really good for them, and they're going to get the mid tower. Goes the way of Mushi.
Hotel, relocate. They're going down the bottom lane. Again, Kerchik just seems to be the cannon fodder for the Gyrocopter.
I mean, that's a sad role to have. You're like the Shadow Shaman, and you're like, yeah, I need to split push a lane. Against the Storm, a Wisp, a Beastmaster, the Hawk, you're not going to be happy against this.
Yeah. But the rest of Fnatic will be very, very happy. Like, this Tiny's getting a lot more momentum. Having that Blink Dagger is a good start. But at the same time, I'm wondering if the mana pool is going to be enough. I was looking over at Fada. He's already got his level 2 Necrobook. You're talking about disadvantages up against a hero like Clockwork, as he's now going to just go for the Roar, burn off all the mana. The Boars, the Cold Embrace will keep Ohio alive. Yeah. But then again, only for a little bit longer. Yep, those Necro units are not giving up the fight. In fact, now they just turn over to Johnny as he's out of his Arctic Burn.
Yeah,
they don't get a kill, though.
At least it forces both these heroes to back to base, so that's a lot of space created by Fada. He didn't get the kill, but he forced reactions, and he was very close to killing them.
Yeah. To get back to my point, I'm wondering if Mushy is worried that he won't have a mana pool when these Necro units come in. Like, when you think about it, you're popping off your mech, which is 225, which is almost half of his mana right now, and he's going to die. Being script from Mushy, KAchimba needs to get that Hex off. He's able to do so, freeing Mushy, and again, sacrificing himself for the greater good. A lot more support comes in, Clockwork hookshot off target, and now they can't catch up to Eternal Envy.
Yeah, and they see them as well. They had an Observer Ward there, and their sentry just died, so they had to place a new one to kill the ward. Oh, man. That was... If that hook latched, maybe they could have gotten a nice kill there. But as you said, Shadow Fiend, he is a very important target here for the mana burn. So if you go on him with the Necrobooks, you might disable the mech in a team fight, and that is huge.
Yep, that means Cloud9 can get the advantage. Even though they don't have a mech of their own, it doesn't really matter at this point.
Yeah, other than that, I would say putting the Necrobooks to chase after someone like Shadow Shaman or Winter Wyvern is a very good target as well. Because these heroes can't really do much. They have to run away, and they're also very slow.
Well, then again, Shadow Shaman could just throw down the Mass Serpent wards, let off your shock, and then shackle someone. You've done your work.
Yeah.
He's almost like what Venomancer used to be. It's like, I get a Blink Dagger, I jump in, I throw on my ultimate, and I'm done. Like, I don't care if I die at that point, I've done what I need to do for my team.
It's a little bit harder to do all these things, so when you don't have Blink as a Shadow Shaman, to get in, throw your wards, hex someone, Ether Shock, and shackle someone, to do all those things before someone messes with you is extremely hard. That's a tough order. So
we might
I
have a
think,
little bit of an answer to the Necro books. There's already 2 Arcane Boots up on Fnatic, 16 minutes in.
Very common to see it actually in this patch, just a double mana boot so that you have the sustainability to keep going. And we'll see C9 smoke up here.
Yep.
What are they going to go for? Are they going to wrap around mid? Because there is some pressure being added there.
Oh, Bone 7. Well, he actually started making the move towards
They saw
Roshan, but
KAchimba.
yeah, it's the move up towards the mid. The Mass Serpent wards are already down. Right on top of that tier 2 tower, Johnny hiding on the high ground, and they do find one. It's Fada, the Raw, he'll get it off. KYXY, he's still stuck there for the moment, and the hook shot down Ohio, controlling up this Beastmaster. Notel's keeping him alive in the tree lines until finally they bring him down. Oh, the Storm Spirit, Bone 7 going to work, but it's Eternal Envy with the triple kill. He just hit on the flat cam. The cooldown position was perfect.
It's so hard to fight against that early on. If the Winter Wyvern could have gone his ulti off on the Beastmaster right after he popped the Necrobooks, they could have won that fight. But he was holding it on and using it later in the fight. That was a tough fight, but C9, perfect time to smoke up.
Yeah, and they get the advantage because of it. Fnatic, I really thought KAchimba at one point was going to like counter push that. But then again, what do you get? You take the fight, but you don't take the tower. The Necro unit's timed out too early, and they don't have the pushing power.
Yeah, they didn't manage to transition it into some push, but at the same time, they killed Mushi once again. They're getting more and more momentum over their gyrocopter, who did not die. So I think they're still fine with this. And when they have their BKB on gyrocopter, or if he wants to go for a full Sanjiasha, which some people do as well, they might be able to push harder.
Mushi trying to find a couple more souls. At the same time, Fader, he doesn't have Necro units for 20 seconds, but he does have Roar off cooldown. So with the ball, just being a little bit more intimidating towards Mushi.
Yeah, just running around here and showing how he is putting pressure into the enemy jungle, resulting in all of Fnatic moving down here.
I actually love the way like Fada backed off straight away after the Clockwork rocket flare, and she took out his Hawk. The Hawk was sitting back on the tree line a little bit further to the north of where Mushi was, watching to see the Fnatic rotation.
Yeah.
And he saw it and lost it.
Yeah, definitely. So, some pressure here, but they might just back off. I don't think Fnatic should force this. C9 are very strong in every single fight that they have taken here, and they're smoking up again, looking for the fight. They want it, for sure.
Yeah, they're getting aggressive. Send the Hawk down first. See what you could find in the tree line. They're not going to find him there, however, as Fnatic are backed up. 2 raids being used by SF.
They're on their tracks. They can see them now. I actually saw the Shadow.
Bone 7, long jump. He goes for Mushi, and then the ulti, controlling up the Storm Spirit. They're going to bring down Bone 7 Eternal Envy in a horrible position. Ohio locks him in the Blade Mail. He was killing himself. And with the Mass Serpent was at the perfect positioning, Notel going to relocate himself away to safety, while the Roar might come out from Fada, trying to buy a little bit more space for Necro units to kill off KAchimba. They can't even get that. Misery at least can Nightmare up KYXY, so they can't chase down that front. Vader will be able to TP himself out to safety, but Notel, he comes back to the graveyard that was the Gyro and the Storm's corpses.
Hey man, what was that about the instant disable against Storm? So hard to play Storm. You can't jump in like that. When you jump in and don't see the entire enemy team, if you get frozen in that stuff, I mean, Mushi just killed him instantly. So C9, they were stretching to catch anyone there, but when Storm jumps that far, his team is just not with him.
There was the 2 cores as well. Like, it wasn't just the Storm Spirit
Yeah.
getting locked down. Like, yes, he died very quickly, but it was the hook shot that came in from Ohio that
With
then
the blade
isolated
mail.
Eternal Envy. Yeah, he turns on the Blade Mail, and Envy doesn't have BKB yet, so he could not stand where he was. He did the damage unwillingly into the Clockwork.
Yeah, Blade Mail Clockwork early against the Gyrocopter is one of the best things. Also against Leshrac, against these heroes, it is so amazing to have. And now we're gonna see, they did, again, not really take any major objective here. Sure, it's just one team fights right and left, but very important heroes dying, as you said, Storm and Gyrocopter.
Yep. The 2 big ones going down, the experience and gold being spread out now. And this means that the Tiny, like, he's up to level 11, but more importantly, is just over 1,000 gold away from having the Aghanim Scepter. So you start getting into the later portion of this game with the pushing power the Tiny offers. You win one fight, you take an objective if the Tiny survives.
Yeah, late game is very scary from Fnatic. Tiny is one of those heroes that I fear the most going into any late game, because he can quickly just turn a team fight, one team fight into an entire mega creep. Like, if you fight outside your base and lose, you might just be done for.
Fnatic just flew a smoke out to the bot lane. It was scouted out by the Beastmaster Hawk, but the TP's already coming to the mid. Eternal Envy doesn't really want a bar of it. Fada is still pushing up the top lane.
Envy needs his BKB. He needs to back out. They can't really fight yet. And Fada, as you said, he's pushing top. Just, I think he canceled his TP here as well. So now managing to pressure some. This is a lot of pressure to a tier 2 tower. They need to react to it now.
Necro unit's going to be triggered, but you got Mushi running in with a haste rune. So we can mop up the Necro units as well if he's searching for the cash. And his BKB is only 20 gold away.
Yeah, you have to be careful when playing a Beastmaster Necro build, because every Necro unit, of course, 200 gold each. So definitely don't want to feed that.
It's good cash.
Yeah, it's almost as important as hero kills, honestly.
Bottom lane, Bone 7, Blink, Avalanche, hook shot in as well. They'll keep him controlled. Is it long enough? No!
Oh, wow. Just barely not able to get the Avalanche and Toss at the same time when it deals more damage from the Avalanche doing so. But yeah, the chain disabled him for a very long time, just not enough though. The damage was lacking.
There was the one charges as well that kept him alive. He had a high amount of them too. But with that kill, Tiny would have had his Aghanim. He's going to wait a little bit longer. There's your BKB now up for Eternal Envy. So Clockwork won't be able to do what he did during the last fight. So Ohio's going to be maybe looking for a different target. Maybe, I don't want to say it's been worthwhile going for the Beastmaster, but is it actually worthwhile if you can soak up a large amount of time with the Necro units and the roar of Beastmaster?
As the Clockwork, I think you should always go for the Bane and the Wisp from now on.
Okay.
Because these two, like Wisp is a little bit hard, because if he has the tether ready, he can tether away. Mid tower, gonna go down here.
It's the Mass Serpent ward push. Cloud9 know they can't do anything about this.
They're trying to wrap around the same way they did last time, but they're just not in time this time around.
I'm actually waiting for Fnatic to wait for the greed of Cloud9 to farm up the wards.
Oh,
That's what I actually feel like they're waiting for.
They saw the 1 TP top. They saw the 1 TP top from Shadow Fiend, and now they're trying to take a Roshan from that. They have extremely good vision around the Roche pit.
Clockwork Rocket's coming down though, and this is going to reveal the fact that Roshan's being done.
They don't have a mech. They're so low HP on Fada.
The smoke is there from Fnatic. Hook shot down, and he goes into the Necro unit. He didn't actually hit a real hero. It's only going to be that little Necro unit that just continues to chase and burn off the mana hero of Ohio. Johnny's trying to slow it down, but the Avalanche toss. They catch out Misery, who'll brain set back a lot of that damage, which was dealt to Eternal Envy with the BKB call down position. Johnny, he embraced himself. Where's the damage? KOX by the Fiend's Grip. He's the first one. Actually, not the first one. He's one of 3, about to be one of 4 to go down. Cloud9, that's the fight they wanted.
Yeah, and now they can easily take Roshan as well. They have earn charges. Everyone is alive. That was clutch positioning from Bane. Misery has played so good during this TI, and he was at maximum range away there when he was channeling this.
And Cloud9, exactly what they needed to, I don't say finish this game. They're still a long way from doing that.
Oh yes, of course.
Even when
it is C9 we're talking about.
It is. Even when you think this game is over, there's still another light of hope for either team.
Yeah, but that fight was very crucial. And now with the Blink Dagger as well on Beastmaster and some more items being finished up on the side of C9, they will have the Glimmer Cape very soon here on Bane as well. And make it much more harder for Fnatic. Because Fnatic's side, you can't rely on the BKB on Shadow Fiend to feel protected and safe. There's still the Roar, there's still the Fiend Script. You know, like these things you cannot really buy protection from. You have to play well in the teamfight, execute well.
Johnny was trying to predict one of these aggressive observer wards from Cloud9, but doesn't get it. Instead, Cloud9, there's a little bit of pressure in the mid, but they've all just backed up.
I like
Continue
the
their
wards.
farming, finish up the Bloodstone on Bone 7, and just do the work.
Yeah, I like the wards by C9. If you look at the 2 wards around the Roche pit, they were just put down, you know, they were predicting that we're going to kill Roche soon. We should have good vision ready for when we are going to do so. And they were completely correct, and that definitely helped them.
And this means actually you burn 3 sentry wards of Fnatic, because they end up throwing all, like, there's 3 sentry wards inside the Radiant jungle searching for the 1 obs of Cloud9, and they could not get it. Because it doesn't exist. But now Tiny at least has his money. There's your Aghanim Scepter timing at 25 minutes in for the Tiny.
Yeah, which is very fine for him. The only downside is that he's running mana boots, and it's not going to be that impressive. His attack speed is not there. He doesn't have a Wisp with him. So the Aghanims is up, yes, but I still feel he needs more items before it becomes a dangerous thing in a team fight. Pushing, it's still fine.
Yep, I can concur. Is Cloud9 grouping up again? They must have burned through so many smokes, and they're going to do so again. So Misery, Bone 7 as well as
Glimmer
Farda.
Capes.
Yes.
I saw someone was asking, like, why don't we see Pipe anymore? And the response was just, oh, look at me, I have a Glimmer Cape. That's basically how this patch is feeling. Glimmer Cape is just such a good item.
And Cloud9 are ready to fight. Demon Edge over on Gyro. The damage dealing is going to get bigger and bigger. And with those Glimmer Capes you were mentioning, it's going to be easier to find these initiations and pickoffs.
Oh,
Kerchik's moving back and they see him, but he's underneath the tier 2 tower. They jump down for Johnny. They actually isolate him out, so Bone 7 takes out Kerchik while Johnny being controlled. The hook shot down. He actually locks them all in with KAXY, but Eternal Envy with a BKB up and running. He is ripping apart Ohio and KAXY. The double buybacks are hidden for Fnatic. They are trying to get something back out of this fight, which will be Eternal Envy, and the Mass Serpent was trapping him, the Storm Spirit, but he's back to the world of living in just a moment. They need the instant shackles. They've got it on Bone 7. A Hex in 1 second. It's too long. He just jumps north, east, and east again. Bone 7 burning all the mana to survive.
Wow, the triple buybacks forced, though. I think C9 are still happy, despite the fact that they lost Envy, lost their Aegis, and Wisp dying. That is such a big economic damage to dealt. But a quick reaction from Fnatic to actually say, we are going to fight this. We're going to try and turn this around. But costly to do so.
Especially like maybe if we were like 10 minutes in and you had a fight in that position, you could understand it because the cost would be so low.
Yeah.
But now you got your buybacks on cooldown. It was a quick buyback as well, so their next death time is going to be even longer.
Yeah, that's true. At least the Shadow Fiend did not die. If the Shadow Fiend died there, that would be a disaster for Fnatic. But already, they're going to have to struggle to recover from this. Need to get out on the field and start taking the fight to C9.
They do have the heroes to do that, though.
Yeah. Right now, C9 have such good vision, though. With the Hawk, with the aggressive ward on the temple, on the top part of the map. They're just hard to get out to.
Just give it some time. Cloud9 will push eventually. And then you'll be able to counter initiate in and just keep your farm going in the meantime.
There is a Bloodstone now on I'm gonna say off lane Storm. He was safe lane, but he was also solo against the dual lane, so
yeah,
it's a sacrificial Storm.
Maybe this is their moment, so Fnatic don't want to wait. They TP in towards the top lane. Ohio's the man, the extra man to come in. Looks like Mushi's also building in for a Lincoln Sphere as his item choice, and they're going to use him as bait.
I think it has to. BKB Lincolns is probably the build in this game, looking over to C9's heroes. Smart itemization. I don't think he can go for anything else. Manta style maybe, but that's still not going to save you.
And so aggressive ward, just in the top river for Fnatic. They don't really have any other vision across the map.
NoTail has only purchased some form of boots in 3 of his 6 games on Wisp in this patch. So in 3 of his games, he has been bootless, like he is in this game.
Yeah.
It's kind of fun to watch, actually. I guess inventory slots are really important for Wisp. That's the main reasoning. And also, you're saving some gold. You don't really need boots if you're always tethering to people. Very curious.
Out of interest, okay, never mind. Sorry, Eternal Envy was just standing in the middle lane, and the courier was standing there next to him with his 2 javelins.
With a double javel?
With his double javels. Yep, there's your relocate. They just go in, and well, the Shadow Fiend did not survive long. At the same time, Misery's running away with the Glimmer Cape.
Tough to split push against a Beastmaster who has Boots Travel, Blink, and Necrobook. He can always catch you out.
Fader, there's your jump in with a blink. Hookshot was nice as well, and he'll be tossed to his own death while they do manage to actually lock down Bone 7. It was that Winter's Curse doing his work, but now KAchimba has to be embraced up. The Mass Open Wards are there, but they're doing nowhere near enough damage to even make C9 scared of them.
Yeah, definitely not. C9 are just terrifying in these team fights. They went first on a Beastmaster, but he already expended all his skills on top lane. He didn't have Necrobook anymore, he didn't have ulti, so you're basically going on a hero that's not going to do anything anyway in this team fight.
Yep.
They were hoping for a pick and run, but Bone 7 did not let them have it.
This is one of these games where Cloud9, they're in just such a fantastic position that if they lost it, I don't know what I would do, but they are in such a great position. The Gyro is getting all the damage. He's got his immunity up and running. The Storm Spirit's in a very nice position too with Bloodstone and starting up onto his BKB. No-Tail's got every item a Wisp would really want to have apart from Boots, but even then that's not
Tiny
his.
going
And Envy actually jumping in for him. No-Tail, he doesn't actually have enough mana to keep him alive, but KOXY Envy doesn't even need it. He just chases after him. Ohio with a cog push, pushing back Bone 7.
Yeah, they don't have anything to keep chasing here. C9 gonna back out in the end. Fnatic tried to get there, but the Glimmer Cape onto Envy there as he was initiated upon by the Avalanche. Nice save.
Meanwhile on the bottom lane, Fada's
look
trying
at
to do
that.
it solo.
Look at that split push power, and he doesn't actually get the deny with Mushi, so Fada claiming that gold.
He's having such a fantastic game as a Beastmaster. Blink BTs and level 3 Necrobook still with 1800 gold up his sleeve. He could even build the Assault Cuirass for his team if he wants to.
Yeah, Assault Cuirass next would be amazing, so I think that's definitely what he's going to go into. You have some options as well. If you want to go into Hex, that's possible, but I don't think you need to in this game.
Are they trying to use Mushy as bait?
Yeah.
Like Fnatic were doing this, like they did it very obviously in their first series that we got to cast in the mainstream, which was actually their second series of TI. Like,
Yeah.
You just throw one on the front and 4 sit behind, but it's just so obvious that they're doing it.
It does become obvious, and C9 have also used the entirety of the map very well in this game. If you look at how they have been farming their own jungle, the enemy jungle, and push the side lanes really far, it's just very confident. Top lane, KAchimba, he always just farms and pretends that he has people behind him.
Oh, misery. Glimmer Cape in to the Fiend script. Even the 4-staff won't be able to help, and he will die on this top lane. I also want to flag the fact that Black will be very, very happy. Former TI player and also coach of MVP. Eternal Envy using drum charges to farm inside the jungle.
Yeah, well, you can speed up your farm any way you can. He still has 2 charges for the next team fights, so as long as he doesn't use up all his charges when he's farming, I think that's a wise choice. But I'm not sure about this Shadow Shaman. Last time we saw Fnatic play it as well, same thing was happening a lot. Split pushing lanes and getting caught out doing so. Because he's just aggressively pushing and, you know, it's an easy kill.
Should also flag the fact that Black was doing it when he played the Gyrocopter, just to hide the fact that he forgot to use the drum charges during the team fights.
Yeah.
That's a small reason why. Alright, so where does Mushy go from here? You got BKB as well as mech up. Do you try and find damage? Is it worthwhile going for positioning into Requiem? Or, okay, so the Lincoln Sphere is done.
Yeah,
but
I mean, the
like,
Lincoln
what's
Sphere
next?
was, I think, Blink after that. If you have BKB and Lincolns and mech, I think you need to go Blink, but it does make him very utility-based, and it relies heavily on the physical damage coming from Tiny, who has mana boots. So there is some lack of synergy in this itemization, but I don't know what else he's meant to do. It's very hard to say. After the Lincoln's build, I think Blink is necessary.
So Ohio finishes up a Solar Quest at the exact same time as Fada will do the same. Should also flag the fact we got again our Pinoy strat. We've got 2 couriers out for Cloud9, 1 basic donkey. He was watching Roshan and also carrying Gen back and forward.
Turns into a basic donkey if you use it with your already used courier. Very sad. No cosmetics.
So, there goes Roshan.
Aegis onto the sacrificial storm as Envy doesn't really need it. He feels very safe, protected by No-Tail all the time. And even if he doesn't have the highest HP possible, he has very, very good armor and he has the BKB available.
Yeah, and that full butterfly.
And Glimmer Cape, of course, always nearby as they have 2 of them.
He's actually bought the entire butterfly now. So we're adding evasion, everything to Envy. It's difficult. And
That also
BT's
is so
being
much
used.
DPS.
Fada, he's moving himself across the map. But he won't find the pickoff. Again, KAchimba. This time he TP's back out before Fada's going to arrive.
Yeah, he's gonna live this time, but I'm not sure how much they're actually getting out of all this split push that Rasta has been doing, because he died 10 times this game, and he only managed to scratch up like 3.8k net worth. That's not too much. Oh wow, just looking at this gyrocopter now, the DPS that he has using the MKB butterfly, and of course the BKB treads, like he just hits so hard and fast.
Hook shot up top lane. They're all waiting for this one.
Nice.
And Relocate's coming in. They're going to try and protect Fada. He gets the roar off over on the Tiny, but no tail. They control him. It was a Winter's Curse. KOXY will still die for this one. Eternal Envy with a double kill and about to become a triple one. He's actually running past Johnny. He'll still take the triple kill into the cooldown over on, would you believe it, KAchimba. It's not a fight unless he dies. Into the tree line.
Oh,
Bone
no
Seven's
TP.
right behind him. He knows he's dead. He had 4 stuff off cooldown at 1 second time, and they will deny the quad kill for Gyro.
Man, even when they get that pretty quick pick there on Beastmaster, he gets out the roar, which actually was so crucial for him there. The Tiny was stopped. Oh man. And even if No Tail died very quickly there, you could just see how powerful the gyrocopter is coming into that. And of course the Storm is doing really well and confident with his Aegis.
Just does it all by himself.
I like how he's hitting the tower. He's like, oh, back to regen, but whatever.
He's just here for the creep wave. Give us some momentum. Bane's also at the point where he could... Okay, he just bought something else.
Vladimir's?
Yep. Vladimir's offering. Helm with the Dominator is also being purchased up now for Eternal Envy, so he's got lifesteal to add to this gyrocopter.
Plenty of lifesteal actually, as the Vladimir's of course works for range heroes as well now. So this is really nice.
I was actually waiting for Misery to pick up something like a Blink Dagger instead.
Yeah, the Blink Dagger would be a possible build, but I think his positioning is already so good that he can just rely on the Glimmer Cape to get himself where he needs to be, and then he will just be there with the Vladimir's, give the aura to the team.
Bone 7, long jump, and hello, KAchimba. And goodbye, KAchimba. 4-star. Actually, no, he lives.
He lives.
With the 1 charges.
Yeah, never
new day.
underestimate. That's the good thing when a Storm jumps you. He's going to give you tons of 1 charges as he jumps around over and over again. And managing to just barely live.
Barely just. Looks like they're going to lose their Observer Ward, Cloud9 inside their own jungle, but the defensive Hill Ward from Fnatic, try and see when Cloud9 are going to initiate in. Difficult to predict, however, when you got to relocate and a Storm jumping.
Yeah, true. The
and
Storm...
And a Beastmaster TPing into his own Hawk.
Exactly. The amount of pick-off power that C9 have makes it very, very difficult for Fnatic to play this kind of split-pushing game. And hey, that might be C9 just reading into how Fnatic have been playing, because they like doing this. They like having one support pushing out a lane really far on his own, and punishing that is something that C9's lineup is customized and tailored to do. It's perfect.
Bone 7 showing himself again in the mid, and so is Mushy. And Bone 7 is... He's worried again that Mushy is the bait.
Yeah.
Hilariously enough, this time, he wasn't. There was only KAchimba behind him, and he wasn't going to be able to do much to save him.
That's the good part about baiting a lot. It's when the enemy team is going to have a hard time predicting if it's actually a bait or if it's just you being off on your own.
TP back. Tani has now completed up his BKB for the next fight. What else have we got from Ohio? Like, it's still just Solar Crest as well as Blade Mail, but that's still a lot of armor.
I mean...
And you got level 2 Mass Serpent Wards, a Demon Edge over on the SF, so he's found some damage, but no buyback available.
He needs the MKB really badly against the gyrocopter, because who else is going to kill him? I don't see who's going to kill the gyrocopter completely, especially if the Wisp is left alive.
Yeah. You basically need that Wisp dead straight away, and that's why they're baiting it out with an illusion. Bone 7 in the tree line, and yep, that illusion actually gets both the Avalanche and the Toss Blink from Tiny. And that means Envy wants to try and fight at this point with the call down into Flat Cannon. Johnny just gets crippled, so does KAchimba. They are the 2 squishiest ones he could find, and they will take the top right with the Necro units down.
I mean, Winter Wyvern just died to the Flat Cannon alone. Storm just creating space here as he dives in. He has the Aegis still.
Yep. But they can move. They just move in towards the mid. Bone 7. Like, there goes your Aegis, the Immortal now being reclaimed. They interrupt the regeneration with the rocket. so he doesn't get the full life back again.
Yeah, but the urn keep them up as well. They got so many
There's your
kills.
avalanche toss with the BKB. Bone 7 jumps down and out again with the Glimmer Cape, but it's the feed grip from Misery, perfectly catching the Tiny. Ohio stranded inside of his own cogs. Mushy trying to do as much damage to Envy as he can, but Envy wasn't even hitting Mushy. He was just attacking into the racks. Ohio dragged back by Bone 7. Bone 7 still very, very low, but it's enough to get the kill. Triple kill, and this really is game. They will move to the bottom racks, but what else? There's like nothing Fnatic can do.
No, they only have Winter Wyvern with his ulti here. He's gonna try to do something. They could buy back to Xiaofin, but this game is completely done. Last attempt comes here.
Here it is, the TP out to the front lines. Bone 7, KAchimba can't reach him. He may as well just throw down these mass serpent walls. They control Eternal Envy as long as they possibly can. Cold Embrace, but then a relocate saved out by Notel. Bringing him back up. Bone 7 down to 200 life, but he just doesn't care. The Gyro is doing the work. The flat cannon again killing off KAchimba. And there's the GG. Eternal Envy ends with 23-10 being the KDA. A very solid game for Cloud9 and a solid victory which wasn't lost.
Yeah, and they played very controlled the entire game. 23-10 is really, really strong, as you said. Man, that is an impressive performance by C9. The way they work together with the Beastmaster and Wisp, I really love that game.
And it was wonderful synergy, exactly what the Cloud9 fans would like to see. Of course, Fnatic fans are out there and they'll be cheering for their team. They'll be coming back in just a moment for game number 2. In the meantime, we'll head over to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yep, C9 kicking things off a little bit better here on day 2 against Fnatic. Yeah, I mean, as the caster was mentioning too, I mean, the Beastmaster is something that, Ben, you mentioned it was a possibility, but generally maybe not picked in the recent meta. Comes back out for Cloud9, does a good job, of course, all of them. Fnatic not looking too pleased with their result, and we can see Mushi just giving orders to his teammates and just reviewing a little bit about where things went wrong that game. So let's talk about our take on it. I mean, gentlemen, what did you guys think? Early, mid, I mean, where did things go wrong for Fnatic, or was it just Cloud9 being on point throughout?
We thought the Shadow Shaman was really weak. It's a very risky pick, especially when you don't get off to a good start. And they put Gyro in the offensive lane, and they weren't able to get any sort of farm up on the Shadow Shaman. And like he can split push later, but versus a Wisp and a Storm, there's no way you're gonna be able to do that much damage to the opponent's base.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, of course, like early on in the game, it was like Shadow Shaman getting killed and then Bane getting killed and like back and forth. I mean, the Tiny jumping in, then the Storm Spirit jumping in back and forth for a little bit of assassination on both sides. But Winter, what did you think? I mean, so far that's been the consensus yesterday too. Whenever we saw Shadow Shaman, was that, yeah, I mean, theoretically we see the validity, but overall just too weak to even get to that point to make that happen. Do you still agree with that?
Yeah, me and Syndrome were talking about like if Fnatic they want to win this game, they have to be in prime control in the early game. They have to pick good laners, and Shadow Shaman unfortunately is not a good laner at all. And he got bullied so much in the lane. Like even in the whole game, he was just like food for everyone. He got killed off repeatedly because it's just difficult to play Shaman against like Storm, Beastmaster, and the relocate.
Yeah. Let's take a replay real quick, of course, about that early game. Now, Cloud9 playing it pretty well. Envy starting things off quite well here. I believe gets a double or triple kill for Cloud9 in this fight.
I mean, the important thing about going Blink in this sort of tiny build-up, you have to burst someone down with your combination when you go in.
Right.
If you don't get someone down, you're in a lot of trouble in the fight. And that's what happened. They went on the Beastmaster and he didn't die right away. He got his raw off and the whole fight just...
I mean, they built tanky on pretty much everyone, though. I mean, there was not too much strength on the Wisp, but even he had earned the...
Yeah,
had like
they compensated the weakness of their lineup with items. Like they had more strength items. Like even we saw from the Bane, there was this one fight he got jumped by the Tiny and he had threads, strength threads, a cloak, glimmer. I mean, he had the cloak there.
Yeah. Just the cloak,
Yeah, just the cloak. Yeah, he had so much HP, he didn't die right away. And that's how you should play against a Tiny that went for early blink as a support. You make sure that you don't die in one combination of spells and you're good to go after that.
Yeah, and so Sin, I mean, are you on point with that? Because obviously early in the game when Tiny was doing well, he was going and jumping and blinking and getting those just one combo kills on 2 or 3 heroes. But of course, going forward, like you guys said, making that up with items, is Cloud9 just a little bit more on point in game today? Because the drafting yesterday wasn't always questionable.
It's just there's like the thing that ends up happening in this game. I think Waga was also talking about in the cast is that you have a Tiny with arcane boots, you have a Shadow Fiend who has to go multiple utility items, mech, BKB, and then Linken's to even be able to fight. What's your damage? Like, you have the Tiny burst and that's it. Your Mass Serpent wards are not strong because your Shadow Shaman is level 0 at minute 30, and even if he had decent levels, he has a really hard time getting in and placing the wards properly because he just gets jumped by whatever and he just dies, right? So. I think, in hindsight, for Team Fnatic in this game, maybe you try to either you go all in on the fighting style, right, with the Tiny, and then Shadow Shaman, in my opinion, is not your pick for this game. You pick a more aggressive support early on that can take the ganking to the next level, or if you want to play the more objective-based style with the Shadow Shaman wards, I think your Tiny has to go more in a carry direction instead of the ganking one. But if they did that, then they would sit back and just let themselves be dominated. So it just seemed to be like a little bit of a disconnect in the playstyle.
Would you have preferred like a bottle treads, like something to solve the mana instead of arcane boots? You go bottle.
I think he definitely needed treads because it slows down his farm a lot that he doesn't have treads.
I mean, the dagger is still okay, but it's just the boots, right? Arcane boots is the biggest issue there.
Even a bigger.
I think they expected a 5-man a lot more with arcane and mech. I don't think it was a bad build. I just think that
it didn't turn out well.
It didn't turn out well.
Right, and you bring up a good point. I mean, we did have some moments where Fnatic did show, they just switched it. We have a highlight here where Fnatic, obviously, when they decided to fight and they were on point altogether, they still had that going. I mean, and that is just what they're known for. So if we bring up that highlight where Fnatic starts to show some signs of life, C9 wasn't always going in against Fnatic. We'll be able to see when it comes up that, Fnatic, if one hero had been different or even 1 or 2 items, maybe things could have been a little bit different in the early to mid game so that they could push through. But in the end, it was C9 being a little bit more on point, and just it seems like overall C9 looks and feels a lot better today. We don't see it as much indecisiveness, so to speak, in game from C9. What do you guys think?
It's just super comfort zone picks, right? I think we were talking about it yesterday. Why don't they bring out their Wisp? Like they are so good with Wisp, and they didn't pick it or ban it in their 2 series yesterday. We were just waiting for it.
We were even saying like, among the teams that you don't want to give Wisp away, C9 is definitely on them.
Yeah.
That's how good Big Daddy is on the hero.
Yeah.
And the crazy thing, like the really good thing about having a player like that is that Wisp is not like it's a great hero. I think it's still underrated in the if you look over the field of teams, how few teams actually utilize it very well. I think it's underrated, but it's a hero that you need a lot of practice with because it's not about the player being mechanically good with it. It changes your entire play style as a team. Like a lot of other heroes you can put like in the same category where supports, they have a designated role of how they're supposed to work, which overlaps a lot, but IO is completely different. So you need to use the map differently. You need to have a really good, you need to play a good partner with whoever you're, in this case, the gyro of Envy, whoever you're tethered to mainly. And they just utilized it exceptionally well with the Beastmaster. So they know what they're doing when they get their IO.
He has very good similarity. We were talking about Brute Mother yesterday with how Secret play.
Right.
Like how Zai plays the Brute Mother is very different from everyone else. He makes a web and he tries to be active basically. Like it's the same with Johan's IO. He's one of the few that moves around so much. Like he helped secure. I think it was the first blood on in the mid lane early. Actually no, I think the Shadow Fiend got the first blood, but he died. But he was so active in moving around the map that he helped Beastmaster get a good start. So Feta was able to get the ball rolling early on with his he got a Necrobook early. So a lot of it has to do with the IO roaming early to help the lanes. Like it's something that you don't see often from maybe the other Wisp players.
Yeah, good point. And of course, yesterday we saw a little bit of a peek into more of No-Tail, just who he is, what this means for him. Ti coming in, and people were saying it's a little funny because people around him just in his personal life think he's a little bit quiet. He's a little bit obviously in game. Most people are different. You're much more impassioned when there's so much on the line. You're at TI or you're at another LAN. You're gonna be much more passionate, but. We got a nice peek into No-Tail and just what a great guy he is overall. I mean, he's talking about, what does it take? And he's like, well, my advice to people who want to get better at the game is just learning to empathize with other people. And that's usually not you, right? It's like, oh, you practice certain heroes, or that's generally the tip you're looking for. And he looks at it from an outside angle. So definitely a player to keep a keen look on C9. Given this, Fnatic, so for Fnatic, do you think then they just need to switch it out a little bit? They were in fact the ones that were indecisive in their draft.
I personally think the draft could have worked very, very well. A lot easier. Like ease of execution for me would have been just a lot easier if Shadow Shaman was a better early game support. I think the rest of their lineup plays to their strengths. Mushi gets a good mid laner. He got countered pretty hard this game. That's another thing we didn't talk about so much.
Yeah.
Cloud9 did a really good job shutting him down early. He still got a mech at, what was that, minute 12 or 13? But that's, by Mushi standards, that's actually really late. So,
Right.
And that's, again, that's another point, because if Shadow Shaman is another support, maybe they can challenge that mid lane better.
Yeah.
Because when he tries to allow, like, what's your Shadow Shaman going to do in that mid lane? He's going to shackle and then it's just going to get mauled down by Beastmaster, right?
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
And we
that's
talked
the-
about that earlier. Maybe it was just kind of a desperation backup pick because the Lion got banned. You guys were mentioning that earlier. But we are into draft of Game 2. And look at this. Naga Siren making it through. We've seen Naga Siren being banned out by many teams throughout Day 1. But makes it through here on Game 2. And it's going to be picked up by Cloud9 right away. And the Wisp ban coming out from Fnatic. They, after seeing No Tail on that, they were like, don't want to deal with that.
I personally like Tusker and Naga together in the lane, but they're not going to go for that. They're going to go for Gyro, Envy's Gyro once more. It's a good setup with the Song of the Siren, so a lot of team fight there already between the two heroes there.
Yeah.
So this more or less guarantees already that it's a support Naga, because they never play Gyro on Dota 7 or Fata. So
more or less.
this is information for Fnatic that they can use. They don't need to be worried about the late game split pushing Naga unless we go like, well, it is Cloud9, so you
yeah,
never
so
know.
unless we go like
But-
super late.
yeah, unless it's super late, they can definitely play around that. So now it's about finding a way of dealing with the song rather than a way of dealing with the Radiance. And that's a lot
Fair
of the
point.
time easier to solve when you know this early in the draft. That's why Naga is generally a really good early pick, because if you don't show your hand, you don't really know what you're dealing with until like third or fourth
Yeah.
pick in the draft.
I mean, I think it's just really about limiting the supports, just because we saw the supports from Fnatic like almost, just crumble in every single fight. Whereas I think the Bane played really, really well. He was able to, dodge that gank up top. He TP'd mid, and he was able to get sufficient items to tank up and actually have an impact. And then the Wisp, like running around, like generally, as you said, you don't see Wisp as a hero that like allows you to win multiple lanes. It's usually just used as a stacker farmer relocator. So I just think that they need to be a little bit more flexible with their supports, a little bit more aggressive, and even like the synergy in between Shadow Shaman and Winter Wyvern is like not terribly great. One's like a really offensive support with disables and a lot of tower damage, and the other one's like a really defensive one that can, cold embrace. So,
All right. Well, going to the next match. Disruptor being banned out by Fnatic.
It's a combination play. They are not going to allow Cloud9 having such a... I think we seen this once during the wildcard days, I guess.
Yeah.
It
we
was
saw a couple Disruptors.
Naga and Disruptor as well. With I think it was with Gyro too. It was about the same heroes, and there's nothing much you can do if you get caught in that combination. You just lose the fight. So
Yeah.
you don't want that to happen, and it's also a good way of dealing with the snowball. You snowball in and you just get silenced by.
Fair point. I mean, Gyro also being, I think he's one of the heroes that's still in pretty much every game in either as a pick or ban, and of course, if not banned, being picked
He's
up right
still the
away.
dazzle of the day.
Yeah, Dazzle of the day. I mean, Dazzle not making as much of an appearance today yet. I wouldn't get your hopes up just yet. I'm sure we're going to see more later in the day.
For Cloud9, is it Misery or No Tail playing the Naga
usually no tail.
support? Okay, because that's important too, right? If you're Fnatic and you're looking at this and you know that it is put on No Tail, Misery's hero pool is pretty different from No Tail's. They have
Right.
a couple of overlaps, but most of the time, Misery roaming early supports. So they could perhaps ban the Bane here. I wouldn't hold that against them. As Ben said, great last game. It's been trending a bit this tournament compared to the last few months. So. And it's pretty good against Quab, right? You have something to lock her in place.
Yeah.
Right now they don't have anything. So okay, they're gonna ban Viper though. Scared of the lane matchup. I could see that being a problem. Fata
Yeah,
likes
it's
like,
very common. Like when you have co-op, you just ban Viper just to like you mentioned, solve the lane matchup problem you might encounter if the opponent has a Viper.
So one more ban before we look at it. So, I mean, Fnatic, of course, we've talked about, they always have that one priority. Sure, they might have some backup plans going forward. Just talked about Cloud9 and their hero pool difference between Misery and No Tail. For Fnatic, what are they looking for next? I mean, what do they need?
Well, we need solutions for Gyrocopter, especially as how popular he was yesterday. They tried Tiny last game. I like the Juggernaut ban from Cloud9. I think that's actually a really good hero versus Gyrocopter and Shadow Fiend. He's not afraid to get up close and personal, and he can do a lot of damage to BKB, which I think you really, really need.
Do you like Wraith King?
Wraith King is decent just because he can just survival the person and not really care about it. So I think that tackling it, you need to have a solution for the Gyrocopter just because
Right.
he's almost in every game. What other ones are there? like Clockwork with Blade Mail is, I would say, a little bit unreliable, just because if your Clockwork doesn't get off to a great start, the BKB timing is going to come out maybe like 5 minutes later, and then you have such a small window to capitalize on that item.
It's kind of like when you're playing Orchid Storm against Anti-Mage. You have like that window where he goes from Battle Fury to Manta, and you kind of need to gank him 2 or 3 times, or else, well, you should have just targeted other heroes.
It's not a safe counter. Like having Omni Slash is like
How about
very
Razor?
wrong.
Like what the?
Yeah, Razor's decent too, but it also like depends on the Razor like being able to get. If you don't have a mech, you can't static link and run into it.
Yeah.
Now, last game, I mean, Cloud9 did end up banning that Razor, and another repeat ban here is the Bloodseeker, and then going with the Pugna for Cloud9. So, I mean, of course, we saw the Pugna from them yesterday in a very different setup, of course, against that Lush coming out. So that was a very distinct pick. What about here? What is Cloud9 trying to accomplish, or are they still just trying to leave their other options open?
I consider him like a team fighting support.
Right.
Because you have, right now, the first 2 picks, you have a very strong team fight. You want to land a good song, call down, you kill someone, then you want to push towers. So Pugna is there to help with the team fight and to do the later objective, take towers.
And Queen of Pain can't play like she normally can.
Yeah,
with a
you
Pugna
don't
around.
really want to get first item BKB. I mean, you kind of have to sometimes against a Pugna, so...
And in addition to that, if you look at like teamfight structure around Song of the Siren, it allows for you to place the Nether Ward very well, which is a lot of the time, it has a long range, but in mobile fights, sometimes you outrange it or you can't really find a good placement.
Yeah.
But you have like 7 seconds to walk into a little corner, and this is where I want to place my little ward, and then you go back out and you set up. So
I mean, generally everyone's just running away. I don't even think you need to worry about where you place it. Like with a call down, like you can't fight into a call down in Nether Ward. You're just gonna melt.
yeah, if they get the right setup, then that's
Right, but at the same
and
time...
now it's definitely about
Okay.
pushing towers as well. So.
Yeah, that's something we discussed yesterday a lot. I mean, Ben, you brought that up. Why aren't more teams going for more push-heavy strategies? And you mentioned the DK coming up, Dragon Knight. Here he is for Cloud9.
I actually think Keeper of the Light is a nice pick against Naga, because the way you set up the song, first of all, Keeper of the Light is really good at being at a very big distance. So he might actually be able to start pre-channeling an Illuminate before the fight. And in addition to that, the moment song ends, you have Blinding Light to like try to knock heroes away so that you can get that escape that Ben was talking about. Or if you feel like you're in a position to fight, you can try to take it. It's a good solution to Gyro, who is a very mobility-dependent carry. Especially this game, he doesn't have a Wisp with him to like move him in, so now he needs to run in himself. You Mana Leak, or you just knock him back a little bit when he's using Rocket Barrage, and all of a sudden you have some space. So.
And it's one of the best wave clears in the game.
Yes. And there's the Razor.
And there is the Razor, yeah. Making sure they select that before it gets banned out here in the last ban. So Fnatic securing that for themselves.
Yeah, they have a lot of wave clear now. Plasma Field and the Blast, plus the Ice Shots. So, I mean, and Co-op, in this sort of game, you might want to consider to... I mean, I said we need the BKB on the Co-op. But yeah, Aghanims could also be, like, depending on how well the game goes. Like, you're going to be using your ultimate a lot if you're always having to defend your towers.
I think Fnatic analyzed this pretty well, right? You look at, you know Cloud9 support duo more or less will be Naga Pugna. It's the general, I don't think they play, if Envy doesn't play the Naga, it's always support. And the Pugna, do they ever play Core on Bone 7? I can't remember. It's
No,
like always.
I don't recall.
So this is a super weak support duo as far as early aggression goes. It's team fight, and that's what they do. So Fnatic don't have to be scared to pick more defensive support or weaker laner like Keeper of the Light and just play their lanes out and just focus on wave clear like you talked about and just team fighting. So we said Fnatic should definitely pick early aggression. When you're looking at a draft like this, you don't need it.
Right.
What are they going to do for Bone 7? Profit if they want to push?
I don't think they want to
really
push
all
anymore though versus Queen, Keeper.
Yeah, what suits their draft though? If they for Bone 7 he plays what else? Legion Commander doesn't feel. Yeah, Phoenix feels okay. So that is actually a core Pugna, I want to say.
Yeah, looks like it.
Looks like it. I mean, we just discussed how we
Yeah,
haven't seen that, but there we go. I mean, earlier too. I mean, this TI5 has been full of surprises. You guys
I mean, Fnatic expected it. They banned out Bat Rider.
True.
So it's,
Very true.
It's clear that this is not a normal Bone 7 hero. If it is Crystal Maiden.
So yeah, well, I mean, one way or the other, we're not seeing something familiar here.
They have very good lineup to utilize the aura. That's one thing. So all the cores they have right now benefit so much from the aura in the laning phase. They have a lot of spam, and it might actually be. Wow. Okay.
And then Ember returning.
So the Tusk is actually a support here.
Right. We have the Quap and the Ember. Now, I mean, for the C9 lineup, it's, as you were just about saying, Winter, that the lineup itself, it's not bad. I mean, obviously, they do synergize. It's just surprising because it's Cloud9, right? More than anything, given what other heroes they already had selected. Because we're now seeing, all right, Misery on that CM.
We don't know who actually...
Who is C9? The guy without a nickname. It's bugged, I think.
Yeah. I mean, we'll find out when we get into the game.
I was going to
sure.
say, there is a slight chance that they actually try to run an aggressive, or that they put the Naga on core all of a sudden, and they would put Bone 7 on Gyro. But it's already been Envy picking Gyro, so... It could have been a way for Cloud9 to adapt, like, oh, we wanted to go for this 5-man push. Wow, they've counterpicked us really hard. Maybe we could just play split push game instead with a core Naga, but I do think that is no tail on Naga.
Yeah, how about having Naga plus Gyro, dual lanes?
Yeah, I think they're going to have dual lanes in the off lane, though.
All right, well, we're about to find out. Just jumped into Game 2. Cloud9 off to a better start than Day 1. Can they close it out and secure 3 points on the start of Day 2? Let's find out against Fnatic.
He's got the recall ability once he gets the Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah.
Fnatic, their draft just looks so sickly sweet. It's wonderful.
He has a pretty good uptime. He has more than 50% or more uptime on the recall, even when he doesn't have Aghanim Scepter. So it's always there. But I don't know. I would bet... If I was a betting man, I would bet on Fnatic, actually. Despite the fact that C9 looked so strong in the previous game, Fnatic have shown that they are able to tie games against some of the strongest teams in their group. So I believe in them going into this draft. Their draft looks... it's hard to call which is stronger here. It could work, but C9 have some weird stuff going on.
Yeah, for me, Cloud9, all about the early impact and what they can achieve with this. And it's also a confidence booster for Cloud9. Like, if you're feeling like, okay, their draft's really solid, but we came with a plan and our plan works. After what happened yesterday, this is what you need to have happen. You need to take this 2-0. You need to get the 3 points and look fantastic. We should also welcome in everyone who's tuning in on the main live stream, even though we are paused. Greetings, everyone, on the main live stream, as well as, of course, everyone inside of Dota TV. Huge shout out to you guys at YouTube, Twitch, Steam platform, wherever you are. Hope you're enjoying the show. Cloud9 versus Fnatic. We're here in game number 2 of this first series of the day, where Cloud9 are trying to pick themselves up off the bottom of the group, which is where they currently stand.
Exactly. Got to go for those 2 O's to get the 3 points. Remember, a draw is only 1 point in this group stage format. So very, very important to see how the teams are moving out early now, see where they want to drop the wards. We'll already have Naga Siren rushing up for the top rune spot. And, of course, Queen of Pain rushing into the Radiant jungle.
Looks like a ward mission as well from Notel. Going to plant it up on top of the hillside. So you can see a little bit earlier on when the rotations come from Fnatic to the top lane. But Fnatic, their rotations aren't going to come, like, very, very quickly. We've actually got both Mushy as well as KYXY up here. And what's the most favorable lane? Like, you want KYXY farming top? Is Mushy still going to be okay in the mid up against what you're going to assume is a DK? But our assumption may be wrong.
I actually believe that you should have the Razor top because he has longer range there to run after, but their itemization looks more like it's going to be a mid-Razor and the top Ember. Both of them actually benefit a lot from being able to chase enemies, so either is fine. They're putting a lot into the top rune. Both of these teams, we could see a fight here.
Yeah, Eternal Envy hasn't skilled up the Rocket Barrage just yet, but KOXY making his move forward. And, well, no ability's been skilled up. The Shards and even the Illumina being too far away. The Searing Chains will hold Envy and Notel in position for a while. And it's going to be Quap and DK who get the bounties. Envy dishing out terrible damage, but it's Johnny who's the man who's in no man's land. He's running so far into the Cloud9 base.
Johnny is
trying
dead.
to regenerate. He'll end up going down. And Misery, the MVP support for Cloud9 in Game 1, will take the first blood against Fnatic.
Yeah, that was really, really big. And they're going to run the aggressive lane here with Eternal Envy's Gyrocopter, along with No-Tail on his Naga Siren. So not the easiest lane for Ember.
At the same time, though, like, they've got to bring support to Fader in the mid. He is going to get completely zoned out. Breathe Fire is the only way he'll get an advantage. At the same point, though, he's already got the bottle.
Yeah.
So the bottle rush was successful. If he could just farm with Breathe Fire, maybe it doesn't make a difference.
He got the bounty rune, so he's going to be fine with that. When you get the bounty, you can get this early bottle up. And last hitting will be pretty much relying on Breathe Fire, as you say. No-Tail really aggressive here, contesting the pull, getting some damage onto Ketchick, and then stealing creeps.
Side of his Searing Chain, and with the shards coming in, No-Tail's going to drop.
Nice play.
You can be as aggressive as you want, but you've really got to give some respect to that control ability. Also
Yeah.
a very early side of Fist for Mushy, but he realized he can get the kill with it.
Exactly. Don't skill until you know what you're going to need. And Johnny also came in a very nice time there with the ice charge from his side.
All right, so Eternal Envy, with his Jar in the last game, he got a crap ton of CS, and he was running on the off lane of their team. Now, is he going to be able to achieve the same result, knowing what he's up against with Fnatic?
It's very tough to say. That's the question, really. This top lane is tough for Fnatic. They have the Coddle trying to protect up against any aggression here from C9, but I don't know. Gyrocopter is farming a lot.
Yeah, he's got 3 for 1 so far, and with the creep wave coming into the tower, it should be 6 for 1. But Notel, he's up again so far, and you got Side of Fist Searing Chain, he missed the chain. Actually went down to the Dark Troll Summoners for a bit.
He tried to block the pull so that they are not able to stop the Gyrocopter from farming, because whenever the creep wave is back here, Gyrocopter is going to free farm, but they're going to try and reset the lane now by pulling. That's very important for them. Bottom lane, 10 and 7 on the Queen of Pain against Pugna, who's really struggling on 3 and 4, and that's a core Pugna, not a support.
I don't think we would have really expected anything else to happen in this lane. Like a Queen of Pain going one-on-one.
Yeah.
It just seems to be too easy. And when you go 2 points up in Shadow Strike, Boneseven's burning through all of his consumables apart from one salve.
It's really tough. It's very tough to play Pugna on this lane. However, he is getting a lot of experience at least.
Does Notel see? Yeah, Notel sees Johnny. And Johnny's just going to walk up. He's body blocking the camp, or at least attempting to do so. And now the shards fall off Illuminate, and Notel try to dodge it with the mirror images. Not capable of doing so.
Well,
But
I'm
he's
not
already
sure.
low.
I'm not sure about what Notail is doing, because he runs there so early trying to body block it instead of just making some illusions for 70 mana and sending them in when the cramp is about to spawn. Well, they might go on Notail here if they hit the Illuminate. It's gonna miss.
Yeah, both Illuminate and shards off target. We'll also flag through the fact that Misery, we kind of forgotten that there is a second support hero for Cloud9. Got First Blood, hasn't shown herself since, but has level 3 and the stacks. She solo smoking as well on Misery. You must be looking to loop around and try and have a crack at KYXY.
That's the play. When you're level 3, you want to make one smoke and want to make it count as well. And there's not too much HP on this Razor right now. Could definitely pay off.
He's already used the plasma field, so Misery, the smoke will break, the Nova will connect, and he's deep under the tower with a Frostbite Fader. Dragon Tail, but no mana for a breathe fire. He's bottle charging up as quick as he can, and there it is, but it's not enough damage. 23 life he'll survive on.
So close. That was really, really close, but he didn't get the static link before the stun. That's why they were close to killing him there. I thought he was perfectly fine in his tower, but at least gets away, and Misery, sadly his first gank, not gonna work.
Johnny going to isolate that top room with the shards, and it's going to be the bottom regeneration room for Misery.
Oh, how nice.
Yeah.
He was really low on HP.
All right, so Misery managed to get himself he farmed up one of the trolls down here, but there's a triple stack and a double stack.
Yeah, trying to just stack jungle and prepare for your team. At the same time, farming up the big creeps whenever you can. As Crystal Maiden very easily takes care of those.
This Queen of Pain is still so far ahead. Like we've got a bottle coming down for Ohio, so we might see some rotations from him shortly. Not to mention Johnny has also made his way down the bottom lane. At the same time, Misery has arrived, so we end up turning this into a dual lane now. And Johnny, there comes your shards into an instant snowball. Just want to hold him there with the Scream and the Shadow Strike. They can ensure the kill. They'll also be able to farm up the Nether Ward, so Boneseven dying underneath his own tower.
Yeah, and that's plenty of gold as well, getting the extra gold from the Nether Ward. So actually, it's just level 1, so it's just 20 gold.
20's enough, though.
Yeah, it's a little bonus, and they get the reward for killing him as well. Johnny running around. He still has 2 salves on this Tusk.
Actually, really surprised how much CS Envy's managed to get out of this top lane. KAchimba's being pushed back by Notel. He's only got 2 points up in Riptide, and now Notel, too far up himself. Mirror Image tries to jump himself out and away from the Illuminate, which is successful at doing so. And Mushy also realizes he cannot chase this any further. At the same time, Tuskar, hello, you're going to go down.
Yeah, they actually brought down the Tusk on bottom lane, and very low HP on the Queen as well, as she used a lot of her spells.
Crystal Maiden's actually ticking. That Shadow Strike, that's not enough damage. Is that enough damage?
She will actually die. Yeah, it's level 2.
Yep.
She's dead. She's like, deny me, deny me. But Boneseven was not having any of that.
Oh, he was back in the lane.
That was nice, I guess. Queen gets the return kill there. Still, though, Misery had time to buy up items.
Boneseven, Ohio dodges the Nether Strike. He's going to get rid of the ward again, but he's a little bit too far away to pick up the rune, and that's what he really came down here for.
Yeah, the rune was important, but at least Johnny TP'd down bottom and filled Ohio's bottle when he did so. so he's not going to suffer too much from it.
Just got to be in that little bit of extra advantage that you remove from Bone 7, who's actually going to go and farm up the jungle camps. So it's Bone 7, the man they want to try and pop the money into. And I'm assuming this is so they can get a quicker mech over on the Pugna.
Yeah, I think it's just a reaction as well. If he was farming very well on bottom, then it wouldn't matter who takes it. So just the fact that he can go here right now and that laning bottom makes it extremely hard, he's going to go and take this. Meanwhile, mid, look at Fada's DK. He's 30 CS against 31. So he's actually, in 1 second, he's going to be out-farming the Razor.
Breathe fire is a beautiful thing. Not to mention his skill as a mid player.
Yeah, he is a very talented mid player, Fada. Definitely one of the best mid players.
But you're still seeing the other issue, which is kicking in. Well, actually, maybe it's not as big, because Mushi's got the same amount of farm as Bone 7. So
yeah.
he's not really finding the momentum on this Ember Spirit. And now with Bone 7 rotating up to the top, I think it's time for Fnatic to, well, actually illumine it. That's all they really have to do. The creep wave won't get close enough to the tower.
Oh, they won't lose tower, no. They just need to sit under tower, try and get level 6 now, which they're really close to on Ember Spirit, and he will be very hard to dive and kill. Without 2 good stuns on DK, or on C9. They only really have the DK stun. They can't kill this Ember.
So to get rid of that Nether Ward, KAchimba's almost killing himself on that. And in fact, Notar realizes it. He's trying to come up at the back to kill off that Keeper of the Light.
Yeah, if he sees him now, well, actually he's going to go on Mushi instead, just hitting him a little bit. But Mushi's pretty strong.
Mushi, in fact, initiating a little bit into Notar with a Searing Chains. A follow-up call down, and Mushi hit by the first rocket. Envy right behind him, moving so quickly, and he will get the kill with a rocket barrage. At the same time, Razor dying at his tier 2 tower to the Dragon Knight. Must have ticked out from the poison.
And the Crystal Maiden gank as well. CM ganking mid. So she managed to get that one pick off. And the fight continues here top, but they're not going to find Envy as he runs into the jungle, TPs out, and tower goes down to the Nether Blast. Pugna doing his job.
At Cloud9.
And mid tower. No one's defending mid for so long against the DK. He's going to take down that tower in one go as well. They're finally TPing in now.
Johnny can actually snowball himself in. He's not the healthiest. He did take a rocket barrage beforehand. He's got no control over on Fader, but Ember Spirit jumped down to the Sleight of Fist, and now Johnny just basically got a body block, but Fader TP out attempt. Not successful. There's enough damage from Fnatic to get the kill.
Yeah, a lot of kills happening at the same time here. And did they actually? No, they did not get the deny on the mid tower. So 2 towers taken by C9 to get all the gold from it. And we can see that really in the gold swing as well.
So hitting about 2.5K on the net worth. The experience, though, really, there's not that much in it.
Yeah. No, it's very even right now. And now
I'm still seeing Queen of Pain at the top. Like, for all this gold they're getting, like, you've just lost your 2 towers, so 2 full towers worth of gold going into the C9 heroes, and Queen of Pain is still 500 net worth ahead of anyone else on Cloud9.
She's so high in CS, that's why she was winning the bottom lane really hard.
And 2 kills to a name.
Exactly, 2 kills and has not died yet. They're smoking up now. The Tuskar and Queen of Pain gonna go down to the bottom lane where Mushi is already staying at.
It's kind of an interesting build for Ohio. He went 3 points up in the Shadow Strike as opposed to the 4 points up in the Scream.
That must have been a situational skill where he just had Shadow Strike ready and had the chance to skill it up to get a kill or something. Because this is not an optimal skill build, but sometimes you see a chance and you take it.
Well, they're going to find one. Eternal Envy, he's a big one as well. Snowball in, and they commit the Sonic Wave. They want him dead as quick as they can. And now to the tier 1 tower on bot lane, which is 2 points away from deny range.
That was a very worth kill, going there and killing him with Sonic Wave.
Okay, XY and Fada. The battle for the haste rune only.
Fada gets the haste rune, but he does not have any damage anymore. But that's a fine trade, and he will take it.
Misery is getting a lot of experience on top as well. So a farmed up Crystal Maiden. Keeper of the Light is not finding anywhere near the same levels. That's also because he's not looking to stack and farm up his own jungle, which is where Keeper of the Light is fairly proficient.
Yeah, but he's just trying to keep the lane's pressure, but look at that. The pings come out from Misery. He knows that the Coddle is in there. He's running up now, wants to check. He's pinging out. He wanted to nuke. Oh, he finds him.
Let it go. Let it go.
Yeah.
All over Keeper of the Light. He'll drop down.
You're done, old man. Bottom lane, Mushi gets stunned up as well here.
These are very quick kills, but he's actually decrepified so they couldn't kill him off instantly. And that is actually still going to be a kill going the way of Fnatic. The blink away by Queen of Pain. They just don't find their openings.
Yeah, very nice for C9 getting these openings here.
Fada straight up to KAXY. Went for the stun. He's trying to make KAXY think twice about coming in closer.
Perched off the haste rune. When you stun off the Razor, of course you get the stable currents.
Ohio jumping on Bone 7, the life train, bringing him low, but Johnny, better positioning when he snowballs in like that. They get rid of the Nether Wards, they can keep fighting.
Wow, these fights keep going, and I think that right now C9 are getting the better end of it, but it's just barely. It could quickly turn. Fnatic have extremely good fighting heroes as well.
And they're ready to fight too. Yeah, you got Nemba Spirit fighting before he's finished up drums.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Ember is very good at fighting just because of Flame Guard being such a good skill. Getting this last hit on the tower, extremely important for Mushi, who has not been farming so much this game. Only 37 last hits on that poor top lane.
But don't we go back to the original question we had, Waga? How much damage can Cloud9 do in the early stages? You've got a lineup which should be taking out all the tier 1 towers before the 15-minute mark. And there's still one tier 1 tower remaining, and you haven't inflicted any damage onto the tier 2s yet.
Yeah, pretty much. And that's gonna be difficult as well, because Fnatic will happily fight you every time you get close to your tower. Oh, Envy is trying to set up here for Ohio, but they need Frostbite to land, else they can't kill him. CM too far away.
Yeah. There's also a semi-setup on bottom lane. Notel's almost got his Song of the Siren. He's going to ensnare, follow up Riptide, but Mushy, Flame Guard doing some work at Decrepify. No one's going to be attacking him.
Yeah, Mushy had a Remnant very far away, so he's going to be safe. Even going to TP back to base, fill the bottle, pick up some drums items maybe. Actually going into the Battle Fury build up already with the Quelling Blade.
Yeah, why does he have to even give up the Radiant Jungle? He can stay around here for a long time. With the Observer Ward a little bit further north, they'll see rotations coming, so just jump out to a Spirit if things get rough, and keep the pressure on Cloud9. So Cloud9 don't have the confidence they can just 4 or 5 man push another lane.
Yeah, this is extremely important by Mushi. If he keeps
Opponent
pushing
7,
bottom lane,
he's going to cancel the TP. Wait, has he already used? Or he already used Searing Chain, hence the TP.
Yeah. I mean, if Mushi can just keep pressuring bottom lane a lot, there's no more tower to take for C9. They can't really go for the tier 2s, and the tier 1 bottom is so far away. So this is a very good heads-up play by Fnatic. They're controlling the map nicely, and Queen looking to strike and gank mid anytime she can.
Until she gets scattered out by these Naga illusions. Notel really using them as perfect wards. But I'm also seeing Ohio building into the Aghanim Scepter, and my question is lingering in the back of my mind. How do you take high ground? Like, when you get Sonic Wave and Illuminate, even just those two abilities will make sure no creep wave will ever reach the high ground.
Well, you need to kill your enemy first and then push. That's the only way. So they're going to smoke now and try.
They found him. KAchimba's going to get ensnared up, and that's just an easy kill for Fada.
Yep. Very nice gank there, and they're actually going to go for Ohio as well.
He's going to blink. He's actually going to blink away. KOSY turns on the Eye of the Storm, and they're bringing in more support. That's going to be Mushi coming to the fight. The Sleight of Fist Searing Chain will slow down Eternal Envy, and with the Snowball, they're going to get it to the Song of the Siren. It's going to go off. Only 28 points of damage was stolen. Notel holding all 4 of them there while he TPs away to safety.
Yeah, beautiful TP out there. Mushi on bottom lane now, trying to go on Bone 7.
Does he have enough damage? There's that TP again. When you're Searing Chains to start with, he got him!
Just barely enough damage. Well calculated by Mushi as he went there. But Misery, though, gonna try for the solo kill.
Let it go! Mushi's got nothing to jump to. A Spirit, and he's just gonna get himself away.
Just barely. Misery, as any Crystal Maiden player would, keeps channeling the full duration even if he hits nothing.
I want to be careful, though, because Ohio's about to blink in and could just nuke him down.
There's no being careful. You have to channel the full thing, so please.
That Observer was watching Notel's movement. Yeah, blink, scream. If he gets the strike off, because Mirror Image actually, yeah, it was already used.
Ohio is suffering quite a lot from having level 1 blink still. At level 9, you definitely don't want to have level 1 on it. Preferably level 3, but if you get 2 points to Shadow Strike, of course that delays it. 3 points delays it even more.
Snowball, they're coming on mid, looking for Envy. Shadow Strike, Sonic Wave, with also that Walrus Punch from Johnny. They have enough damage to get the kill. And a blink away from Ohio. He was taking up the damage because Johnny wasn't looking too healthy into the tower. But everyone gets away to safety.
Beautiful gank again by Fnatic. They're really moving well, but so is C9 when they do their smoke ganks as well. And they have a Shadow Blade now over on Fada.
And that's that initiation. When you start asking yourself the question, how do I deal with all these abilities? Try eliminating the heroes before you've got to.
Yep. And there are many styles as well to play, but I think that you still need to find kills if you want to push. No matter how your lineup is drafted, C9 needs to find these opening kills. A good thing for them, though, is that they almost have the full mech over on Pagna. They're closing up on it.
Inch by inch. When they have that mech, it's going to be so much easier for Cloud9 to push. But for now, the rest of Fnatic, they're heading in towards the middle lane.
Yeah, smoke again. Gonna go on Misery. Very deep dive here, but they have good heroes to kill quickly and get out.
It's a Crystal Maiden. There's not a lot of life on her. And they can easily go for the tier 1 tower. Fada, he's coming in with that Shadow Blade right on top of Johnny and Ohio. And who's the target? It's going to be Johnny. No mana for the Breathe Fire. Now he does, but the Meg Touch from KAchimba buying him some space. Eternal Envy not coming in the corner. In fact, Johnny waiting inside. The Snowball goes through the homing missile, and they get the kill over on Eternal Envy. The Tusker will lose his life for it, and KAchimba actually going to stop being drained by Bone 7. Pugner able to keep him alive, or keep himself alive, and get the kill over on the Razor. Ohio will blink away, and Mushi's also on the retreat.
Very important heroes dying here. The Gyrocopter did go down, but so did the Razor. And of course, Tusk being a little bit more important than the Crystal Maiden that was picked off before. That's a Midas Crystal Maiden, by the way. And Misery, he was the one who started all that. The trend of Midas CM back in LGD Int, way back. So interesting to see that come back into this TI5.
The full Midas gaming.
Yeah,
It's like, well, hearing that's done, it's going to be a trouble for Mushi, but he jumps away with a Spirit. 60 HP, not a lot to survive with, but
Mushi has been so clutch in this game. Either he's just barely killing someone, or he's just barely surviving. Really close a lot of times.
Welcome to the lane, Envy. A blink away by Ohio.
Welcome to the lane. Have your Shadow Strike and just wait on the tower while I farm over here.
At level 3 Shadow Strikes, does some lifting.
Yeah, but it's doing some lifting, but at the same time, you can't really play the blink in, blink out playstyle of Queen of Pain. Right now, you're having twice as long cooldown as a level 4 blink, so it's taking a long time before you can go in and out again.
Might get a little bit more frustrated that he's still stuck up here in the top lane, because Ohio got recalled up here by the Keeper of the Light. Meanwhile, on bottom lane, Mushi is continuously free farming. He's actually picked up already the Broadsword, so just one more damage item away from having that full Battle Fury on him.
I mean, he's free farming, but so is Gyrocopter. Gyrocopter is farming even more, and DK is also keeping up good pace. And Pugna even has been doing a pretty good recovery considering his laning stage. So everyone is doing a good job just farming up.
Here's a smoke move. I say smoke move, it's actually just a Shadow Blade move.
Yep.
There's no Sentry Ward down, and Mushi, where's that defensive remnant? He's got one. He does have a defensive remnant a long way away, so he just runs away and now wait for the jump back out, but they have enough damage. Crystal Maiden finding the kill again.
Mushi, too cocky. He gets hit by the Shadow Blade. He should just jump out immediately, but he thought that maybe I can stay here and live. He must have thought that he can maybe kill the DK again, but...
Call down on top. Ensnare can't latch the Queen of Pain. Just missing it out, but they get the denial on the top tier 1 tower.
Yeah, important tower deny, gonna go their way. Mid tower is pretty low here as Fnatic group up on it.
Well, they dropped the Sentry Ward. They see Fada. They put it in the tree line, so maybe Cloud9 aren't fully aware until they TP in now, and actually they cancel both the TPs.
Nah, they're gonna get it immediately, but Fnatic had to back out. They did not get the tower, and that second deny in the same minute for Envy.
But is that really a bad thing? We're still back to the point where in the last 6 to 7 minutes, Cloud9 have not taken a single tower. It's been moved for a couple of pickoffs here and there, and only some of them they've achieved.
I would still say it's a pretty bad thing because denies are extremely important. So Fnatic, they really wanted that. When you group up as 4 people for 1 tower, to have to just run away in chain like that kind of hurts. Queen of Pain is rushing a BKB, by the way. It's a casual point booster, and now going into the Mithril Hammer with the Ogre Club. So
bypassing the Ags.
Yep.
At least for now.
She's definitely going to go back for it later. It's really good in this game against the Naga Siren, and even against the DK, it's pretty good to have reliable pure damage because he is so tanky otherwise.
Bone 7 still in the invis room from the Ember Spirit. And Keeper of the Light is finding his space on the top lane.
Yeah, right now not too much going on. As C9, they group up for trying to push the tier 1 bottom, but there's always so much pressure on the tier 2 top that they might just have to back out.
Mushi. They're actually recalling Mushi to the top lane. So yeah, they would just want to force the lane out. Let KAchimba just stay behind for the moment. In fact, Keeper of the Light now is going to TP himself to the bottom lane, where he can then recall potentially and back. So you're Illuminate in. Yep, Fada right next to Mushi. Mushi still got this Spirit. He needs to jump right now, and he cannot do so in time. Fada's able to find that kill.
That Shadow Blade is doing so much work for this Dragon Knight. Fada finding the kill again. 4-1 and 4. Really good start for DK here.
So difficult to also predict this when you're like you can't throw. They had the sentry in the observer ward a little bit further north than the tier 2 tower in the top lane.
You see it on the Tusk. Johnny buying up 4 sentries, and he has a dust as well. All this is against the Dragon Knight. Of course, some against the observer wards as well.
But you can use this kind of stuff. Hello, Fada. No, Ohio will blink himself away and give away his stack. But you can use the sentry wards, but not underneath the tower. Like, Mushy was right underneath the tier 2 tower. You're not going to get clear vision there unless you're going to sacrifice the ward.
Yeah, but they have been sacrificing wards. I mean, they lost a ward mid earlier, and they still have 5 sentries
Ohio,
on the ground.
Snowball, they're going after Fada, and maybe they can kill him off. Ohio still has Sonic Wave. Fada TPing out with the Cypher Chain. They control him. They can commit the Sonic. They don't even need it. Fada with 1 chance. He's almost killing off Johnny. In fact, he will do so. So tanky.
Yeah, the Silver Edge just being delivered there as well. Might actually have played a factor in the fact that he killed him there.
It's the money. The Ember Spirit was the one to end it. He just got 880 gold for that kill over on the Dragon Knight.
Plenty of gold.
That's actually his Battle Fury. That's his full Battle Fury now done.
Yeah, a little bit too confident there with the Dragon Knight pushing too far, but that's what Fnatic need. They need to get these pickoffs and take some control of the map so that they can get into the, can we possibly do Roshan? Because both these teams have terrible Roshan. Like, C9 have a decent one. I mean, it's not great, but they at least have Gyrocopter and DK. They kind of hit hard.
Yeah.
But 3 other heroes are useless. Fnatic side, though, I mean, Coddle, no thanks.
It's only when Mushy finds like his Crystallis into a Daedalus, then maybe they have enough damage.
Oh yeah, they will be able to kill it sooner or later, and the Tusk is building into a medallion, but he's still not there, of course, buying so many sentries.
They're looking at Envy on this top. Mushy looking for the Searing Chains. A little bit too early, but they commit the Sonic Wave and Scream. Internal Envy turns on the drop charge. Mushy being torn apart. The Snowball will finally arrive, so they get the kill over on Envy before death. And the blink away with the BKB protection from Ohio. He'll be safe, but Johnny, where does he go from here apart from death?
Nowhere to go, and that's another great trade for C9. Sure, you lose Envy, but you got the Ember killed and the Tusker as a bonus. Very nice reaction there, as they were the ones being ganked. A little bit too early there. The Queen of Pain ulti, maybe trying to use that for a finish, but I don't know. Ember and Queen just felt very confident to go on a Gyrocopter there. He does not have his BKB yet, but soon.
KAchimba is doing all the running for his team at the moment with these recalls. He's running forward with the Aghanim Scepter up, but he's got a haste rune, hence...
Show us the meaning of haste. Causal.
He's just trying to keep everyone away from the towers.
Yeah, I think this hero suits a lot better for KAchimba than the Shadow Shaman, though.
Yeah, I think Keeper in the Light just suits better than the Shadow Shaman in the current meta. But he's doing it for his team. Like, he ran down the bottom lane. He then recalls in the race, so Razor can then farm up the bottom, moves to the top, pushes out the creep wave, but then Mushy means he can have control of his jungle and use his Battle Fury. Let's see if they can get some nice warding inside their own jungle.
Yeah, let's see. They need more control, definitely. I also wonder what the Dragon Knight will purchase next, as he's 2,500 gold now and he has the Silver's Edge. Maybe he will go into the BKB, which is, you know, very, very good item on this hero.
Top lane, Misery, a 4-staff TP away. Johnny won't be able to reach him in time.
Yeah. Crystal Maiden, she lives. She's 5-2 and 3 as well, so Misery is doing very well in this game, and he will probably keep getting some item progression towards his inventory.
Got me wondering about Fada too. The BKB, I think you're right with that, but if he was going to get that, it'll still be worth having something like an Ogre Club inside your stash, so there may be a little bit of indecision.
Yeah, maybe, but he's been running around with TP Skull all the time, so he wouldn't be able to carry it anyway.
Roshan time? It looks like it.
Yeah.
They're going to 4-man smoke him. The Naga Illusion's still on its way.
Pretty obvious
when
no one is defending top. It's either a smoke around to kill these guys, or it's a Roche.
But then it's a trade-off. Like, you take Roshan, but you lose
Coddle
your tier 2
should
tower.
illuminate there now. Just gotta go and check it.
Yeah.
It might be too late, though. Oh, might be time if you really
know.
The recall.
Not TPing in yet.
Okay, they're just taking the trade.
Yep. Let him have it. Ohio's going to farm the mid lane and do some damage to the tier 2 tower there. And Cloud9 instantly have to back up anyway.
That was a nice sneaky Roche, and C9 did a nice sneaky Roche earlier as well in the game against, I can't remember who it was against, but they were sneaky anyway.
Yeah, that was was that the Anti-Mage game?
Yeah, I believe it was. Yes, it was. They had the Pugna healing up the Anti-Mage when they were doing it.
Shards and Illuminate, and the creep wave can't even hit the tier 2 tower, but Fada Well, he's giving it a shot, but that tier 2 tower has backdoor regeneration. Meanwhile, Mushy has inflicted 500 damage onto the tier 3 tower on top lane. And Fnatic are looking for the pickoffs. Like Notel, Song with a Siren, he does have the TP scroll, so he'll get away to safety.
Good old Song TP out. Such a good move for Naga Siren. And she does have the gem, so she can start dewarding a lot. And that's why we see very little Fnatic vision right now. Look at how many sentries they have dropped on the map. I really am thinking that they hurt themselves more than they should with these sentry purchases. Yes, the DK's rotations are important, but the amount of sentries they purchased and still DK is killing stuff.
Yeah. Hasn't really been an effective countermeasure.
No, not really.
But now they're starting to get some more unusual positions that the Naga won't be able to scout out. It's the common gem ward. Looks like middle lane. Goodbye to the Keeper of the Light.
Misery casually just taking that one. He's like, oh, you don't need it, Mr. Core. I am your core now.
Misery's got a BKB to build.
Yeah, he does. And Aghanims and Blink. And then when he has that, Ashibas.
So you're about to say then he'll be satisfied.
No, Octarine as well, dude. Needs so much more. So, speaking of pressure, just going for this mid tower. Pugna pretty strong now with the full soul booster and mech. And the Aegis, of course, after taking Roche.
There's still the issue that every time they're doing this is 5 men for Cloud9 in mid. While Mushy has got not only the fortification out from the Radiant side, but he's doing damage to the tier 2 tower. Bonesever's doing as much chip as he possibly can. No higher, blinks away. As long as the Blues hero is here, yeah, Johnny snowballs up, but he snowballed on top of Fader, so he'll have to ball himself away. He did not want to, but then again, he goes through Eternal Envy. The Sonic Wave, that Nether was still there. Ohio gets hit pretty hard by this. But the Tuskars down, and Mushy's still not coming back. They're happy to let the tier 2 tower drop bit by bit, but it's not dead yet.
They keep having backdoor regen all the time because the creeps get killed so fast.
It's the TP bottom. It's the DK coming in now. And
yeah,
quickly away.
Yeah, Mushy knows. He was also being recalled here, so he's going into mid.
Can he catch up? Like,
maybe.
Killing off Misery is worth it. This guy is 6'2". They jump around, they see him in the trees, and Misery is going to drop. Who takes the money? Who takes the glory? It'll be the Ember Spirit for 423.
Oh, so close. Naga Siren trying to kill off the Coddle there. Just a few more seconds, she would have had another Riptide, but they kill off the illusion. Very important.
Mushy has the full Crystallis and 1k gold.
Yeah. Speaking of full items, there's almost a full Aghanims on this Coddle as well. He hasn't been revealing that a lot because he's keeping his items in the stash. So that might come as a surprise as well.
Ohio playing with Envy. The full BKB also, I don't know if you mentioned that one, was also done on DK.
Yeah.
So the two cores of C9, or the two big cores of C9, have their BKBs, while Pugna going for a little bit more of a compilation build.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Pugna kind of just needs a little bit of everything. I'm not sure what he's doing now with the Soul Booster and then running into Voidstone as well. He's going for a Eul Scepter maybe?
So yeah, that's what I was wondering. That's what I was hoping you might be able to explain what the thought process is here.
I'm actually not sure. If you go for a full Soul Booster, I think you should just complete something out of it. If you want to go for the Octarine or if you want to go for a Bloodstone. Maybe he's just trying to go for old Bloodstone with the Perseverance. I don't know. Like, I'm actually confused. But
he might be feeling like they just need to have that extra disable.
He could even be going for a Linken's or something. Like, maybe he feels that they need some item urgently, but I think upgrading the Soul Boosters is definitely high on priority.
Fnatic smoke movement going into the Radiant jungle. They're going to walk into Notel as well as Bone7 here. And Ohio, there is no Sonic Wave, even with his Aghanim Scepter, but they snowball in. Ohio isolated with his own BKB. And how long will this last? One more second. The cooldown's coming. He blinks away, and Johnny, he takes the brunt of the attack. KAchimba trying to TP out. The breathe fire of the drain. It's enough to get the kill. He'll end up surviving, and Mushy, wait, where are you?
Yeah, Mushy was behind enemy lines there, but he's going to jump away to his Spirit. That was a nice timing as well on the cooldown and the Song of Siren release. So, catching first the Ensnare, BKB, Queen of Pain, forcing her to blink away. Beautiful execution by C9 in that fight.
Yeah, but they still only get the 2 supports.
Yeah, they did. But they also forced BKB from Queen and they had to run out defensively. So, I would say that's okay. They didn't use their BKBs on either a Gyro or DK in that fight.
Fada?
He's just looking all the time.
Check in the corners, man.
Might be a Coddle. You never know. But Coddle is dead, so possibly you know right now.
Mushy with a sleight of fist, and then he moves forward, realizing where Mushy would come to. There is a spirit jump, but again,
Look at that Silver's Edge attack.
Mushy just getting brought down.
Yeah.
Fada is trapped here, and they're going to snowball in with the Walrus Punch for the call down. Perfect position from Envy. Johnny just evaporates in. He might get the Sonic Wave off, but Fada, they just stand their ground. Envy moving over to KYXY. He'll bring down the Razor, moving into the keeper. The light, he only just came back to life again. The Blinding Light will make it difficult, but not impossible. They find 4 men moving up to Ohio, but they've still got a tier 2 tower to kill before they can go high ground.
And they're so sustainable. They're just going to keep going. They have the mech. Of course, it's already used, but this is very hard to stop, this kind of push. I think they could just go high ground. This is how you push, Toby. How kill all the enemies and then go. That was the worst possible time to take a fight for Fnatic. Right outside your base.
And what do they even do now? Like, your Ember Spirit already used, but it goes a die back from an Ember Spirit.
Yeah.
He cannot come back again.
It's gone
Use Sonic
forever.
Wave, but you hardly even stop the push from C9.
Yeah, it doesn't do anything. I mean, you kill off the creeps, but who cares? They still have the heroes at pretty healthy numbers here, and they're gonna have the mech in 10 seconds.
And they kill Johnny.
Yeah, forcing him to snowball in.
He has to come in, but he's only got 160 life. That's not enough to survive this, and they're dragging him so far down, the snowball never even connects.
Yep. And they're going for the rain tracks as well. No reason to back out until you realize there's tier 2 mid, and we don't need to risk anything. So you're gonna back out. And now they have so much gold going their way. Look at this, 3,000 gold on Nagasarn, who goes for a full Solar Crest upgrade here. And of course, Envy almost has the full Butterfly. Assault Cuirass being purchased by Dragon Knight soon. This is looking really terrifying for Fnatic.
Yeah, but fantastic for a Cloud9 team.
Mid. Can they actually kill him like this? He hits so hard, he hits him and kills him in 5 attacks. That's amazing for Dragon Knight. He kills the Ember in 1 stun duration.
Yep.
That's when Ember knows this is not working out.
And this is another window of opportunity. Like, you could try and keep defending with Illuminates, and this will delay this game. Like, Fnatic might be 1 Rex down, but they still have tier 2 towers, and they've still got fantastic D-push.
I wonder how much more you can actually delay this game, though, because C9, the pace at which they're finding pickoffs and transitioning it into something now is starting to become really, really big problem. First the Roshan, and then just the pressure on bottom, taking a full Rax and tier 2, tier 3 tower in 1 push. Fnatic, you have to be careful now. They never even finished up the entire Coddle Aghanims as well. I believe he might have...
That first kill that happened inside the Radiant jungle was a nail in the coffin for the point booster. And then he died again on the bottom lane.
He's just been dying and not had time to farm up the side lanes.
So it's a scythe. It's a scythe for Bone 7.
All right, so he did just leave it as a casual soul booster and went into the full Hex, which is very good against the entire team of Fnatic. Hexing up the Queen of Pain is huge. The Tusk is also very good, and Ember, most importantly, locking him down and killing him.
This is just such a dangerous, dangerous time. I don't... Like, Fnatic, if they can make space for Mushy... How do you make space when you've got such a great initiation like a DK right now? And Fada's movements across the map always seem to be in the perfect positions too.
Yeah, he has been finding so many kills. He's 8, 2, and 14. He has been in the majority of the kills on C9's side of the game. And I don't know. You can't take anything away from any of these plays. They have an 8, 3, and 6 jungle Crystal Maiden. Mid trying to go for a kill again, but this time Queen of Pain wisely blinking away.
All right, so Fnatic, if you're in their shoes right now, do you wait for the push from Cloud9, or do you try and split push this?
I mean, you have to do both of those things. Split push and wait for the push to come.
That's a little hard. At least they might be able to kill a courier off. Okay. No, they can't. The Scythe device is now up for Misery as well.
Yeah.
Well, so he's got enough farm.
Crystal Maiden, 4-staff, and Hex. This is just absurd at this point. To win from here would be very difficult. There is a 20,000 gold advantage. C9, just don't do anything crazy here.
Oh,
no need for crazy.
Fada's trying. Not crazy. He's just doing the normal stuff. Walk around, find anyone you possibly can, get a pick off and move forward. But right now, Fnatic, they'll just spray their abilities out from inside their base and let Mushy do the split push farm.
Yeah. Good by C9 to realize that there's no need to go high ground when there are so many different skills to kill the creep wave. So they're just going to go for Roshan. With the Aegis, they could go and finish the game. Smoke up from Fnatic. They don't want to give this away.
Yep, and they're going to walk right over the top of that Naga illusion. Obviously, the smoke's not going to break on it. It's only an illusion.
They scouted with the sigil, so you know Roshan is nice and healthy.
And Envy's the only one in there. This is a trap from Cloud9. Like, they want them to run in. So Mushi's the first man to be revealed. The Naga Illusion jumps in, and they do find Misery. He hexes up on Ohio, trying to hide in the tree line, and they loop themselves around. Envy still in Viz, and now they can go for the call down. The snowball over to Notel. He can't get the Song of the Siren off, doesn't need to, because Fader standing his ground here is the big DK, and that is 3 for the price of 1. About to be 4. Ohio cannot blink. Ember Spirit, the only man alive, and in fact, it's just GG. Cloud9 will take another convincing victory over Fnatic.
And a
2-0.
Yeah, that's the 2-0 that C9 needed after yesterday. So really well performed. No throws today, really consistent play. And Fnatic, despite their efforts, they do get a 0-2 loss here.
And this will push Cloud9 up level with Team Secret.
Yeah,
who,
4 points.
But also, there's an extra game in there for Cloud9.
Also, Secret have some games to play today, so they have a chance, of course, to widen that gap.
Yeah, they got a double header coming up, and of course we're going to be here for that one. In the meantime, we'll throw it back to the analysis couch.
Of course, they do have another match coming up, but this is, like, that's where it matters, right? Because you have back-to-back matches. If they had, at least they won the very first game, but if they had, for instance, 0-2'd, playing against Secret was not going to feel good, but C9 definitely gathering their confidence a little bit. How did you guys feel about that game? I mean, we all kind of saw the early phase, and I think all 4 of us agreed that, all right, looks like C9 should be able to win this pretty easily. But what were the advantages? What's different about C9 today than yesterday?
Again, comfort zone, I think. Pulling out the Fatsa Dragon Knight in this game, I think, was a nice pick. I don't believe they used it yesterday at all.
The Dragon Knight? No,
they're kind of going
so.
back to their roots as far as Fatsa's picks are concerned. Like he's been known for playing Dragon Knight and Beastmaster a lot. Very solid on those heroes, and in this game again, they get the gyro for Envy. I think that's a key pick. I gotta say, gyro's win rate in this tournament so far, it's got to be pretty high.
Pretty high.
It seems to win a lot.
Yeah, I think almost nearly perfect. Obviously, a couple games dropped yesterday. I think maybe only 2.
Yeah, I think it's over 60% win rate.
Yeah, I would be willing to bet on that.
I mean, we only saw like a third of the game, so I have no idea how it fared on the other streams.
I think generally, though, yeah, the success rate has been high. I would be willing to bet over 60.
Maybe we just watched all the wins.
maybe we just got stacked, but
yeah, they definitely played better today. More solid. They seemed like they knew what they wanted to do. Fnatic, on the other hand, I'm personally a bit disappointed. I thought they were gonna. I consider them the favorites for this series. They flat out just didn't deliver. Yeah. They made a lot of mistakes. Their drafts in both games didn't seem like they were well enough thought out with what they wanted to do and how. And in this particular game, Mushi just has a poor performance, which is pretty rare. And when that happens for Fnatic, they will have a hard game because he's generally a very solid player.
Yeah, not looking too pleased with the result, of course, coming out from his game. I mean, Winter, what were your thoughts, especially Fnatic? Because we saw them again yesterday. One of the talking points for a lot of people is that they took a game off of Secret, and that's a pretty big deal.
Like for me, the lanes didn't go well. It's very important for them that the lanes go well. Like once the lanes didn't go well, they seem like they're really lost. You find that like KAchimba is always farming alone, and Johnny is doing his own thing. They're not like in sync, and everyone got picked off by the the Shadow Blade from Fata. He did so much work. He got so much pickoffs, and like what Sin said as well, there were a few moments where Mushi shouldn't have gotten picked off. Like he was like kind of overstayed his welcome, and he could have got out like in a few occasions, but he chose not to for some reason, and he gave away kills towards the enemy team, which was really bad for his team.
So then the $1 million question is, or I guess really like the $10 million question in TI5 is, Fnatic, is it worth it for them to try to change that where they're so dependent on how the laning phase goes? Or, that's just how teams are. They have their color, and that's what
I think that's just how they play. Like even in the past, like people following Mushi, all his team has this tendency when they do well in the lane, they can crush anyone. But once the lane doesn't go well, there's no backup, There's no plan B. It has to go well in the lane, or else it's just...
I like Cloud9's plan of like having offensive dual lanes. I actually think they're like one of the highest win rate or highest dual off-lane dual lane rate, and it just worked really well for
Yeah.
them. Like Envy got a lot of farm, they shut down the opponent's safe lane, they win their own safe lane, and then Fada is usually at least a wash in mid, so you're winning like two and a half lanes, and then it's really easy for me, at least versus a team like Fnatic.
Right.
And of course, I think they had a couple of really awesome aspects to their draft, and I'm a little bit worried for them going in against Secret just because Cloud9 and Fnatic, they're from opposite sides of the world. They haven't played each other too often, and they might not be up to Cloud9's wily ways. But I think Secret, they're very, very familiar with Cloud9 and won't be caught off guard with like the, let's say, Wisp Storm Spirit.
Right, yeah, and they should definitely be a little bit more aware of that. And of course, you guys were mentioning the DK earlier, the Dragon Knight. Good to see that come back from Cloud9. We do have a couple clips from this last game just highlighting Cloud9's successes. And of course, in a lot of these fights, the Dragon Knight surviving forever and also dishing out the damage at the same time.
I mean, Misery's been a standout player for me on Cloud9 for a few of these games.
I mean, he was about to stay alive for that
Did you
whole
see the
duration.
Dragon Knight there? Like that one attack he got in the tower.
Also, yesterday we saw Cloud9 having trouble break high ground. This game they had Pugna as well as a Dragon Knight, both excellent high ground siegers, as well as a Naga Siren. So, like, if you can't actually execute it in terms of strategy, at least you can have heroes to make up for your weakness.
Yeah, so let's talk about that a little bit overall, this TI5. That's a theme that we discussed maybe off camera yesterday about the high ground sieges and how a lot of these teams didn't either seem prepared in their draft, or even if they drafted something that worked okay, they didn't know how to utilize that correctly to capitalize on it and close out games. Do you think we're starting to see, obviously Cloud9, their draft was fine today, but is that something that most teams should maybe pay a little bit more attention to going forward with TI5?
Generally, people say that TI games last longer because there's more on the line, people are more nervous, and they're way less willing to GG out. But at the same time, it makes teams really nervous to push high ground. They're like, if we lose this, we could lose a game, and it just affects their mentality a lot more. And I mean, but there is a certain window, and if you just think of it in Dota, in the game, and not in the aspect of, oh, I'm at TI, I think teams would be playing like much more like they would normally, which is ending the game early and going for somewhat risky pushes, but they know they have to do, or else they have to deal with like a double Divine Rapier Ember. So I think I think that teams are getting more into the groove of, hey, this is just Dota. This is what I'm good at, and I'm going to win like I normally do, instead of letting all the money or whatever stress, nervousness get to them.
True.
I think in addition to that, a couple of teams could probably take a page out of Team Secret's book, and when you push, you have a strong frontline carry who either has Aegis or is very tanky. So, and then they have at least one Glimmer Cape and a Solar Crest. Like, that seems to be the win condition for Team Secret in all their games. Farm their TZ with those two items on backup, or a farmed S4, or even both, right? Like a Viper plus Aegis carry, and they start sieging high ground, because they're also just very experienced and very confident. So maybe other teams with the same items would still play it differently, but it makes it way easier to siege high ground when you know that someone has to go in front and hit the building. And if you have all the defensive items for them, it makes it much easier to
otherwise you're kind of juggling like, hey, should I go forward, or maybe you should go forward. You're not really sure, and then time runs out and you lose your timing, etc. But it looks like now we might have that highlight of the last moments of the game between C9 and Fnatic. We'll take a look at that. Maybe this is either the last fight or one of the last fights here. And the last fight, and yeah, you can see Fada being up front with the Dragon Knight.
I like the way they're not like afraid to have heroes up in front. Like last game, it was just like Fada being the sponge as the Beastmaster. In this game, like he dies a lot, but his team like almost always wins the fight. And I that's one thing that I really like about Cloud9. They're not afraid to die if they know they're going to win the fight, and they trust in each other. To, like Misery getting off like freezing fields and doing whatever.
Yeah, and by the end of that game, I mean, you saw on the left of the screen the net worth. I mean, we had 4 members of Cloud9 all at the top, and then the Naga Siren somewhere in the bottom, but it didn't really matter. We discussed that earlier. That was not the point of the Naga. It was more for her utility and her abilities. So Cloud9, let's start moving forward in their next match. Cloud9 looking good so far, but now they do have to play against Team Secret. You already mentioned, Ben, that, all right, Team Secret probably a little bit more aware of this matchup, but at the same time, Secret dropped a map to Fnatic yesterday. Winter, do you think Cloud9, again, if they play like they did in the first match, they have a good matchup against Secret, or Secret's still going to edge out a little bit?
I mean, Secret is still going to be the favorites, but you wouldn't count Cloud9 out, because like during the first day, I remember when I was talking about Cloud9, I say Cloud9 would be in the middle of the pack, but they have the potential to either go beat someone in front, or they would actually just tumble down behind. So it's very hard to say what will happen to them. But usually they would show up in the middle of the pack at TI. But I think they definitely have what it takes to take games off Secret.
All right. Now,
That said, I feel like Secret must have an incredible win rate against Cloud9.
Yeah, they really do.
If my memory is correct, I think they've only lost them like once in the best of 3. I feel like it's always in like major Western tournaments, Cloud9 has always done a really good job at getting really far, and that's been like their nemesis every single time. They run into the Team Secret wall and their run ends, right? It's been the reason they've got a lot of like 2nd or 3rd places in their tournaments. That obviously it's kind of like a joke. It's run as a joke. Like Cloud9 always gets 2nd, but there's a reason they do, because they usually, you know, when you get far, they meet either like Secret or EG, and most of the times that has just been that wall that they couldn't get past. And Secret going into this matchup, a clear favorite for me. I think I would call them more of a favorite than Winter would. And as Ben was pointing out earlier, I think they just have Cloud9's number, because I haven't really been surprised by Cloud9. I haven't seen anything very new. Like the games they just won was with old Cloud9.
Yeah, because
stuff,
they went back to
stable
old,
Cloud9 stuff that Secret are completely used to. So maybe they have a specific Secret strategy because they're so tired of losing to them. That would be.
I mean, true. I mean, that would be the way to go if really that was your goal. Like going to TI5, we know we've gotten like 2nd, 3rd place and a lot of other ones. We know we're very aware of that Secret wall, so we're going to prepare specific strategies. Maybe we'll find out. We'll take a look at the standings real quick after that one. Of course, a big update for C9, getting 3 points on the board, additional to the one they got yesterday. So now they're back up in the middle ground. As Winter was saying, you know, from here on out, where do they end up by the end of the week? Do they end up in the top 4, or do they end up actually maybe even the bottom 3 or even 2, depending on how their matches go forward? And this one's going to matter a lot. Both Cloud9 and Secret currently with 4 points. If Cloud9 can give that loss to Secret, if they go 2-0, that'd be huge for Cloud9, and it would be a pretty big advance. And of course, Navi actually losing to Complexity. Are you guys a little surprised about that one? I mean, Complexity, we saw the Freeman brothers yesterday talking about how they looked at everything this year as preparation for TI. Looks like they're coming in strong.
I chatted with Complexity's manager. His name's Kyle, and they just said they were like not in their game with LGD, and I looked at LGD game and was like, oh my gosh, this team is just getting rolled. Like they had 10 times their kills.
Yeah.
But he said like they had a big playbook that they just didn't use in their series versus LGD, and after relaxing, analyzing the replay from yesterday, just like, okay, we're just going to do what we're going to do. We're going to pull from our playbook. We have things prepared for every single team, and I think today they're going to be much more prepared than they were yesterday versus LGD.
Right on. Speaking of LGD also ending in a tie in their match against IG. So now they are still leading, but with only 7 points, and Complexity catching up with 6 points. Now they have the 2 wins and then a loss against LGD. So that could flip at any time. We'll take a quick look at the end of that game just to see, again, how Complexity is looking on day 2. By this point, I guess we can already tell it's pretty far forward for Complexity against Navi.
I think since that there was a last pick Brood, but they had the Darkseer already picked. And I mean, Brood already has a tough time versus Darkseer. And then Darkseer plus Spirit Breaker and Shadow Fiend, who can also clear it out. Complexity got off to a huge start early, and I actually like the lineup a lot too.
They have a really good draft. Spirit Breaker and Juggernaut with Ion Shell are incredible in the early game, and you have the Healing Ward for high ground push. This is another kind of like forgotten hero, I would say. Juggernaut gets picked very rarely. He is so good for these kind of situations because the general way you defend the base is by chipping down a key target, but you can't really do it if the Healing Ward is in a good place. And this game, Navi just got completely destroyed. The question is how much carried over from Game 1.
Right.
In Game 1, apparently, they were actually looking really good with their Lycan. They were ahead. They were looking to push base really early. They failed, and then they lost to Naga late game. So maybe they were just feeling a bit down.
Yeah, of course.
You can't let it affect you too much, but it's very hard not to carry over at least a little bit from Game 1 into Game 2.
Yeah, a human factor in all of these matches, of course. I mean, in some ways, yeah, best of 2, and that's the most fair because like it's not like a best of 5 where maybe it just snowballs out of control. Like one team just gains momentum. At the same time, some would argue that's why the longer best of series, you can have more time to catch back up. But again, no one gets knocked out in the group stage. So this is just to kind of see where everyone is coming into TI5. You get points, you seed into either the upper bracket or the lower bracket, and that's where the real fight begins for top 8, top 4, and of course the TI5 champion. Let's return to our matchup then, Cloud9 versus Secret. I do want to ask, this is something that I think everyone discusses every tournament. What is the hole then that Secret has, or do they not have one? Of course, yesterday, Winter, we were talking about this multiple times. They lost to Fnatic because Fnatic got an early lead. Part of that is to Fnatic's advantage, though, right? That's what they're known for. That's how they beat almost any team. So for other teams, what do they have to do to take down Secret?
I think the laning phase as well, like sometimes Secret tends to, they draft like what we mentioned before, they don't have stuns, they don't have disables, and they have a very greedy, like keeper of the light, very greedy type of support that farms the jungle. That he thrives in a situation where if you don't try to mess with me, I'm just gonna keep farming and gonna get an early egg on him. So sometimes teams let Secret get away with that too much. They don't try to pressure because they're probably, it's probably not a good idea to challenge Secret's safe lane. So, and the fear probably get to them, and they weren't just ready to actually punish what Secret is doing, and it just gave a free jungling support that just turned into a fourth call for the team later on in the game.
Mm-hmm. All right. I mean, do you guys have any thoughts? I mean, overall Secret, of course. I mean, sometimes you think you got them during the draft, and that's when they really show up, right? They're like, oh, actually, we can play almost any other hero, pick it into our lineup, and make it work.
I think first thing, don't give S4 Quap. I think that's just a big mistake overall. Just simply ban the Quap or give it to Fada.
You have to ban the IO as well, right?
You have to ban a lot of things.
Yeah. You have to ban a lot of things. You have to ban, I guess, Tusk and Quap probably.
Secret haven't played IO yet.
Yeah,
right?
I think IO you could just kind of hope that it gets through the second phase, because I mean it's like I think you can first pick it if you're Cloud9, right?
But true.
And Secret, you can take the chance that Secret won't pick it because they haven't. So I think it's better than giving S4 Quap or Zai Tusk and then potentially having to deal with techies. I think that's the first step. Secondly, I think traditionally Cloud9 has been a very greedy team, and Secret's just better at playing greedier. If you go greed versus greed, Secret's going to win out, like almost certainly. And I think they need to take the same approach that they did in this match, pressure the off lane a lot, and combat them instead of trying to get EE super big, which has been, like an anti-mage or Spectre, Luna, whatever it may be.
All right. Well, you were just mentioning, of course, S4 and his Quap. Overall, I mean, S4 obviously really well known worldwide, but also just an interesting path for S4 and also Team Secret as a whole, coming off of TI4, forming a couple different iterations, now finalizing with this lineup we have at TI5 in the last couple months, coming in super strong. Let's take a look at S4, his history coming into TI5, and of course with Team Secret.
I remember when I was like 5-6 years old. Sometimes I woke up and I see the light under the door. Oh my God, I think not again. I opened the door and I said, Gustav, for God's sake, turn off the computer. It's school time tomorrow.
All of our family has always been into physics and gaming in general. Started with my dad. I got into it, and Gustav sat behind me, watched me playing games.
For hours, he could stand for hours behind me.
He was pretty quiet. He was the youngest of us all, but he focused on the game. I think he focused more than I did when I played.
I was like, wow, this is so cool. I wasn't playing that much when I was a kid, but I was just mainly watching.
When he first played Dota, he told me, I want to be best in the world at this game. I asked him, how are you going to do that? And laughed a little bit. He said, I'm going to play more than anyone else.
We discussed it and said, well, maybe this is like a hockey player. If we let them do what they love and push them, then maybe this could work to be something great.
I always supported his gaming career because I thought if he really believed in going far and he really aimed for it, he was the one brother that could actually do it.
Watching him playing in TI3 make me so proud. They were so good.
And nothing could hold us back, and we didn't see any struggles except in the grand finals, but that's another talk.
The last game, I felt like, oh shit, they're out. But I kept watching, and when they won, I just go out here and scream. The whole neighborhood was like, what's happening?
That was like the best feeling. That's the coolest thing with ending tournaments, is when all the pressure just goes away.
They did so good in TI3, probably they would do the same thing in TI4. Well, it was a disaster.
We were trying too much to fix things in the team, change things. Myself as a captain, I didn't feel like I was ready at that point in TI4, and I take a lot of responsibility for that.
We talked a lot after TI4, and he talked about this new team.
I don't want to stay still in my life. I want to try something new all the time, and if I stay with that team another year, I will regret it.
The new team, I think they are so strong. They play so well together, and their combinations are so flawless.
Winning TI is everything right now because that's my next goal in my Dota career is to get 2 TI wins under my belt, which no one has.
My hopes is that they start off good, keep on rolling all the way.
I don't have any hopes for him, as long as he does what makes him happy. I have never been able to express it, but I've always been proud of him and how couldn't he be? He's done so well.
He done things that I never could dream of. He is in the absolute top of this game, and I'm so proud.
Yeah, I mean, I think his family put it in a really great way where obviously a lot of us, whether it's family or friends, it's hard to imagine, back in the day, to even be a professional in a game. But to be having that one-time world championship already under his belt, going for a second one, that's a whole different story, right? He's been recognized as the best in the world at one point with his teammates back in TI3. As his father was saying, I mean, definitely not the same way at TI4, but here he is again with a new team, and as he mentioned, his goal is to be that first player to get 2 TI championships under his belt. Definitely possible this year. I mean, where do you guys see that happen? Do you think we're going to see that happen at all, whether it's S4 or not? Obviously, we have quite a few other players at TI5 that have the possibility of making that happen.
What teams have a player that won before? Secret, LGD, IG.
I tried thinking through this.
Vici Gaming.
Newbie.
And Newbie.
And then Newbie,
those 5,
yeah,
right?
5, I believe.
And Navi.
Well, yes.
Did you mention
yes.
them?
No, we didn't.
So
so 6.
6
oh,
teams.
Wow, that's more.
That's
than
a pretty big part of the field. And out of those 6 teams, I think realistically, maybe 3 have a really good shot at it.
Okay, yeah.
I think Secret, Vici, and LGD right now, out of those 3, for me, are definitely candidates to go the whole way. So this could be the year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would be pretty nuts to have someone on that final stage and know that they've won it twice. I mean, even whether it's with same teammates or not, that's a whole nother story. But in some ways, maybe more impressive if they did it with different teammates, right? Because you're able to carry another set of teammates, whether you're the captain or not, work with them to get to that point. But S4, and so let's talk about Team Secret a little bit, right? People heard about this when it started happening, and everyone got pretty excited. Like, okay, this is going to be kind of a dream team lineup, an all-star lineup. Went through a couple iterations, and then we have Arteezy joining in, and now they look unbeatable. And I don't think anyone really argued against the final lineup that they settled on for Secret. How long, I mean, do you see this going through, whether it's just TI5 or even further, how strong really is this lineup as a whole, like as those 5 players, let's say?
I mean, for me, it depends on the relationship between the players that it's a huge role. Like if you're really good friends, obviously the chances of you going for a longer period of time are better compared to if you're just coming together for a tournament. Like you just came together this year, you don't really know each other that well, and you just like, okay, we know each other and we have the same goal, which is TI, and we just go for it.
I mean, Puppy and Kuro are very close.
Right.
Arteezy
There's friendship in the team.
Yeah, there's a lot of friendship. So I don't really see them like disbanding because of that.
Right, like any other issues or something like that. But yeah, that's the impressive part, is that all 5 players are very recognized for their skill individually, and then at the same time we have these networks within it, whether it's social groups or something else that keep them together. And here they are as one of the favorites coming in. We've already discussed a little bit about what might we see in the draft, what are we expecting from them, and then of course Cloud9 going up against them. But Secret, so far, I mean, this is their first game of the day though, and yesterday maybe not the most dominating performance that everyone expected from Secret. Do you think that's going to bother them at all, just how they ended yesterday?
Definitely, no. I think a true champion is a team where it's not how they win, it's how they get back up after they had a bad game or had a bad day. So that is like a true sign.
Winter with the inspiring quotes. We should put that on a poster, like the TI5 logo, and just put it above everyone's bed. Like, the real champion is not how they win, but how they get back up. But that's true. I think that you bring up a good point. It's not because you can't expect any team to go like a full 200% at every tournament. You can't always go undefeated, right, just because you're the best. But how you get back up from those, and maybe even if you drop to a lower bracket, we've had that happen before, and climbing all the way back into the finals. That's a big deal. If you do that, you deserve that win. So Secret, hopefully not going to be beaten down too much about the results yesterday. I mean, anything else we're expecting?
They still went 2 wins, or a win and 1 draw.
Yeah. I just mean from what the community expects, right? So that's the other thing, is that the standard is so high for Secret. Like we talk as if they failed, but they didn't really
I think
drop the map.
A much more devastating blow to them was finishing third at DAC after having a perfect group stage record. And I think if you can get past that and then win 4 or 5 lanes, losing one game versus Fnatic is not going to be a big deal at all.
I mean,
That's
to
a
be
very
fair,
good
that
point.
tournament was they are sort of still new during that tournament.
Right.
Their roster, they just
Yeah.
made the swap between Fly and Johan
Yeah.
to Zai and RTZ. So
Yes.
I mean, they probably still needed time to gel together.
And then you see, as soon as that clicked, of course, 4 lands in a row, 4 major lands in a row, and then coming into TI5 as those favorites. Earlier, now something I want to bring back to the draft as we were getting ready to get into game 1 between these two teams. You were
That
saying,
team
all
can be
right, so
very, very
C9,
good.
they
That's
have
it.
kind
You
of
have to
their
have
own
vision
little
on it.
ways and their own niche way to play Dota 2. At the same time, Secret's going to be aware of this. Are we going to see that pan out in the draft, or is C9 going to be afraid to pull out because even if they get those drafts that they want, Secret's going to know how to play against it? Where are we going to see that?
They can't be afraid.
They're definitely not going to be. One particularly telling moment for me, I think it was some BTS tournament, but they were meeting up in the finals. This is when they were really scary with Terrorblade. And oh my god, you have to ban Terrorblade versus Cloud9. It was like a best of 3 series. First game, they take Terrorblade, they destroy Cloud9 with it. Second game, they give Cloud9 Terrorblade and also destroy them with it. I'm just like, okay, well, there goes the Terrorblade strat.
Yeah,
Right.
that speaks a lot about a team.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was just I mean, that was their biggest weapon at that time, and everyone was talking about, man, this guy makes Terrorblade look imbalanced, and they just dismantled it so easily.
If he makes it look imbalanced now, that would be really impressive.
Well,
that's what I
maybe.
want to see.
We've had a couple of surprises so far in TI5. Of course, much longer way to go, so I'm sure we have a lot more in store. As we're jumping into draft for game 1 here, on our other streams, we do have MVP Phoenix versus LGD on stream 2, and IG versus Complexity on stream 3. Complexity looking pretty good, so if you want to check that out, definitely hop on over. You can catch all those 3 on Dota2.com. But for now, we're already well into the draft of game 1, and Gyro, once again, just being a priority for almost every team at TI5. Secret snatches it up after the first bans.
So what's in right now? Tusk is more than likely going to be picked by Cloud9 here.
Wisp.
Yeah,
Wisp
there's
is
still
still
Wisp.
in.
And Wisp,
Yeah, if they
that's
want
true.
to make sure that they get it, they pick it now. So otherwise, Secret might have the chance to ban it out or take the Wisp for themselves.
I think
to
Secret
pay
would
for
definitely
Gyro.
take Tusk if Cloud9 don't. Cloud9 didn't highly prioritize Tusk as we saw from the last series.
Yeah,
Right.
they
It's not a
didn't.
big deal.
They
for
didn't.
them.
I feel like the last times I've seen Cloud9 play against Secret, one of the ways they've tried to beat them was to first phase pick IO Tiny, and I think they lost every single time. Secret were just like, perfect, this is what we wanted. Get your IO Tiny, we let you have it for a reason, and they just counterpick it really well. So I think if there's one team Cloud9 don't want to first phase pick IO Plus partner with, it's against Team Secret. I really don't think they want to do it. They just have bad experience with it. And it would, as Ben said, it would open up Tusk, which is, for me, one of Secret's absolute best heroes.
Yeah,
So
I mean, Secret has
get it
dominated
for
with
yourselves
that.
first and take it from them. They could get Tusk Wisp. I don't think that's out of the question.
Yeah, I think that'd be fine.
Oh, but going with the Bane. Okay.
So Bane seems to be their comfort pick for the day.
Right.
It's a sleeper support, man.
Secret have also been banning that hero in the second phase, actually, in 2 or 3 games. They also, I think Fnatic played it when they destroyed
Yeah.
them.
Yeah.
So maybe it's just one of the problems for
Did he get
Team Secret.
touched in 6.84?
Not much though.
Not really.
Not much.
Glimmer Cape.
All
Yeah.
right.
It is a
aside
really
from
good
that,
item
did
on it.
Yeah.
I mean,
So-
we've been talking about how important it is to have a support in a lane which is strong and you can roam and kill. And Bane fits that criteria, but maybe teams didn't really realize his potential, his full potential before this. And after a couple of games, everyone's like, this could probably be a good replacement for a strong lane support.
Yeah, well, ladies and gentlemen, Dazzle is in the game, so get prepared for a very long game, possibly going one way or the other.
I mean, Puppy kind of brought Dazzle into popularity. People were wondering why he just picked it every single game. And I mean, a lot of the reasons are still unknown. I mean, it's good, obviously, with Grave and Weave and whatnot, but still, it's just like, why Dazzle? Why now? And they just had so much success with it. And I mean, they've had a lot of success with it.
It's
All heroes, to be fair.
It's really good versus single target as well, lockdown, single target lockdown, Bane, Tusk.
It's really good versus Tusk.
Focus one hero and they try to take him down, and that's Grave.
Yeah.
So that makes sure that no one gets killed in that period of time, and the whole team have time to react to the initiation of the opponent team. So
Yeah.
that's a really good way of dealing with that.
Yeah, as we've been mentioning, obviously, spread damage kind of the way to go against Dazzle.
We're seeing very expectable bans. So they get rid of the Wisp for the second phase, just to be safe here. It's obviously a lot more dangerous when it gets picked in the second phase, because then you don't have that many picks to adapt with. And Brood Mother, what a surprise.
Yeah.
Absolute shocker here, getting banned out against Secret. I want to say, I think Cloud9 should either ban Viper now, or they should be prepared against it, because this is like Secret's very standard opener, right?
Yeah,
They get
Gyro
Gyro plus support, they get Viper, and Dazzle will get Glimmer Cape and or Solar Crest. They will get Roche at some point, and they will go for the push. And this is how they manage to end their games pretty quickly, actually, a lot of the time. So they're also banning out the Beastmaster Fata, so a little bit of respect there.
Yeah, I mean, in the second phase, that's definitely got to be a respect ban more than anything. Because if it was the last phase, that's just like a safety ban. But at this point, they just didn't want to deal with that. They saw it. We're reminded of the strength of Fata on that hero. KV Undying, not too surprising, just given the trends in the current meta.
Actually, leave Viper open here for Secret. So who matches up well against Viper in mid?
What other heroes
if they
are
were
open?
to pick it now, Secret? What's Cloud9's plan?
Bloodseeker does well against Viper.
That's true.
Oh yeah, you were mentioning that yesterday. And
Is that a
Bloodseeker
Fata
is
hero?
No, I don't think I've seen him play
I
it.
don't think I've seen him play it either.
Yeah. So it's more or less very unlikely if they want to do that. What else matches up well? I think it's very difficult though. I mean, OD is a Fata hero, right? If you want to go for something that matches well against Viper.
But then you have an OD.
Yeah. I don't know about that.
I love when that comes up. See, they're good in that one situation.
Actually,
but you have that
if there is a
hero.
team that will pick that hero this tournament, it's going to be Team Secret.
Razor's good.
Razor's pretty good.
That's
Razor's a
Razor.
good matchup against her.
That's
It's a draw, kind of.
I mean, a draw is a good matchup.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would love to see OD, though. I think it's a really cool hero, but it just doesn't fit that well right now. But if a team pulls it out in this tournament, I think it is going to be Secret with RTZ.
Oh,
Really?
some melee hero coming in, melee carry with Magnus.
Okay.
There's still Juggernaut, there's PA.
AM,
Yeah, AM.
Spectre.
I mean, Spectre, less likely, I'd say.
Yes.
Still quite a few open. And
Yeah, AM and PA are the few stronger ones. And
I don't think PA
you know
matches
what?
up well
I've
versus
seen Ember being played by when Envy was streaming a lot recently. He's been playing a lot of Ember.
He plays a lot of Ember.
Yeah.
He likes the hero a lot. He has some pretty creative builds on it, too. He's very flexible as a player with it.
Power trades on the hero, right?
I think he gets treads, and most players when they play Ember, they have like a go-to build that they play like 90% of the time. But Envy I've seen him play like with Orchid first. I've seen him play with Yules. I think he was actually, at least to my memory, the player in competitive who kind of brought Yules in as a build on Ember, because you can always, when you get engaged on, if you get silenced, you can Yules. You can always just jump to a Remnant. So it's like an incredible safety item. It's definitely one of his best heroes. So that is a possibility.
Yeah, and against Magnus,
against
Magnus right now, going back to the Viper pick, you want to pressure the Magnus in the lane. You don't want to give him like a good time if it's a mid Magnus.
yeah.
Okay,
Rubik.
we're gonna have a lot of RPs.
There are some really good spell steals. Ice Shards are great. Snowball is great.
It's kind of
Grip is very easy to
Kind
get.
of hard to ban the Rubik though in this sort of situation. There's so many heroes.
Yes. It's what we talked about yesterday, where you were like,
you
well,
can't be afraid.
when if you want to go for this hero, should you ban Rubik? It's like, there's always going to be good spells, but this is like an exceptional case of really impactful spells. There's no bad spell steal almost here. Like even Tusk Ult is pretty cool in Rubik because it's ranged.
That's a good point.
Level 1 Enfeeble.
That's pretty bad.
All right.
And it's actually something Bane can choose to play on. You can try to play.
You know, I remember there was one time I stolen. There's a toggle on the Nightmare. You can actually steal that. I'm not sure if it works. It still works.
That sounds like a bug.
Yeah. If you talk about something useless to steal, I guess that's...
yeah, that's that's a whole different story.
Yeah.
And it's also obviously a very, very much comfort pick for Team Secret.
Right, yeah, of course.
Kuroki, one of the absolute best players on this hero.
I think always hear his name mentioned when you talk about Rubik, so...
I mean, they might choose to go more aggressive play than the Viper. I think Viper's good, but if you know you're going to be up versus Magnus, you can pick a lot. The pool is wide if you want to beat the Magnus out. For example, you could go for a Storm pretty easily. Maybe not versus Anti-Mage.
Okay, so one more spell for Rubik. There we go.
Yep.
Yeah, that's true.
Give him the blink.
And the Anti-Mage is coming back once again. I played that a couple times yesterday too for EE.
The one opening here that Cloud9 could see is that Dazzle Rubik is a pretty weak support duo on level 1 and 2. Like they have very minimal damage. On Rubik, you kind of don't want to skill Fade Bolt first, because Telekinesis is your obviously stun and repositioning spell, but the only one who really takes advantage of it is Gyro. So if you could somehow set a lane that pressures Gyro and have your Anti-Mage have a one-on-one matchup, which there are very few one-on-one matchups that Anti-Mage really likes nowadays with popular offlaners, but if there is an opening, let's say Secret pick Darkseer for Zai or something, it is actually a possibility for Cloud9 to play AM one-on-one against Darkseer, and then to run an aggressive tri-lane with Bane Tusk +1.
I think that's a really difficult lane to try lane against, though.
Okay, you're not going to one-to-one-on-one against the Axe.
That is not a lane. That is not a lane for AM.
Yeah, we mentioned Axe quite a few times yesterday too, just in certain situations. Like, hey, if Axe came in,
could it be a mid-Axe?
Actually, I think it could be a pressure lane, maybe Dazzle plus X, because you don't want to give anti-mage free farm, so you do. We used to see it a lot with Witchstalker or Dazzle, someone to sustain the X, so you disrupt the safe lane carries farm a lot, especially if it's a melee hero. So anti-mage could have a tough time in the lane, judging by the picks right now.
This is an exceptionally good 2-1-2 for Secret, actually.
Yeah.
It kind of solves the problem, because Cloud9 have to help their anti-mage, and they have to help him a lot, because any dual lane they play with AM +1 is still going to get crushed.
They need more heroes there, though. I think if I think if it's only the Bane, anti-mage will have a hard time. They need someone else to help the anti-mage out, or they have to like maybe dodge the anti-mage going into the Axe lane.
I mean, they might consider dual lane mid with the AM just to solve the problem, because I actually think if they have to run defensive tri-lane just to keep their AM safe, they might not even win the lane that convincingly. And Secret could run aggressive tri-lane, and then they have a one-on-one matchup with Gyro top, which
they can also just put anti-mage in the off lane. It's definitely not out of the question for Cloud. I definitely think they want to dodge the Axe, but they
have to dodge the Axe. And the question is, can AM, if you run an off lane AM dual lane or a tri-lane or whatever against Gyro, I think that's also difficult. Like this is kind of very hard for Cloud9 actually to solve this problem.
I like the Axe pick though. Axe, we suggest it as a counter pick to Dazzle, but it actually might be a pretty good counter pick to Tusk. Like if there's a bunch of heroes clumped up and you want to blink in and call, that's pretty good.
True.
And if you initiate on him, you're going to get owned as well, especially with the Dazzle on the board. So I tend to think this pick might actually pop up a lot more as the tournament progresses.
Something to pick up on. So there's not a single hero here that's really going to just like say, all right, 100% solve the problem for C9, but Venom Man.
Fadaconda. That's what they call it.
What?
Real?
That's what they call it, man.
Okay.
I love it.
That's good. That is now a thing.
Okay, Venom is really good versus Grave, and good versus Axe in general as well, because you can stop him from blinking and give vision to your team.
Is it Fatsa playing it though? I think it could be offlane for Bone 7. They play
I
Magnus.
actually think
it could be either.
I actually think it's going to be an offlane Magnus, and because if you want to build, like Fata likes to build mech, so it will be more logical to give Venom a better head start to get the mech first, and the other 4 heroes can keep fighting with the mech, so Anti-Mage can do his thing. I mean, I guess both sides could work, but it feels to me that Magnus offlane is better than Venom offlane. I just don't like Venom offlane. It's very weak.
Yeah. But this is a tricky part for Magnus, because the way Magnus offlane works is that you always have the ability to like, okay, I'm in trouble, I can now skewer. You need to just like bait out stuns or slows, and then you can skewer away, reset, and re-go. It's difficult against Rubik, especially if he's very good, because he actually intercepts the skewer entirely with an instant cast stun, and you pull him back, and then you're in trouble. So it's a hard matchup for Magnus.
Yeah, but I guess Venom matches are better against Razor, since it's going to be S4 on Razor, so I would assume it's going mid. Magnus would have a hard time against that, and whereas Venom probably break even, I'd say, against Razor.
I still really like the idea of Cloud9 running a dual lane mid with like, say, Bane AM, and they skill Enfeeble, and they just pressure the Razor out of lane as much as they can, give AM some space, and then
Magnus can't lane anywhere then.
Then Mag can off lane, because they're going to have to rotate in one of the secret supports to help mid, and then maybe he can play top against, say, Rubik Gyro. I don't. Maybe to me it feels like if Cloud9 puts standard lanes, they lose 3 lanes.
It doesn't guarantee the AM will farm. If you do that, it's
no.
But what you're saying is that seems like the only chance to have a potential to.
It's like the lesser evil for me right now.
Yeah.
We'll see.
One of the lesser evils here for C9 versus Secret. Game 1 here. C9 coming off of a 2-0 win in their first match. We'll see if they can continue against one of the favorites, Team Secret.
interesting. I wonder if he's going to bypass his mech build as well, like he did in the previous series. For now, let's get ourselves into it. We welcome in the live stream. Greetings to everyone who is tuning in around the world as we go into our first game of the 2-game series, Cloud9 versus Team Secret here on day 2 of the group stages of TI5.
Yeah, and this game is going to decide between these two at least who's going to pull ahead or if it's going to stay even on the 4 points that they're both sitting on right now. And I like the lanes that C9 decided to go with here. Fada on the Venomancer is going to do much better against the Razor mid, but we'll see if Secret predict that and actually put the Razor top against the Magnus, because it's going to be an offlane Magnus.
Yeah, so if you run your offlane Mag, is this when... Okay, so it's offlane Mag versus Razor. Very appropriate that S4 has to face his hero. And then you run Gyrocopter as part of this aggressive way.
Envy scouting.
Wow, he's up a very long way. It's very rarely would you ever see an anti-mage walking almost behind the tier 1 tower of mid of Dire.
Well, AM is one of those few heroes that can scout really, really aggressively in the level 1 stage because he has that blink. And he doesn't mind skilling the blink, unlike Queen of Pain. Queen of Pain could have done it as well, but you never want to get forced to skill blink.
Well, Fada's going to be really happy with this. Yep. Easy bounty rune at the start. There was a potential for Zai to try and contest it because no one else was there from Cloud9, but he didn't have vision of this.
Nice for C9 here. They're actually reading the lanes correctly, and this is going to work out better than the alternative, but AM is still going to end up going up against Zai on his axe on top lane.
Yeah. So it's all about the spin chance. It's not 17%. It's only 20% for him.
Yeah,
and,
only 20%.
S4, well, Misery is trying to be a bit more of a nuisance to him. He only saw 21 points of damage, and it's Poison Sting was the first thing that Venomancer's leveled up. I think you're right about the build. It's all about Plague Wards, Poison Sting. Don't care about Gale, just lane dominance.
Yeah, you could also start skilling up your Venomous Gale to max level, but I mean, it deals tremendous damage, but it's not really something that you can do because you turn useless later on, but look for him to skill at least 1 or 2 points into it.
Yeah, but if he keeps the Plague Wards up in mid, if he gets a higher level on that, Razor can't really deal with this. Ow, wow. Okay, Sentry Ward on Sentry Ward. They're getting rid of the Radiant one, actually using a Tango to cut it out. And Puppey and Kuro battling now with Bone 7 and No Tower. They skewer down 2 of the heroes. Puppey and Kuro in range of the tier 1 tower. Extra damage. The Shards Puppey locked in here. No heal. He's going to be the first blood. No Tower needs 1 more hit. Actually needs 2 because the heal was there. Arteezy rotating over. Puppey wants to stick with it.
That was really, really close. Almost got them there. No Tail and Bone 7 playing well there. But in the end, Puppey is going to live.
Looks like Fada did decide to level up the Venomous Gale. He's gone to 2 points up in the Poison Sting against S4.
Yeah, that's very normal so far. I expect from here that he will get 4 points into the Venom Wards from now on. So he has, bottom lane.
They're going again, right under the tower. This time it's Bone 7 who's low. No skewer available. The Shards locking in Arteezy with Bone 7, and he'll take the first blood. But will he be able to survive? Kuro deep in under the tower. The Fade Ball taking away a large portion of the damage of No-Tail, and more TP squads coming in. But Arteezy now with a double kill. He's still not away. Kuro is running away. There's one range creep chasing him down, and even a buyback coming in from the Tusker. They really want to get Arteezy. He's got Shards available. He'll lock in Arteezy. No mana. Actually got 4 stick charges up his sleeve. So Arteezy does have a little bit more to work with.
Is he
now 5.
Live?
He's thinking about it. And there's 3 heroes. They're body blocking him. Still got the stick charges, but the brain tap is there from Bane. Kuro will deny himself up to Roshan as well. Get your rares, boys and girls. That is going to be still a 2-1 on the board in favor of Secret.
Yeah, that was really nicely played by Secret as well. They forced so much a buyback there and TP's down to just get that return kill on Arteezy, and he almost lived. That was so close. If the skewer missed, he would have lived 100%.
And now Secret change up their lanes. They bring Puppey to the top lane to just support Zai a little bit more. This makes it very scary for Eternal Envy when he gets called, but Axe actually hasn't leveled up call.
Yeah.
He's holding a point.
Yeah, he could probably have called him there and at least try a heal bomb, but it wouldn't have killed Envy. It would have dealt some damage, maybe.
They think about middle lane. Gale's off target from Fada. He'll still get the poison on S4, but because the Gale didn't connect, S4 trying just to zone out Fada, and Misery showing himself. He came underneath the tower, and Kuro trying to get in range for the telekinesis. He's just out of range now. He's in range. No plasma field damage, but with the Nightmare, Kuro, he shares it. Yes, he takes Nightmare off him. The Shards will keep him away.
Yeah, can't do much more than that. Top Envy trying to farm here desperately. He still has the blink, so he's safe, but it's definitely not easy farming up here. Puppey is going to do a good job harassing him away.
And Arteezy's going to start to get more control over this bottom lane. He's 13-3 up against 9-0 at Bone 7.
Yeah.
But it's a Gyrocopter with 2-2. That's, or sorry, 2-0-2, I should say.
Maybe they
for his
could
skill build.
Maybe they could kill him. Actually, they have plenty of damage between the two of them.
So you
Arteezy comes closer.
Like snowball into a skewer back. And
Yeah, exactly. Snowball first. Start with that. They can actually kill
S4's
him.
in trouble. He's running for the room, but
They're going
Fada's already
bottom.
hit the Gale. And, well, you might get a kill down on bottom lane. Arteezy dropping low. The
Oh,
Shard's
they missed.
actually pushing him back out of it. It's S4. Nightmares on him. Kuro picking up Fada, throwing him back as a haste rune over on this Rubik. S4 still wants to try and run out of
Deny?
here. And no
Oh.
possible denial. He focused the wards nicely, but it was Misery who gets the kill. And they're still going on bottom lane. No tail under the tower. The Rocket Barrage damage kills him just in the nick of time.
He actually managed to turn that and kill them solo. Wow, that was really nice play by Arteezy. I didn't even keep my eyes on him. I was looking at the mid fight again. That was an unexpected turnaround. But they did kill S4 on the mid lane, so C9 also getting kills. 3-4-2 right now then, in the favor of Secret.
At the same time, though, this Axe is getting quick levels and quick farm. Puppy's also being able to do this pull over to the side multiple times, so it's not as much experience to be gained off that top lane. In fact, it looks like they're switching up now. So Fada is moving to the top. They might be worried the Secret start creep skipping, and the Venomancer has to defend that.
Yeah, a little bit worried about that. And right now I'm just looking at Envy, and he always seems to have this struggle when he's playing Antimates, just running from lane to lane, kind of farming wherever he can. It's never the free farm AM games, but he always gets the item sooner or later.
Just give him that time, that space afterwards.
Time and space.
But
That's all we ask for.
I highly doubt Secret are going to grant him that. Like, Envy at this point just probably wants to pick up some boots, get a gauntlet, get a little bit more life to work with.
A little bit. And he's trying to get his ring right now with the Antimage, trying to cut his way in so he can buy it. He's, yeah, there we go. Close enough to the shop.
Well, it's not even buying boots, just having the regeneration instead. And now, Envy, initiated on. He'll blink himself away, but they're picking out the tree line. They actually caught Misery into the Rocket Barrage. No, he doesn't have mana for a Nightmare. He's got 2 stick charges, but that still won't bring him close enough. He'll run around the tree lines, but Kuro is there for him, and he'll take the kill with the Fate Bolt secure.
Though. They're smoking in. They want to snowball in here.
It's dangerous to do so. 2 stick charges on Arteezy, and he's got called down. It's a level 6 Gyro you'll be coming under.
Yeah. But still, he doesn't have mana to use all his spells.
Arteezy, snowball's coming. He starts the call down. All 3 will be underneath this one. They skewer him back out of it. And maybe Kuro, he's got telekinesis, and maybe Big Daddy. Yes, the double stun. Throwing it back towards Bone 7 and Eternal Envy.
I actually think that Skewerback pulled him away from the 2 other heroes, so that might have saved him, in fact. I mean, yes, it pulled him closer to the tier 1 tower, but his teammates could not do any right clicks.
S4, Nightmare up. Fada's coming in, but there's 70 stolen damage on S4, and he'll just TP out. The damage output, it's not going to be enough.
Oh.
He got a bottle.
He's going to regenerate just fine there in the base.
Yep.
Not enough damage over time yet. When you get the Aghanims, level 16, that kind of stuff, yes, you can do this. Kill people in Fountain. But not yet.
Give him some time. But Fada, he's up to level 3 on those Plague Wards. He actually threw out the Nova too. That was the ultimate committal of Venomancer.
Yeah, curious that he did skill into the ultimate there. But he has level 4 wards now. And I guess putting 1 point into ultimate is pretty fine, as he did force out a defensive TP and could have gone and kill if it wasn't for that.
Yeah. And he's got early levels anyway. Like the 4 points have been Plague Wards, you want to hit that point. He's level 8.
Yeah.
So the pressure on mid is perfectly alright.
Oh yeah.
The pressure on bottom lane though is really uncontrollable for Cloud9.
Yeah, but they're not taking any real damage to the tower yet. They're starting to take some, but Catapult dies and they're pulling the creeps back a lot. They're now first taking some damage onto their tower.
I'm also watching Zai's timing for that Blink Dagger. Like, we're only 8 minutes roughly in, and he's got 1,600 gold.
Yeah.
Also roughly.
Yeah, he's really rich. He's going to have Blink Dagger very quickly. Very, very quickly. So a lot of farm on the 3 cores over on the side of Secret, whereas C9 are struggling more with it. I would say the early game here is definitely looking great for Secret, pulling ahead quite steadily.
Well, they will take this tier 1 town. I thought Fada was going to initiate in. He picked up an Invis rune, but then the bounty spawned directly after it, so he burned the Invis rune just to walk down the bottom lane. Envy, here's your mass TPs coming in with the shards. Doesn't actually block at anyone.
Nice
the call down
deny.
from Arteezy. Perfect position. The Rocket Barrage hitting Misery. Be saved by the Snowball as they run into Arteezy. Where is the extra damage? The Fade Bolt, the Mana Void as well. Arteezy's still alive through all of this. Puppy, where's your Shallow Grave? He was actually Nightmared up, so he was incapable of letting the Shallow Grave off, and now he'll actually use it to TP himself away to safety. It's a 2-for-1 trade-off.
And S4 coming in and getting 2 kills there in the back. And now Fada just kind of standing off with the S4 here.
He's got ulti in 15 seconds time.
Yeah, he wants
like
to
if he
chase
chases them with the Nova, he'll have to cut through the tree line.
Oh.
Actually, he hits the Gale.
Yeah, TP out.
Yeah. Downside about a Venoman, so no stuns.
Yeah, very heads-up play there by Fada, but sadly, KAchimba was able to TP away for him. So top lane now, Axe, during all of this, has been farming up his entire Blink Dagger.
Just saying right now, that's German.
Yeah.
Top lane jump, there's your Blink Dagger, and Bone 7. Culling Bladed. Style from Zai and Arteezy. Well, the fortification's going to make this easy. He's overstayed his, make it hard, and he's overstayed his welcome. Misery doesn't get in range for the Nightmare, but they're going to deny this Tier 1 tower on top. So that's going to be 2 Tier 1 towers being denied.
Yeah. Very nice value, though, to immediately get a kill with your Blink Dagger. That's the dream right there as an Axe. When you finish your Blink, immediately get some payoff for it.
It's a good one as well. Like, you get it over on the Magnus.
Yeah.
This Mag is a long way away from getting something like a Blink Dagger RP off.
Exactly. Delaying his Blink Dagger a lot and still using yours. And meanwhile, we see Arteezy just trying to farm up the Helmet Dominator as S4 might be in trouble here, but there's no mana on Fada.
They're going to snowball him. It's just try and contest the rune,
yeah,
and it will actually be an illusion rune for him.
No tail just being a nuisance, and this means that he has to run to base on S4. He's going to help farm the jungle a little bit, but then let's go back.
These plague wards are such a problem for him.
Yeah.
Like you saw Kuro and Puppey looking to come down to help out S4, but the second they did, they're fairly well slowed up.
Yeah, the plague wards are really, really strong, and they're only going to get even worse to go into when they get some more points in Poison Sting, as they do apply Poison Sting, but not full effect.
I think the only issue for Fada is actually having mana right now, because he's walking around with only 90.
Yeah, it's because the rune control has been very good from everyone else, and Fada did not get runes.
Which means no bottle charges.
Yep.
TP up onto the top lane, it's going to be Zai. Now, the Radiant don't have any vision of this.
Oh, the smoke up, running down.
Well, this is the one where you can get in close enough for it. Bone 7.
Tusk is there, though.
They can see him, and they can see both of them. He's fine if he gets a double call.
Oh, yeah. He would be very happy with that. The call down would be quick to follow.
But Bone 7 inching forward again. Tusker. No-Tail's making sure he's not. In fact, he's going to TP himself away.
Oh, they're immediately going to go if they see this TP.
They don't see it in mid. There's no Observer Ward looking for a butt. Well, they still win anyway. So Bone 7. Culling Blade on top. Call down committal. And this is now a second successful kill for the Axe after picking up that Blink.
Yeah, very nice. And soon he got both these kills top and definitely delaying the economy of Magnus. He did go into the mana boots, but he's far away. He has no gold.
I think Puppey's dead.
Yeah, Puppey is farming aggressively. He's like, guys, I'm baiting. Don't go on me. I have friends. I have team.
Oh, there's still stuns.
Yeah.
There's the Nightmare. No way to deny himself at all. He knew he was dead.
Yeah, there's no way to get out there. But, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do. Sometimes you gotta push a lane, even if it's gonna get you killed sooner or later. He did get a lot of farm down there before they punished him.
Yeah, and he bought space. Oh, Envy stealing the Invis rune. But it's buying space for Kuro. Like, this is one of the critical supports of Secret we have to keep our eyes on, because not only has he got Arcane Boots and Urn, now he's going to get either Force Staff and Blink Dagger. And Kuro on Rubik is already good. You give him the ability to maneuver during team fights, you got to be really careful.
Yeah, and looking at the style the Secret play as well, Kuro is the one who normally goes for the kills, and Puppey is the one who's going to have the higher CS between these two players on the support role. And Secret is one of the teams with the more even balance between the gold on the entire team. Everyone gets something. Look at the CS, 28 CS on Dazzle. He's equal with the Bone 7 Magnus.
I think it's time to give him power. Kuro stole him power.
Yep.
So they get a smoke up.
I mean, it's level 1 in power. It's not amazing.
It's not terrific. But they'll take anything they can get as an advantage.
Yeah, would be great to get the Shockwave.
Where is that
probably
Cold
the best
going?
spell.
They accidentally... Okay, the Cold Ball was doing the pull for him. Doing the Ancient stack.
Yeah, they're trying to keep track on the Anti-Mage because they know he's still farming. He's blinking around. He has Perseverance up now in the power treads.
They're going for Fada in the trees. Is TP's available?
Yeah, they know he's there because he keeps spitting new words.
And then now Blink Zai is too late.
Oh. Zai should have gone for a blind blink. He had to, but not in time.
On the other side of the trees with Misery.
Oh boy,
He's going to try and juke it right now. Up and around, but the Plague Ward's going to come in. He might be able to Shallow Grave himself again here with the Weave effect.
Yeah.
But the rest of his team's too far away. He buys TP and wards. He knows he's dead.
Deja vu. Gets caught out again. He graves, and he's like, well, I'm not even going to try my TP this time.
It was just coming for an aggressive ward. That's all.
Yep. Well, he got the ward down, but they got that before. I'm actually... He was trying to go even deeper and plant one behind the enemy tree line.
And they're actually looking for it. They're sentry warding looking for that observer ward.
Yeah, so good that he didn't have time to plant it. He knew as soon as he got spotted, he started running around there, but he would not drop a ward as he's being chased. Way too experienced for that.
Envy doing Envy things.
Oh, he knows. He definitely knows. He even leaves the creep on half HP because he knows he's being pursued.
Yep. The rest of Secret.
I'm actually amazed by the way the Envy manages to scramble for farm in these games where he's high pressured. And Venomancer is a very good hero for them to have in their team when there is so much pressure. The Venom wards are good aggressively, but they're also really great at defending towers.
Yeah. Terrific up against a hero like S4, like the Razor. You can't clear through these. Even the Gyro, until he gets a higher level of damage,
you
can't
need physical
do it.
damage, yeah. You need damage items until you really kill them fast.
Yep.
And it's not until like at least 30, 35 minutes in that you actually kill the Venom wards very quickly and easily.
Yep. Which means the push power of Secret is very, very low. The
Yeah.
Gale will connect an S4. So they're trying to man mode down the towers and Zai into the
Kuro's
blink
trying to get a
position,
spell.
but they see him. That's a Radiant Observer Ward watching Zai walking past the Ancients.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a tell, the Ice Shard coming out there. Maybe Puppey will get the D-ward on that.
The early blink. Early blink into almost a level 2 ultimate over on Fata.
Interesting to see the Blink Venomancer. Sometimes I've seen him play the Shadow Blade. Blink Dagger is going to be very useful in this game, though. If he can get the ulti first before the enemy goes, that would be amazing.
Because then they can either kite it or just, well, maybe even avoid the fight completely. Secret would bail out. They're coming up to top lane. There's your blink up, waiting for the call, and Bone 7 just trying to outrun him. He realizes he's too close. They'll just dunk him down.
Bone 7 is struggling so hard in this game. He's 0-4-1, and he was up to 1,650 gold there. Now dying again, getting set back once again.
This is not going to work for him. They need to have this Magnus up. The Venomancer can only do so much to stall up this game. Like, we're talking, okay, when you get damage dealing, I understand you can take care of the wards, but right now, Secret are doing a pretty damn good job at that. Arteezy's going to get his Yasha, potentially S and Y, up shortly. You've already getting the mech over on Razor. S4 just needs the headdress. He's got the money for the full recipe of it.
He does,
So he's looking fantastic for his farm. These item progressions for Secret are not late.
No, they're definitely not. Everyone is on time with their farm, and even more so. Like, the Axe almost has his 4-step. That's going to be huge. So,
as you can see it in the graph, it's 5,000 gold advantage for Secret 16 minutes in.
Yeah, aggressive blink in there by Fata, just going on S4. Look at how he ran away and lost so much of his HP to this. Is he actually dead?
He looks like he's dying.
He's going to live. He has the bottle and he has the magic wand.
Poison Sting staying
That's
on him.
Barely, though. That was very close. If Fata got one more auto attack, he would have died.
Oh, 50 gold now for the mech over on Razor. Then that kind of combo won't be as successful. And that was still a level 2 ulti committed as well by Fata. So it's a heavy committal.
Yeah, it is. It is. But he also pushed back. Sometimes, even though you don't get the kill, you force the enemy to run all the way back to base or TP back to base. It can be pretty worth it just to do that. We see a lot of passive farming right now, though. Not a lot of tower pressure. They still have the tier 1 mid, C9 that is. And I think they're pretty happy with the way the game is going, despite the fact that Magnus is dying. That's the one downside for them.
Yeah. MP's still fighting his farm as the Animage. That's going to work, and as long as the Magnus can find a couple of levels, he'll still do his job.
Yeah.
Eventually, he'll pick up a Blink Dagger, but it's the Empower buff up to make AM even stronger. And he's able to give it to him already, so even though you don't have the Battle Fury...
It's the poor man's Battle Fury.
Yeah, it really is. Shard stolen by Kuro, level 3 on those. So this is the first real tower pressure we've seen from Secret.
Oh, if Antimage blinks up. No, he doesn't. Very nice. He was in danger there of the Axe. Axe going on Bane.
Is this really going to be enough on the top? Misery attempting the TP out, and they do get the call, so there's no real way to get away. They'll actually kill him off. Meanwhile, in middle lane, it's going to be Notal being brought down by the rest of Secret. AM tried to jump in with a Mana Void and kill him off, but unsuccessful.
Wins all across the board here for Secret as they find pickoffs both top and mid and get the mid tower as well. This is really huge. And the last hits to the Razor as well, the hero that needs to snowball early on, and he is getting the farm. And you can't forget about RTZ as well. He's been farming a lot in this game. Does he have the full Sanjiasha? Yeah, that's the build. There are so many BKB piercers that it's better to just go for Sanjiasha. Speeds up farming a little bit more, and it's still very good for fighting.
He's actually going at 516 gold per minute.
Yeah.
That's pretty quick. Zai also, we should probably flag the fact that he's in no man's land with an invis rune behind the towers. Now he'll blink himself away.
Yeah, he got away. And they are probably thinking about Roshan sometime soon, but again, we're seeing not the best Rosh heroes. They have the Dazzle heal, which is really amazing, but they could use the medallion on Dazzle before they go for that.
Maybe once they take the Ancient stack and get a Demon Edge over on the Gyro, like, then it will be worth it.
Very close to the Blink Dagger on Rubik right now, 2,050 gold.
So dangerous for his initiation. Heroes like Anti-Mage have to be so scared about that. Not to mention, if you do actually blink in with Bone 7, you can get picked up and thrown back before you can get your RP off. Kuro's that quick.
Yeah, he is very, very quick. And RP is an easy spell to steal as well. Sometimes you can even cancel it, as you said. But the smoke from C9, they're not committing, not going for it. So they're backing out to mid again. And now I doubt that they're actually going to find anyone, because Arteezy is just farming very safely in his own jungle and on the top lane. They're going to try and make their way all the way top, but there's a lot of running around, and Secret are farming.
Yeah. But you do have the critical items for C9. So Battle Fury Envy with Impound buff up. The Blink Dagger has arrived on Bone 7, 20 minutes in.
I don't think they can kill this at all. Like, he has 1,500 HP and a full magic stick. Even with the Fiend script, they're just going to run down again. So even more just, you know, crossing the map and not doing that much. Meanwhile, look at the stack again on the Ancients. Dire is constantly just getting more and more gold advantage with this.
If Envy finds it, though, like, he might try and...
No, there's no way he can farm it, Toby. Like, he dies.
True.
I mean, he wants to.
He's right next to it.
He wants it.
If it's just one Ancient, like, then he'll be like, yeah,
oh
sweet.
my god, he actually gets it.
He's given it, and he's going to try and take the Centaur as well. The Stomp will fall down, the TP's on the way.
Wow.
And Envy, he's going to take it. Oh, he blinks, and then TP's out.
The Empower and the Battle Fury combined, it was enough. That was amazing steal.
Fodder, though, that's not where he wanted to be. TP's eyes coming in. The call is too late. He didn't get in range.
Good thing Roshan changed his target there as S4 was attacking the Venomancer. You gotta be careful about things like that. Sometimes you can just not attack, because it's the aggro pull. What? Envy just slammed the melee creep on it. I'm actually not sure.
Yeah,
screw that melee creep. He was with the mages, Toby. He was with them.
Definitely didn't affect Heroes of Secret.
They didn't take any substantial damage, no.
Now, Zai, blink, misses the call.
Yeah, it's good to have the blink and force that for this purpose. If you miss, you can still get out. And sometimes, even if you hit, you can pull the enemy out by forcing away.
Yep.
Very strong push here. They don't care about the Venom Arts. They just keep going with the Dazzle heal.
Fada jumping in. He gets the ulti off. Coding on 4. And then your RP with a pickup from Kuro. Dragging him back. Skewering him on top of the hill. This is why you have to be careful of the Rubik Kuro.
Yeah, so terrifying. Beautiful reaction time there. Having the Blink Dagger, he makes it look easy.
Envy's looking for the last hit in this top tower. He really wants it, and he'll take it as well. S4 got the static link off, and Envy will just blink himself away. Now, he's not out of here because Zai's made his way in and blink in 1 second time, but he'll have to weigh up the cold duration. Do they have enough into the trees? No way to follow. Envy will be getting himself away to safety.
Yeah. He's going to be safe. Man. They don't get him, and he does get the tower, but still, C9 are really struggling here in this early game. This is looking very grim. He has the full Vladimirs now on Anti-Mage at least, so he can farm more effectively and not lose HP all the time, because there has been a lot of running back to base for him. Not anymore. Satanic already?
Uh-huh.
All right, then.
This guy's got almost 13,000 net worth.
They're itemizing for high ground. Like, they want to take a high ground pressure on the Roshan. Whenever they get to take Roshan, they will just go high ground with it.
Arteezy's almost got 600 gold per minute.
Yeah.
Like, the closest near him is actually Anti-Mage. Eternal Envy's doing really good. And, yep, that's what you're talking about. C9, they love to do this kind of stuff. They're going to jump in and grab Roshan. This isn't the first time we've been at this party. C9 did this on day 1.
Yeah, and this is such a huge play as well, because this is an important component to Secret's push on the high ground. If they don't have the Aegis, they will have a much harder time breaking it.
The only danger they have this time is they don't have the Pugner like they did last time.
I mean, this is a YOLO play.
Funneling damage in.
This is all around dangerous because they have no idea where everyone is. They don't have any vision on the map. They're just blindly saying, hey, let's go Roche, let's hope we can do it, and let's pray. Let's just pray.
I believe in miracles.
Yeah, they got it as well, so...
So Bone 7 TP's out, AM blinks, and then straight back to the farm. Not only do they get, like, the Aegis from it, it's also all the golden experience. It's wonderful.
Yeah, it's plenty, especially to the starved supports over on Bane and Tuskar. Getting some progression for them as well, giving more gold, because they need it. With the wards and how it's looking right now, the map control coming from Secret, it's just very difficult. They've taken one tower, and that's all the gold that the supports are getting. The one tower and the Roshan. So they definitely needed this.
Love how Fada stays in the trees. He's throwing out Plague Wards, but it reveals his position every time he does it.
Yep.
TZ will come down and mop up this bot lane. So he's going to be building into Butterfly, by the looks of it.
Yeah. Yeah, Puppy is the jungler. He has been jungling a lot already.
What's he up to? He's still at level 10, however. Like, he's the lowest net worth on the map.
Yeah. Well, he hasn't actually managed to pick up the medallion as well, which is very sad for him.
Oh, that's nice for
A
Misery.
lot of them are going on S4 here. If
The
you can keep
Observer
him
and
from
Sentry.
TPing.
Envy, he only does a Mana Void, but he's actually backing up.
Bane?
You've got Misery here, but he walks through the Observer Sentry ward while he's in the Invis room.
Oh, yeah.
So they see him.
He was actually smoked at first with the Invis as well, but then as he walked closer, it broke and S4 just backing out. Bottom lane, tower being pressured, no defense here right now.
This is Secret just trying to force the rotations from Cloud9, but Cloud9 won't care as long as AM's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. That's the goal here. And actually, what itemization, what items should we be looking for, if I find my tongue, on the Anti-Mage? Knowing Mana Style probably won't be... Okay, yes.
Of course. Have you not paid attention, Toby, in class, in Envy's class?
He's a classy kind of guy. Top lane, well, there's your call. They find Zai and Misery trying to get the Fiend's Grip on the Skewer him back and the Mana Void to ensure the kill. A lot of money in for Envy, and Misery almost denying himself. The Razor gets there in time.
Yeah, he tried very close there to get to deny, but they got a kill, and that's huge. Getting a big streak off the Axe into the Anti-Mage pockets.
Almost 600 gold for that.
Yeah.
And we do get the Yasha over on AM.
Yeah, so he almost has the full Manta style.
Koro. He steals Blink and the Haste Rune.
Yep. Blink and Haste. Kuro's gonna have a good time. He's building towards the Aghanims, the dream, the wet dream of every Rubik player. When you have that maxed out spell steal and the Aghanims, 2-second cooldown instead of 16. It is such a huge impact.
Look at him run. He might want to run away, however, as now Eternal Envy blinking over. It's like, where are my camps?
Yeah, he did also see the supports there, spotted them out a little bit. Top lane, solo pressure here by TZ, really far out. No TP, what are you doing there, TZ?
He's looking to fight. Be manly with a call down of Black Cannon, almost killing Misery, but No-Tail comes in, and it will actually be, well, the Nightmare. Waited out a little bit longer. The Sigil's down, so Arteezy running away. They're letting Envy have the kill. They want more money in him, and he's going to take it. This is now the second fight where they've given Envy at least 500 to 600 gold just from finding the kill. And he took the tier 1 tower on bottom lane before.
Every team is struggling against this Anti-Mage, really. C9 are playing it so well, and they're working well around it, but that was a big misplay by RTZ to go that far out on a tier 2 tower when his team was being spotted on other parts of the map and not having a TP out.
Yep. He just had confidence.
He was a confident boy, for sure.
And now we're even getting, okay, so the Mana style is done on Anti-Mage. So say goodbye to your mana very early on. An issue probably more for the Razor and the rest of his team than anything else, considering getting that mech off is such a priority for Secret during the fights. And then you've got a Blink Dagger on Tuskar, so you got to blink into Walrus Punch.
Yeah, the blink on Tusk is going to work very well defensively against Axe, because you can blink in and snowball whoever got called, so you can save people. And that is the huge part about it, though. They're chasing after the Anti-Mage, but he is going to play around them, just backing down.
Well, they've both got Observer Wards at the entrance to the Secret jungle.
They do.
And now the tier 1 tower in middle. The Gale, very premature there from Fada, so he doesn't actually RTZ directly. But Envy just taking the tower. He can't finish the job. The Plague Ward might try and do this. No, it's going to get brought down. So Puppy will deny the tier 1 tower in mid.
Yeah, that's a deny. And Envy finds a DD rune. That's going to speed up the farming even more as he's just running around with the Empower. To keep that in mind, it just makes him farm so quick. 2 hits to farm big camp with this DD Empower Battle Fury. And he could be looking to fight. He has the Aegis. He wants to fight right now.
But they can see him
yeah,
too.
but he sees them. This is definitely a good time to fight if he has his teams with him.
Oh, jump down. Burns up the mana and a 4-star up from Zai. And Nakuro right behind him to the pickup, and then he blinks himself away. He doesn't want to be involved in this one. And the snowball, that's what you're talking about with the defense. The cooldown not doing enough work. Shallow Grave on Zai, keeping him alive a little bit longer while Arteezy pummeling into the Tusker. They want more. Eternal Envy blinks up.
Oh,
he's
he
got
lost
32
Davis?
HP, but no! He's in trouble!
Davis is gone!
S4's right behind him! No immortality! And Eternal Envy will drop for 68 seconds.
Oh boy.
No buyback available as well. He wouldn't use it
Why
anyway.
does it seem like it always happens to Envy and RTZ, the Aegis disappearing right before you die? It's just their kind of thing. That's so unfortunate for him, and now the tower is definitely gonna fall. 50 seconds without anti-mage. They're gonna go and try to force the high ground as there's no RP.
Can they do this fast enough? The Plague Wars aside in the defense, they enfeeble on Arteezy, take away as much damage, even nightmaring S4. Koro looking for something nice to steal. Can't find it, however. But the Plague Wars, the shards, faded with the ulti, coding up only on 2. So we only get S4 and Arteezy, but they're the 2 critical ones.
Yeah, definitely. They're important targets, but they're probably going to back off now. They didn't get to deal so much damage, but Axe is coming in here. Maybe they want to keep going.
Oh,
I think it's hard, though.
maybe. Kuro stole Sigil, so Cloud9 getting up.
It's puppy baiting. He got guild, so might be chasing him, but nah. Nothing like that.
Time to retreat.
I think Secret realized that if they're going to break the high ground of C9, they need that Aegis we were talking about earlier. And C9 are really, like, they're so proactive in the sense that they take the Aegis away from the enemy there. Else they could have been facing a high ground push much sooner in this game.
Yeah. Such a long time as well before the Aegis could be coming up. Like, it's a minute and 10, 20 seconds. But that's forever when you have an AM on the field.
Yeah, and that's the minimum time as well. So it could also be even longer.
So AM, the safety farm, using illusions to clean up the creep wave, and Poppy's having not a bar of it. But Evie did that, brought 4 heroes to the top, and then just runs up the mid lane.
Exactly. So it's always about the split push game. He does have a TP with him as well, so he can pressure pretty far mid and then just rotate. Or what he's doing right now, go and check the stack. Of course, Helmo Dominator's gone on Gyrocopter, so he is not stacking it anymore.
No one's defending the top lane.
Yeah.
This is like a huge flag right now to Secret that something is up with Cloud9.
Exactly. So they're all playing pretty safe, close to their own base. Only S4 really farming a little bit. And full BKB completed on Razor right now. That is going to be pretty nice for him, but there is a lot of BKB piercing things going on C9.
There are. That's what we were talking about early on. It's the control is still always going to be there for Cloud9. The issue is just going to be positioning coming into the fight. Unless Zai can complete what he's doing, which is that Scythe of Vice.
Exactly. Speaking of control, getting the Scythe of Vice on Axe is amazing. Also gives him a very good mana pool. Bottom lane actually going.
He's jumping in to go for the Gale, but missed on Razor. But shows his positioning, and Zai just runs himself over, and he gets the Battle Hunger over on Fada, but Fada's got a haste through, so he's just running away, but he cannot blink himself away. The Weave will reveal the positioning, but Zai, Blink Decker for him was still on cooldown. They get nothing for this.
And enemy is like, push top, let's just charge
from you.
Yep. I mean, this is what you do. If you create space on bottom there, that's probably the only reason that Venomancer and Magnus tried to go aggressive there, is to force a reaction so that Envy could push. I don't believe they were like, oh, we can kill the BKB Axe mech Razor under his tower. That was not the thought process at all. It's just trying to create this.
Yep.
Exactly
Get Secret to move exactly where Cloud9 want them to be. And Secret, they can't let this happen or continue to happen, because right now, Eternal Envy is playing like evil version of Robin Hood. He's robbing from the rich and the poor and keeping it all for himself. Coming after Zai, he got the call, dragging Envy deep inside the base, but now the Mana Star will trigger, and he's actually attacking the tier 3 tower, but more support. It's S4 inside the smoke breaking, but Fader blinks away in time. There's still Misery behind him, and this is one hell
Envy
of a...
is still hitting the tower. They're chasing a snake, but
They're
what
not
does it
stopping
matter?
it. Like, okay, yeah, you're gonna kill Fada.
343 gold.
But you just took the tier 3 tower to open up your top racks.
Yeah. That's, again, a beautiful play by C9. I like how they put their bodies around there and just protect Envy. So they have people behind, so he cannot be looped around on. just very nicely played here by C9. They're absolutely outplaying Secret, but they were in a worse spot. But now, look at the gold on AM.
It's the split push game.
Yeah.
And it's just said, like, they're making Secret go everywhere else they don't want to be. Arteezy coming up with the shards. He is not allowed entry up to the Ancients, nowhere near the farming yards of Eternal Envy.
Yeah. He didn't have the right code. Big Natty stops him at the door.
Someone changed the code on the bomb.
Yeah. God, it would be nice to always have a code on your Ancients, protecting them. So Puppy is just standing and watching Roshan like, where the hell are you, man?
It's almost the max spawn time.
It is.
Like, it's 10 seconds after 3 minutes.
Exactly, very close.
And Envy, in the meantime, making the most out of that one.
He realizes that they might probably get Roshan soon, but we should not try and contest it. So C9's game plan is just to keep playing around. Sure, Secret will get the Aegis. That's their mentality. But then they want to just defend around that.
Curious be spawning Curious.
I mean, they always have 2 couriers. It seems they have the highest couriers per game, I'm sure. If there's a stat for that, I'm sure C9 is
There's a lot more teams doing that in this competition, not just Cloud9. It's becoming more and more frequent.
It's kind of
around 35 minutes that you need more couriers because there's so much money coming in such a short space of time.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good problem to have, though, but it's even better to not make it a problem. Just make it so that your couriers are always delivering.
Roshan's up. Gyrocopter moving as quick as he can by actually triggering his butterfly to get there too.
They want to contest this Roshan now.
Of course they do. They've got so much. Like you blink in, Gale, RP. You got almost everything you want. Where is this weave as well from Puppy?
Eyes on Rubik.
He's got to use it to actually scout at the moment. And yeah, Kuro on the other side of the tree line. They're jumping in 4 stuff up from Zai. He can blink back down again into a 2-man call. And Roshan's not dead yet. There's your RP from both of them for the pickup. Rubik, and he stole RP! Kuro locking him inside the pit. They still need more damage to win this fight. And here comes S4. There's your damage. They got him up on top of the hillside. They're TPing back to base Team Secret. But Cloud9, it is all done by Kuro. You said watch him, and the birdie popped. Vader on the run out of here, but he is down as well for the count. Tusker, the only sole survivor from that massacre.
You cannot take away what a monster Kuro is on this hero. Just insane. Perfect positioning and the patience. The patience, Toby. He knows it's gonna come. He waits for it, lifts him before he can even skewer them anywhere. Just beautiful.
He is the K-God. He is the K-God.
Definitely. That's an Aegis and a 1-team fight going the way of Secret. Now with the Butterfly, Satanic, Aegis, they might be able to actually force high ground. And there's a long death time on the AM, so no split push. And they draw the line. Top is the lane they want to push.
So critical. I can't believe... That's the second time Kuro has done this in the game, though. Like, you jump in with the Magnus, and he picks him up straight away.
Yep. Every single time. Like, he's definitely in the right position, and he has the reaction time to do so.
His Axe.
And that has to hurt for Magnus, and he knows the fact that if he went for BKB instead of the Shadow Blade, he would be able to not get lifted, but he would probably not be able to stop the RP steal.
Here it comes.
Yeah,
Kuro has now enabled himself with the Aghanim Scepter.
He is rewarded for his good deeds, and he will also keep this. Because he didn't die, he still has the RP for the next team fight. So he can lead with the RP and steal another spell afterwards.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and if he steals another spell afterwards, oh god, there are so many good ones to pick from.
It's still only a level 2 ulti though, so it's not going to last as long as he would like. But it's still a 240-second duration.
You know what's funny if he actually steals the Fiend script? He's going to have the Axe version of it, putting Nightmare on people. I suppose that works, even though he doesn't have Nightmare. I suppose he just puts a level 1 Nightmare or max level.
It should work.
Because it's not based on your current level of Nightmare, I believe. Some skills interact that. Anyway, high ground pressure by Arteezy.
They're going to enfeeble him up.
No damage.
Yeah, he's down to about 100 on a pop and getting galled up. He's got Satanic as well as having the Aegis, the Immortal. So they're using him as a sponge against Cloud9, while S4 with the Aghanim Scepter ulti beating through the town. Fortification will slow this one down, and Arteezy just wants to back up the heal. Meanwhile, in middle lane, Eternal Envy is pushing the tier 2 tower and trying to find the split push. Remember, if he can get the creep wave in through one of the other lanes, he can take that top racks. We have to keep this in mind.
Yeah, definitely. You just need to get the creeps within, I believe it's 1400 range of the tier 3 tower or so. That's roughly the backdoor protection. So if any creeps reach that, they're gonna be there's gonna be no backdoor protection.
Envy also has the money. In fact, he's purchased up the recipe, but he hasn't sent it out to the secret shop just yet. He's short of buyback by a 66 gold.
Yep.
So he could buy the full heart So we're not looking at Zomigar crazy.
I think he's got by the hearts.
With like, it's definitely gonna be high. You got the recipe, so it's a hard.
No, I mean he's not gonna save for buyback, but he might do that. We'll see what he opts to do here.
Yeah, but if it's like, do you still think about getting a BKB in this game, or is it, you know what?
No.
Get your butterfly. There's no Monkey King bar over on the Gyrocopter just yet.
This is not a BKB game for either team. I think it just needs like Butterfly for damage or MKB so they can kill the Gyrocopter in team fights. That could be important as well.
Yep.
But I do not believe that going...
Okay, his Butterfly is a little bit less on the priority list now. The fact that you've got a full Monkey King bar over on the Gyro.
A little bit, but it's still an amazing item for your illusions. It gives so much DPS to your hero as well. Besides, fluttering, you know, Envy loves to flutter. So I think he's gonna go for it. Maybe not straight away, but maybe heart into MKB into Butter, something like that.
Could work. So okay, what's Fada meant to achieve now? Like, is it all for the glory of the anti-mage?
Oh yeah.
Like,
I mean,
is that what this is down to? And turning Fada into I ulti, and that's all. That's what I give to my team fight.
That's what the Blink Axe Snake is all about. He jumps in, ultis, and hopes to put Solar Crest on someone who shouldn't die, and then hope that your team is winning. You can't do much more than that.
That's a lot to hope for.
Yeah, well, he also has the Venom
Here comes the heart, Zai. The trap is prepared, but Envy's quite happy to take it because there's a lot of support behind him. S4's going to jump in. They get the Hex on him, and then the Snowball protection. S4 still with the Sonic Link, however. Envy has to blink himself away, and they'll split the fight up.
Yeah, they're disengaging, just saying, okay, you can have no tail, and we're going to get out. Fada trying to run away, but it's a little bit tough because they're so fast.
No Tail's actually surviving through this because Zai didn't have the mana to just Culling Blade. So it took so long to find these kills.
Yeah, that's very fine though. They saved the Anti-Mage and they only lost the Tuskar.
Yep, and Anti-Mage goes back to farming.
The farming continues.
As long as Anti-Mage can farm, I think Cloud9 will be like, you know what?
Oh,
it's successful.
Nice. There is a double damage rune on bottom lane, and C9 are going to be the first ones to scout it.
If he's coming for the tower.
Yeah.
Can he even stop him? Like with Mana Style, Zai will jump in and Anti-Mage very quick.
I think he can just
out.
blink back in if he wants to, actually. But it's a little bit cocky to do so afterwards.
It's dangerous.
Yeah. There's no need.
I don't think Envy really wants to enter the danger zone again.
Dude, he lives there.
Well, so there's your DD rune you're talking about.
They should look
Meanwhile,
for a fight.
Kuro looking for a kill over on Misery, gets the pickup, throwing him back, triggers the Sigil. And what else has he really got to steal? Like Fader, he can steal the Gale now. Okay, not close, not
he's got to kill Puppey. He's going on Puppey straight away. Almost got him with the...
He needs more damage.
He's not going in.
No. The axe was right behind him.
Yeah. The Rune of Destiny, though.
It would screw up his jungle progression to get a kill.
Definitely.
And for a Dazzle,
yeah, it's more the fact that he saw 3 people top and knew there was only the Axe and Dazzle. They can't really do much. They can stop him from killing the Dazzle, maybe, but then the Axe would risk dying himself. Axe, we haven't really mentioned it that much, but he is a very good counter as well to the Anti-Mage. With the Call and the Hex, he has a lot to stop him with.
Fada's preparing the Plague Ward defense. There's Shockwave to try and keep Arteezy and S4 out. There's still no racks dropping. And remember, while all this is going on again, Envy pushing that tier 2 tower in the bottom lane. But where is the opening? Kuro is trying to find one. The homing missile comes in. They do take out the tower. And now, well, where is it? You jump in with the Gale. It hits all the secret. Magnus died almost instantly the second that started. And Zai looking for another target. He can't find it just yet. Envy's on the front lines, sending his illusions in. They keep the racks up. And now you're RP, grabbing Kuro, pulling it back. That's a value RP. But Kuro, he's still Shockwave, still alive because the Shallow Grave, and Envy down for the count. 90 seconds he has to buy back to defend this mid-Rax, but at the same time, the mid-Rax is gone already.
Yeah, this is looking really grim. I don't think they can stop this. They're too sustainable. The Dazzle heal keeping this hero high HP. Like Razor and Gyro are too strong.
They just take it all. They really just take it all. Bone 7. Another jump in, goes Invis, but would you believe it? There's a gem on Puppey, so he just dies after blinking in. The buyback will be from Venomance, but Envy with his death, that's going to be it. GG, well played. It'll be 30-10 in favor of Team Secret, taking it out here in the first game of this series.
Yep. That's what it's going to end to. And even though C9 played very well, and I was saying it as well, they were outplaying Secret for a very long time in this game, Secret were getting closer to that terminal farm as well, where they just had too strong of a Gyrocopter, too strong of a Razor, and the sustainability from Dazzle behind them. So it was too hard in the end for C9 to hold high ground.
It poses the question, is the 4 protect 1 strat really the way to go? Well, I know a group of people that can answer that question. We can throw it back over to the panel.
All right. So the question is the 4 protect 1 strat really the way to go?
Ben had a pretty good answer a moment ago.
No.
All right.
That's it.
Mystery solved.
I said it before the draft. Like, greed on greed, I think they win. Well, also, like, the Rubik outplayed the Magnus pretty hard, but I think in general that's just not the way to go for Cloud9 versus Secret. I think they have to do, like, just all in early game, Fnatic style.
Yeah. Winter, what about you? I mean, do you agree with that mostly?
Yeah, what I said was they needed to somehow go challenge the lane or, you know, be aggressive instead of having the anti-mage means that you have to be on the back foot from the start. You're always struggling in the laning phase, and anti-mage has always catch up to do, you know, because the lanes didn't go well for him.
Right on. Well, we have a quick replay here of one of the fights where things didn't really go as planned for C9. The Aegis expires right at a crucial moment, I believe.
Yeah, so Envy goes for an aggressive play here, and now I think Secret realize, or they definitely realize, that the Aegis is about to expire here. They have timed it. So for this fight to break out, it's definitely planned. And I'm not sure if Envy is aware that this is going to happen at the same time. It's I feel like mentality-wise when you play, a lot of the time, like, you feel confident when you have the Aegis, but if you're the enemy team, you're really aware of when the Aegis expires. If you want to make the aggressive play, rather than if you're the one holding the Aegis and you're like closing in on the time, sometimes you forget the exact time here. It seemed like Envy just got played in this situation.
Yeah, I mean, in that specific instance, of course. I mean, sure, Envy still tried his best to try to climb back into the game, and he was doing well. I mean, he was getting all the items he needed towards the end, but I mean, by that point, Secret was pretty far ahead.
And the thing is, in that situation, if Envy knows the Aegis is about to expire, he can't have known, because then he would never blink away. Like, he actually, the way they timed it was that it seemed like, or actually, did it expire already when he blinked away? Like when he engaged on the axe.
When he was fighting.
Yeah. When he engaged on the axe, he had it.
Then,
and then
after that
it expired.
Yeah.
Right there.
Okay, so he actually he went for the aggressive play when the Aegis was about to expire. That's also not a good
then
play.
Then he realized the Aegis was gone. Then he tried. What happened?
So I think he just lost track of it right in that moment. In the heat of the moment, went in and then was like, oh shoot.
Engaging into axe with 5 seconds left on Aegis is obviously really risky. I mean, he could have maybe got away there. But
yeah, maybe.
I'm still impressed, though, with how Cloud9 managed to recover. When I saw the draft and I saw how the lanes were going to play out, I figured, okay, this is going to be Secret are going to win 2, if not all 3 lanes pretty convincingly and going to take it. But they managed, like Wago was pointing out, Envy was really good at finding whatever farm he could and adding it up. And then, of course, you get him power. It starts getting a lot faster. So Cloud9 did a pretty good job with what tools they had.
Yeah, very fair point. I mean, we were talking outside, too, just that Secret. I mean, they won the laning phase pretty convincingly when you were telling us that, all right, well, the goal lead pretty far out for Secret. They should just be able to go the net worth graph, which just kept going down and down in favor of Secret. But the fact that Cloud9 stayed in, again, props to Envy for that aspect. We have another little highlight here of the Roshan fight afterwards, I believe, coming in for C9 versus Secret.
LRP. You got almost everything you want. Where is this weave as well from
CC9 coming in with the smoke.
And yeah, Kuro on the other side of the tree line.
And as I mentioned, like Kuro's positioning on Rubik is simply fantastic. And immediately Magnus gets picked up. He steals RP. And there's a little bit of a fortunate sequence of events where all of them get skewered up there, but at the same time, the damage has already been done. And they have like so much initial burst with like the Tusk damage, the Magnus damage, and Veno. Or I guess Veno isn't too much burst, but they have a lot of ultimates that they need to rely on. If they don't get kills within like first like 3-4 seconds of the fight, it's over.
Okay, so talking overall strategy, I mean, we already had the very solid answer for C9. 4 protect 1, probably not the way to go for you guys anymore. In that case, how well do you think C9 can adapt out of that at this point? Because that's been their go-to.
Well, they highly prioritize the gyrocopter, and I think they're much less willing to play offensively and aggressively in the early game if they don't have the gyrocopter. But as we saw, S4 or Secret had first pick, and they just first picked the gyro and didn't even get a chance for Cloud9 to get it.
Maybe the draft order is different this time.
Yeah, the draft order is going to be different, and I think that they actually like anticipated the anti-mage pick just because it's normally banned out second phase, and they just let him pick it. It's like, okay, now we're going to get Axe. He's going to be versus Axe or something ridiculous in any of his lanes.
Yeah, and of course that initial lane phase didn't really work out for the anti-mage either. They were trying to see if they could dodge the Axe and then ran right into it at the very beginning of the game. Not the ideal situation for Cloud9. But, I mean, let's talk. At this point, we're kind of fishing for ideas here for Cloud9 where we say, all right, well, they didn't have a chance to pick the gyrocopter, so maybe they had to go for a little bit of a slower start. Isn't that kind of a big flaw, though? I mean, a lot of teams can take advantage of that, right? And they can be like, all right, well, if we have first pick, we can always just take advantage of the gyro. Take it away. We know that Cloud9's going to
Well, that's only good if you're confident you can win out in mid late, which I think Secret is very confident that they can versus Cloud9.
Fair enough. So other teams maybe not as much.
Right.
For Cloud9, though, I mean, how else can they do this? I mean, with the bans, because obviously we're talking so many high priority bans. I mean, even people around us here who don't know as much about Dota 2, they're catching on and saying, all right, gyro's in almost every game, where Tusk is a high priority. Lesh obviously banned out.
Similar to game 1 versus LGD, they can put Envy on like a Razor or Viper and control the lanes through that and just simply fight a lot more.
Okay.
Alternatively, they could. So yeah, we're going to see what the draft order is going to
be.
But let's say the same draft plays out again, the same draft order. You can choose to trade, right? If you leave Quap in, Secret will take that over Gyro. And if they don't, you get a Quap, right?
Okay.
I mean, that's something. So you can do, like, I would definitely agree with Ben. He said you don't give Secret Quap, but at the same time, you don't give C9 Gyro either. So who gets most out of their pick is the question. Like, it seems like Cloud9 are definitely most comfortable when they get that. Whereas Secret, if they don't get Quap, I don't feel like it hits them as hard as it hits Cloud9 not getting Gyro, based on the small sample size we've had so far.
Winter, what about you? What do you think? Is there anything else you'd like to see C9 try in terms of draft in this current meta?
Yeah, I would agree with Sin that Secret not getting Quap is not as a huge deal compared to C9 not securing the gyro. But at the same time, if you are trying to do what Ben suggested, like go back to what they did versus LGD in the first game, then they might run into the risk of not being able to finish the game because in history they have been always plagued with that problem.
Yeah.
So they are probably not confident in that meta against Secret as well. But then again, you have to choose either one, right? Either you go and try to finish the game early and risk yourself making mistakes, or you take it to late game, which you know Secret is much better than you.
Yeah, I mean, again, it seems to come down to the point of, at this point, when going up against a team like Secret, you have to choose the lesser of two evils and then just play confidently with that. While we're waiting for the draft, let's talk overall just about how the meta's developed so far coming into TI5. I mean, sure, there's been some predictions and what to expect from 6.4, but then already we're seeing some teams favoring, and of course, TI, the interesting part is we're seeing all these different regions clash together and everyone has a little bit of what they favor. How do you guys see it? I mean, is it panning out the way you saw coming into TI5, like the week or two before? Are the picks what you would have expected?
The first phase, absolutely. I was guessing Lesh, Tusk, Quap, Shadow Fiend, those heroes are still... Yeah. I guess the main surprise in the first phase is the relatively low priority put on Shadow Fiend.
Right, yeah, that's true.
But apart from that, pretty straightforward so far. And then in the second phase, that's where the regions are a lot different. Because I think in the first, they kind of prioritize the same stuff. That seems more or less universal. Yeah, I guess that's pretty much it.
I mean, what about you, Ben? What about the thing? Yeah,
seeing a lot more hard
Dazzle.
carries.
Dazzle surprise.
Yeah, I was about to bring up
super
the
late game heroes like Ember Spirit with rapiers, gyrocopters being prioritized a lot more. Naga Siren. I don't think that teams want to run the risk of just being out late gamed, which again is pretty typical for a very large tournament. Just because you generally tend to play it safe and don't go for all in. And on the other hand, we haven't seen as much like Dragon Knight Pugna, like Cloud9 ran away with in one of their games, and just not too much 5-man. Absolutely no Chen. I would expect him to see him now and then. No Centaur at all, which I think his Ag's upgrade is really, really good into winning your late game. So something unexpected from me.
Yeah, I think there was like one Centaur game yesterday off of our stream, like with Navi maybe. But yeah, generally, I mean, one out of all the games we've had so far is a pretty low priority. What about you, Winter?
I think so far nothing surprised me too much. It's like the Ember pick might be somewhat overrated to a certain extent, but I feel the hero fits the meta really well. He's very good at fighting and engaging in all the early fights, and he is generally very strong at defending high ground, which most of the team find it hard to finish the game as well against that hero. But overall, I feel the hero itself is quite okay, even though the win rate isn't that bad. I mean the win rate is bad,
right?
But yeah, I think nothing much comes to my mind that surprised apart from Dazzle being picked so much. I didn't expect Dazzle to be picked up but that much.
I mean, that is a bit of a big surprise, but at the same time, teams seem to know what they're doing because they're making it really work out every time they do pick it. Interesting point that some of you guys bring up now and then in some of our drafts is, okay, so maybe it's worth just trading, right? Saying, all right, we'll take one of the high priorities, you take one. How valuable is that, or is that really situational? For instance, in this case, because Cloud9, they feel really comfortable with Gyro, and on this side, we have Quap. All right, that's a worthy trade, but generally, do you still want to avoid that? Because I would think, I mean, theoretically it's even, right? If you get one each.
Oh, you don't generally get one each.
Well,
that's
I guess
the other
so,
thing, because
yeah.
it's about who's second pick, right? If you're like the classic way of looking at it is, let's say there are 5 heroes that are overpowered or whatever, right? And let's say each team bans one, then the first pick team will get one, and the second pick team will get two.
That's
and
true,
then
yeah,
all of a sudden, it's a really good trade for them, right? So there's always in Dota been like, since the draft order became that, been like this mind game of, if we can trade 1 for 2, that's great. If we can trade 1 for 1, maybe. If the one we get is as good as theirs, or even good against theirs, it would be great, right? But that's really that gets a little complex, and especially it's something we especially see when we get further into tournaments where the meta is really established. That's when the trades start becoming more prevalent, because you want to throw your opponent off, and they're just used to Leshrac is banned every game, and then you've played like 16 games in the tournament without playing against Leshrac, and then all of a sudden you're like, well, actually, you guys have Leshrac, and we have a plan, and then you're like, why are they letting us have Lesh?
Right,
It's been
but then
banned
you
every
still
game,
want to pick it because
and then you have your plan, and then if you lose with Lesh, then it starts getting really interesting. Like the best example I can bring up was TI2, where every game was like the Chinese teams were playing Naga Siren and Darkseer, and the only team to really beat the strategy was Na'Vi, who just let them have it, and then they counterpicked it, and all of a sudden they started losing a little bit faith in their strategy, and ultimately IG did win the tournament, but it got really exciting because they
Very
planned
true.
around
Yeah,
it. So.
I think that's a really good point. Well, we're about to find out as we go into Game 2's draft. We do have Cloud9 with that first pick, also on the Dire side this time. And SF and then Bounty Hunter being banned out by Team Secret, another hero we haven't mentioned too much here on day 2, but definitely seen a lot of so far in TI.
They're gonna get something good from now, because the Secret chose to take out Bounty Hunter, that leaves Quap, and if they wanted to open the draft with IO as well, it's also possible.
There's Leshrac.
Yeah, and there's still Leshrac.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, it hasn't been banned yet.
So let's do the math right now. There's 3 of the top tier picks right now.
Leshrac, Quap, Gyro.
Oh, and
Yeah,
then,
so C9 is leaving all of them in the pool.
I mean, so trying to secure, I mean, one of them, but at the same time, this is what you brought up, is that at this point, if they're going to pick first, they're only going to get one of them, so...
So we say Lesh, Tusk, Gyro? And Quap. There's
Gyro,
4.
Quap. Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's 4.
So
yeah, I guess.
Cloud9 actually, so if Secret ban 1, they could set themselves up for a 1 for 2.
1 for 2, yeah. But at the moment, Cloud9 has banned Pugna. I'm not sure if it means they want Leshrac, because...
Or Quap.
Yeah. So
now Secret just like, oh, you ban Pugna, we'll just let you guys have Quap, and we'll take the Gyro Tusk trade, I guess.
Won't they take Gyro though?
I think
Isn't that
I think Cloud9 should take Gyro.
Just-
the question is if that's what they
just
do.
a big note,
They
I
might
know-
actually just go for Gyro and follow up with IO after.
All right, just a big note. I know we were all really excited to watch Cloud9 play all their games today on the mainstream, but just to chase everyone away from here for the viewers at home, we just got a Techies pick in Complexity's game against IG, I believe. So if you guys are interested in that at home,
Which side?
head on over there.
Complexity has it.
Yeah, Complexity has Techies, so that's something to check
And
out.
apparently it's working out really well so far.
And everyone's been pretty excited to wait for a
Okay.
Techies pick. But here we go. Oh, Naga also
That
slipping
is-
Oh,
through
Naga
that.
was there too.
Yeah.
But that's not like the trade that I was expecting to, because we were basically discussing about, okay, you get Quap, I get Gyro, or I get Gyro, you get Quap. But now they are going for the Naga, and they gave both of those away. Like arguably both of the best heroes of Secret, they gave both away.
Yeah, I mean, giving up both the Quap and the Gyro does seem pretty big.
It's a very aggressive draft though, with the Lina and giving away Queen of Pain and Gyro. I like it. It's definitely unpredictable from Cloud9.
Do you think they should have picked a combo with Naga instead of Lina? Like the Disruptor that...
I think there's a lot that you can combo with.
There definitely is,
Like-
but it just seems
right.
like the tendency. Every time
Yeah.
you pick Naga, Disruptor's the second phase ban. And when you get Naga overall first pick like this, and there's no like obvious pick, you could actually maybe have saved Lina and get Disruptor.
I mean,
Yeah.
there's still like Darkseer.
But I guess that happens a lot more if you are pretty sure 100% that the Naga is a support and use him for more team fight purpose, then you do that. But right now, Cloud9, it doesn't show whether if
Right.
it's definitely a support or they can still play it as a core, and Envy loves to play it. And
That's
following up with a Lina is good versus Quap in the lane. And of course, if you play Lina as a core, he's going to be getting the axe sometime soon, and it's going to be a good way of dealing with the Gyro. Maybe that's what they have planned. They give away the Gyro, but they have some way of dealing with him later on.
Right on, and we do see Secret, I mean, using as much time as they can before there's time to ban out the Disruptor.
Bye
that
bye,
one we
Brood.
expected. The Brood, yeah, being banned out by Cloud9 right away. Now, where does Tusk lie in all this? I mean, went through the first phase of bans and picks.
I mean, Secret have first pick coming out next phase.
Right,
I
so
think.
is that something we want to expect from Secret, or do
I
they want to
would.
wait because Cloud9 historically
I
hasn't
would say so.
prioritized?
I think it's...
It's possible.
Wait, why did Cloud9 ban Rubik? What are they scared of?
Kuro.
Kuro, yeah. I don't know. It could be. It could be even because they want to pick like Clockwork or something like that. It doesn't.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Because with just the picks they have, I feel like that might not be the ban you're looking for.
Yeah, and look at the secret bans as well. They took out both the supports that go really well with Naga, and yeah, Tusk might just be a very good addition towards their team. But Cloud9's both the first two picks of Cloud9, they do fare very well against Tusk in a fight. Like there's a song against a snowball, and obviously there's an area of effect stun from the Lina.
Well, I mean, again, it doesn't seem like they necessarily have to rush it. Cloud9 not known to rushing the Tusk themselves too much, so.
Well, they could also do like a Naga Enigma combo too, which is why they might ban out the Rubik. I mean, you talk about banning out partners with Naga, but I think there are a lot.
Yeah, that actually might. If you want to go for Enigma, yeah, of course you try to ban out the Rubik as much as you can.
I'm trying to think of other Naga partners though. It's mainly
CM and CM.
CM Disruptor, Darkseer, I would say.
Sand King?
Sand King's pretty good too.
I mean, the rare
they have Lina too.
Undying as well, the sleep and the tombstone. So I mean, we talk about a lot. You place tombstone, you sleep, you kill the tombstone, but it's also really good together.
I mean, at that point, you start listing a lot of heroes that just need some sort of setup. We have a lot. The list could technically go on, right, for a long time. You mentioned Sand King, Tidehunter could come up.
Dazzle.
Yeah, Dazzle is true, and there we go. It comes up. We saw that slip through.
It's really shaping up into a core Naga, though.
Undying is a very interesting suggestion here, I think.
With the Naga,
Song into Weave into Tombstone is very powerful.
It's very powerful.
But when you look at Secret, you don't even know if you want to teamfight into that. Like, even with something that ridiculously powerful,
could always techies.
We could have techies on this stream too.
Secret could actually get it now, but Naga's pretty good against it. So
yeah, you have Illusion to clear the mines early on, so there are ways that they can deal with it, of course, for sure, with their lineup right now.
I mean, playing a Suicide techies though, Naga is so good if it's a support Naga.
Right. Still not 100% set. So what does Secret need a little bit more of? Obviously they've got their Quap and the Gyro as their cores here, so you mentioned maybe they just don't want to fight at all against Cloud9. In that case, where do they gear towards?
They can go for more greedy junglers, I guess. If you are confident that Cloud9 won't come and challenge you, you can go for greedy junglers. Like CM is something Secret like to pick a lot. Just go from the jungle and just farm her and roam around when you're level 3 with a smoke.
Keeper's good, but they banned it. Enigma is like not that great versus Naga, I would say.
No, and the techie pick comes out. Well, as Ben suggested that.
They got their second phase Tusk pick, and they've good experience playing this hero against Cloud9. I think the last time they played it against
it was a DAC. It was a DAC.
That was not a good game for Cloud9. But I thought, so if Cloud9 didn't have Naga, I would actually feel very confident that Secret were definitely very much considering techies. But against Naga, you always have the mirror images. They can go scout out the mines. She's a very good gem carrier.
I think it's more just...
It's for the lanes.
They just want to dominate. I don't think Naga Siren is that good versus a Suicide techies, and that's usually how they play it. Like if you play offensive with Tusk and techies, it's like your illusions are useless, pretty much. Like you get snowballed and you get Suicide, and then that's it. I think it's good against like maybe techies that we sometimes see in pubs, but I think their style is way different and also very flexible. It's also good versus ending the game early versus Naga Siren, so you can't underrate the damage on from landmines onto the towers.
This is, of course, I think Cloud9, at least they should kind of have expected that this was a possibility. And I would say if you're scared of the aggressive dual lane Tusk techies, Dazzle is one of the absolute go-to heroes.
I definitely agree.
You keep your hero topped off so that if they engage, they have to deal their maximum. They need to have full mana. Naga Siren has high base armor, so Suicide deals less damage. It's a physical damage ability, and you have Grave. So I don't know if Secret can actually find kills in this lane, to be honest with you.
I
And
think,
maybe they're not
you
even
know,
doing that lane.
They
might
could
just
they
switch
could
it
just
up.
offensive try.
Yeah.
Like on top, like if you're like okay.
Yeah, then
if-
they find kills.
Yeah, I think that'd be a good way to deal with the Dazzle. I think if it's 2-on-2, I think the Dazzle lane will win. But I think if you throw down Gyro or one more support down there, I think they'll crush the Dazzle lane.
Or you could just, you could safe lane pull jungle with techies because Cloud9 will probably be
That's also
expecting the aggressive duel. You could just throw them off, just play it differently, or dual lane mid.
Winter, what
Just
are
roll
your
over
thoughts
Lina all the
on
time. That's actually sick.
the techies rounding things out? Of course, now with the Wispan coming out from Secret.
I still think even though the Naga is good versus the Suicide and stuff, and you can use illusions to clear out the mines, but if you lane, like what they mentioned, Naga plus Dazzle against the Tusk and Techies pressure lane, I still feel he wouldn't have a good time in the lane. He might not die in the lane, but it doesn't mean that he's going to get a lot of farm, because he's
Right.
going to be under a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
He doesn't farm well.
Yeah, I mean, simply not dying is not good enough right now for Secret and
So
of course the
they
techies.
might actually consider leaving the Darkseid in that lane instead of the Naga.
Oh, okay.
I think Darkseid will also die
So-
a lot too, unfortunately.
Cloud9 is actually expecting a jungling hero as well. They last spend the Enchantress.
But Snowball is 650 move speed, right? And Surge is 522, and you need to cast it first.
Yeah, but
so
I
Darkseid
mean,
will still get caught.
Almost all of them will cast Frost Shard before you snowball, so you can't run away from it. So it's not completely relevant. But yes, I think Secret could get away with any jungler that they like, and it looks like they just want to pressure Cloud9 a lot because, as you said, they expected a Naga Siren core.
And there's also other benefit of getting Ench because you can actually steal the Naga Siren illusions if it's a core Naga Siren. So Cloud9 definitely taking that into consideration and removing the Enchantress off the pool. So
And the Chen
it's
finally
the other
coming
one.
out. As you guys have been mentioning, I mean, maybe in a little bit of a different context for sure, but Chen could have come out a few more times earlier in TI so far in day one, but finally coming out for Team Secret
Yeah,
here.
and it's one of the better opponents to come up with. You want to end the game quick against Naga. You never want to go late, even though they have techies. But at the same time, against Naga, you try your best not to go late because that hero is crazy late game. You rarely lose with a hero if the game goes past like 50-60 minutes.
This is very reminiscent of Team Secret's flawless group stage run at DAC. Not the pick order, but they get the Quap, they get the Chen. They help out the mid lane most likely, I would guess. They have a very solid safe lane carry. And then the reason this Chen is going to work out so well, or at least what they're expecting to work out very well, is that techies will draw a lot of attention to himself and force heroes to be in that lane. And that opens up for Chen to either execute ganks or just free jungle at no cost.
Do you switch up the Naga now and just put her as a support and then go for a different carry?
I feel these 4 heroes need a lot of firepower. They need a very strong carry. If you switch the Naga out, so they're actually switching the Naga out?
No,
Misery.
Support.
He's got a max Warcry.
Okay.
And
I have
then
not seen that counter yet, but that's
Max Warcry
good in theory.
Max Warcry and tank the techies mines.
You can tank Suicide if you see Snowball coming.
I guess so.
Yeah.
They have, they have a setup stun for Lina. They have Iron Shell for the Sven. It's okay. I don't think it's great.
I think it's a pretty good draft from Cloud9.
Vacuum into the Stormhammer sounds good.
I mean, yeah,
They need the
vacuum
right
not-
mentality going into the game. Like if their minds are in the right place, they can possibly win this game. If they come off on the wrong foot and they just lose their way, in my opinion, Techies is one of the absolute hardest heroes in the game to play against if you're behind. He's actually fairly easy to deal with if you're ahead in a lot of situations, but the really difficult thing that's made Secret so successful with Techies is that they win the laning stage, and then they starve you super quickly. Most of the times you see teams get starved out at say minute 30 or 40, you lose all your towers and you lose map control. Techies makes it happen minute 15. You just you don't know where you can go. So gonna be really interesting to see.
Well, we're jumping into the game techies here on this stream. Of course, we have Complexity picking techies on a different stream too. It's game 2 between C9 and Team Secret.
He's gonna go here and put down a ward. So Techie is straight up running towards bottom.
So it looks like, okay, well, before we get ourselves carried away, we start talking about lanes. We can welcome in everyone in from the mainstream. We got the wish. Santa has arrived, and it is Christmas in July. It is Secret Techies game with Tuskar up against Cloud9 in TI5, game number 2 of this 2-game series.
Hey man, S4 said it at ESL. Techie is one of those first pick, first bad material heroes. He's just not really been giving that first pick, but
he's legit, is what he is. He's legit.
Definitely dangerous when you have him in a combination. On his own, kind of hard to play out, but it can definitely work. And they see the gyrocopter as he moves down here, standing on top of the ward, trying to bait someone, I actually believe, because he has his team around. probably knows that there is a sentry around.
Puppy's bringing 2 sentries down on his on the courier. There's only one ward which is blocking the first pull point. So they haven't really, like, obviously because of Secret's positioning, Cloud9 couldn't contest the entire jungle with wards.
Because that's what you want to do against the Chen. You want to run out and force down a lot of wards.
Are they going to try and fight this? Kuro, the man the front lines. They might think a level 1 fight would be good for Cloud9. And
the snowball.
Oh, that light strike array is a long, long way away. They have Snowball and Notel. He's gone inside the pit here. Isolated. The shards will keep Roshan away from Notel. Zai will move in, and Kuro gets the first blood. Okay, he actually uses just the mine to do the work.
Yeah, and the last hit goes to Techie, so good starting gold for him there. Definitely gonna need it. And yeah, very hard for C9 to contest that rune at all. Seems that they're gonna mind game a little bit with how they lane this. RTZ running all the way towards the top lane, where he's gonna be soloing it up against Darkseer.
So that's not really a bad lane. It's going to be wait for the creep wave to come under the tower and then farm an up style of lane. But it leaves Zai and Kuro to go up against Envy and Misery. And it will, in fact, be Notel as well. So it is a try-off lane for Cloud9. And they Stormbolt. They're chasing after Kuro. They know he doesn't have Suicide. So one quick mine is all he can do. Does damage across all 3. But Cloud9 shutting down the techies.
Yeah, very strong try lane here. With the Shadow Wave early on, you can't really fight into that. And as you said, you don't have Suicide.
I love this from Fada as well as Chen. Now with the strike on Fada, he can go for the clap and slow him down. The light strike array will still connect, but Puppy just goes to work, and then the blink over. He avoids the slave. They'll come into the slave right now. The salve right now. S4 munching on the trees, but the salve is not going to do enough. Heal all the tango. The charge was enough. Misery. He's going to arrive. S4 is dead. He does one last shadow strike, but he'll go down for the count.
Wow, Misery already part of 2 kills here, and of course Notail as well, as they make good rotations. So supports from C9 already knowing what to do.
Yeah, they've done it beautifully. And you always know that Puppy is going to be that big problematic kind of player. He wanted the Enchantress because that way he could at least have like the Hellbear there and get something else to inflict a different lane. Now Snowball bottom lane. Envy, it's just the explosion from the techies. But now Zai's also going to go down. He got ensnared. He couldn't get the last punch into the Tusker.
Yeah, it's the Warcry doing so big of a difference here, because you get 5 bonus armor. And that's just enough, you know. They cannot kill them with Suicide.
This is going to be a rough game for Scriff. Yeah. I feel so sorry for our cameraman.
Things going on all over the map.
It can happen in a moment, and that's all that was. Like it was a small inch snowball in Naga, thinking that's going to be a way they can shut down Envy.
Suicide to Roshan by Notail, just traveling back to base, so buying all his items first, of course. Eternal Envy at TI5, Gyrocopter 0 and 3, Antimage 0 and 3, Razor 0 and 1. What?
Wait, that's not a really great result.
That doesn't sound great.
that's a shame game right there.
Yeah. I mean, you basically brought up all the heroes he has lost on. Come on now. That's... Yeah.
Yeah, Gyrocopter 3-0. I'm like, wait, hang on. I was fairly certain we just had a victory for Cloud9 on Gyrocopter.
Yeah.
That's better. All right, so there's no suicide attack for Kuro. You don't have momentum, and this lineup is so critical to get that momentum. It's almost like a slow down time. Stack up in the jungle, farm with a Wild Wing. Puppy's capable of doing that, even though it's currently on cooldown.
Yep.
S4's lane the mid, 11-4 up against the 13-3, fairly well balanced. And RTZ's found a decent amount of farm as well. And what's in return? Like, the big core for C9 is the Naga Siren, who is now getting something, but the Darkseer was the one who was taking it all beforehand.
Definitely. It's so interesting seeing these lane switches. Talked to some of the players earlier on the day before the wildcards, actually, and everyone was saying that the lane switches are super important, and if you cannot do them or if you don't understand them, you're going to lose straight up. And that's what we see every game, like switches.
They're coming in for Fada.
Yep, they want to go behind.
The snowball in towards the lean. It's a long way to travel. That's why they had to put the shards up first. With the scream, that's the death to Fada. And again, Kuro with the landmine finding the last hit.
Yeah, very nice there for Secret, because there was also a gang coming from C9, but that was just slightly too late. A little bit harder for them to gank the Queen than it is to gank the Lina.
We actually have the rotations now, so hello, Kuro. He's moving up towards the north, trying to make it a little bit more difficult to farm up inside the jungle of C9. Obviously, when Darkseer goes missing, that's exactly what you're expecting to happen.
Yeah.
And Suicide attacks off cooldown in 13 seconds time too, so they can just get the pop kill.
They have been scouted here though by the wards, so they're running around in the enemy jungle, but the enemy know that. So C9 fully aware of this.
Well, that's the reason why Misery has been brought to the mid lane, and Notel, well, he'll walk back as well. S4, he doesn't have vision of Notel, but the Light Strike Array, Fader, this is now, what, 2 or 3 that he's missed? The initial one on the bottom lane fight?
Yeah, it's difficult. S4 has been very good with his positioning as well, so hard to get that. Meanwhile, KAROKI trying to set up a little death trap to the right there. And they're trying to go in. They have the suicide.
Here they come. And Fada's going to be the main target. Jump in with a scream. And just a suicide from Techies, but the shallow grave. The perfect timing there from Notel. There is still, however, shards available, but Fada, with stick charges and bottle charges, he gets his life back very quickly.
Dazzle and Sven, very good counter heroes to the Techie lineup, actually. The Grave, of course, doing the most work, but also the Warcry, denying so much of the damage in some of the fights.
Is it still worth the time, though, C9? Because you've got Notel, who spent a lot of time just walking around the Radiant Ancients, and Misery waiting behind him as well. Yes, you stop the kill from happening on your Lina. I'm never going to say that's a bad thing. But the Gyrocopter's getting farm. And we've seen Gyro carry a lot of games this tournament.
I think it's necessary. I don't think you have a choice, because there are ganks being thrown towards the Lina. Well, they're going mid. They're going on the
got
Queen.
a blink.
Yeah. I mean, there are ganks happening towards the Lina, and that's Lina's one weakness. She's a super strong 1v1 hero, but when you bring in people, she has no survivability, no armor, nothing. It's not like the Queen. So they're more here to protect her.
Okay, well, that's only going to last for so long. I'm still looking at Puppey, who they haven't stopped in the jungle. He's got 25 CS so far. Trying to come down for the haste rune. You were sicky about denying it. Sorry, the bounty rune. Sicky about denying it. Kuro, top lane, having a crack over on Envy. No suicide attacks. They need this mine to go to work again, and the control time just not enough. The Shallow Grave kicks in from Notel, maybe a little bit premature, as Kuro trying to back it up. Zai ensnared for the moment, and Vader with that Laguna Blade able to find the kill, and Kuro, he knew he was dead.
Yeah, double damage as well, and Lina just easily clicking. It wouldn't even have mattered. Kills the Techie with ease, and they're struggling a lot on this Techie and Tusk combination. We were excited when we were going to see it, but I'm more excited now by how well C9 are countering it.
Yeah, they've definitely. You'd expect coming into a tournament that there would be some level of prep done to counter the Techies pick, because everyone was expecting it. Yeah,
we saw it at ESL, and we have seen it some online tournaments as well, how strong it can be. So definitely no surprise. But it's a smart and simple counter.
Arteezy's still taking a lot of farm off this bottom lane. He's looking for the kill on Bone 7. The Chen creeps are doing some good harassment. Now they snowball in, and for the call down, Bone 7 gets hit by the first rocket. The Sonic Blast from Puppey will find the kill, and they discover Misery, but there's no stun available, and not enough damage to kill him before the TP will complete.
Yep, easy, safe TP out for him, but they did bring down the Dazzle, so they got that going, and 169 gold is all they're going to get from him, because this is not a very, very rich kill.
Just a small amount.
Yeah.
Little by little, big things get done.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, Envy, he's at the 4th highest net worth now after having to play that off lane. But he had a lot of space on top, of course.
It's the off lane until level 2.5 or 3, and then you switch. That's the current style at TI, that a lot of teams just start out with some lane and then switch when you have gotten the initial start on the hero that you want to have a good start. So it's very curious.
I'm wondering how long, though, Secret was going to let this go. Because you're still looking at, a really nicely farmed up Gyro, but this gank train from Zai as well as Kuro hasn't been anywhere near as effective as they would have really liked it to be. Shallow Grave and Warcry being a major problem in that.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't know. It's fun to see Misery just farming here right underneath Arteezy as he's farming up the stacks.
They should be leeching each other's experience at that.
Oh, they are, yeah. They are. And he's going to go and take a lot of experience here and going to steal some creeps.
Sent back. The Stormbolt will be thrown out by Misery, but...
Yeah, that one doesn't matter much as he was brought back to base. But he stole a lot there and just messing with Arteezy's farm. As you said, he has been free farming a lot, but now Misery trying to be on top of that.
Fader's also having a little bit of trouble keeping S4 out of his jungle. Picked up an illusion rune, so we scout out the fact there's a stack. So Fader's just going to farm it up as quick as he can now.
Yeah, and S4 has really good game going for him. 45 last hits and 9 denies against the 44.
Top lane, they're going after Notel. With a call down from Gyro, they bring down the Dazzle, so no more Shallow Grave for him.
Yeah.
And Kuro is, with S4, now going to inflict damage into this tower. So the mine's level 2 only, but still that's a lot of damage being inflicted into buildings.
Yeah, they're still very strong, adding a lot to the push. And Tuskar keeps finding initiations all over the place. of course. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Here they go again. Fada, low on life. S4 is going to commit the Sonic Wave and blink forward to ensure the kill. There is the header got available from Puppey if things get a little bit rough.
Oh,
and
he
Kuro,
wants the queen, but she's too fast. Gotta go on Kuroki. He has the suicide, but they can't even force it, I think.
after the stun, they can't keep chasing.
Yeah, it's the same the other way around. The Sven and the Dazzle bring a lot of physical damage, but Teki has plenty of armor, actually. So, very easy for him to survive that.
I'm wondering too when Kuro is able to get his next item. He's been walking around with these semi items for a while, so they're giving him the space in the mid to try and find some of this.
Interesting stat there that the only time that Teki and Tusk lost together was against Complexity. And that was when Summer's Rift played it. So just interesting. It's only been played 6 times though, so we get very hyped when we see it.
All right, so you were talking about the push power coming out from Team Secret.
Look at Chen.
Light Striker Ray gonna miss again, so S4's fine. Yeah, Chen's got a lot of levels over on him at the moment and almost finished the mech. When is the timing and what really, like, is it just a tier 1 tower push? Do they look for more?
It's now. I mean, he has the army coming with him now. His entire hood is joining with this, so this is when they want to push. They send back the gyrocopter so he can TP back up again if he wants to and help the push even more. I think he will.
She pick up the Morbid Mask on Jaro early too.
Yeah.
So not just rushing in a drums, actually having some lifesteal behind him.
They showed all the creeps from Chen though. They're not gonna start with this push with a gank, so they're just gonna reveal it. We'll see if they can hold it.
The whole move has been revealed. There's a dire observer ward watching the lane TPs.
Yeah.
So they C9 see everything, and it's up to them if they want to try and defend this. The weave also now coming into play, so the armor is starting to rise. At the same time, Kuro is just having an absolute ball of a time. Pushing up the mid, now throwing down some bigger powder kegs, but it's the wrap around from behind. Misery looking for Arteezy. There's still 5-1 charges in their hand of God, but the fact they hold in the wall with the Laguna Blade as well, the heavy committal onto Arteezy to ensure the death.
They can kill the creeps, I think.
And they, well, they've got the surge, but Misery, the nuke and the shards coming up. They're backing up. There's double Satyr Blast. Okay, there's only one now available, but they get Misery away.
Yeah, Tusk wants to go in and try and punish here, but everyone is still alive. Naga could TP in.
Shah's just hurt Fader.
Oh, Naga has no mana. Yeah, they're gonna get this easier.
So they kill Arteezy, but they lose the tier 1 tower, but Eternal Envy never arrived.
Yeah,
so we're back into like almost the same situation as game 1. Space creation for Envy to get the Radiance.
Exactly. I would say that's pretty much a wash, though. Like, losing Arteezy and getting a tier 1, meanwhile Envy was farming. If anything, it's a slight win for C9, because you expect more to happen there when you have the Chen. You have such a committed lineup to that push, and you still lost the fight. So, I think C9 are very happy with the way things are going. Looking at 2,000 gold on the Naga, so when she gets the Radiance, that's when this starts to get tough.
Yeah, and I'm wondering how you even stop that then. Like, what's the plan for Secret to, like, is it just a couple of landmines, different positions to get rid of the illusions before they can do any kind of push or damage?
Not really. I think remote mines, if anything, if you want to kill that. But then you need to start getting farm on your Teki. You need level 11, you need maybe an Aghanims. Like, then you can start, you know, dealing with that.
S4's pinging out. He wants a little bit of help. Now, the Dire Observer Ward and Sentry's there, so they do see that remote mine just sitting in the mid lane. They'd love to get rid of it. While S4 just wants to blink and Sonic Wave almost everyone. The Centaur from Puppey doing the scouting. S4 can almost hit 2 heroes here with just, in fact, 3 heroes here with the Sonic Wave.
He's faking it.
Oh, they saw him. The weave actually gave vision on the high ground. It didn't affect S4, but it gave him the vision.
Yeah, definitely. It scouted him. So he was actually canceling his ulti there. But all of C9, apart from Envy, are just defending mid. And that's exactly how they want to play this. Keep farming with Envy, leave all the other lanes to him. This is their playstyle.
But Arteezy's doing the same thing, like Envy and Arteezy on polar sides of the map.
But they're not the same hero though, and Naga becomes a lot more scarier when she finishes up the Radiance than when the Arteezy finishes up Helm of Dominator and Sanjiaxia or something.
That's true, unless Secret are able to push fast enough to get the trade-off. And with the mech over on the Chen and Hand of God coming up, actually, where is that? He hasn't actually, mech hasn't finished yet.
Yeah.
He bought Arcane Boots instead.
He did. Arcane Boots can be really important for them as well, since they're running a Teki, so it's no surprise. Also, the Tusk has had some mana issues, but he has Arcane Boots of himself.
Alright, smoke movement from Secret. This should be a Roshan move.
Yeah, I think so.
They were scouting it out before to make sure everything's clear.
They have the medallion, they have everything, they're prepared for this Roche.
Yeah.
So just gonna go with the 10 creeps. They even have the ice armor, so 13 armor on this troll.
And Kuro can prepare the defense. Like, he's getting remote mines as well as wards here. So if C9 want to try and stop this, like,
is he gonna weave it?
He should. He really should weave it. Kuro doesn't have a lot more to work with, though. Like, he could throw down another remote mine in a second.
Yeah,
And they threw down a sentry ward. There's the weave. So Roshan,
he's pinging it like ping, ping,
2.7k.
Oh, they have the song. They're coming in with Naga.
Yeah, Paternal Envy. He's going to turn on the music, and here it comes. They actually slow it all down. Roshan walking out the pit.
There's a lot of mines.
There's 2 remote mines. Bone7 almost killing himself on that. Then with the other explosion, only hit Misery, and Puppey nuking, and a perfect wall into the Sonic Wave from S4. They've taken out 2. Roshan killed by Arteezy at the same time.
Oh, disaster could not strike harder. They at least to get out safely with their Envy and Lina. And Sven, of course, manages to get away as well. But that was not great.
Maybe he's got a chance here. Arteezy, there's your hand of God. And they're coming in for the stone
ball.
Actually picking up Arteezy so he can go into the Rocket Barrage. It is worse. And maybe with the heal, he'll get the stun. Misery, though, the Rocket Barrage is just so much damage with the shards as well. They give a double kill to Arteezy. No tail will arrive, but to achieve only a weave.
Yeah, and they still have Aegis. All that for an attempt to kill the Aegis. They lose 2 more heroes, 2 important ones as well, or at least Lina, the most important one right now to keep up fighting while Naga is farming. Suddenly, this game started looking a lot worse for C9. They are at the gold to finish up the Relic, but this gold momentum from Roshan, from towers, suddenly the pressure.
They lost about 6,000. Like, that was a swing to Secret as far as experience go.
Yep.
Gold was only a swing of 3,000, but I say only 3,000 when you're 16 minutes into a game. There's still a hell of a lot.
It is.
And Kuro got a lot of levels from that too. He's got 4 levels up in the mines. Hilariously enough, he's planting it right next to the tire of
Yeah, they saw what he was up to there.
Yeah.
Sometimes they will have vision on you. That's unfortunate for Kuro. He's going to go back and plant 1 more landmine, I think, and then back out. But shouldn't achieve too much. They're going to actually chase him. They're mad at this little bastard.
Well, Fada knows it's a free kill.
Fada can kill him,
Like,
for sure.
all he's got to do is just get the Yules into Light Strike Array and Laguna.
Yeah.
It's a low cooldown.
No
so
mana for Suicide as well, so this techie is dead.
Yeah. He left the keg instead to keep the vision up.
Rejoice, techie haters. You get to see him die.
The issue, though, is the fact that they still have vision all through the dire jungle. Like, the Observer Ward's watching the mid area.
Look at that move,
and
though.
now Misery just, okay, he decided to walk through.
Yeah, he has 4 points into the Warcry. This is specifically against the techie. So he gets 20 armor. I think I missaid and said 16 earlier. That's old. It is buffed since then. But the 20 armor, just able to run through it.
So he's a mine clearer.
Yeah.
That's what Sven is. He's a bulldozer.
He is Minesweeper. Very effective.
Well, this tier 1 tower stays unnumbered as Secret bring in their Chen army. They are losing their armor, of course, but they've also got a little bit of a counter to that. So Puppey managed to pick up an Ogre Frost Mage. So they're getting a little bit of their armor back. Just a little bit. Weave's still a problem, though.
Yeah, Frost Armor is really good. It's a very nice spell. This Frost Armor, though, does not slow down range attacks like the Lich. Lich is he's the master of Frost Armor.
Yeah. Full Orchid. 18 minutes now off for Queen of Pain flying in on the Courier.
Very nice. Orchid is going to help them a lot. It's great against Darkseer. One of the best items you can get against him.
Arteezy stunned up. Fada. Yule Scepter. Light Strike Array now going to go for it, but then he gets Orchided and then just instantly snowballed. The Shallow Grave will keep him alive, but the call down, it will connect on No-Tal, but Arteezy, the flat cannon damage, he's trying to reach up far enough. No-Tal will drop down very, very low, but Secret still get their objective. They still get tier 2.
Yep, and they do it in a convincing fashion as they push there. They don't even have Techie there. He doesn't need to be there. So he's been, just running around trying to plant some more mines, get some vision up.
He wants levels. He wants to get the like, you saw the ineffectiveness of the kegs.
Yeah.
Around Roshan.
Oh,
like, we're all expecting like a huge explosion, remembering what Kuro has done with this guy before. And then you're like, wait, no, that's a level 1 power keg.
Yeah, exactly. And there was only 2 level 1 remote mines. They don't do that much. However, when they start claiming more and more map control, like they are now, removing another tier 2 tower, they're actually going to be able to shut in C9 a lot. And they need to buy a gem for Envy soon. And just put that. Speaking of Envy, look at his gold. He has the Radiance in just 75 more gold.
More fun times, but there's only 1 tier 2 tower remaining on their side of the map.
Yeah. Harsh.
And at the same time, I'm also seeing a triple ancient stack for the Gyrocopter, who has a full SMY.
He just barely needs a little bit more gold in the jungle, and then the techie
Misery?
comes in and steals it.
Okay, yeah. You're not going to achieve that.
Yeah, that was...
This ward's also going to time out in 10 seconds.
It is. But yeah, the full SNY, as you say, is what RTZ likes to build. I think I've seen it in every game that he played Gyrocopter that we cast. He's been building the Helm of Dominator SNY build.
Okay, so they destroyed the keg inside the Dire jungle, revealing the fact that Sentry Ward's there. If Secret come up, which they probably will, as Kuro's got has got a Sentry up his sleeve, he's going to find the Dire Observer Ward, which was freshly placed.
Yeah, if he manages to find that, though. Not certain yet. He's rushing for the Force Staff as well. Very common if you're playing this kind of not farming techie, just running around and supporting. If you can get the Force Staff, you're going to be more than happy.
He's playing the lane control techies.
Yeah.
Like he's exploding remote mines to stop these Naga illusions from pushing anything.
Yeah, they're still going to get the farm, though. Envy is on top of that game. He has been playing some Naga farming games before in his ranked games. I've seen it.
At
Spammer.
At the same time, like, have they got the money? Okay, yeah, there's definitely money for a gem, but Lena wants her Academ Scepter first.
Yeah, that's what she should be building into. She has 2 low HP right now, so getting the full Agadems would be amazing.
Misery
Queen
can buy it
going
soon.
for a solo kill on Envy.
Can he do it? With the Orchid Sonic Wave, that should pop him.
Oh, no, the
Is
bottle.
it enough? He's low.
The bottle
and now
was
the
enough.
Song of the Siren.
Yeah.
Ensure the runaway, Puppy. Oh, Violet's going to send him up. And there is the Chen army behind him. The Song of the Siren protecting Puppy for a moment.
Yeah, managing to get away at least.
But that's
not
Song
gonna
down.
die.
That's
Yeah.
Song down. You could potentially think about doing damage on high ground, but you also blew your Sonic Wave.
I mean, at least it's a very easy tier 2 top. If you just go and push there, you're going to get that very easily, as there's no way for Naga to really contribute now. RTZ just clearing the creeps, and like to see Misery pushing so far out there, trying to cover this push.
He can only do a little bit. Kuro's already preparing the perimeter of remote mines across the map. And a very early Greaves, 21 minutes in.
Darkseer?
Chen was able to finish the
Chen.
full Greaves.
Yeah, Darkseer is going for it as well, but yeah, Chen has his Greaves already. Very nice item for him. Greaves are actually so much better for Chen than the old Mana Boots and Mech. If you want to go into Agadem's Chen now, you don't have the same mana issue that you used to. So it works really well.
The beauty of the new items.
Yeah.
Cloud9 grouping up as 4 on the top. Meanwhile, in the Radiant jungle, Poppy is chasing a very pesky Naga Siren. Now, there is no Song of the Siren. Zai can't get close enough that he can catch up to Envy, but now he will. Can he get the punch in time? Yes, he can.
He gets
The
it.
TP cancelled. This should be the death of Eternal Envy. In fact, it will be. The call down from Jara will do the work.
Eternal Envy goes down.
At the same time, it's buying more space for the rest of Cloud9 now.
Yeah, it's always about trying to create as much space as possible if you're gonna die. So he died far into the Radiant side of the map, trying to force them far away, at least.
S4? Not where he wants to be.
S4 doesn't have any defensive item, and he was scouted out by that ward, so maybe C9 could think about fighting that. But with all of Secret coming, they're just gonna back out.
Yeah, and they're happy with this. Like, Secret's wasting their time. Like, Arteezy's farming up the Ancients, which is great for him.
Yeah.
He's actually at a point now where he can pick up the Demon Edge.
Exactly. So Arteezy is getting strong. That's fine for Secret, but same for C9. Like, they lost. Oh, they're running into Arteezy here.
Maybe this is not the greatest position for it. Yeah, Arteezy after Bone 7. The Mech and Shallow Grave TP out. He's got no points up in homing missile to do anything. In fact, both will TP out safely.
TP outs everywhere from C9.
And we got the Trip Centaur from Poppy.
Yeah, that's the creeps you want to have around this stage. So good. Also has the 1 armor creep, which is going to do a lot of work against the Weave, of course.
Actually, not that bad as well as cleaning off the Naga illusions. When you got that test of faith.
Yeah, it's okay. He's not that great at it, but at least they're pretty decent heroes for killing Naga illusions. They would have done a lot better job doing it with the Lion, but hey man, then they couldn't have the techies.
Is there a clock right now for Secret to win this game on? Or is Arteezy going to be big enough that he can keep carrying later into the game?
Against Naga, there's always a clock. Because it doesn't matter how farmed you are, against a good player with gear cap on Naga, you can straight up lose. Like, no matter what items you have on your carry, you can just always lose the game.
So, with a fresh BKB over on Arteezy, is this a time you feel they should be looking at tier 3 towers at least?
I think so. This is the time to start at least cracking up to tier 3. and maybe even more.
But they might just start losing out. Like, this Naga is creep skipping into the mid lane,
Yeah.
taking out the bottom lane with the help now of Misery, who triggered God's Strength to try and take out this tower.
You think this is bad? Wait till he has Octarine and Manta. You better go now.
You've got, okay, you got Aghanim Scepter on Lina, but you got a Blink Dagger on Bone 7. C9 are actually in a position where they can try and fight. Arteezy, front of the lines, and they called out Fada. But Fada, there will be that Shallow Grave to keep him alive. He will still end up dying, but at least he gets his damage out, while the Flat Cannon taking care of the Naga illusion, so there's no more Radiance but apart from Naga herself. And the wall is so far back.
Oh,
if they chase out here, there's still 2 remote mines down. And they're level 2 remote mines. They're running into him right now. Envy's got to be careful. He knows it. But they shards, they hold him in, and now Song of the Siren. But what's this for? Is it just a retreat?
Yeah, I mean, Vacuum cooldown is basically like an ulti nowadays, right? So they don't have time to do it again.
There's 3 remote mines now by Kuro.
Yeah, 4 now.
Yeah.
He's just stacking up, making a safe spot for him to retreat into, even some stasis traps as well, to make sure that they can feel safe back there. Lina is responding soon.
Bone 7, the back, but there's no wall. And now Arteezy on the front lines with the Rocket Barrage. He's going after Notel with a call down on Envy. He's going to bring him down. Cloud9 being sieged inside their own base. They can't push him. The Greaves from Puppey bringing Secret back to full life, still with the Centaur army.
Oh, there's no stopping Secret now.
They're TPing forward. Bone 7, he actually TP's in, but he's not ready. There's no wall. Now they go for the Orchid over on Fada. Sonic Wave, Misery, the Rocket Barrage will finish the job on that front, and Fada also falls back. Buyback now comes from Misery, but they already took the melee rack. Secret just want to back up over the mines. You've got to be careful. Bone 7's close. The Vac, they still need to fall back a little bit further. Tuskar Snowball going in a little bit deeper, and Secret's just like, please pull back as far as you can right now.
They have no detection.
Fada's so close, and they're not doing it. Like, C9, they have to know. They have to know.
They have no detection, though. They can't go in there.
They're not going to come out. Look at it. He's throwing it in front of their faces.
Arteezy is like, yeah, come get me. Try.
This is the safe zone.
Yeah. This is the spot that you cannot enter. Kuroki is just being cocky right now.
He's trying to force up Envy into it.
Yeah, and he's like, I think there are mines there, guys.
Now it's time to back up. So they bring out observers and sentries. It's too short.
Yeah,
the first sentry's too
short. They're just
short.
being safe. They're gonna drop the next one at a recent distance. Now they know they're not gonna die.
All right. So back to the lane pushing. Poppy's waiting for a new creep.
Yeah, Puppey. And at the same time, what are we looking at for gold right now over on the sides? There's plenty of gold on the side of Secret all over.
I'm surprised Kuro continues to
they're
prep.
smoking around.
Yeah, they're coming behind them. So there's one way to get around the remote mines, but there's a remote mine on top of the hill. So there is some vision to be given from this, and they can just play around their own
They see
mines.
Puppey. They're gonna kill Puppey.
Okay, that's one way.
Oh, actually, they're kind of indecisive.
The cooldown's going to come in with the Flag Cannon. Misery's going to lose a lot of life. The War Cry is giving a lot of life to work with.
Oh,
well,
that's not great for them. They just went... Oh my god.
Yeah,
they're calling GG on it.
That's it. It was the last YOLO loop.
Man, you could see in that last fight how they were not agreeing on what to do. Like, some of them wanted to kill Puppey, some of them wanted to go on the Techie and the Tuskar, and they just ended up going on both and losing both the fights. I think they were already screwed at that point, though, but that was the last nail in the coffin.
But this is what we're expecting from someone like a Techies. Techies makes you play a very different style of game to what you normally play. You might have had this vent in the early counter, the logic was right.
Yeah.
But obviously with every draft you play, you need to think about your transitions from early to mid to late.
He also has an impact that can't be read into just by the stats. Looking at the 2, 6, and 5 support Techie doesn't seem that impressive, but the way that it forces the enemy to buy so many sentries and be so careful about his burst, and even change the entire way they drafted. They had to pick the Dazzle Sven reactively. Yeah.
Not what they wanted to do, and C9 now find themselves now a 0-2 result, and Team Secret forwards themselves to the front of the group. For now, we'll throw it back to the couch.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. So yeah, I mean, as I was saying, Techies does force you to play a very different way, oftentimes a way that does make it very annoying for the opponent, as we mentioned several times. But I mean, I feel like it was pretty straightforward. I mean, the commentators definitely covered a lot of it, how it kind of wrapped up, how Secret took advantage of the Techies pick. But what are your guys' thoughts, having watched that game?
I think Cloud9 actually did really well early on. The Sven with the Warcry was in the right places at the right time. They had a couple of really clutch Graves. Like, they actually did a really good job, and they did everything right. And then the moment you make one mistake and you start losing map control against the techies, like that's the problem, right? They are constantly like, even though they're making the right plays, all of the plays are defensive, right?
Right.
I think a big problem they had was the smoke gank they attempted mid, and then instead they ended up Secret engaged at the same time. There were 2 smokes, and Secret smoke gank was successful, and because of that, Cloud9's was not successful. And then those kind of plays, when they happen like that, it gives just that little bit of extra momentum to the techies team. And once again, it just draws so much attention to itself. Jaro was farming well. Chen got a lot. They make a couple good plays. And for me, the really important point in this game is probably that they get to claim the Roshan like they did.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, we did see that fight. That could have gone both ways, but at the end, I mean, Secret coming out on top of that. What do you think, Winter?
I mean, Sin basically covered most of the important points during the game. Like the Roshan fight is just too crucial for them. They could have just maybe not contested, just continue speed pushing with the Naga, but they felt that with the song, they could have actually contested. But the moment they song and they tried to go in, but there are so many mines, and Darkseer was like straight away almost dead from trying to do that.
Yeah, we actually have that highlight ready, so we'll go ahead and see exactly what you're talking about, Winter, right near the Roshan.
So they don't have a good way to actually scout out Roshan's HP. They know that they're doing Roshan, and they kind of have to guess. And when they go in, it's far too early, actually. So the song comes out right about now, and Roshan, you can't finish it off. Ideally, you want to finish it off, steal it, and then take a fight. But
you can't go in against the mines.
You can't go in. I think for some reason they think they're invulnerable during the song.
I actually don't think they could have done anything to the Roshan. Like honestly, okay, you think about it. If they were trying to go in when Roshan is about to die, they have to walk past the mines anyways.
Well, you can have Naga walk in with their illusions and then pop it, but they don't have enough time to set
Yeah,
up.
they don't have enough time. That's the thing.
Yeah,
But
it did seem like they were a little bit rushed, like you were saying.
Yeah, you only have 7 seconds, and then I mean, there's only so much you can do because their positioning was just so far away.
Yeah.
If they were approaching from the left side, I think it would have been a little bit of a different fight because you know walking all the way around that bottom part is just simply too long, and they couldn't retreat in time.
Yeah.
So their positioning was just not the best for that particular fight. But I think this game in particular showcases Secret strengths to convert things into objectives, and this has been a constant struggle for most of the teams attending TI5. And they just end the game. They like took down a tower, took down a Rex before 30 minutes, and that's very rare in this.
Yeah. We do have that last sequence too in this game before we move onwards, so we'll take a look at how things panned out. Of course, there were quite a few mines.
But look how far away they're spread out. This Blinken and Orchid, he like waits until the last second, right when he's about to land this combo, and they sacrifice Alina when Lena's usually supposed to get the jump on people with a Yule Scepter, but they didn't execute the Vacuum and Stormbolt combo like terribly well, and the wall was just completely off the mark. Ideally, you want to Stormbolt into a Vacuum into a wall, and then you can start taking the fight from there. But the Stormbolt only hits a couple of creeps and then Arteezy, and then after that, they're out of everything. They have no Lina. This is when the song is used. Right after this, they use Glyph, they use Wall, but they were all spread out. If they could just chain everything together at once, then it would have worked. But they don't have impeccable teamwork.
But I still think even if they landed the wall in that combo, without the Lina, they're not going to do much. Like the Lina has to be alive for that to happen.
Or the Stormbolt has to hit when the Vacuum hits. So because they have like a Chen heal and a mech. Like what exactly are they supposed to do after the 500 heal hits?
Yeah, and without the Lina, it's difficult to kill someone right away.
It's actually, I don't think they get a single kill, even if they do it perfectly without the Lina. Because you look at their other heroes, they have a Shadow Wave, which can hit maybe the Sven only. Darkseer won't be in there.
Yeah, it's
and
not
then
enough damage.
The Naga Siren was useless. She already lost all her illus, so she could Riptide. I guess that's all they have to bring to the table there. I don't think that's going to cut it. And you're definitely right, though. When it comes to this like Stormbolt Vacuum combo, the most memorable one was from TI3 with Orange, just landing the absolute perfect one. You throw the Stormhammer first, and then you vacuum them into it. But they're doing it in the reverse order, where they're kind of, you can just tell from the way they're playing how stressed they are. Like they have to make these crucial decisions in split-second moments, and they don't even know if they can go. They're like, how many mines are there? How far back were they again? Do we have detection?
I mean, there's so many more factors that you need to think about. I mean, already in that situation, you're pretty pressured, but then you're like, how many steps can I take? Exactly where are the mines? Should we scout them out? Should we try to just avoid them? Guess. I think you nailed it on that. Even at the Roshan fight, that's what we discussed. They just didn't have enough information, or there were too many factors, rather, to deal with for them to make the absolutely correct play. But as a result, we do have updated standings, of course. Secret now inching ahead, and Cloud9, now at 4 points, not the worst. I mean, kind of Winter hitting the nail on the head still. They're still right at the middle of the pack. How will things pan out by the end of the week? That's where we really want to see, because it is going to move up or down, I feel like, just given so far the games they've had and who they have left to match up against. But Secret now at 7 points, and LGD still cruising ahead with 10 points. So that's pretty impressive by them.
With this score, LGD is secured top 4. I don't think it's even possible for them to drop down.
I do believe so, yeah.
Big storylines, complexity, looking really good compared. Like it's cool when you see that the little documentary about them and they're like, or the intro video rather, and they're like, we like being underdogs because then we can prove everyone how wrong they are. And so far they're doing a really good job at that.
They're
2-1-1. Their loss was to LGD, who are the leaders. So in that sense, maybe they've lost to the strongest team, or at least one of the 2 strongest in the group, LGD and Secret, as it looks right now. And the other one, IG, are 0-3 and 1. They have a loss and 3 draws. So they've played 4 out of 7 games, and they have 3 points. If they don't get a 2-0 in one of their next 2 games, it's impossible to make top 4.
Yeah, it is looking pretty grim for them. And you were mentioning complexity. Of course, the other team so far in TI5 to have picked Techies kind of at the same time as we saw last time. We do have a little bit of a highlight reel of their kills with Techies and how they played their game out. But complexity, as we bring that highlight up and we start to watch it, complexity, like you said, doing really well. I think what you brought up, the fact that their only loss is against LGD, and that's already done for it. LGD is already ahead of them. It doesn't matter anymore for them. If they win the rest, they're going to be able to secure at least that second spot in the group.
And I think Tusk is also like a really nice ban just because it's a 2-in-1 pretty much. Because Techies is, I think, really weak without the Tusk. But as you can see, Complexity opting for the same combo, and it's a much different story when you don't have the armor buffer of Warcry and no Shallow from the Dazzle. Yeah. And there's a lot of deaths, and it looks like IG has a lot more kills than they actually do because of suicides.
Yeah,
yeah, there you go.
And we were talking about having Techies against melee heroes. Just look at what IG has.
Yeah.
3 melee heroes. It's a big problem, with the mines. You can't really demine them effectively.
Yeah, and here's a Munch just hanging out.
Oh
no! Oh no! What a way to wrap that highlight up.
What a way to go.
Yeah, what a way to go, really, for the Bloodseeker there. But at the end of the day, so far, I think the bottom line of day 2 is Techies is a 100% win rate at TI5. So definitely the strongest hero at TI5 so far. I don't think anyone can beat that statistic. And we're just going to leave it at that. Hopefully no one picks Techies again. We'll end TI5 with a 100% win rate. That'd be pretty sweet. I'd be okay with that. As someone who didn't have to play against it at TI5. that's the qualification we have to put down. I didn't have to play against it, so it's pretty cool. But with that behind us, now we are moving forward. Secret will be playing again here on our mainstream. And, I mean, they looked solid, of course, against C9, kind of bringing out just what we would expect from Secret, right? Well-rounded draft, having a little bit of a backup plan. Then, of course, Techies coming out, knowing when to switch up the draft a little bit and bring out that flavor that they have and say, hey, all right, kicking it up, you thought you had a gear advantage over us, but how are you going to react now? Put the ball in your court. What are we expecting in their next match? Their next match will be up against Na'Vi, who so far not doing too well coming into TI5.
I think it's just... more than anything, it's a good storyline, right? It's Puppy and Kuroki against their old team, old teammates in both Dendi, Hvost, and Funnick. So, if nothing else, it's a great storyline there. I personally think Na'Vi have not had a strong showing so far.
Yeah.
I mean, the scores say it as well, right?
Yeah.
They're bottom 2 right now in the group, I think.
Yeah, something like that. They've only played 3 matches, but
they're quite far down.
Yeah.
So, if Na'Vi can get at least, I think 2-0 for Na'Vi here is borderline dreaming in this matchup, judging from how the teams have played so far. But if they can at least clinch 1 win, at this point, every point matters a lot for Na'Vi to try and have a shot at top 4. And even if you don't make top 4, making, for example, 5th at least gets you an easier entrance into the lower bracket.
True.
Which every placement matters.
Yeah.
So they definitely have a lot to fight for. I personally would say clear 2-0 Secret, but Na'Vi might surprise.
I mean, Na'Vi had a rough game against Complexity earlier today. Do you think, Ben, that's more in favor of just Complexity and giving credit to them, or Na'Vi also just not showing up to play yet at TI5?
I think it's giving credit to Complexity. Complexity, I underestimated them when I saw the LGD game, and they just look a lot better. And I think taking a game versus IG is the more impressive part for Complexity. If they didn't take the game versus IG, I'd be like, well, okay, well, maybe Na'Vi look weak. But I think Secret versus Navi is a similar story to Secret versus Cloud9 in that Secret knows this team probably even better than Navi. And I agree 2-0 for Navi is borderline dreaming. And getting one win, I think, is also very hopeful, but realistic.
Okay, what about you, Winter?
I think realistically for them, getting 1 point is already very, very difficult. I mean, not to say like 2-0. So they have not shown us that they can actually like even beat the weaker teams, like which what we thought. So it'll be a really difficult matchup for them.
All right. Now, I mean, for a lot of viewers who don't always, keep up to date with everything about, and we have a lot of viewers who only watch TI for Dota because they know that it's kind of the culmination of Dota 2. Navi, of course, is going to sound familiar, but it's not the same team that we saw, 3-4 years ago. There have been changes, as you mentioned. Now we have that storyline of kind of ex-teammates going at it against each other between Team Secret and Navi, but overall, the changes, I mean, the progression of Navi hasn't been all the up and up. I mean, where have things changed and where can Navi find to kind of climb back into it? Do we think that maybe it's just a TI thing? Maybe they'll just find that groove at TI5 and be able to come back in? Or do you think this year it's really going to look tough?
Well, the storyline for them is that they have Artstyle back, who was their captain, who led them to victory in TI1.
Right.
Obviously, Navi's most glorious moment in Dota 2. They've had 3 finals so at TI, so they've had quite a lot of good. But yeah, he's back. He was after TI1. He actually was out of Navi. He played with Team Dare, I think, at TI2, and since then he just disappeared, more or less. And he suddenly came back here, returning to Navi for TI5. And I think his return has definitely helped Navi get in the right direction again. His leadership is definitely showing in their results. They've brought in Youngblood Soneko, who's been playing absolutely phenomenally, in my opinion. The best the standout player for Navi in the last half year, I think. He's been exceptionally good. And it's helped them. They're still not back to their former glory. I also don't think, there's still some things missing. There's, if you go back like 3 months, or 4 months maybe, the Navi back then it wasn't miserable, but it was definitely not looking good. And they've been making baby steps. Then they won the TI qualifiers, which a lot of people actually thought they wouldn't.
Exactly,
so they made the EU qualies. Realistically, though, with their performance here, hard to see them get even the top 8 that they managed to clinch last year.
Yeah, I mean, but I think you brought up a good point. The fact that a lot of people were even expecting them not to get through the qualifiers for EU, just because, of course, EU this year looking really strong coming to TI. We've been mentioning, again, if you got through the EU qualifiers, that stands for a lot. But Navi, as you mentioned, before that, people were like, man, I'm not even sure. Even as a Navi fan, I'm not sure if that's going to happen. That's what even Navi fans were saying. They're like, this year, it just looks really rough. But the fact that they went all the way through the qualifiers, secured a spot in the group stages, meant a lot. Now, do you think they're going to pretty much rest in the bottom 4 then have to fight through the bracket stages? Ben and Winter, what do you guys think?
I mean, it's definitely not looking good for them. I mean, the loss of Puppy as a captain is a big deal, and Artstyle is probably a downgrade for that, but they just seem to lack a lot of chemistry. And it's only Soneko that really stands out for me. Like, some of the other guys I view as very good at their roles, but as a team, they just haven't really meshed together and have that chemistry to, dominate tier 1 teams. And they split versus MVP Phoenix as well, and I view MVP Phoenix as another bottom 4 of the group stage team.
Yeah, so overall not looking too good. Winter, of course, when you talk about Navi and you talk about players like Dendi, you got to talk about niche picks for sure. And of course, we were listening. We were like, well, I mean, what can we say about Navi? It's like, well, I guess, Pudge always comes up when you talk about Navi and Dendi. Do you think we're going to see that at any point during TI5?
It's, I think, very unlikely. You might actually see more techies, honestly, than Pudge.
What a time
Techies
we are in
and
to see more techies
What
than
a time
Pudge.
to be alive.
Yeah, but it's just sad because after the change up with the Chen, you can't send him back. It's, it's less, there's less advantage of picking the Pudge anymore. Of course, you can still pick him like a normal pick, like just use him to gank, but there are so many heroes that do the job better and have better laning phase, have better carry potential. Like, Pudge is just like very risky, in my opinion. It plays towards the player, like Dendi is really good at it, but at the same time, it's extremely risky.
And I think the problem is the player for Navi who plays the Pudge. Of course, Dendi is very famous for it.
Yeah.
I think it's the most famous player-hero combination in all of Dota 2. Like, we give a lot of players credit for how incredible they are with heroes, but he just made a name for himself with the hero. He plays mid. And back in the day, Pudge mid was actually pretty good. I think now it's one of Pudge's weakest roles. It's great to get levels, but you get crushed in lane, and you put no pressure on the opponent. I think in most cases when you pick Pudge, you either want to get him in an offlane position, especially on Radiant, if you can see the enemy team will run 2-1-2, so you just get levels there without sacrificing mid lane, because you don't want farm anyway. Pudge is all about levels. Or you play him as a roaming position 4, which is super situational, in which case they would have to let one of their support players either play it instead of Dendi, who, they could probably not play like him, or then that support player would have to play the mid role. And do you want to do a switch up like that? It's hard to fit in a Pudge right now
that is a pretty big
But I
swap
do
out.
think they will pick it once. They will pick it at least once to please the fans. And because realistically, the way things are going, they'll reach a point where they're like, okay, to use Ben's favorite word of the tournament, YOLO it, right? They're just going to be like, you know what, YOLO, let's go for our Pudge, crash and burn, maybe it works.
Yeah, maybe it works. If it works, I mean, it's one of those moments, especially when you have a reputation like Navi, you can say that they're YOLOing it, but at the same time, if it works, you look like an absolute genius. The legend lives on. If it doesn't, it was still a great game for their fans. It was just a nice message to their fans. And the fact that, again, in the group stage, you're not knocked out. So if you know, like, all right, we're already bottom 4, our position's pretty much locked in, we might as well try if this works. Maybe we can save it for, like, another part at a do or die time in the bracket stage. It's just maybe a confidence booster for them to just get back in and say, listen, we all like playing Dota. That's why we're here. We talked about this earlier. Don't focus too much on the prize pool. Don't focus too much on being that champion. But just play each game as you would, or try your best to do that and see how far you move on. Now, aside from Dendi, what else are we looking at in the drafting phase? Like, is there anything we really want to look out for in terms of picks or bans from Navi side? Because, of course, Secret, I mean, you could talk all day, but at the end of the day, they might surprise everyone else and bring out another hero to add to their pool.
The Wyvern, possibly, from Navi.
So more so for Navi than other teams. I mean,
Yeah.
of course, situational, any team is going to want to. There are situations where any team would favor that. But, okay, Wyvern, anything else that really stands out to you guys for Navi?
I think Winter Wyvern actually needs more talk about, just because Soniko is probably the best Winter Wyvern that I've seen. He plays it a different style too. He can play it like the defensive, Cold Embrace counter Winter's Curse, but I think like Winter's Wyvern on Dire, he puts a lot of pressure on the mid lane and the opponent's jungle in general, and Winter Wyvern is generally viewed as a very defensive support. It's unusual to play him like that, and it's difficult to counter just because you don't exactly know where he is, and usually they're just sitting behind their carry. So I think it's easier just to ban it out, and then everything else will come pretty naturally as Secret faces Navi.
Now, how important of a ban is that, though, right? So I'm assuming, are we talking still about like the second phase of bans, because the first phase is so cluttered with other bans you usually want to take?
I think it's okay to ban at first phase.
Yeah, because specifically against Navi,
right?
You do it because his teammates are always so aggressive. So it's like it not only works because he's very good at it, it's because of the way the whole team plays. Like Hovos is always diving and trying to get the best out of most situations. So when you have the Wyvern there, there's always this backup plan that you go in and there's someone to bail you up.
Okay. I mean, Sin, what are your thoughts? Wyvern, aside from Wyvern even?
I would like to see something, a little bit of flavor out of Fnatic in the offlane. I'm guessing they won't get the Bounty Hunter, or if they do, they could definitely play it as an offlaner. I think Fnatic is one of the best core bounties. The last time Navi picked it, they did put it on Soneko, but if they, they could build around that. A hero we've only seen once in this tournament that Fnatic is actually really good at is Timbersaw. If, they might have to pull out something like that, where you see, because as we've talked about, Secret is actually a team that sometimes runs 0-stun lineups, and then a hero like Timbersaw can actually become an absolute beast that they won't even think about in their draft because no one plays Timbersaw, right? Something like that, I think, could be a way for Navi to grab a game. Apart from that, I guess, Dendi and mid has been playing pretty standard picks so far. There hasn't been like any flavor there. Maybe you get Hvost his Weaver. That's another hero to highlight. Again, if it's a 0-stun lineup, maybe even those two in combination, both Weaver and Timber. Lifestealer is good too for him. It's just not such a good hero in this version, it seems.
I mean, if you have the Storm, if you have the right lineup around it, maybe it could work.
Puck.
They could actually do Lifestealer plus a Vessel. That could actually be interesting.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, and of course, as you've been mentioning, it's not only that Secret, sometimes they run those lineups that don't have any stuns, but at the same time, Secret themselves will open things up a lot, and that's what it takes to take advantage of Secret. It's like, all right, listen, you are that confident, we're going to pick up something that's completely flavor, not currently in the meta for any other team, but that's how we're going to get at least one map off of you guys. And Fnatic, of course, having done that already in TI5, so if Navi succeeds, they won't be the first, but at the same time, they may very well not be the last against Secret. But Secret's going to feel pretty good about their 2-0 against C9. Feeling a lot better than yesterday, I'm sure, after that Fnatic game. Again, like you guys mentioned, probably not going to bother them too much. On the other hand, Na'Vi, a lot of pressure on them. Cindy, you were talking about the points before. Now, you guys were saying, I mean, Winter was saying he thinks it's hard to even get only 1 point as Na'Vi. But, I mean, do you think from Navi's perspective, are they also looking at it that way? Or are they like, listen, 2-0 is our goal. If not, like, that's just what we're shooting for from the very beginning?
I mean, I don't think they can look at it as how difficult it is. They need to look at it, what we need to do now. We need a 2-0. Yeah. They can't be looking at it at like, okay, this is going to be hard. We are just going to be expecting to at least get 1 point out of this. I think it's not a good mentality to go into the match. You have to go into the match knowing what you need to do this game, like this series. We need 3 points, and we're going to try our best to do it.
Okay. Now, we were just seeing that you touched upon this briefly yesterday, I believe, Sen, about the Storm Spirits and how you weren't entirely convinced about the builds most people have been favoring on Storm Spirit, going for that Bloodstone first. Let's talk about that a little bit. We didn't get to talk about it too much on camera yesterday, but what are your thoughts?
Yeah, so I guess that got prompted by the highlight we just saw of Dendi from last game. He went Bloodstone first. Has there been an Orchid for Storm yet? Maybe there's been like one. Everyone seems to go for the Bloodstone build.
I don't think so, because like Bloodstone first just generally makes you, it's safer in the sense where when you have the Orchid, you tend to play more aggressive, and sometimes things go wrong. So Bloodstone is like the much safer build. Since you don't have the bigger potential to go for a kill, you tend to be farming more. So overall, in general, you get more farm because you have the Bloodstone.
It's just very the game that way. Like, they're a team that will always go for the kill.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
If you put Dendi on a high impact hero, I don't think he can go for a defensive build. Like, he's a player who plays Invoker with Blink 4 staff first items, right? Like, he does not play the farming way. And I would not put Dendi on Storm Spirit to have him get a Bloodstone first. It seems like a waste. Like, he needs to have an impact and set up the ganks for his team. That's always been his role, is what he's best at. Don't farm Dendi unless, like, if he has a Shadow Fiend, you have to, right? But even when he's Shadow Fiend, he likes going like Blink E-Blade builds, not in that order. There's like a BKB somewhere in between, but he just has that style that's his strength. And Na'Vi, if there's one thing they have to do in this game, they have to play to their own strengths, else there's absolutely no way to win.
All right, well, we'll be going into the draft already underway between Na'Vi and Team Secret for game 1 of their best of 2. And 2 heroes we've already discussed, Shadow Fiend and then the Bounty Hunter, also being banned out by Team Secret. So we won't be seeing either of those. But as we always mention, if Bounty Hunter's banned, there's definitely going to be at least one of the other high priority heroes that are going to be open, whether it's Quap, Tusk, of course, I mean, Lesh maybe. Oh, Gyra being banned out by Na'Vi.
Interesting. It's one of Host's absolutely best carries. So they might... This ban is a little surprising to me. I think they have... either it's to not give a specific trade away, or they have a very particular plan for safe.
They might just want to go for a Quap without giving up a Gyro, possibly.
Possibly.
I'd like to see them pick something like a Quap, like get a good aggressive start in the mid lane. It's definitely the first step.
It's a very like suitable hero for Dendi, being so aggressive as a player. It fits his playstyle a lot.
Yeah, and Secret taking a little bit
There's
more
a
time.
Wyvern ban.
There's a Wyvern ban. That means Lesh is also open.
Okay.
So it gets through. And I was going to ask you guys, I mean, do you think Na'Vi may be hoping, hey, maybe the Lesh gets open and we can select it if they are going to pick it up?
What is it Na'Vi's current score is?
Na'Vi's current score is, I believe, 2 ties, 1 loss.
I remember, so there was a game they won, and they stomped with Lesh. 25-minute game. So they got to go for it here.
I mean, Secret has done some weird stuff in the past to try and deal with the Lesh. We've seen Anti-Mage a fair amount. That's not uncommon. I think we saw them play Warlock once in the mid lane to somewhat try and deal with the Lesh spam.
Didn't they lose that
They
game?
did. They lost miserably. But it's still something that they've tried. And people have been seeking for counters to Lesh. Like, if there were counters, he would be the first ban every time. So I'm just speaking of like things that teams have tried.
And the fact that they're willing to try that.
We've seen Nyx Assassin a lot in the off lane to try and deal with the Lesh Rag. We've seen Clockwork with a Blade Mail, been very successful, I would say. But I'm curious to see if they're going to pick Quap for S4 or something else.
Okay, well, Naka being picked up for now. Still one more pick for Secret. We'll see what else you want to secure here before we go into the next ban.
Maybe a Viper would be a better matchup against Lesh compared to Quap.
Okay.
I mean, I think giving Na'Vi Lesh Rag and Quap though is
then again
really scary.
Then again, that would be a big problem.
Because Havos can play Lesh Rag as well as Fnatic being able to play Quap. So I think they're super flexible.
And Havos can play Quap too.
Yeah.
So they actually have a lot of options.
Right? Yeah, there we go. So
I think the Lesh versus Naga matchup, like if you look at mid game, and even if Naga gets decently farmed, Leshrac is actually one of the really good cores at dealing with Naga. So that trade-off, a core Naga, exactly. That trade-off for Navi is actually not that bad if it is what Secret is thinking of.
Yeah, and the Tusk slips through too, so Navi's going to secure that one instead of the Quap. Should be pretty happy about that one.
It's a pretty good opener for Navi, I would say.
I think this is the kind of start they could hope for.
Yeah.
In the draft.
The dream draft.
And that said, Team Secret get two of their absolute best heroes. So,
right.
But I don't know how Navi could have really prevented this with the opener. Like banning out the Shadow Fiend, I think is reasonable when Secret are Radiant, and then the Gyro set them up for this potential trade. Whereas if they hadn't banned Gyro and they would have got Lesh, they might have given away, say, Gyro Quap instead of Naga Quap. That could have been even worse.
I think you have to ban Dazzle when you're Navi against them, just because of their playstyle in general. Not only because Secret is good with it, but just because they go for kills.
Right.
Often.
Yeah, I was pretty happy to see that. And in general, I mean, we've seen
yeah, and Dazzle kind of makes you overextend.
Yes, because you have to. I mean, because you've already committed so much, you want to secure the kill, but then the fight's still going on.
Let's see if Secret can ban target Soneko with the first 4 bans. So far it's 3. It just speaks to his strengths, right?
Yeah,
if a team respect bans your position 4 with their first 3 bans, he is pretty good.
Yeah, that does say a lot.
There's still a Rubik for him.
Yeah, that's Rubik. They might actually ban it because it's pretty good.
Yeah, there is one more ban left.
Blink, Sonic Wave. Arguably, you don't ever steal Song. It does happen, but it shouldn't happen.
He plays Disruptor too. I think Disruptor's really good versus Naga and Queen.
That's true. That might be a better ban, actually.
Okay. Well, either way, again, I mean, if it's 4 bans against Soneko, that's pretty impressive for him.
Well, it's also because their other players are really flexible. So, I mean, it's not only because Soneko is really, really good.
I feel like he's just as flexible as the others, though.
Yeah.
He has a really big hero pool for...
Ban 4 of 20.
All right. Well, for Secret, I mean, so you guys were talking about this briefly before. Naga, are we looking at? Do you think it's going to be a core, or are we looking at?
I think support. I don't remember the last time they ran.
Yeah,
core
they
Naga.
haven't been running core Nagas for a long time. Like they've been playing much more aggressive, and support Naga seems to fit their playstyle more. They take fights, they start up early fights, and very strong in the lane, allows them to do a lot of stuff. So I feel support Naga is something Secret are the stronger at the point of time in the current meta.
Does Navi play techies?
I don't recall.
I wouldn't put it past them, for sure.
Yeah, sounds like something.
But I also wouldn't pass them. We just had a stat on.
I mean, they obviously can play it, but whether they want to play it, yeah.
Okay, so Blood Secret banned down, and then the Bane being secured for Secret.
And Bane has been the sleeper pick, though. Like, figuratively. Like, I'm very surprised. I don't remember the last time I saw him picked, like in before TI. Like, he was just gone.
Yeah.
Completely. And he was really popular in the Mirana era, but now they don't even use him as a setter. It's like Bane, Lina, Bane, Lesh, Bane, Mirana were the main 3, or as a lifestealer counter.
He did receive a buff in 6.84.
He did?
Yeah, Brain Sap got buffed. It's a lot better. Mana cost is a lot lower on lower levels.
Okay.
So he's like...
Oh, and the Nightmare Vision, too.
Nightmare Vision? Oh, I can't remember.
I forgot. Like, if you Nightmare someone, they can't
They
see.
lose all vision.
Yeah, they lose all vision. I actually forgot about that buff, too.
That's arguably not the reason it gets picked, I think.
I mean, that's a pretty big buff.
Yeah, but it's super situational, right? A lot of the times when you use Nightmare, you don't really care. It's cool on occasion.
It's cool at best, but you know, it doesn't really achieve anything.
Cool. But anyway, if you remember the old Bane, Brain Set was actually so expensive. Like I think it was 150 or 175 at level 1. Now it's 125, I think. So you can cast it that extra time in lane, which makes it really big.
Yeah, it's
and its damage also
very
got
helpful.
buffed on level 1. It used
Very
to be 75, now it's 90.
Very helpful for a support Bane.
Yeah, true. Undying did get past us.
The pressure lane, Undying Tusk.
This is really Navi picks. This is very, very good for them.
Well, I mean, that's what Navi has to do, as you guys said, so...
This is Art Style's best hero, in my opinion, Undying. So I'm expecting him to play support Undying, rather than putting it in a core position. Art Style shines when he's playing tanky strength supports.
Night Stalker.
And he has a background of playing, of course, at TI1, he was playing tanky position 1s. He was playing Viper and Night Stalker, mainly as his 2 heroes at that point. And now he likes still playing his Night Stalker as a support, but Undying is also a very good pick for him. Spirit Breaker, another hero that our style plays.
Going off of what Winter said, like obviously part of it is thanks to the meta, but I can't help but think that in almost every one of our matches a hero gets picked and Sin says, I can't help but say that this is definitely one of these players' best heroes. And it just comes out, we're like, all right, well, I mean, I guess we're at TI5. We do have all the best players in the world, but to say that at this point that we have the conglomerate, but almost every time after you say that, we have seen that come out as a testament in game. So I'm not going to blame you for that one. I just find it a little bit amusing. And it speaks to where we are in the meta and just what a great tournament we're having so far and what players we have gathered at TI5 for sure.
So do Secret want to... Okay. Oh. Because they haven't been... Puppy plays an incredible Mirana if they wanted to try to go for the roaming duo and play a Core Naga. But at this point, it's pretty much set that it's
Core Naga versus Slash is really terrible.
They have a very clear plan now.
Yeah.
Right.
Anti-Mage is going to be split pushing. They don't want to fight into what Na'Vi have because they have the Sigil plus the Tombstone is just plus the Lash as well. So
as long as they get Naga 6, they should be A-OK in team fights. Like the Song of the Siren is, I think it should have dissuaded the Tuscan and Dying pick, as we've seen I think a couple of times in this tournament. But I think like Naga Siren counters that like really difficult, especially when you can outlate game the other team. So the pressure's already on Na'Vi to somehow either keep Naga or Anti-Mage really underfarmed, because you don't want Naga to get 6, so you can actually make use of Snowball as well as Tombstone, and obviously you don't want Anti-Mage to get huge so he can deal with the Last Rack. But again, this is one of Secret's most common game plans versus the Last Rack. Get Anti-Mage big, Mana Void, and just 5-man their whole team.
It's going to be interesting to see how Na'Vi approach the Lightning stage and if Secret are going to make the right lane switches if Na'Vi go aggressive, because this is, on paper, a lane Anti-Mage cannot play. If there's an aggressive trial with Undying Tusk plus anything that breathes, he can't win that lane, I think, with those two supports. So even with the buff to Bane, I still think they will not win that lane. But you do see Na'Vi still respecting here. They want a counter pick to both AM and Quab, of course, 2 blinking heroes, so they do get the Hex from line. In my opinion, Na'Vi would be making a big mistake to not challenging it. I think no matter how the lanes are put, they need to challenge Arteezy so that their Lesh can feel more comfortable going into the mid game, and also in that way they're gonna probably set up Hwost for a better game too, because he will get ahead on farm and also more than likely he will have an okay matchup. He's actually a very, very good player. This is something that I don't think is enough emphasis is put on when you talk about Na'Vi. He's very good at playing one-on-one. He's actually, in my opinion, one of the absolute best carry players at winning his lane in a one-on-one matchup. But it just very rarely happens these days. But if Na'Vi can force it to happen, give him his Weaver, give him his Lifestealer in a Lifestealer versus melee matchup, and he is hyper-aggressive and plays it to the limit. So that could be a potential play.
Okay, well, PL being banned out by Secret, one of those carry options for Na'Vi.
How does the Anti-Mage match up versus PL? It's not that bad for him, is it?
I mean, Anti-Mage peaks faster, but if they are both at the same level of farm, obviously PL would be much stronger. So, I mean, there's different windows of both of the heroes. Who is stronger?
Oh, that's a
I was about to say that, hey, is Broodmother going to make it all the way through? Because, I mean, sure, we had the Lesh and Tusk, but there it goes, banned out, and then the Enchantress being picked up right after.
Core Naga.
Huh.
Or Core Bane for... I think it's a Core Bane for Zai.
Oh, yeah.
They like playing that, actually.
Off-lane Bane?
Yeah,
and this is really interesting, because there's no way Na'Vi would have expected this. Like, I think Secret has used it 1 or 2 times. Zai's off-lane Bane with Blade Mail. The legend. And actually, this is a good Blade Mail game. You want to... If you can put it into your lineup somehow, 1 or 2 Blade Mails against Leshrac is another way of dealing with him, until he gets BKB, of course. But
right.
This is catching Na'Vi off guard for sure, and they don't have time to adapt, because they're out of time.
Yeah, they used all their time earlier. Yes. And Clink's coming out for Na'Vi.
Good one-on-one hero for Hwost. I can agree with this. The weakness of Clink's in this matchup, however, is that he is 100% physical damage, so you can actually lose that lane to Enfeeble. And Zai will, if he... Knowing Zai, he's probably going to put 2 points in Enfeeble and leave it there, just for the laning stage.
Counter with Searing Arrows. They're about the same damage.
Okay. Searing Arrow, yeah, level 1.
Yeah, it's pretty reasonable.
Level 2 Enfeeble is the same as level 4 Searing Arrows. It's
I mean,
not really
you only
a fair
lose the mana cost is really... I mean, there's not that many heroes that can actually last hit through Enfeeble. I think Clink is actually one of them.
Yeah, he has a chance.
He has a chance.
He has a chance. Well, it's better than starting at just complete loss, but he has a chance here.
That's Enfeeble for you.
Come out of the laning phase. So, sure, a little bit of a curveball, but Navi's still feeling all right about their draft. I mean, especially the early phase. They played that out pretty well, secured the Lash, got the Tusk afterwards too. On the flip side, Secret eventually rotating that Naga back into a core position, or possibly a support, and then the Bane going that off lane. So still a curveball against Na'Vi. Let's find out how it pans out in Game 1 between Na'Vi and Team Secret.
It's a fighting lineup from Na'Vi.
Yep, it is. And it's time also for us to welcome all the viewers tuning in from the streams. If you're watching there or if you're watching in Dota TV or on YouTube, does not matter. Very welcome to you guys. Hope you enjoy this series between Secret and Na'Vi.
Hi! It's going to be, I'm hoping it's going to be a bit of a cracker. So Na'Vi, everyone together. We got a 5-man smoke movement into the Radiant jungle. Arteezy is, however, playing King of the Hill. He'll walk in close now. Havors is the first man.
He's scouting.
Going into Skeleton Walk, so we can see up. He won't be able to see Puppy. He
going?
just slipped around the corner. It's a 4-man snowball going into Arteezy. They go with the Hex and the Stunner. And goodbye, Arteezy. The hatred is real, and the first blood is brilliant.
Yeah. Artstyle is going to secure that one on the Undying. Good start for him. Going to get earlier boots. But they're still trying to contest the bottom rune if they possibly could with Secret. Those 2 Observer Wards was a misplay.
That had to be a set. Like, it meant to be. Oh,
yeah,
both of them.
Oh, God. Well, he hasn't seen the other one.
I know.
Let's pray, Toby. He's not going to walk that way.
If he walks up to look at the rune,
no, don't look at it.
He's going to take it.
He can't look at the rune. They got that unlocked.
You could look at the rune, man.
No, look at Tusk. He would fuck you up.
So Dendy's going to get one, and S4's going to take the other. So it is going to go to the mid laners. Arteezy, well, Arstyle's going to just decay Arteezy and harass him away, which means a blink. And this bottom lane, there's no one there. Kuro and Zai have head up towards the top lane, so they're going to run a Bane core off lane with the support of the Naga Siren. Actually, is that even the case here?
Yeah, Zai has played offlane core Bane before. He rushed the Blade Mail. That was when a lot of people were doing the Blade Mail rush on Bane. So I believe we're going to see that again very good in this game against Leshrac and against Lion. These heroes are really not going to deal well with that.
And he instantly enfeebles Havors. So Havors currently does 12 damage. Like,
terrible lane for him.
Techies, it actually does more damage than Clinks does right now.
Yeah, Techie deals 3 times as much damage as this Clinks.
Huge. Massive.
Massive.
Crazy.
Crazy strong. So he is getting help. They realize the lanes and they're bringing up the Undying and Lion here, trying to wrap around. But Bane, pretty fast hero and also pretty tanky. He's just gonna walk out.
Yeah, just have a bit of a run. Dendy and S4 is also having a little bit more of a battle. Arstyle, be careful with this. The creep wave might have been pulled back up again. He just keeps that decay going.
Yeah. Also, rip to anyone who took Toby's bet there. The
first blood
Harpy.
being from a Harpy.
Yeah, Na'Vi were 2 on top of that. Oh, look at the ganking creeps from Puppy.
Hey, you couldn't ask for better creeps. Like, okay, you're still going to get a kill from this. S4, all he's got to do is Shadow Strike. If he can blink and Shadow Strike Dendy, he'll slow him down. The Centaur will tank up the entire tower. And TP support's coming in. The trap into the stomp. Dendy will look for the stun. He doesn't hit Puppy, but then again, Puppy, he can't finish the job. The lightning bounce. Where is that troll attack? The salve. He'll actually cancel the salve, but Dendy survives. That's more important than S4. Seneko, one last attack, can't get it. The blink away from S4. 2 kills in a row now for coming in for Na'Vi.
Yeah, that is huge there. Dendy living. He has to run back to base, but Suneko's can be very happy to take the mid lane while he's gone. So this can actually give some well-needed experience as well for that. Just those 2 creeps that Lion got there.
Should also flag bottom lane. So, yes, Arteezy died early on, and Fnatic got a little bit more space in the lane. But he is a full level in front of Arteezy, not to mention a crap ton of farm.
Yeah, he's hitting really hard, and just having the boots, Stout Shield, and Quelling Blade this early on, and also the Mango there, in case he ever needs mana against Anti-Mage. This is a great
kill
item.
him. Soneko's here with a haste rune on the other side of the tree line.
Yeah, he wants to, but
if he wants to run in, there's still the dire creep wave here, but Funny's got no mana, so yep, Soneko in for the stun. He does have a follow-up Hex. They're just trying to, okay, run away. That's what they're trying to do.
Yeah, well, they can't kill him under tower there, and there's so much regen on this Anti-Mage as well that he's perfectly fine. He started with 8 tangles and a salve, so he doesn't mind at all that they tried to kill him under the tower, because they're not strong enough. If he used his Mango, he would be able to use 1 spell as Tusk, but it wouldn't be enough.
So, Havorst working with Artstyle to try and keep that life low. If he doesn't have a lot of damage, just remove the life points from the Bane. That's one way to work it.
I would not be surprised to see multiple points being put into the Enfeeble in this game by Bane, just because how hard it can counter the Clinks. He only has right-click. That's all he has to his name. So if you get at least 2 points maybe go even harder, but 2 points is enough, I think. And then just kill 3 into Brain Sap and your ulti, and you're going to be pretty fine.
Kuro's trying to zone Dendi out. He's not coming in for a kill. He's just making sure he's in a visible area that Dendi does not want to come close to S4.
Yeah.
And it's successful. Dendi right now is really crippled in CS. He's 6'4", and he only just went up to 6 just then because of his lightning.
Yeah, he is hurting in CS for sure. He has his bottle coming out right now, but he has to recover. It's a good thing for him that he didn't die, and he was part of 2 assists there at least.
Yep.
So he's not doing terrible. But yeah, Antimage on bottom lane is getting the undisturbed free farm actually this game. I'm not gonna say completely undisturbed, but he is farming a lot.
Are you still looking for the blade mail coming out from Zai? Because he picks up a bottle. I was wondering what his extra money was for. But he's gonna go a bottle Bane.
Yeah, it's a good start to get the bottle just to be able to lane a little bit more. And they are putting aggression with the Naga and the Bane up here, trying to keep this Klinks from farming. Because if Klinks can finish up an early Deso or an early Orchid, he would be punishing the AM so much.
There's the Enfeeble. Force having a bit of a fun battle. They can't get the Ensnare, and there's no detection for Team Secret on this top lane. But Avorst running down. The Courier's going to come into an Avorst. Well, he looked both directions. Now the Tombstone dropping down Zai. There's 3 stick charges available. And he's trying to bottle charge in between the attacks. Brain Sap. He turns on Avorst. Kuro, a little bit more damage. Bane, he will eventually go
zombies.
down. And Saneko also on the way in. Following up with a stun. Kuro with one last Riptide and stick charges, but he will go down. Artstyle picks up the double kill.
Artstyle getting such a good start here on his Undying, and he's level 4 after that. They did, however, lose their Klinks, but that's still a good trade for them. Especially as the Klinks was having quite a hard time farming straight up on this lane, so helps him a lot.
Puppy smoke moving in towards the mid.
Yeah.
He's only got a Hellbear as well as a Dark Troll summon on that. Hellbear's only got 10 seconds left on it.
Yeah, he has to go soon then.
He's looping around. He's going to come in behind the tower. S4's ready. He's got Sonic Wave and double damage. The stun off target. Bay might kill if I'm dying in the meantime. But S4 takes the kill in the mid.
That timing on the Hellbear, he gets the clap, gets the last hit with it, and then immediately dies afterwards. So the timing on the gank was very well done by Puppy.
Bane also got 300 gold for that kill on the Undying.
Oh yeah.
It was a 3-kill streak.
On the Klinks, you mean?
No,
they killed
Undying. He killed Undying on the top lane.
True.
Fnatic. Hello. S4. Troll Trap is up. They're still the end of that double damage rune, and they're trying to go deep, so he has to snowball up, at least up to the high ground, and Fnatic no way down. Enchantress will take the last hit, and that's 1,300 gold into the Enchantress, while Kuro being stunned and hexed. Dendi looking for the follow-up stun. He'll get in range, and with the help of Artstyle, they find themselves another kill for Navi.
9 kills already, just 6 minutes into the game. Action all over here, and they just keep looking to turn up the heat as Artstyle runs up top and tries to zone away Zai from this top lane.
Is that possible to do so?
They gotta, yeah, they might even dive him actually because they have Lion coming in from behind. Soneko never stops. Soneko, okay, sometimes stop, back out.
Well, with the Observer there, they know what they're up against.
Yeah.
And Puppy isn't coming to help him out. Like, Puppy keeps finding, like, these Centaurs, Trolls, Wild Wings. They're the roaming gankers, not the lane presence something like a Wild Wing would, a Harpy would give you. But Navi, okay, they are committing heavily. Kuro's up here, no level 6. And Saneko, well, can he even get close enough? They're going to see him walking up the stairs in a moment. He's right on the edge, or he was right on the edge of the vision.
Yeah, he was. Fnatic is here as well, and he wants to get the snowball, but he has to get it from straight ahead, and that's very difficult.
Zai.
Can they go?
It's a long way up. Kuro going to rip tight in. The snowball goes over on Zai, but Snako ensnared up, and well, where's your way out? S4's going to arrive. No Sonic Wave, but Zai still alive with the one charge and bottle charges. The minions are chasing him down.
Oh,
the Undying Tombstone is what kills him, and S4 and Kuro, they're having the same problem. It's the Walking Dead right now as S4 retreats back as far as he could possibly go, but Fnatic chasing. He's got Snowball available, and now he realizes he's all alone.
Yeah, I can't believe they got away there with the Undying and the Lion.
He's going on S4 with the stop, and he gets him before the blink.
That was so close to the end of the animation there on the blink. Tusk gets the solo kill, 467 gold. But all the while we're seeing this. Antimage is farming bottom and pushing as much as possible, but his team is getting the worst end of these trades in the fights.
What does Puppy do with his 2,000 gold?
Midas?
Well, he'll probably already have the recipe for that if he was going to do it already.
I don't know. No need to purchase it. No need to show that you're going Midas, I guess.
Dendi.
Yeah, he actually picks up the Midas immediately, and that's going to be the build. It gives nice attack speed and also gives you more levels on Enchantress, which she desperately needs, actually. Especially as you start running around a lot, ganking. When you go into these games such as this one, roaming around and controlling the game for your team is important.
Especially the way that Poppy plays Enchantress.
Yeah.
Because I know we have had this discussion previously about Chen and how you hit like that 30-40 minute mark and Chen just really falls off. You're meant to win before that point. Enchantress is the jungler that gives you that early presence, but gives you a lot of damage in the later portion of the game. The impetus damage from Enchantress is really, really strong with the Ags upgrade.
Yeah, and it can also hit people in BKB. And meanwhile, we see a little smoke here by Na'Vi running down, trying to do something about the free farm from Arteezy. Remember, he only has that one death because he died before the creep spawn. Didn't really set back his farm or anything, just gave gold to the enemy.
Yep.
So he's been doing very well down here.
Very patient
he
behind the
knows.
tower. Yeah, he read this coming.
Look at the illusions in the dire jungle. Like, Naga Siren has scouted this out. She knows that there's no one here. But Poppy, though.
Yeah, Poppy might die. There's just Snowball coming in. Stars surprise. He's got 2 points up and untouchable. It's not the... Okay, well, I was going to say not the quickest kill, but they commit Tombstone and Punch.
I mean, you're not untouchable when Tusk comes. Tusk and his ulti, it will definitely mess with you. Even the Windrunner evasion or any evasion is not going to save you from Walrus Punch.
But with the 3-man rotation that you just said, including committing a smoke, you didn't kill the Animage, which was your priority, and you've still got top lane where Kuro is now turning into a core. Like, you got both Bane as well as Naga Siren at level 6 on this top lane.
Yeah, they decided that, okay, we farmed up the Bane until he had his bottle, boots, and magic wand, and then we're trying to give over the farm to Naga Siren so that she can turn into something.
If they don't kill Kuro straight away here, they're getting out.
Yeah.
And in fact, he sees Suneko coming up. They start with the decay, Kuro, Song of the Siren, the stun, and the Hex. They've got up with the Nightmare on Denny. He may not have enough damage. Okay, they will kill Kuro. Zai,
diving.
Low life in the tree lane. He's got Fiend's Grip available. Not going to use it when he's this deep in, however. So they find another one. It's a
Na'Vi,
4-man
10 and
gank
4.
train.
Na'Vi's doing great in this game, and S4, he is playing his Queen of Pain, looking here to find anything. Could kill the Courier, could ulti the Courier if he feels scared to go for it, as it does hit the Courier with its damage.
The 10-4 looks good for Na'Vi, but I still feel it's very, very deceptive for who has the advantage.
Oh, it always is. Anti-Mage is never going to play in much towards the kills, unless it's a really weird game.
But it's also the gold overall. Like, it's 750 still going the way of Secret when you're 6 kills behind. The experience, which when you get a lot of kills you think would be in front, is actually 2,000, was 2,500 at one point, going the way of Secret.
I mean, that's what happened when you're on Enchantress with jungling and Midas, though. You get so much experience from that, and sometimes when you gank a lot, you're just spending a lot of time running around finding ganks. But I don't think the levels hurt them that much. They have level 6 on Lion now. They have level 6 on Undying. I don't think the experience difference is that hurtful for Na'Vi.
I think, maybe I'm just looking at it from the other perspective of Secrets just not being slowed down. And they're basically running a 4-core lineup with this.
Pretty much, yeah. But
bottom lane, Arteezy got to get out of here. Avos right behind him. Snake and Arstar making them move. Snakeo can't get the Hex in time.
Yeah,
He tried to come inside the smoke, and there's a lot of support around the corner.
Without the Tusk, they can't really go like that. If they had Tusk and Lion coming in instead of Tusk and Undying and Lion, they would have been able to snowball and chase after, even when he blinks. But
Arteezy just bailed.
Yeah.
The second he realized they're all there, he just TP top. So he's up there with Kuro.
That's how it goes. Whenever you see that a lot of people are invading your lane when you play Anti-Mage, just skip that lane, go somewhere else, put pressure onto towers, and make the enemy regret that they're not there.
And how do you even take it from here? Okay, Arstar let off the Tombstone very early on, but he can easily keep it alive. It's the undead minions.
Mid-tower.
Battle. Okay, middle lane. They go for Zai with the Hex. Did he follow up the Pulse Nova? Finger of Death. S4 dropping insanely low. Zai's still taking a lot to kill him off, but eventually he will die.
Yeah, just barely not getting the kill on Queen of Pain there. Nice try with the finger and so on from Suneko.
They still didn't... Like, okay, so you killed off the Bane. Wonderful. We are classing him as a core in this game for Secret because they're running the 4-core. But you didn't take the tier 1 tower in bottom lane. Arteezy still farming up the top lane by intercepting the creep wave and dropping that tier 1 tower down with more damage than Na'Vi did to the bottom tier 1 tower, and that was when they committed Tombstone as well.
Yeah, I think the most important part for Na'Vi is that they start getting stuff on their Clinks. Like, yes, they can't really stop Secret, but that's because Secret is a very heads-up team. Whenever you go for a gank or a rotation, they're going to be somewhere else putting pressure or farming. That's how it's always going to go.
Wow,
so stopping
Poppy.
completely is hard.
Okay, 2 Searing Arrow attacks from Havorst. drops Poppy down to about 15% of his health.
Yeah, Climax is extremely strong. However, he doesn't have good mana regen in this game. He could use a Soul Ring or something else, like Soul Ring or Bottle even.
He's got the Ring of Aquila as well as
It's not
Medallion.
enough.
It's
I played a lot of Climax. This puts you at a decent mana, but when you start running around a lot, you have to run to base sooner or later.
the Puppy Mud Golem coming in behind on Seneko on the top lane. Just trying to force him back out.
Actually,
I think he wants it to die right now so he can get the doubles.
Yeah. They're still struggling to take any tower, as Secret are defending really well here. As you said, the Mud Golem and the Illusion together, working hard.
Yeah. Well, how do you push into it in the early stage?
Early stage is just difficult. You always need to kill the enemy before you push. So you need to use the Tombstone in a way that you have the Tombstone on the tower and get the kills there.
I love this bash, brother. Fnatic jukes it perfectly, and now Poppy realizes he doesn't find him.
The two little stunlings.
It's still nice watching the micro control. Incoming. It is the doubler.
They hurt quite a bit as well, 125 damage each. But yeah, this is 111 CS, looking at 14 minutes on Anti-Mage. So he's getting really, really fat. He is very close to finishing up his Battle Fury after Power Threads.
Okay, again, do we look at the clock here? Now we have an Anti-Mage that's getting massive on Team Secret against them. Shrek and Kling's at a point where they can deal with him at the moment, or at least deal with him in the next 20 minutes when they're going to be looking to push and take towers.
I don't look much towards the Leshrac for that. I look completely towards the Klings.
Woo! Okay, well that was a fun little battle for Leshrac, and now Arstar doesn't want to really be part of this one either. Zai, Arstar is going to drop to the last attack. They get rid of the Tombstone while keeping Seneko under. Arteezy, maybe with the Finger of Death, it's enough damage to kill him. He'll blink away, Brain Tap of cooldown in 2 seconds time, and that will be enough for Zai to get the kill.
Jukes.
He needs the vision. Seneko around the trees, into the corner.
Nice
He'll
Duke.
see him, but now, okay, Brain Tap doing the work. He had some help with the Impetus.
That was a complete disaster, losing Undying Lion and your Leshrac core. And Queen wasn't even there during that fight. That was just the Bane and Anti-Mage wrecking you guys. So.
And Anti-Mage didn't even have a damage-dealing item. Now he's got both of them on the courier. That's the Battle Fury done for Arteezy.
Oh, Bane is TPing up top. He wants to fight this. Gets a sleep onto a Tusk, and that might be enough to secure the kill here.
Oh, Walrus Punch going to send Zai flying, but
they're not
no
going to
slow.
pursue.
No Shadow Strike from S4 to slow him down.
I thought he was going to slow him down and then let KAROKI come up, but he was a little bit too far away, I suppose. They couldn't really get that one.
The Battle Fury farming has begun. Now, at this point, Arteezy is 475, almost 500 actually with that camp, gold per minute.
Yeah,
this is under 16-minute Battle Fury.
Yeah.
And it's not even a rushed one. He still bought PMS, Treads, and a casual Ring of Regen.
That's very fast considering how every team is trying their best to do something to stop the Anti-Mage. But in this game, Na'Vi, despite their best efforts, despite killing him before the creeps even spawned, they can't really stop this.
But they haven't touched him since that point. Like, he's only one death on Arteezy.
They tried, but he had very good awareness. He backed out when he knew the smoke was coming. Good scouting from KAROKI and just a wording from their team in general. Like, Secret is a very composed team.
Well, Arteezy now going to mop up the creeps in the mid. While Na'Vi being a little bit more defensive for Vorst. Still want to keep eyes on him. Looks like we're going to see an early Desolator build from Clinks. Nothing unusual with that.
Yeah,
but it does flag me. Yeah, Roshan needs to be a priority target for Na'Vi.
Oh, definitely, yeah. It's definitely high up on your list. I like what Zai is doing, just giving some bottle charges over to Arteezy so he can keep farming without having to back after killing the Ancients.
And then move into gank with S4.
Oh, they're not going on mid.
They didn't get spotted. They ran up high enough that the Sentry Ward didn't reveal it.
Yeah. I thought they...
They're moving over for a smoke gank of Na'Vi's own.
Yeah.
So there's smoke over an Artstyle, and he'll just do a 3-man smoke.
Yeah, they want to find the Anti-Mage, but he's farming a lot on Ancients right now as he realizes his own jungle is not that safe. Puppy comes in and heals him as well. And they're also keeping tabs on Roshan.
Yeah, it's the Chen army sitting inside the pit. And he managed to sneak it in there while Na'Vi were trying to go for the smoke gank. So they'll see the Centaur running, but now they'll understand that everyone else from Secret is currently on the north side. Arteezy, blink
so
away!
Close.
The Searing Arrow is going to disjoint with that last blink. If that connected, he'd be dead right now.
Yeah, Hovost was there. He was waiting as Arteezy blinked in on that camp. Almost got the kill with that. But the fact that Anti-Mage lived through that is a testament. This Clinks needs more farm. When you get such a nice prediction of the Anti-Mage movement and still can't kill him, That is hurtful.
Shows just how strong he is. In the meantime, Tier 1 tower brought down by Na'Vi. So Tusker, the man with the last hit, already got that Blink Dagger on the Tusker. So good initiation available for him. Zai scouting out. Actually, it's the Naga Illusions which are scouting out, but it's seeing Artstar just walk in, drops the Tombstone. They Walrus punch on the other side and Finger of Death him.
Yeah.
That's some hatred to the Bane.
Yeah, they still game despite the amount of vision that was contributed by KAchimba. KAchimba is doing a really good job keeping up the scouting a lot, and he still managed to find some farm for himself as well.
And
But
goodbye, Puppy.
they lose 2 heroes there.
That's a big kill for him too. That's 591 gold for Clinks, just for killing off an Enchantress.
And that's his entire Desolator, I believe, as it's being delivered on the courier now.
You're right, it is.
Yeah. So he's really... Now he's hitting that peak where he has Medallion and Desolator and can kill anything. Roshan, heroes, towers, anything is a good target for him.
Well, he'll start with Ancients and then move on to bigger and better things. Danny's also looking pretty good on his way to that Bloodstone.
Yeah, he needs to get some mana boots for his team all the time, else this Clinks has to run to base. But they do have plenty of mana boots in the team though.
They're just not slowing down Arteezy. So, okay, he's 1-1-2, but with Vlad's Battle Fury, Tread's PMS, and now on the way to completing a Mana Style, like he's only got the Blade of Alacrity, so I'm not going to write home saying, hey, Mana Style already before 20 minutes. But it's still an insanely strong anti-mage this early on in the game.
Yeah, it is. It is. Like, normally, the old timing for Battle Fury into a straight Manta Style without Vladimir's, a good timing was roughly 22 to 24 minutes. And he looks like he could maybe hit that timing even with buying a Vladimir's first. So Antimage is getting really strong this game.
Yep. And so is Puppy. That Hand of Mine is still going to work. He's got the point booster for his Aghanim Scepter. Make it a little bit more difficult for Revorst to kill him off straight away. But right now, Revorst wants bot lane, waiting for that pick off on Zai.
He needs one guy to help him.
But that TP support that just came in might flag to Zai. He should back up because they have an Observe Ward in the lane.
They do. He's going to back off.
Well, he still hasn't done it yet. And now, your attack, Nightmare. In and around the corner,
lightning doesn't
S4
bounce.
was thinking about jumping him.
Danny was hoping for lightning to bounce all the way over there, but he managed to get far away with the Bane. And meanwhile, they see a lot of people moving down bottom with that lane ward. Means they are just trying to move away, push other lanes.
The Mud Golem Scout.
Throw those stunts.
And Zai keeps his distance. S4 moving up to top lane,
It's
waiting for
rush
someone
time.
to try and defend against Arteezy.
Yeah, no one will defend against RTG though. I think they're going to trade a tier 2 tower top for Roshan.
The Naga Illusion's in there though, so they know that Roshan's being done.
Yep.
And you do have Song of the Siren available, but like, how quick can you bring down the tier 2 tower before Na'Vi can finish Roshan?
This is not a very good trade for Na'Vi. For Secret is pretty good. They get a tower and they run Antimage. Getting tier 2 towers is really huge. So they're very happy with what's going on.
They might even force TPs back, because they're already knocking on the door of the tier 3 tower.
They should. They have the double damage as well.
And Zai's waiting for it. Like, the Observer Ward's watching him, and there's that first TP out. And with a double damage on S4, yep, it's going to be that tier 3 tower down by a third of its life.
Yeah, and Tombstone was committed as well and not really doing anything there. So very hard for them to take a fight now in their own jungle against Secret here.
Ooh, Arteezy, the blink. The ball's going to drag a long, long way, but they lock Arteezy in. One more second until he can blink again. He's got enough life to survive this, and blinks over to the tree line. Saneko going for the sun, actually gets it. They don't have the proper vision, and Arteezy hexed up, so
Can they
still
get
no
him?
blink. They're still trying to finish the job with the Finger of Death. Yes, they do. The 5 heroes committed to kill him, but worth it.
I was actually surprised that they didn't try to do anything there, but Queen of Pain was very low mana and could not really go in and use her ulti and Scream. Else, I think they could have punished there with so many resources being used to bring down the Antimage. But still, though, they're not going to get anything out of the AM kill after getting it.
Yeah, especially when Kuralis's Riptide goes. So that creep wave's gone on the top lane. S4's also going to TP himself back to base and pick up the full Aghanim Scepter for himself.
Yeah, that is very nice.
He could kill.
No, there's Song, there's Mech. That's a very high armor Naga Siren. You can't really bring her down that quickly. So the farming game continues, but right now it's looking really terrible for Na'Vi in the sense that AM is pulling ahead, and he's soon gonna get to that stage where he's really hard to deal with. At least they got Roshan, so question is, can they do anything with this? Do they have any chance to push straight mid?
You do when you got a Vorce with an Aegis the Immortal. Because he can still soak up a lot of the burst damage of Secret, or at least force a reaction from them.
Yeah, he can. I mean, that's the upside to having Aegis on Clinkz is that he can position himself very well, come in from behind and just force a lot of spells to being thrown at him, and it doesn't matter if he dies. But he still needs his team to go in at the same time as he does. Oh, they can kill Puppy.
Yep. Blink down.
He got his Midas off first. It's fine. Value. Worth.
Still getting a little bit of extra cash.
That's all he wants, dude.
But meanwhile, on top lane, the push continues from Secret. They leave an Observer Ward behind now. Arstyles, Nako, and Dendi are all waiting for this.
Oh, they want to take this fight? I think so.
They see it. Secret don't. Now they see Artstyle, and Zai starts the Fiend's Grip straight away. Dendi needs to get the stun off, and now Artstyle just gets the Soul Rip off in time, so he'll be able to survive the Ghost after working with it, and Kuro actually triggering off this Song of the Siren. The Dendi Pulse Nova will still go to work, but they're all out.
A good old Naga Song into TP out. Not a single one getting picked off. He's going to run to a next camp here. Havost, can he just run and predict it? Oh, I don't think he can kill him.
Even with Medallion, TZ will blink away.
Yeah. RTZ very quick there as well to just cut down a tree, run between it, and juke into Fog of War.
Triple TP bot though.
Yeah, making it difficult.
So they're coming down looking for S4, but S4's not sticking around. He's already moving himself away. Still want to say a big props to Na'Vi for their warding game. Those wards have always been giving him the extra advantage before the fights begin.
Definitely. Their vision has been really good, and that's despite the fact that Secret have been running a Naga Siren, who also gives so much vision when it's played as a core, or played as a support, and played as a vision support in this sense. It's really hard to win the vision game.
I'm wondering how long it will be before Kuro actually gets a gem on himself.
That's a good question.
Then you got the scouting, and all this wonderful vision for Na'Vi will just start to disappear.
Yeah, I think he might pick it up as his next time.
Jumping, going for Dendi with a Shadow Strike. The Tombstone from Arstyle, just trying to force Secret back a little bit further.
Yeah, Tombstone has been playing a huge part in this game. It really has. Like almost every single engagement, we see the Tombstone go down. And I like the fact that he went for Ghost Scepter on Undying early, realizing that Anti-Mage is going to mess with him if he doesn't. And of course the Enchantress, you counter her as well.
Avos is committing so hard to just keeping up with his farm. He's burned all of his mana. There's nothing left for him.
He's going for a Hex, so he's going to be fine when he has it. He's going to have the Hex for Anti-Mage and Queen of Pain as well. So that way he can actually lock them down and kill them.
As long as he finds the right one.
Yeah, it's a pretty popular build.
Manta done now.
True. Hopefully he can find him when he's farming jungle so that he can just hex him up and kill him immediately. But yeah, the Anti-Mage Manta timing, 25.
Observer ward up, but he's dead. There's a
That
finger of
attack
death
speed's
to ensure the kill. And Arteezy! Oh! In from the side! Puppy will survive. The Meg charge gets triggered. There's Kuro coming to help him out. And Avos has no mana. They'll burn the Aegis to the Immortal. Supports on the way here from Na'Vi. Denny around the corner. He'll start with the Edict. They trigger off the dust into an ensnare. They see Avos and Arteezy moving over to Denny, trying to remove the mana.
Dendi.
They get through Avos. They blink in deeper again. The Tombstone trying to soul rip Dendy up again. And in comes just Sonic Wave from S4. They saw one small gap in Na'Vi's armor, and they have just torn it apart. One more Shadow Strike will fly up. That's a double kill for S4.
Dear God, how fast that turned into a disaster. It looked like an easy pickoff at first, trying to go on the poor little Bambi, and then, no, not that easy. She was tanky enough to sustain even through the Finger of Death. And then just the mana void, so much damage.
It hurts so much. It hurts so much. And now Secret will take not only the kills, but they'll take the tier 2 tower. Roshan isn't an option at the moment. And they didn't look like they wanted to go up on high ground. Actually, they're not even going to get the tier 2 tower. They just get fortification from Na'Vi instead.
Play it safe. They realize it's very short death times here, but they do pick up items. They have the Guardian Greaves now on Kuroki, so no mana is going to be spent when he uses his mech. Very nice for him. Instead, given mana.
Even Bane getting a little bit of extra protection with the cloak. More than likely, we're looking at a Glimmer Cape coming up shortly.
Exactly. And the low HP armor is very big against Clinkz. If you ever get targeted down by Clinkz and you have Guardian Greaves nearby, that could save your life.
So it seemed only moments ago that Arteezy finished the Mana Style, and he's already up to 1900 gold.
Yeah, that's what happens when you take a good team fight straight after like that. I like the S4 coming in at the rear end of the fight and just going like, yeah, I want the Leshrac kill and the Undying. Those are mine. I did this. Normally it's the typical AM contribution, but here I'm not too sure. I think the AM did most of that.
No, it's the perfect Queen of Pain. It's the Queen of Pain hit and run. You take the kills, you take the glory, you buy yourself something nice.
Yes, go buy something nice. Going into the plate mail, actually. So gonna add up some armor as well. Just trying to deal with the Clinkz. I like that. Casual plate mail on Bambi, casual plate mail on Queen of Pain. So they're just trying to prepare for this.
It works. Even though it does restrict the damage of the Enchantress, like, is there even really a problem when S4 as well as Animage are doing the work?
Yeah, not really. He just needed to bait anyway. So he's going to deal some damage with the Power Trade's Midas regardless. It doesn't need to be insane amount of damage because they have an AM and Queen.
Here coming to Ogre Club's Puppey. Well, Voss is going to find him, but we see the plate mail going a little bit to work.
Yeah, and also just the Untouchable really messes with him.
You're not going to get that chain attack off even with Strafe.
You need a BKB for him to be good against Enchantress. You really need BKB on Klinks because then the Untouchable doesn't affect you. So that's more what I was thinking when I said that Klinks is good against it.
Artesia, very aggressive, blink forward. He's got a lot of life to boot. Now he's picked up that Ogre Club of his. Soul going towards the fund Anti-Major BKB. As the Tombstone will drop, Barstar getting stunned up, and the Centaur, the one from Puppey doing the work as they snowball in on top of Puppey. But Kuro stops the fun. Little Shrek stun might be there, but all of Na'Vi are caught napping. And Kuro will TP away.
Yeah, he's out. Well played by Kuro. That's the third time, I believe, that he actually disjointed a fight just like that in this very game. So always there to stop Na'Vi and their progress. And this game was looking like Na'Vi were so far ahead in kills in the beginning, and now it's 11 for 15, and the farm is definitely in favor of Secret.
That it is. And Arteezy even doing something smarter. He jumped in and creep skipped the bottom lane, and now he's going to creep skip the mid lane as well. So when Kuro comes in and riptides up the mid lane, there's not going to be any kind of pressure to be applied by Na'Vi onto any of the buildings of Secret. They leave the illusions behind, so they don't mop up the whole thing, but they get the TP back from Dendi anyway.
Exactly, forcing the reactions and playing around your opponents. This is what we saw Envy doing a lot as well. That's pretty much the name of the game for AM, running around and distracting the opponents.
There will be a problem for AM, however. He's going to lose his spell shield now that the Silver Edge is done for the Tusker.
Yeah, that is a very big part. Silver Edge is a really good item against Anti-Mage. Also turns off the mana break, which can be nice.
The only downside is if he uses it and then the VKB pops.
Yeah.
Then it shatters the break effect.
Yeah.
Looks like Zai hunting a Voss straight to the Fiend Script. And Arteezy, no mana for you. And Klinks, well, he thought he was having an innocent stroll through his own jungle.
Yeah, not so innocent anymore, and Klinks, one of the most important heroes for Na'Vi right now, cannot lose him as he's trying to work and finish his Hex, but he's just too far from it.
Arstal and Dendi, so difficult to slow down Arteezy. They're looking at him, it's like, well, I can Decay and Lightning, and then Arteezy just backs up, continues to farm.
Yeah, they have plenty of farm on their 3 heroes, but it's just that Secret have more farm on their Anti-Mage. He's just too strong right now.
Yeah.
With the full BKB ready, he can farm so aggressively. He doesn't have to fear anything. There are some dangerous things, but it really is only when the entire team goes at the same time that he risks dying.
Yeah. I think they're just waiting for Roshan. S4, oh, he blinks a little bit too far to kill the Sigil, but on bottom lane, Anti-Mage, a quick blink away, but he blinks down into Seneko. And Fnatic right behind him, the Sonic away from S4. Lion didn't stand a chance. Arteezy, there will be the Snowball to help protect a couple of Na'Vi for a while, but with his BKB on, he just dies deeper. The mana void's up in 2 seconds' time. Both Fnatic and Arstal have burned a hell of a lot of it, and Kuro stops the fun. Zion moves forward. He can Nightmare up Dendi or a Voss. They actually don't see a Voss. He's invis for the moment. Unless they have the gem, they have the dust anyway, and there's your mana void. But the Snowball, again, protection's available, but not for long. Dendi getting beaten apart. Arteezy will take him down. It's a 2-for-1 trade-off, but it's probably not going to stop here. A Voss running away invis. Arstal limping himself away in.
Yeah, he just has to run away with the Klinks there. Cannot stay, and the tower is definitely going to fall here. Very nice.
Can they
use
keep
of
going,
the song.
or do they just stop? Like Roshan,
I think they stop.
Roshan's up anyway, so they may as well grab it.
Back and pick up items as well. You almost have the Hex or the Shiva finished up on Queen of Pain, as she just needs a little bit more. They could definitely go for the Roshan now, as to have Vladimir's on AM.
They might be a little bit worried, though, that someone might come and grab it.
Yeah. They're probably going to wait until they have the song and play completely safe.
Yep. And a level... okay, it's a level 2 ulti, but Puppey's already 15.5 levels, 32 minutes into this game with an Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah. It's the Midas. Helps him keep up high in levels. He has only been part of 4 kills, and that's including the ones where he was not present with his hero. So, he uses his Midas. very well. Just keeps staying on level.
Fnatic, bottom lane, they go for Arteezy. No Finger of Death, still on cooldown, but the Earth Spike is still available, and they use the Silver Edge to try and break, and then BKB, they jump up, Seneko copping one of those impairs to the face.
Man.
Oh, Fnatic Glimmer caped away to safety.
That is unfortunate. One of the sad things about the last...
Wait, Havorst?
Oh, they're still
Can
going
he, okay, they see him. There's
Okay.
a gem over on Kuro. So Havorst, very, very visible. The snowball protects him, and they're chasing after Kuro Zai.
Oh,
He's got
this is
Fiend's
not
Grip
gonna
available,
work.
and Fnatic might do that. Havorst, a Sonic Wave from S4. Perfect sniping at the end. Denny getting impetus down by Puppey. It's a 3-for-1 trade-off, and they're running away R-Star north as well as Fnatic south. But R-Star's the man to die as well as his Tombstone. The Ghost have to buy him a little bit of extra time, but only a little bit.
I believe that might be it. That's 3 team fights in a row that they have been completely demolished by Team Secret. And when you're losing this many team fights in a row to an anti-mage snowballing this hard, there's not much to do. They have a Tusk behind the enemy lines. He needs to go and buy a TP scroll here from the sideline. They even spot him out, but they don't care about him.
And almost too easy.
Almost too easy.
Arteezy just having a fantastic and easy game.
Yeah, he definitely is. There was one point when they almost could kill him. The Lion and Tusk were going in. They needed the Silver Edge punch onto him and the finger afterwards, but there was a miscommunication. He didn't punch him, and then he used the finger for nothing into the spell shield.
The finger was also on cooldown when they started that.
Yeah,
that was another reason.
On bottom the second time, yeah, in the next fight.
You're talking about the one before?
Yeah, the previous one, where they were going in a little bit ham. The big team fight that resulted in disaster. But right now, it's just recovery time for Na'Vi. Like, if they can finish up this item on Clinks, he's been working for so long to get this Hex, and he desperately needs it.
It's too long to take.
Yeah, right now, it's at the point where the Hex item choice was not a good one. If he just went into Crystallis, it would have been better. But that's easy to say now in hindsight.
Yep.
If he did get his Hex at a decent timing, that would have been amazing. But now, you're just lacking physical damage so much. The disable won't even matter that much anymore.
Yep. Well, TC be able to tank through it. He's about to finish up his full butterfly and probably even still have buyback at the end of it all.
Yeah, they are going for Roshan though, and there's no one close enough to stop this. So they can just keep going.
It's a defensive tombstone. They're coming.
Yeah.
But they might just wait on... Okay, Fnatic blinks himself up. Nightmared up pretty quickly by Zai. Now Zai's got his own Glimmer Cape and turns into the Fiend's Grip. So Fnatic is down for the count. Arteezy moves forward as well. They find Dendy out of possession. Boom! Goes the Bane.
Yeah, like Lesha can't do anything against this.
And Denny back to the Water Levy. But look at the impetus damage. That did more damage than probably anything else to Denny. And GG is the call. And rightly so. They may have taken Roshan, but it was a bittersweet consolation prize. 21-17. Secret in under 36 minutes take game number 1 of our 2-game series.
Very convincing manner. The early game, Na'Vi were doing good. They found a lot of kills, but they were running around a lot as well. And meanwhile, Arteezy was free farming. They were not contesting his free farm from the very start, and that's a very risky thing.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of anti-mage games on this mainstream over the course of the 2 days, and that's the first one where we've seen anti-mage have that much space, and you see the reason why. You don't let him have that much space. See if they change anything. Game number 2, short break, and we'll be back.
Indeed. We do have the first game over, and Secret going forward, taking that win still, even though Na'Vi started the draft phase a little bit, it seemed like on an advantage, or at least where they would want to be, not to advantage over Secret. What did you guys think of that showing from, I mean, either team, but let's talk a little bit about Na'Vi's showing. I mean, after that draft, they weren't able to really pull it through.
Well, they actually had a pretty good early game. They didn't get ahead, I think, on the actual gold, but when you looked at the way the gold was distributed, 2,000 gold is on an Enchantress Midas, which is like 0 game impact at the point in time when you have it, so Na'Vi were probably even, and they actually did a pretty good job taking the fights. Now, the problem was the AM just got complete free farm, right? So it's a very stereotypical example of not countering AM and not having good counter picks against him either. If you let him free farm, you need a really good trade, but Clinks didn't free farm. Even if Lesh free farms, it's still situational if he can actually deal with him or not. And, you know, this game was, to a large extent, the Arteezy show, right? It just seemed like he just got to play his, like... This is a pretty easy game for AM when you get that much space. So he shined. I think it was very impressive to see how the other 4 managed to make it into that show, right? So they created a lot of space, right? They didn't lose the early game as hard as they definitely could have, and still held on to key objectives, towers, and another solid game from Secret, even though it looked maybe a little shaky at the
Yeah, I
start.
mean,
They had
like
the
you
game
mentioned
plan.
earlier on, maybe get into the mid game, we did see Navi was taking kills left and right, and they were ganking all their lanes. But at the same time, we look down and Antimage is farming, and he's still top net worth going forward. No sign of stopping right there. And you guys talked about this earlier. You do have to stop it. You have to have a plan if you're going to give that Antimage to stop it, or trade a pick or something like that. Weren't able to do it. We do have a quick highlight from that game. Secret going forward. Now this is near bottom lane.
And Fnatic right behind the Sonic away from S4. Lion didn't stand a chance.
And Secret just pushing forward. And Navi, I mean, not having an answer, they get caught, and we see the Anti-Mage just chasing after one after one.
I think one of the key moments was actually one before this. I'm not sure if we have that on replay or not, but yeah. Well, let's let this one play out first. This is a really good song, by the way, from KARUKI, identifying that they are ahead in the fight and that they can get in a really good position here and get a couple extra kills. And I do think that was the last kill of this fight. I believe they both get away here. Yeah. So so the fight before this, that I don't know if we have it on tape, but basically what happens is this is like an absolute classic puppy play, baiting with Enchantress. And I don't know if it was intended to be a bait as such, but he gets caught in the dire jungle by, I think it is Soneko's Lion. All right, we've got it. Perfect.
Yeah.
So here we go. So this play right here is huge, because this is when the game is still pretty even, right? Arteezy is ahead, but not by an insurmountable lead. He comes in at the perfect time. I believe Puppy at this point has his plate mail, and that's why he lives. So they bought, as Waga pointed out, casual plate mails on both Puppy and I think it was S4 on the Quap. Both bought plate mails to be able to deal with this Clinks, and Arteezy is just in the right place at the right time, jumps in for the assist. They end up getting, in what should have been just an easy pickoff for Na'Vi, ends up being a 0-5 fight. Or 0-4, I think. The Tusk might have survived. I don't think he bought back there. So this right here this is the stuff that wins games, simply. And
Yeah,
I can't remember how many times I've seen Puppy with Enchantress always surviving with like no health and setting up for his team. It seems like every time he has Enchantress in the game, there's that one moment where a team thinks they can kill it and just can't, and lose something big.
Right on. Winter, what are your thoughts from this game? I mean, especially some of the picks, we were thinking a little bit of a curveball, especially coming in from Secret, but nothing too crazy. Going forward, Secret just continues. Do you think, who's going to challenge? I mean, is anyone going to be able to challenge their comfort zone, or this is just who they are?
I think going back to the lanes, because we were talking about Anti-Match getting too much space, and they got a very early kill on Arteezy in the lanes. Then after that, the Undying sort of left the Tusk alone, and the Tusk sort of started roaming. He got a kill on the Ench in the jungle, but I'm not sure was it worth it or not. Maybe it might have been better for both of the heroes to actually sit in the lane to make sure that the Anti-Mage has trouble farming, even though they killed him once, but they need to continuously shut him down. Instead of, okay, we did some damage, it's time to help the other lanes. So I'm not sure if that was worth it in the end of the day.
I mean, if you go down that route, though, it's hard to find a point where you stop, right? Because like you have to constantly shut him down, whether it's single-handedly by ganking him, the anti-mage, or by doing that and then ruining all three lanes and just eventually ending the game before he has a chance.
They have to do what Fnatic did to, I think it was Envy, when he was anti-mage and he couldn't farm in the other lanes, and his team just had, I'm not sure if it was Fnatic, but the game that he was on AM, his supports had to ditch him because there's no way they could help him farm in the lane. So they had to help the other lanes. It's probably better to force them into the position where the anti-mage can't farm and the supports will be helping the other lanes, and he has to recover later on towards the game, instead of after one kill then he's just left alone to farm.
I mean, at the same time though, they had to help out mid lane too. Puppy tried to gank the Leshrac. They turned that gank around, but Queen of Pain versus Leshrac is a matchup that when it's already drafted in the first two heroes, you don't expect it to be a one-on-one. You expect the Enchantress to go there, and the supports from Na'Vi realized that. They didn't want Leshrac to be underfarmed, so they devoted more resources there. So you either sacrifice a Lesh or you give AM farm. I don't think they can do both.
And I think they don't really have the supports that excel well at that. Undying is a support where you want to sit in a lane statically. You want to keep owning the lane and you want to keep pressuring, and eventually at some point possibly take the tower if possible. So when you force the Undying to move around, like, I don't think it's ideal for him already.
And if you look at it as a one-on-one trade-off, if your choice is we can sack our Lesh a little bit to sack their anti-mage, or we can let both farm, you would generally prefer to sack, right? Because the farm trade-off actually favors AM because he counters Lesh innately, right? So that I would definitely agree with Winner there. The game plan there is they have to counter the AM a bit more than they did, or maybe a lot more than they did there.
Well, yeah, of course. Once you start, you have to commit to that fully. Now, let's talk a little bit about the draft then, Winter. Earlier, we did see them banning out the gyro instead, and that left a lot of options open, including the Lesh. Do you think at this point, just try to go something more standard, of course, depending on the pick order, just ban out Lesh, don't count on either team getting it, and then see what each team has got, in case of Na'Vi, rather?
I think they can actually do the same thing, like just leave stuff open and take a trade. It's more of their execution and game plan that I think that has to be more refined in the next game. Because I feel they made a couple of really bad mistakes in the game that they started out well. Like, don't get me wrong, the lanes and stuff, but it's just that after that, what they do with the lead is what is most important, how they control the AM and stuff.
And that's been the case for a lot of our games, is that the draft, if we compare numbers and relativity, the numbers of games that were determined more by the draft are not that much, actually, compared to the numbers where the draft seemed even on both sides. It really depended on which team came out on top. Do you think that really says a lot about the meta right now, or more so about the teams that we have at TI5, or a combination of both?
I mean, it's a combination of both. I mean, each team has their own play style, but if you can't execute your draft, it really doesn't matter what you have. Like, I mean, you're just going to lose no matter what, especially at this caliber of play. So generally, just teams pick whatever they're best with, and teams that try and adapt too much. I think adapting is important, but adapting too much is going to shoot you in the foot.
So that's fair enough. So going into game 2, Na'Vi, then what are they looking to fix? I mean, obviously execution from that last draft, but that's in that situation, right, where we were talking specifically about that draft itself. Do you think overall there's something that Na'Vi was lacking that affected that execution?
I think priorities is what is important. They need to know what are the more important objectives, what they need to shut down, and what they need to give more attention to from the support. So I think that is one point that they need to reconsider heavily in the next game.
What about you, Sin? What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. I actually think this was a really good draft for them. Maybe if you want to question one thing, maybe the Clink's last pick matchup against Bane, which I do think they should have expected with the draft, the way it was opened and the way it was set up. I was pretty confident that it was a Psy Bane, because else they would have to offlane the AM, the Naga, or the Quap. They could have technically offlaned Quap, but they don't really do that. So I don't know if that's what they were thinking. They picked Clink's because it's a decent matchup against Quap. I don't even know if it is. Maybe it's okay.
It's probably because of the timing windows of the carries, because Klings, you come online faster than the anti-mage, so you were going to be able to control the map better and look for because AM is going to be farming when he just gets Battlefield. Before he gets Blitz, he's always going to be maybe half HP or so, and as Klings, you run in maybe with a Medallion or even a Solar Crest, you might have a very good chance of catching the AM and killing him multiple times during the process. That might be one of the top process that they had in mind.
It works a lot better, though, if he's under farm, so then that window's a lot bigger.
Yes.
And that's why everyone is so scared of Undying plus Tusk, just because it dominates your safe lane. And then you lose your jungle, and then you lose your tower, and then everything goes downhill from there. But they never really got past that first step. They just killed AM once, and that's simply not.
They didn't really stick to the plan, though, I feel. Like they just left the plan right after they got one kill. That's how I felt. Yeah.
And if that's the kind of role they imagined their Clinks to play, then this is not the hero you drafted against in lane. Again, like the Bane. If the Clinks is supposed to get strong and be able to overtake AM because he comes online faster, he needs lane support, or he needs a lane that he wins on his own. But they had to quickly help him out. Also, if they don't move any supports to the top lane, Puppy as an Enchantress is always a wild card. He could just come in with Dust and they can kill him with a Nightmare into any sort of creep, and they just kill the Clinks a couple times, right? So it's a difficult situation for them. I definitely agree, though, more pressure on the safe lane carry, and I don't know, though, what carry wins one-on-one against Bane in lane? It's like an absolutely incredible lane dominator, so maybe Clinks was actually an okay pick.
Right, and again, we were talking a lot about the execution, so things could have gone differently, but if anything, you were saying if we were to question anything from Navi's draft, maybe the Clinks. So in that case, credit due to Navi, but we are looking at the draft of Game 2, of course, swapped between the two teams, so Navi will be on Radiant, and this time they're just going to say, all right, well, we don't want to deal with the Lesh, even if a lot of teams have shown methods to do so. Just take that out. And and still
So
prioritizing the Gyro as a ban.
They are taking out the Queen of Pain and Shadow Fiend once more when they're on the Dire. Just the exact same ban from Secret.
No, they banned.
I mean, it wasn't this game. It wasn't this series.
Oh,
it was
okay.
the series before
Yeah.
against Cloud9.
Noteworthy heroes available. Tusk, Naga. I think they first pick Naga. Actually.
Wyvern.
Wyvern, yeah?
Yeah, Wyvern
That's
is
true.
open.
Yeah, if Navi don't snag the Wyvern here, they probably won't get it later.
But I think Wyvern's a lot stronger on Dire side though, because of the
Yeah,
rotation
because of the
it.
position of the like the mid lane, how you can gank.
But at the same time, last game I don't really feel like it mattered that much because they had the Queen of Pain. But for pretty much any other mid, it's going to make a bigger difference.
Lash or Shadow Fiend.
Well, Secret juggling between a couple of those high priorities. Now, another contention, of course, earlier we've been talking about it. I mean, Dazzle, will he get through the first phase of picks? Last game rather, it didn't, and then Dazzle got banned in the second phase. But Tusk's gonna be the pickup for Secret. No big surprise there.
We somewhat expected Naga. I think Naga's really strong for Secret just because they're really good at taking fights on their own terms. And Naga is just like a, no, we don't want to fight now. We'll see you in a couple of minutes. And that's really important for a team like Secret who, you know, really looks for those little advantages and timing windows.
I think they're actually just challenging Navi on their hero pool.
But
they
it's-
don't play Naga.
Yeah, but it's also going back to the point where we mentioned yesterday where you don't want to play the exact same style, like exact same opening 2 games in a row.
Right.
So
That's true. And of course, with the Wyvern being open, Navi's just going to snag that up. Winter, like you said, they don't want a chance that being banned out in the second phase. And what else is Navi looking for here? With the Wyvern already picked?
I feel like there's one key hero we're missing, like top tier pick.
I mean, Undying I think is a top tier pick for Navi, but I'm not sure if they're going to pick it right here. Bounty Hunter?
Bounty Hunter.
Bounty Hunter did, yeah, Bounty Hunter was in the bans last game. So it is available. Of course, a number of other heroes that we've seen consistently throughout this weekend, even picked early. Dazzle and Wisp. Dazzle we mentioned earlier.
Wisp I don't think won't see.
Right.
It won't see play from Navi. I mean,
Right, on the
Secret
side of
might pick
Navi.
it, though.
Wondering if Secret will pick it up or even ban it from either side. Maybe from Navi in the next phase.
Why won't Navi pick it?
It doesn't seem, I don't know. It's not something that they turn to a lot recently.
I guess does Artstyle even play Wisp? I think it's Soneko when they have it.
maybe
and Soneko needs to
maybe Earthshaker is more flexible here since you can. Okay.
Oh. Well, I mean, feel free to finish your thought.
Yeah, I was thinking like because they are having trouble with figuring out what to put here because you need to have a flexible pick. You need a pick that doesn't reveal too much and again flexible. So Earthshaker can be played as off lane like they have done that in the past. So and it can go to the support position. So I feel that that's like one of the few remaining comfortable flexible picks left in the pool there for them.
And then the Naga does get
solves
locked.
the Tusk as well, as we've talked about a couple of times. Fissure, counter
Right.
engaging, Snowball is very good.
All right. Well, not too many cores revealed as.
Probably gonna ban the
Alright.
Darkseer here since most of the teams have been banning Darkseer when there's a Wyvern pick on the opposing team.
Yeah, we have seen that.
Yeah, they don't have first pick coming out in the next phase.
So if you're Navi now, you're setting up for a range carry, right? There's very low chance you play this with a melee core, unless if it's an offlane shaker. Also, I don't think they have playing melee cores against Tusk Naga is pretty risky. You easily get controlled by ensnare. Tusk, of course, can keep you at distance. Ice shards are super annoying if you're a melee core.
I mean, it depends. Like someone like Anti or
Maybe
like
a mobile
Phantom Lancer is not that much out of the question. It just depends on what it is.
Yeah, there's been a lot of games where we see Lancer paired with Wyvern as well a lot. Because
Lancer I would have used. Go ahead. You were.
Yeah.
I've seen it paired with Wyvern because.
Yeah, because like Wyvern can babysit the Lancer, and the other reason is because most of the time you are trying to split farm and get as much as possible around the map, and with the splinter bars, Wyvern's usually be able to buy a lot of space and time for the Lancer to actually come online. So they both have a lot of synergy in between each other.
And then the Bane getting a ban this game. You guys were talking about how that has been slipping through a little bit, but definitely has good reason to be in the meta right now.
Why have you been out clean?
Arteezy's played it once. That was the game that got 33 then.
Yeah, and they
Oh, so that's why.
they tend to prioritize the clings on the dire side as well because of how they can snowball, like get a kill, get a tower, or get a Roche fairly easily with the way they are playing the cling. So probably that's one of the few reasons as well.
Does seem like a pretty specific ban though for only the second phase, especially when
I mean, they
still
have
had the
Wyvern
first
though.
pick.
Usually you're not afraid of clings when you have
Yeah.
co-embrace. So
Yeah, that band is very strange to me.
it's and
Well.
clings doesn't directly counter any other hero. So
I think he's good in the sense that you can like take control of the opponent's jungle very well. If you're off to a free start, I mean, as far as other reasons, yeah, I don't think he's like a direct counter to any hero, especially when there's a Wyvern.
Yeah.
So I guess it's mostly just a counter, a ban based on you don't want the momentum of the game to go into this type of snowball, then Roshan, then tower type of pace for the opponent.
All right.
Pretty solid Razor pick, I think.
Yeah, good lanes as well. Like you mentioned with Earthshaker, you want to have a range hero in the lane if you want to play Shaker as a support. So Razor is very independent as a carry. It doesn't need too much of help. Can pressure the off lane alone, and he comes online pretty fast. So it synergizes well with the other two heroes. You want to group and take towers.
So Secret, what else do you think they're going to be looking for here? I mean, of course, with Tusk and Naga, that's no surprises there for their picks.
I mean, I think versus Razor, your carry pick is way more limited, especially if you expect them to possibly dual lane off lane, which I think is a very high possibility coming out from Na'Vi. Gyro is a very good choice. It's banned out, but for the reasons that he's really good versus Razor, he has like a close range nuke, so he can't static link, and he's a range hero. And I'm trying to think of other ones that match up well versus Razor. But all in all, I mean, it takes out like a fair amount of heroes. Like PA just does it terribly versus Razor.
Yeah, and the Dazzle did slip through, so...
Might be a carry Naga though this game, even though I haven't seen a long time. from
Right, yeah, I
Secret.
was going to ask. I mean, we talked about it earlier, how we haven't seen that from Secret too much, but could it be a possibility? And Dazzle being locked in, that option still is open.
PL might actually be pretty likely for Secret.
Okay, ooh, Storm coming out for Na'Vi.
They might need lockdown for this game.
Yeah.
I've seen Tusk do pretty well. If Tusk is a little
Ahead,
overfarmed,
I guess.
yeah. If Tusk gets a good start, then I think he actually handles Storm very well. You can like waste his Vortex and a lot of mana by snowballing on him. He has like a pretty long and high damage chain disable, I would say.
That's like if as well. Like you
Yeah,
need
it's
to have multiple ways of dealing with the Storm, just in case the Tusk. Like you can't just rely on the Tusk alone because Storm is very mobile.
Yeah.
And
They ran out of ornament. I'm seeing things.
Alright.
I thought that was a last second pick, but it's
Oh,
50
yeah.
reserve. Yeah.
Well, Anti-Mage coming out again for Arteezy. So the Naga...
They have to pressure him this time around. They can't just let him farm like the last game. So maybe they can actually do some pressure lane with Razor. Could be a possibility. Razor plus a support on the off lane to pressure the AM if they really want to hamper his early game.
Okay, now for Na'Vi, where are we seeing the shape going, and what are we looking for to round out that lineup? I mean, as you guys were saying,
I mean, if they do offlane Shaker, like
I think it's too weak this
Yeah,
game.
it's-
With the
it's-
AM, it's too weak.
it's very weak. Like AM's just gonna free farm. And Earthshaker will get his levels, but Earthshaker doesn't really like counter anti-mage in the late game. And of course, they have like Song of the Siren in case they want to try and chain stun him. So I think that's just like far too risky of a venture. I think it's much safer to do Razor plus
Shaker.
yeah, Razor
I'd
plus
say.
Shaker or Razor plus Wyvern and pressure him with a Razor in the lane in particular.
Okay, and
Yeah, like Secret is already banning out the Undying once more. Worried that might actually happen, like Undying with Razor or they can do some aggressive lane against the AM.
What other aggressive heroes are there though? We've seen Axe used, but that was earlier in the day.
yeah, that was by Secret.
Don't
against
really have a
Cloud9.
good pairing for it.
Yeah, with Axe you want to have instant like burst. Their lineup doesn't have instant burst. They have like sustained damage over a long period of time, so X might not be like good with their lineup.
What else? Is there anything we've missed that we've?
There's still Darks here though, right?
Darkseer is still open. Yeah, you mentioned that from the very beginning.
I feel like Darkseer will get controlled very easily though by the supports.
Yeah, but he's
Take a
very
good
good. Like
Darkseer
he's very
duo
good in the
on
lane, maybe.
Oh,
that is
Phoenix.
something new. So they have the combination of Phoenix and Wyvern together in team fights is very powerful. You dive in, you drop your egg, and the enemy team obviously has two choices, either to run or to focus the egg. When they focus the egg, that sets up for the Wyvern to drop her ultimate onto the fight, and they have both very good synergy in between the two ultimates, so it's very strong team fight.
At the same time though, we've seen Nagasar counter, just straight up counter Phoenix, like you just sleep and kill the egg. So it is good, but again, the Naga Siren is a trump card for a lot of team fight abilities.
Yeah.
But Na'Vi have 2 legendary Pokemon. They have Articuno and Moltres. How can you beat it?
Secret. Go Puck as their last pick. Don't know if that's good enough, but that's what it's going to be. Na'Vi with the legendary lineup coming in game 2. Now, we talked about Na'Vi, how much they need these points. Of course, the 2-0 is not there anymore, but even that 1 point, I mean, at this point, right, if you couldn't get the 3 points, that 1 point really matters in some ways even more than the 3 points, so they definitely want this win. Secret, though, it's going to be a pretty tall wall to climb. How do you guys feel about this draft after having it all wrapped up?
Again, we think it's more of a playstyle thing. They have the pressure to anti-base.
Okay.
Yeah.
Na'Vi has a time bomb on their back. They need to do well and finish the game at a certain amount of time.
I'm not sure if their lineup this time around is actually better suited for it though. But now they have to do it. I think the last game they had a better draft for accomplishing that.
Okay.
We'll
but
see.
either way, they have to. At this point, they've cornered themselves into that point when anti-mage being given up to Arteezy. So it's going to be game 2 between Team Secret and Na'Vi.
Wrong.
I stand by my words.
Puck is amazing. And so are you guys. For joining us here on the live stream, Na'Vi versus Secret. It is the second game in our third series of the day where Team Secret are looking to get back-to-back major victories. They already achieved one over on Cloud9, and now they're looking to do one over on Na'Vi.
Yeah, we're going to see who can pull out on top here as Team Secret going with their Anti-Mage once again, and Na'Vi running the Lightning Boys, standing here on the high ground together.
They're waiting for anyone that will contest their might.
Yeah.
And it's not going to happen. Secret have no desire to get involved in this. Zai is making a bit of a movement down on the bot lane, and you see him preparing himself for a lot of damage. Mango, Tango, as well as Salve.
Mango, Tango, you name it, he got it. He's stacked.
That's what he's looking for. Kuro is also hiding inside the pit. Also notice the fact that Kuro doesn't even wait to level up. He goes directly for the Riptide, not looking for Ensnare. He's and that's probably just even more confidence in Zai to get the snowball.
Look at Phoenix. Look at Phoenix. He's gonna dive.
Is he?
He's gonna do it. He has the dive already. He wants to steal this.
Yeah, but Secret can see him, and Zai's gonna move forward. If he dives, there's your dive down.
Oh, so close.
Nah, Puck got it. And Zai.
Oh,
he shards him. He actually shards him into the tree line. He's trying to cut himself free. It's a contained bird. He doesn't want to be here. Now S4's going to orb up. He jaunts himself through with a Riptide that removed the armor. And
God, he's so
still
slow.
on the run. And Secret, well, the salve.
He's got to cancel it.
Well, he can cancel it, but look what you've just burned through. He actually... Like, he's only got 4 tangos left, and the shards again locks him in. Kuro's got another Riptide. They're actually going to kill Fnatic on the bottom lane. First blood to Secret.
Dear God, he ate 5 tangos to try and get away, and he dies.
It really looked like a bird that had his wings clipped. The second the first shards came up, it was just like panic. Panic, there's glass walls all around me.
But
Why
like
can't
a
I find
phoenix,
open
he
air?
has risen again, Toby. He's back.
Well, yeah, this might be his nephew.
Yeah.
Because that phoenix is not coming back.
Okay. Well, unfortunate. So,
oh, my.
Pretty interesting to see the offlane that they're running here. Aggressive tri-lane with the Razor, but there's just the AM there. So Secret are looking to win the other 2 lanes.
Arteezy.
Did he use the salve and get cancelled?
He was TPing down to the bottom lane.
Oh,
they
even
wanted
bigger.
to switch their lanes up, and they just canceled his TP scroll.
Heads up play by Artstyle, and he's also cancelling the pull here. Look at him just moving in and stopping the neutrals. Very heads up. So, like what Artstyle is doing here, this is going to keep the AM stuck here for quite a bit.
Yeah, that it will.
Or he has to run all the way down, but that's not very fun.
I don't think Kuro wants to come up here either. Like, he was about to make his way up and then realized that both Snako and Artstyle hadn't moved back into the lane. so they didn't want a bar of it. So this bottom lane is now Puppey and Zai combining together, and there's a poison touch first level from Puppey.
Interesting. Like, a lot of Dazzles have completely skipped the poison touch, but yeah.
He's wanting to burn the, that's at least my assumption here, he's wanting to burn up the consumables here of Fnatic.
They want to dive and kill Fnatic here. I think that's too much, though. It's a little bit too hard as the ice shards block the entrance, actually.
And you'd have to consume the mango to get the snowball up.
Yeah, you don't want to use the mango this early. You want to hold on to that.
But both runes get to go the way of Team Secret. So the bounty taken out by Kuro, who's going to slip himself back. Arteezy still having a horrible time. He's 1-1 on the CS. There was a very specific reason why they were TPing him out of the lane.
Yeah, this is not a fun lane. You can't go up against a Razor as anti-mage, especially when he has support as well.
Yep. Artstyle waiting in the corner. He's hoping for the perfect fissure time when the plasma field, or at least a static thing, can do its work.
Yeah. We see Artstyle is running in and trying to get something out of this pull. At least he's going to share the experience, but no last it's taken.
Coming after Dandy. And actually using his illusions to heal bomb. They force the rotation out from Seneko, and because of that now Artstyle caught out in the top, goes for the fissure, and Arteezy, one more swipe is all he needs. Kuro's going to get hit, and now, well, again running. There's more support coming up from Puppey, and Arteezy, he's got blink off cooldown, one attack, two attacks, cannot reach the Centaur in time. And Arteezy, even though he's got 1 CS, his kill count matches it.
As many kills as Hero, or as Creeps farmed. Very nice. Well, that's really good for him. A good recovery mechanic for AM here that Puppey was here, able to find the kill for him. And of course, the help of Kuroki.
Horse, though, still is light years ahead. You've got 17-7 over on the Razor, and Dendy in mid's having such a great time as well. He's walking around with 18-6. The only lane which isn't going well for Na'Vi is the bot lane, and that's where Fnatic, obviously he died the first time. He's almost level 4, but he's only got 4 CS.
I feel bad for Fnatic. He had 8 tangles going to that lane, and he just purchased 4 more tangles. So that's so much gold going into consumables that his Tranquil Boots are far away. And I can't help but feel if he didn't die first blood there, that lane would have been so good for Na'Vi. Like, he could have leech experience at least, and probably stayed alive.
Puppey's going to finally get his 4-minute camp to spawn on the top, so the pull option is open again for Team Secret, a little bit more of a secret ward as well, so a lot more difficult to counter out for Na'Vi.
Yep.
Dendy's dropping low, S4. He doesn't have mana for the combo just yet. In like 2 mana he would, and in fact he's just going to trigger the orb to run down for the haste rune on bottom. So action rune for S4, always a danger.
Curious to see that 56 games on Storm is the most of all players on that hero. Like, that's not very many. There are some heroes that have been played more than 100 games and so on in competitive Dota. That's curious, but 2-1 in this patch. Very good hero, I feel, still. Storm works really well. The aggression that you can put with him.
I know Blitz would agree. Snowball, bottom lane is Tusker. I don't know if he's really thinking he can do this, Zai, but he's got Fnatic and Arstar right behind. The Fissure is still available. Just try and dodge it around, but the Sigil is really making it impossible to chase him down.
Yeah, they did have the dive and as well as more Fire Spirits available, but decided not to go for it. He's simply too hard.
He's even going to do more damage to Fnatic. Gets an ice shot while this creep wave was coming in.
Yeah, and all those new tangles are gone again. God, this is a hungry bird. So haste rune on S4. I'm looking at him right now and trying to see when he will get his level 6.
You might want to look at Seneko instead. Puppey with the poison touch. He's going to put himself under, and Arteezy actually makes a path to freedom through the tree line.
Yeah. Path to freedom. Can't really go aggressive against the Razor up there. It's just a little bit of a poke.
It's just a nice path in the future. He's got the Quelling Blade, so it doesn't take him anything to cut this.
Should always try and do that.
Yep.
If your anti-mage can be very nice for you. Phoenix on bottom used his dive now, so maybe they will go aggressive on him.
But Arstar's still here. He's babysitting. The snowball's going to come in. Arstar looking for the fissure, and it's going to be funny to get the kill over on the Tusker. And Kuro, he's trapped. No more stuns. The cold embrace.
Nice TP
can't use
out.
that in an enemy, and he has no stuns.
Yes, that's very good there, Joey. That's why we have you here.
I know mechanic.
So that means full Tranquil Boots now for the Phoenix. So nice recovery after having a really tough time. That was a lot of baiting going on bottom lane until finally. I can't believe he went for a snowball. He had 170 HP and then he snowballed in on the Phoenix. And you knew that the Shaker was going to be around there.
It was confidence is what it is from Zai.
Yeah.
Now if he can just leech out a little bit of his experience from mid, he'd actually have his Walrus Punch. Just one creep to die. That's all that needs to die, and then he can ball himself in. But he's very visible. The observe ward, which is up on the hill, sees this coming, and the dream call actually stopping Denny from getting the instant jump away. But the walrus punch did not come.
They were trying for something very, very difficult there, but they almost made it. That was really cool. Snowball in and then cancel the animation of the ball lightning with the ulti from S4, but they couldn't get the Tusker punch. If they got that, they would probably have killed him.
I actually thought they were also looking to pick up the puck on the way through, but Zai, to get the timing right at the same time, you also want to cancel the animation with the Dream Coil. The timing for it would have had to been absolutely perfect.
Yeah, it's a very hard kill to kill a Storm like that. That's why I was surprised that they actually went for it, but would have been a cool move.
I suppose the silence really isn't that big just yet.
Yeah,
because that was what I was thinking about too. Like, you have like a level 1 silence, but that's only 0.75 of a second.
Yeah, exactly. Now with the Tusker punch and the Ice Shards, the damage would probably have been enough with the Illusory Orb and the Waning Rift, but just barely.
Now it's our start to help out. Fisher trying to go onto S4 in the mid, and then Denny can just ball lightning up. And they've already managed to bait out the phase shift, so Denny doesn't have any vision of art style at all. I mean, S4 doesn't have any vision of art style.
Yeah, S4 can't see him. The Fisher's gonna fly.
Oh,
misses.
what a dodge.
Yeah, nice
He's still
timing.
got not enough mana. He can't get into the tower.
Yeah, that was very unfortunate. If that stun landed, I mean, easy to see how he would have been very dead there. S4 gets a tango from KAROKI. What a buddy. And Rune is also spawning, so S4 checking bottom, Storm checking top. Actually, Artstyle checking top. Holding it.
Gotta make sure Denny gets those charges.
Yeah.
Oh, that's easy. Remember that farm on the Anti-Mage that was crippled at the start? He's now 28 for 3. He's still nowhere near Havorst, but
he doesn't need to be.
He's getting up further.
Yeah, he doesn't need to be near Havorst as well at this stage. Like, this is fine for an Anti-Mage. It's not great, but he is getting levels and farm to some extent. They have the pull now, which is definitely helping. But the first few minutes of the game was, of course, horrendous for him.
S4's finally getting a little bit of stack farm too, so he's going to flash farm a little bit of levels.
Yep. You definitely need to recover with Puck, because he doesn't farm that fast on lane. So maxing out the Illusory Orb quite a bit and just farming like this is really nice. And
running a Naga Siren on the bench, you're not too concerned about that. He can farm up with his illusions if he needs to. And if Denny does jump him, it's under the tower. You might kill a Naga, but Naga also a very tanky hero to try and kill.
Yeah, I also believe he might need to have full mana on Dendy to go for that kill, or at least the Fisher available. There's 4 heroes sitting around mid. They really want to take a fight with the egg now from Phoenix, but they don't have the best heroes to pressure tower.
4 heroes up against just Kuru, like...
Yeah, it feels like they're letting the AM, Free Farm, and Dazzle pull. As we saw earlier, Puppey has one of the highest jungling stats out of the supports here at TI. He does love to kill jungle creeps.
He's probably spent more time in the trees than anyone in the world.
Out of the support players, he's farming a lot from neutrals.
He played jungler after jungler after jungler for a very long time.
Yeah, he knows his jungle.
He knows his economy. That's what he knows.
Yeah.
How can you get the most amount of money in the game of Dota without having to sacrifice anything?
Yeah, and at the same time, we also see the mana boots available now on KAROKI, so he's going for multiple stacks at the same time right now. Let's see if he can make it.
Oh, not when S4 starts farming one up. Then again, he took it all out. The Naga illusion, he's picking, it's like, please move, move, move.
Yeah, but they're still actually managing to get spawn on 3 of these camps at the same time, so very nice. Very nice efficiency there.
Well, we said it. How do you get the most out of the map? That's the way to do it.
Yeah, it's that German efficiency. I like it, Kuro.
And then he gets to use his Riptide while S4 farms with Orb. And he's hitting basically everything. He's using 2 camps when he uses that Orb.
Yeah.
Go. No, it's just a double damage rune against Zai, but it's more of a zone out of the lane kind of style.
It is. Whenever you run into jungle and start farming the Mud Golems with a spell, I feel like, oh, they're so annoying. But you have to remember, they used to be in bottom lane.
Snowball down with the Walrus Punch, and Arteezy right behind in the Mana Void though. It's not enough damage. 22 life. He's still only actually dropped to 21 at one point. The Splinter Blast will come in, and Zai was charged in 1 second time. Snake put himself under, but Tusker realized he had enough. Arteezy still taking too much damage from the tower. Blinks up and dodges the last one, triggering the salve as early as he could.
Oh my god, I'm just looking at the stacking going on right now. Oh, he did it.
They're snowballing bottom. They're going after Arstyle, picking up Arteezy on the way through. Arstyle, he will be dropping underneath this tower. No mana to speak of.
These tower dives and kills are impressive to me, but at the same time, KAROKI was stacking Ancients, Big Camp, and Medium Camp. So he's just all over the place with his Naga Siren and stacking. So the jungle is fully saturated and prepared for Team Secret to go in and farm to. And they're just going to take that again, I think, with S4 and get close to that Blink Dagger. It's really nice to watch.
That's stage 1. Stage 2 is Battle Fury on the anti-mage.
Yeah, then he gets to farm. Kuroki, what a selfless guy. He's just doing it again. Look at the illusions. They're going to spread out, prepare. Yep. Then he's going to stack all the camps at once.
They last so long as well, so you can actually prepare them.
He's trying to stack.
Actually,
he's trying to stack 4 camps at once.
The hilarious thing is, look at the timer on them. So they time out in 10 seconds time, which is 1 second after everything should spawn.
Yep.
So it's terrific to watch.
Yeah.
And you got Poppy doing the other stack. So
yep.
1, 2. He didn't get it on one of the camps.
Failed the big camp.
But 3 out of 4 ain't bad.
Yeah. We give him 6 out of 10. So top lane, we see Phoenix still farming on the lane, trying to get. Oh, are they actually going? They're just going and checking the lane. They're taking the bottom tower really quickly here with RTC and Zai.
They're forcing the issue. Like that's when you look to the last band of Na'Vi where they took out the Undying. And Secret would be so much more scared to do what they're doing right now if that Undying was up. But really, how does Na'Vi punish Secret? You throw a fissure. You don't have... Actually, now you have Winter's Curse.
It has to be through the storm. That's how you do it.
Top lane, Fnatic jumping in on Poppy. He's still got Shallow Grave and Arteezy. Blink now comes off cooldown. They go into the Nova. Arteezy just going to get himself away from this one. Poppy will take a stun. He's got a Shallow Grave himself to stay alive, while Zai keeping his distance. He could snowball in or at least shard and keep Fnatic out. Fnatic! Oh, he went in. The snowball's going to chase him down, but he doesn't want to. Dendi was there as well. The Sigil making his way, but S4, Dream Core's available. Zai falling back, but Dendi jumps in. Song of the Siren from Kuro, stopping everything so Zai can back up. He's still burning at the moment.
Is he going to dive?
No.
Dendi, they're TPing out. He's not going to do it.
All right.
If he had a little bit more vision, he might have, but then you have to respect the anti-mage being closer by as well.
Cut your losses. Let S4 have some fun on bottom lane.
That
He's
was
now got his Blink
impressive,
Dagger.
because all of Secret were there for that team fight, and there was only 3 from Na'Vi. They get a kill, and they get out, and they didn't get punished. That was impressive.
That's very, very true.
They get a thing.
Now, they get that. Well done, Wonga.
Yeah.
You've now just annoyed every caster watching this game right now.
It's just the casters, man.
Not the players. Well, the stacks are going to begin again. Arteezy starting his farm on a couple of them. He's already got the Perseverance up and running.
Yeah.
But it'll take him a lot longer to get the rest of this farm. In fact, he's now
high ground farming.
He's cliff jungling.
Yeah, this is a fun little thing you can do. You gotta cut down the trees in order to do it, but when you have Quelling Blade, you can easily do this.
Yeah, just blink up and do it. And he doesn't have to take any damage.
Yep. Sufficient. I don't think that there are many other spots where you can actually do this trick, though.
They're about to try and jump on
I think
Dendi.
there's one more.
There's a lot of support coming in. Dendi, in fact, now jumps on Tuskar. Zai punching him up, but S4 with a Blink Dagger gets the silence into the ensnare. Dendi was not ready for that Blink Dagger on Puck.
Yeah, Puck has been farming so much jungle that they didn't know if he has Blink Dagger or not. Very hard
Poppy
to tell.
and Arteezy. It's Fnatic versus the world right now. Arteezy does have
He's
the mana
burning
void,
the
but
world.
there's not enough mana burnt off Fnatic to get the kill just yet, and he'll actually blink himself away.
Yeah.
But he does get the kill over on Dazzle.
So Fnatic 1v2 manages to get a kill, and the tower is now exposed, and he still has his ulti available. Na'Vi is playing really good in this game. Like, sure, they died with Dendi there on the mid lane, but I think they're doing much better than the previous game. Because look at the farm. They have a strong Razor, and there's a great hero for pressuring high ground. This is more of a game than last one.
It's a lot closer. As far as the gold goes, it's not even like you haven't seen much more than 1,000 gold experience going either way.
Yeah.
And the experience was up to Na'Vi at about 1,500, but like it's nothing to write home about in the first 15 minutes. Everything is still very, very close. The Secret is starting to get some items online. Arteezy is now roughly 1,500 away from having his Battle Fury.
Yeah.
You've got well, nothing on the Naga, but you got the Blink Dagger already over on S4, and he's moving into his next item. The mech's up on Zai, and Puppy, well, he's the sacrificial lamb in this game.
Yeah, all of Secret are starting to get stuff except for Puppy, but this is going to be tough because when Anti-Mage starts getting his items, we've seen before plenty of times today how dangerous that can be. And Na'Vi, they have to work on a timing. That's the only way that you can do this. So it seems maybe this is a BKB from Razor, but it might just be the Aghanim straight up.
It looks like a BKB. It really does at this point, because if he goes directly for an Aghanim Scepter, the push might be good, but there's just so many ways he can be controlled.
Yeah.
Unless Puck picks up an Aghanim Scepter, he's still going to feel fairly free with a BKB.
Yeah, it's It's an issue working on a timing. Ideally, you want to have both of those items. Sneko is going to fly away.
Yeah, Arctic Burn does the work, but the Snowball actually chasing him down. This Arctic Burn doesn't have long left on it, and with S4 jumping in, they find a really, really nice pick off.
Oh, and a tower. Just seems to be a tower here, and they just removed that one as well. Exactly.
So it's just passing through. Dandy's moving up to the Dire jungle. I think he might be looking for either the anti-mage.
He was spotted, though, so they're not going to find anything within this rotation here as he went through mid.
Don't think Arteezy really cares anyway. Like, he's looking for something else.
Arteezy is just looking for gold, man. Oh. That's all he wants.
Well, he had the double damage rune on him and he would have considered Fnatic, but with no support, the Fissure thrown out by Artstyle. It's not the best place to go. There's a big ancient stack that's happening.
Oh my god, that stack.
Yeah.
It's actually a dirty stack. What is this?
When this Battle Fury gets done, Arteezy moves down to farm it up. If they can have a little bit of help from Dazzle or Tusker, that would actually be almost the entire Yasha for anti-mage.
Yeah.
It could even be an ultimate ult for anti-mage with that mana creeps.
It could be. It's a 5-stack ancient right now, so that's plenty of creeps.
Looks like Secret again. They're going to smoke up 4 men.
Yeah, but they're
pretty
drawing
high
on
up.
the map.
Yeah, look at our style scribble. It's like they are here. Secret are here. And he's pinging out saying, yo, Dendy, be really, really careful about this. Zai, it's S4 jumping in for the silence. The Boros Punch going to follow up. All the warning was there, and Dendy jumps himself away, surviving on 20 HP. The Song of the Siren will come up. You lost Artstyle in the meantime to Arteezy in the top river.
Yeah.
But Dandy should be counting his lucky stars he's alive.
He definitely should. That was really, really, really close. Man, just a little bit extra and he would have died there. But a lot of stuff was used by Secret, so Na'Vi now trying to pressure mid. Pavost is like, okay, you have cooldowns, I'll try and pressure. But still a little bit intimidating going into this as they do have mech.
Oh, a little ensnare on Fnatic.
Oh, the silence.
Actually starts it back in again. He couldn't stop the dive. They're right in front of the Nova. They don't have enough time though. With Dendy jumping back in again. S4, he's gonna die. So is Kurokai. And Dendy chasing up after Zai. They're really going in deep. And do they have a vortex? Yes, they do. Zai's gonna be dragged back in and killed off. And what was starting to look like a good engagement for Secret turns around on top of Na'Vi.
That was beautiful
on top of
execution.
Secret. For Na'Vi.
Yeah, beautiful execution by Na'Vi. Top, they're defending this as well, so not gonna lose a tier 1. Might not, yeah, they're gonna get the tier 1 tower mid as well for Dendy. That was a good recovery for Dendy.
That's huge for him, because that's practically his Orchid. It's the second Oblivion Staff, and I'm seeing a Force. You're actually right, man. It is a rushed Aghanim Scepter. He's got the other 2 1k items over on the Courier at the moment.
I'm so smart, man.
You are.
So smart.
Oh, render
okay,
on,
so
render
they have the full Orchid now on Storm. That's going to allow them to go after the Anti-Mage because he does not have his Manta style yet. So you can actually go in, silence the Anti-Mage, and catch him and punish him. However, Storm might need help to bring him down. Solo, it's a little bit hard.
He hasn't got his Manta style yet.
Yeah, but look at that stack.
Yeah.
Gonna help tank it for him, and the heal bomb. Heal bomb works on Ancients as well, so all these illusions are gonna run in.
And then boom.
Yeah.
Riptide and Cleave. And how much do you get? So he starts at 972 when they start.
I mean, this hurts. Kuroki can tank it much better than the Anti-Mage can. He's so much more tanky.
So it was 972, and now he's sitting at, with this last Black Dragon and Lizard going to go down, 2100. That's a full ultimate orb if he wants it.
Yeah, and he will actually pick up the Vladimirs.
At the same time as Sneko. Oh, they found S4. With the Observer Ward going down, Denny was just a quick jump into an Orchid to find the kill.
Did not even mention that, but yes, of course, Puck is going to go into the Yule Scepter, but he's far from it. And until you have that, you're also a very good target for the Orchid Storm. I like that he did not go for the Bloodstone in this game, because that would have been terrible. Orchid is amazing here. Blitz would smile.
Looks like Arteezy bypassed the ultimate orb.
Yeah.
Just the casual Yasha. And so, Na'Vi, do you feel confident enough with this Aghanim Scepter now 300 gold, away for the Razor, and your Orchid up and running, even a double damage rune on the Storm Spirit? Do you look for the openings? Do you try and take tier 2 towers?
I think there are 2 things to look for. First, you gotta make Secret blind. You have to find these wards and get rid of them, because as long as Secret know where you are, they're gonna play around you. So if you can kill the wards, then you definitely have the chance to get pickoffs with Storm, and then the push will come naturally with this Aghanims on Razor. So I think they're in a pretty good spot, but Vision that's the key part to winning the game from Navi's position. They're also looking pretty close to getting their blink on Shaker. That's a very big part.
Meanwhile, Shaker's being committed to just being a presence on this bot lane. Secret of keeping their distance. Arteezy's having a great time. He's farming up and pushing up the top lane, doing some damage into the tier 1 tower.
He doesn't understand why his team died earlier. Like, dying means you can't farm.
And even forced a TP up from Dendi. So this push on bottom is just directly into the tower, nothing more.
Yeah, it definitely is. And Secret moving together a lot here, but they were also scouted by the good word by Navi here. So they see that everyone is going towards mid.
Dendi in the trees. Poppy's going to walk up right behind him. He hasn't moved just yet. Now Dendi reveals himself, denying up the town at the same time as the Shaker kills the bottom, but there's so many people on top.
S4 will happily jump this. He has CD Blink. 2 more seconds.
1 second. There it is. Silence. He's got the Dream Call available as well. Dendi doesn't care too much about that, but he cares about being silenced into the shards as well. That Phoenix dive up. Fnatic, he does have Nova available. S4 being put under. It's the ultimate right now of Seneko that was holding him there, but the Shallow Grave and Orb away under the cover of the Song of the Son of Kuro, also TPing himself away to safety. They're out.
They're out safe, and they got the most important kill that they could possibly get, killing off the Storm.
And Arteezy continues to farm the entire time.
Yeah.
And this is the Mandasile. You talked about that critical moment when you had that Orchid over on the Storm Spirit before the Mandasile arrived on Arteezy.
Yeah.
He's now recipe away.
Yeah, he's very close to getting it. I like the fact that he did not go for Vladimir's old top lane. Diving on Fnatic here. He might go down very close. He's going to be fine. But yeah, he skipped the Vladimir's in this game, which he hasn't done before, but that's only because he knows Manta timing is extra important here.
And that does mean you can just go in for the heart later on.
Yeah. He might even go back towards the Vladimir's, but I would be surprised to see that. I think he will skip it entirely since he didn't purchase it.
You could always get someone like Zai to buy it up for the team. I know it's great to have on the anti-mage himself, but...
Yeah, exactly. It's great if someone has it. He does have the ring, though, so he could, of course, go into it if he wants to.
That's probably the intention at the start, but...
Yeah.
Mandasile up, 23 minutes in. Looking good.
Delivered. And Navi right now, they have pretty good idea of where Secret are. They just need to get out on the field and start taking over, because the more Secret control the map, the more they will just win the game, choking you out slowly.
Well, Secret really control a lot of the map anyway. When Kuro moves his illusions around like he does, like he's riptiding down creep waves and forcing out the lane, and they're going to jump in and take Roshan, in fact. So there's no Vlads. But you do have the sigil, and it shouldn't be too difficult to bring down Roshan with the damage they have.
Yeah, it seems that now they have the same idea, though. They realize, but are they in time? They're actually too late.
Look at him right behind. He's got an invis rune sitting on top of the hill. Havorse will jump himself in. The shards will be there, and then S4, a 3-man silence, and Coil. Havorse isolated from the rest of the team. He's got practically no mana whatsoever. Now Dendi jumping in. The Aegis Immortal is in the hands of the Anti-Mage, and the Nova. Perfect position till the Mana Void. It does so much work. And the Anti-Mage still alive for now. Puppy with a Shallow Grave. He still doesn't die himself. Fnatic, he's trying to jump himself. Well, actually, no, he's trying to just kill off anyone else who's left behind.
Yeah, he has
and
the
that's
Aegis.
Arteezy. He's running over. Arteezy still wants to try and kill off Dendi. He could blink and burn a little bit more of the mana, but goes up to Snako. He's got Arctic burn off. Yep, S4 jumps up. They keep the vision on Snako, but he jumps down inside the pit, but S4 follows him with a blink dagger. Snako crawling himself away, but now he's down for the count. The gem, as you said, also on the ground. And Team Secret getting the advantage at the end of the fight.
Oh, that is so sad for Navi there. They die and lose the gem that they just purchased, going the way of Secret now, so that they can get rid of Navi's wards instead. That is absolutely the worst feeling when you don't even get time to deward a single ward with your gem. Man, very nice play by Secret. That jump by S4, he just shows us why he's one of the names that comes into your mind when you think about Puck.
Yep.
Actually one of the best Pucks out there, for sure.
Arteezy, Dendi, huge jump up. And Arteezy, the Orchid damage is not enough to kill him. And still, even then, it's an Aegis to the Immortal he would have popped only.
Yeah, and he has to back out because he's scared of the Mana Void. That would definitely have punished him hard if he kept going.
The hilarious thing is, though, the damage dealing, which came out during that fight, was all from Arteezy. And in fact, now Arteezy is not dead.
No, not dead.
Wait, what?
In fact, deliver.
TP out. Havorse too late. He triggered a jump charge for that one. He's only got one left. And he does actually go back for the Vlads.
He did. So, gonna try and stay on full HP at all times. I can understand how the Vlads is gonna be useful as well. Against the Razor, for example, who has an ulti that removes armor from you all the time, it's nice to have the little extra armor as well. And it just speeds up your farming so much. So we're gonna see probably a lot of 5-man team fights from now on. I don't think that Secret will stop 5-manning when they have the gem.
Especially when they 5-man smoke move.
Yeah. especially against this Storm, because you don't want to split up against the Storm.
Well, Dendy's on the other side of the tree line, but he's got a haste rune as well as having 2/3 of his mana, so that's a pretty difficult kill to find. But the easier one they could find is in mid lane. You see the Splinter Blast come out from the tree line, so they know Seneko plus Phoenix are here.
If they can go on Seneko, that would be the best.
Well, he's the big one to silence.
They're going to see art style.
Well, they found Art Style, at least RTZ found him, but they really do want Seneko. A double silence from S4 once again with the Dream Call, but the Echo Slam. It's a fresh Blink Dagger on Art Style, but the damage output, not enough. The Snowball plus the Song.
They're not taking any damage. Secret are just backing out.
Yep.
Oh, he dove into the Song. Stops the
RTZ
dive.
wants to jump again. He's got Mana Void available.
Yeah, they can't take this fight. Navi has to back out.
Even the Radiant's Courier getting sniped off at the same time. S4 back in again with a silence into Orb. Fnatic having to walk away the old-fashioned way. He does not have his Icarus dive available. And Zai, Snowball is up and running. In fact, RTZ just blinks forward. The Static Link starts from a Vorce, but RTZ, Glimmer Cape, only lost 28 points of damage. They'll still take this tier 1 tower in the mid.
It's such a difference when you have Aegis and how confident you can play in the team fights. It really shows.
Especially on an anti-mage. Like, I suppose this anti-mage is a lot more farmed up than we'd expect from like the 15-minute anti-mages with Aegis to the Immortal.
And he never died. He's 4-0-6. Yeah, we talked about slowing down his farm. Yes, he didn't farm that much on the laning stage, but after that, they never got a pick off on him. Not a single one. Even with the early orchid timing, they couldn't organize 2 people to go into the jungle and kill the AM. Because RTZ has great map reading.
So Na'Vi aren't slowing down the anti-mage's farm. S4 now has a Eul Scepter, so he's got something against the initiation of the Storm Spirit. And Song of the Silence has been massively effective. The Blink Dagger's on Tuskar for initiation. And even Kuro's walking around with the Glimmer Cape and Gem. Now they go on bottom lane, but Zai blinked himself up. The Force will find him, and this is the death of Zai.
That's a very nice pickoff for Team Na'Vi, as nothing else is really going on the map. They don't lose anything during this time, and that's an important kill.
Apart from anti-mage farming. And where does actually AM go here? When the Aegis time's out, is it time for BKB? Or is it time for,
I think Heart.
Just the bigger items?
I think Heart is a fine build. Like, if you go BKB here, you can still get frozen by Winter Wyvern. I don't know. It would have been okay, but I would trust the Heart more.
Looks like RT's going to back up for now. We'll watch it. I know, doesn't it seem a little weird when you stack up both Heart and Vladimir's together? I know the new Vlad's is nice and strong, but...
No, not really. I mean, you're going to sell the Vladimir sooner or later anyway, so you're not going to keep that for very long as an anti-mage. You have to think about finalizing your 6th slot and thinking about what items you want to have in this game against it. I think Na'Vi don't really have enough to take long fights, and if you can just survive the initial burst from them, then you're always going to prevail and win the team fight.
Well, RTZ has enough for the Reaver if he wants to buy it, so if it is going to be a Heart, he could just invest into that life right now.
Yeah, BKB is going to make him stronger right now, though, than going into a Heart build right now.
So maybe the question we should be asking is Na'Vi ready to fight? And do you need that BKB now?
Do they want to finish now, or do they want to add up like 2 more items on AM first? Because actually Na'Vi are...
Kill on bottom lane. Dendy, he doesn't know that now he will. He'll see the shards coming down, jumps out. Hello, Zai. Simple Orchid and Vortex back in again. Arstar will help out. Arteezy was there.
Yeah, he wants to punish the Storm.
He stopped him!
He does get it.
Oh, punish is there. Cancels the TP out. Even S4 finding Arstar on the side with a Dream Call, giving a double kill to Arteezy. Now 4.7k gold in the bank.
Looking too easy. Oh, this is really terrible for them. That was a quick counter TP as well by the Anti-Mage and Puck. Both of them TP'd immediately as the Tusk was initiated upon. So they were pretty much baiting out that jump.
Arteezy's going into his own world, buys a Basher.
Yeah. And Basher is a very strong item as well. So if you go Basher into any of the later, like any of your finalizing 6 items, it's going to be really effective against, for example, Razor, who's chasing down Puppy.
It's Puppy, yeah. Puppy knows he's dead.
Puppy.
Force, though, he's really committing to kill his former captain.
Yep.
And S4, he may punish him for it. There's still a lot of damage. There's 224 points of damage stolen. And he's got no other help, so yeah. Might want to wait a little bit longer. But Seneko showing himself on the lane now. That's a lot easier kill for S4 to take.
It definitely is. He's going to dive after that.
And he sees the vision. Zai right behind him. The Eul Scepter still got Walrus Punch and Fable, sensing him up. And with the shards and Sigil, Seneko has to call it, brace himself. But now in comes Arteezy. You're giving more kills to an anti-mage. This is dangerous. He is wicked sick. It's 706 on an anti-mage who has almost 300 CS in 32 minutes.
Yeah, he's looking extremely farmed right now. And the net worth really tells the difference here as he's up to 19,000.
626 gold per minute is what he's got.
Yeah, just miles ahead of everyone else. So this is a terrifying anti-mage. And just going into the full Abyssal Blade, why not? If he does that, he can kill off any hero he wants to by jumping them, apart from maybe Razor. So that could be a fine build. If you feel confident enough, Abyssal is definitely the item to go.
There's just not a lot of survivability in that lineup.
Yeah, but if he hasn't died a single time yet, then maybe it's working already.
I suppose, too, you still got your spell shield. Like, how much physical damage are you really scared of here?
Yeah, not that much, honestly. So going into Abyssal Blade and just being more aggressive.
Secret, S4 blinks himself down. There's more support coming into the Nova with the Echo Slam from R-Style, punishing Team Secret. Pup died so quickly. Zaya's going to join him in the grave. Both almost a minute on the sideline.
Yeah, very big kills there, getting 2 of the cores from Team Secret, and there's plenty of gold going into Navi's pockets.
Yeah, 823 coming into the Earthshaker. All of them got just shy of 1,200 experience from the kills. Meanwhile, in the northern part of the world, it is the anti-mage taking out the tier 2 tower, walking past the shop, and it will in fact be confidence from Arteezy.
Oh, he might go on Dendi immediately, as he has the Abyssal Blade now. Does he have Manta already?
At the same time, he might be a little bit more worried about middle lane. Kuro leaping himself back right now behind the tower, the Glimmer Cape, but the Link is staying on here, and Kuro has to use Song of the Siren. He can hold him here, and now Dendi jumping on Arteezy.
Oh, he's got killed the
he
Storm.
actually went all the way in. Now also with the ulti is that curse, but Arteezy, he Mana Styles out, Blink is available, he's up on the tree line. No Arctic Burn, and Arteezy, he'll blink himself away to safety.
Yeah, that was pretty close, but that was with so much help.
Okay.
All the disables
He's fine.
going their way. Yeah, cutting the trees and just getting away there. He's got lifesteal up, and he probably doesn't even have to back from this because of the Vladimirs. And that's one of the powers of buying this item, actually not being able to, or having to back. Man, that was close to him killing the Storm instead, though. If they weren't fast on the disables there, but they did a good job chainless disabling him.
Yeah, instead it wasn't him jumping in, it was Dendi jumping in on him.
Yeah.
That's why the disable was on Na'Vi's terms.
Exactly.
So Roshan's alive again, and Arteezy has arrived. So we give Arteezy the Aegis to the Immortal this time around. There will be cheese next time, but for now, well, who's close? Dendi's in the neighborhood. He's got mana to jump in, but it'll be pretty damn risky to commit himself
He
to
sees
this.
people going into Roche Pit, though. I don't know. It would be too risky, as you say. They have too many quick disables that they can throw out. Even just a Puck Silence would stop him completely.
Yep.
So I don't think they should go for that play. AM going into the enemy jungle here. He has cooldown Blink, but he does see the Storm right there.
I'll say he was only here for the farm unless he saw a hero.
Yeah. I mean, when you have the Abyssal Blade, you always look to find anyone you can, because every single target on Na'Vi is a fine target for him to jump on, apart from the Razor.
There is a downside, though, for Arteezy. The fact that now he's carrying this Aegis the Immortal, he doesn't have a TP back. The top creep wave has a little bit of momentum, but it means if this bottom lane play doesn't work...
I think they want to fight anyway with the Aegis, and right now they're going to find a fight.
They're going to smoke up and make his way in, but you got the Song of the Siren available. They can actually keep Avorst away from this one. S4 put under for the moment. The Shallow Grave keeping him alive. You'll set her up, and Dendi, he's actually the one that contemplates. R-Style jumps in for the Echo Slam. They get the kill over on Kuro, and that Nova, it's about to hit the ground. They're not killing it in time. Arteezy, he does blink away, so there won't be a stun from this. And Dendi isolated underneath Poppy and Zai. There's your Shallow Grave again with a TP out. Well, that'll get cancelled, and Dendi will drag it back in, killing off Poppy. And all of Secret, apart from Arteezy, ends up dying.
Wow, that was such a nice initiation, finding the puck. If you can get on the puck, a Storm, instead of him jumping you, that's a huge difference in the fight and how it plays out. And this is a lot of momentum going the way of Na'Vi. Maybe they can force high ground in a pretty short amount of time, because look at Razor. Look at his item progression. He's going into the Refresher build. So when he has the double BKB and double ulti, he can actually pressure high ground really nicely.
Yeah. So one more fight and they could do that. But for now, the Tier 2 towers still remain for Team Secret. So just walking up to go against the Tier 3s and the racks of Secret is still a fair distance away. And you also didn't kill Arteezy. He's the biggest man on the field. He's probably worth just as much to kill as all 4 of his allies combined.
Yeah. I was surprised that they went so aggressive with everyone else instead of just putting the AM a little bit more in the front as he has the Aegis.
Yep.
God, the golems just splitting into so many more creeps. Kind of inflates your CS score, actually.
Imagine what happens when he does pick up a butterfly. There's no physical damage that will even like have a chance to connect on him. Everything will have to be through magical.
Yeah, but everything is pretty much through magical. That's why I was thinking about the heart to begin with. There's only really the Razor and his physical damage output. Even the Storm's right click is mostly magical.
Oh, 5-man smoke from Secret. Looking for their opening. They'll walk underneath the Radiant Observer board, and they see Havors as well as Fnatic. Fnatic's the first one to get silenced, but Arteezy walking forward and actually blinking over Havors. He does not want to be here. Not yet, at least. Not while that BKB is up and they go on art style. The Abyssal Blade instantly from Arteezy. He moves down deeper, looking for the bash, but cannot get the hit on Seneko. Now he goes in deeper. Second hit bash he gets, and the Mana Void to ensure the kill. The gem dropped down, and they go in even more. Havors being controlled up by Zai with the perfect Walrus Punch, and they're going in after Dendi with the Snowball. Who's in that is just Zai. But he'll blink away in 1 second time. Actually, not before the Orchid. In from Dendi and Kuro. He won't get there in time, or will they? Arteezy, the aggressive man in the front lines, forcing Dendi back.
Yeah, very aggressive. The fights are so back and forth. Last fight we saw Navi not losing a single one and killing Secret. Now it's Secret who doesn't lose a single player as they smoke up and find Navi there. Gonna pressure high ground now, and Razor's dead for 45.
Yeah, and the only buybacks is Storm, Wyvern, as well as Phoenix at the moment.
And so many illusions just swarming this tower. Oh, this is looking grim. I don't think they can hold the mid-racks. It's gonna be tough, but with Winter Wyvern respawning, maybe they can.
With no Razor, it's still difficult. And you do have an Echo Slam. So when the creep wave will arrive, you'll have a chance. You
The
can
Aegis
harass
is not gonna last
Arteezy.
much longer.
How much longer has it got? Arteezy?
I don't remember, actually. I didn't time it.
It's got another 50 seconds.
Okay.
So it's got time.
So it's good for this one push then.
Yep. But with Razor spawning in 8 seconds time, there's no reason to take the risk. Just back it up. The Aegis will time out, and then Arteezy gets his next big item. We actually get an Aghanim Scepter over on a Naga. Now, we don't get to see this very often.
Yeah. Aghanim Scepter is a pretty interesting item on Naga, but the way they use it, it could be very nice, because very often they don't use it to set up the fight, they use it to disjoint it. And now instead of backing out and keeping base...
Arstyle, Arteezy! He goes in, the Cold Embrace will keep Arstyle alive, but the Shard's trying to actually stop us, so Arstyle just can't walk away. In fact, it's the Naga Siren who'll get the Riptide kill on him.
Oh boy, Arstyle's dying again. He got picked off early in last fight too.
No buyback.
Yeah.
There's no Echo Slam for this fight, so Arteezy, they've still got how long left? It's only 5 seconds, roughly, on this Aegis the Immortal. In fact, not even that. The Aegis Immortal is gone. They cancel the regeneration. Arteezy, I hope he knows, right now he's being cursed up, and the BKB's isolating him up. The blink away from Arteezy is Havors, who is the only man out here fighting. Now the BKB wears off. As a Song of the Siren was controlling him. Remember, that heals up all of Team Secret.
Yeah, 6% per second. It's a lot of heal.
Arteezy's in. They go for a Force. The Abyssal Blade still on cooldown for the moment. But then, the Mana Void just tearing apart both Fnatic and Force.
Oh
they
God,
go in
they're
deeper.
just being rolled.
That could be it right now. You'll take mid-ranks at least.
Yeah, I mean, there's 70 seconds on your Razor, and Winter Wyvern also gone. The Shaker is up again, but now his team is dead. Where's team? I don't think they can do much. This bottom racks is definitely dead. The illusions are on them as well.
If you come to defend it, you're just going to get Abyssal Blade by Arteezy. And you're seeing, like, Arteezy's moving forward, seeing if there's any target he can Abyssal Blade and just get a quick pick-off. Keep the number advantage going the way of Team Secret.
Yeah, definitely. They have been together, and they will soon have...
Arteezy jump. There's your hit. No Abyssal Blade. That was just a first hit bash. And now the Yule Scepter that's fresh over on S4, sending him up, and Dendi silenced in. And this really is the game. Arteezy's in deep. They get the ensnare off. And well, Arteezy Vortex, he doesn't really want to die in this situation. He blinks himself away. He's still 13-0-9. They get a hell of a lot of gold for that one. Storm Spirit, he bought back. So did Phoenix. They're chasing up to Puppey. The Nova is down, and Puppey, Shallow Grave and TP. No Vortex for 3 seconds, but the stun from Fnatic will cancel the TP. But Arteezy back into the world of the living. He's protected by the Lincoln Spear, hitting on Dendi, and they're going to bring him down. They just can't kill Arteezy. The Tuskar bot was the man that actually claimed the kill.
I think that's the game. There's absolutely no way you can turn this game, but Navi, they're fighting to the very bitter end. trying their very best. They're selling everything on Razor, trying to get the Refresher.
He's got the double ulti up.
He has the BKB, Axe, and a Refresher remaining. That's all he needs.
All right, Havost, what have you got, man? Does he turn on the heat? Arteezy still again protected by Lincoln Sphere. Phoenix sent up by Zai. Havost, he's turned on one of the oldies, actually both of the oldies for now, trying to find it. Arteezy moves in. Abyssal Blaze back off cooldown. The stun over on Havost, and they're just tanking it. Kuro tried to isolate him with the Song of the Siren. Now he's got to turn it off, and actually being controlled by the Fissure of Art Style. They don't have vision of him, so the Glimmer Cape allowing Kuro to survive a little bit longer. Mirror images himself, and maybe...
The
shards from Zai, locking him in place. Secret actually bailing out this one, even with a buyback from Na'Vi. Dandy, long jump in, triggers the Lincoln Sphere on S4. Arstal, however, still down. He's in the middle of the fight. Havost is so low. It's the kill from the creep wave onto Razor. Dandy will also die, but it's GG. Secret will go 2-0 in their double-header games here at TI5 today. Looking strong and looking in charge.
Yeah, Secret played really good. 2-0 in their first game today, 2-0 in their second game today as well. Very dominating performance.
They're going to be really happy with that one. After what we thought might have been, shaky start, like 1-1 up against Fnatic.
Yeah.
They've hit back in every game of the International and just proven why people think they will be in the grand final and potentially taking the whole enchilada. They hit 10 points, leveling themselves up with LGD. Yeah. Solid performance by Team Secret. We're going to say goodbye for us too. There'll be more action coming up, but for now, we'll throw it back over towards the panel as they get to tell us why this happened.
See you tomorrow.
All right, so yeah, Game 2 wraps up, and we do have Secret going 2-0. Unfortunate, of course, final result for Na'Vi. Again, not out of the tournament. No one's going to be out of the tournament during group stage, but it is going to matter a lot. Na'Vi looks like they are going to be locked down now in the bottom half of their group. But let's talk about Secret securing that game. Before we jumped into the game, you guys said, again, it's all about the execution. It's all about how did they deal with Arteezy's anti-mage. And it sounded like they were doing much better than they were in Game 1 in the early phase. What did you guys think? Where, how well were they doing, and where did it slip off? Syndrome, what are you about?
Oh, I think this game Arteezy got a 19-minute Treads Battle Fury, which is definitely slower than last game. And the composition from Na'Vi, they actually played it pretty well in the early game. Looking at their play in these two games and also how they have lost games against, they dropped a game against Complexity, I believe, kind of in the same fashion. Their early game's actually explosive and pretty good. When it comes to the mid-game, like how they distribute resources around the map, how they take their fights, their shot calling in mid-late game is what needs work. So far in both games, they did a pretty good job against Secret early on. And, that's just Team Secret's absolute biggest strength, in my opinion, is their experience. Their decision-making is incredible. And Na'Vi just falling short both games to pretty much the same thing. Just overall strategizing, they were not as good. But they are showing some serious strength in the early game. And if they can get over those mid-game problems, they could technically go pretty far.
Yeah, I mean, Ben, what do you think of? We talked about earlier how Na'Vi, many people were expecting them not even to make it into TI5 this year, which in some ways would have been a shock just historically considering they've been here so often. But at the same time, now are they in fact looking a lot better than most people expected? And maybe people can expect them to go further than, maybe even just like the bottom half of the overall TI.
Yeah, they fared decently versus other teams in their group. I just think Secret's a really tough matchup for them because of their history together and just their general play style. Secret's like one of the teams that just doesn't really get thrown off by the early game, and they will sacrifice deaths in order to get more farm. And as you said, the overall strategy is just not there. It's not a winning one versus Secret, that is.
So let's take a quick look at a highlight as we continue wrapping up just our thoughts about this game. Game 2 of Na'Vi versus Secret. We do have a highlight of one of the Roshan fights here.
So this was the fight where they got a huge supernova from Fnatic.
Yeah, Na'Vi almost securing this fight completely.
This is a really important play by S4, getting in and getting that 3-man Dream Call on silence. Even though technically Secret do lose this fight in the end, I guess it's like a 4-for-2 or 3-for-2 or something. The engage from S4 buys time for them to secure Roche and put them in a really good position. If he doesn't jump them right there, there's a chance that Phoenix can get an Icarus dive and get Fire Spirits on all of them, and then they can barely hit Roche. And even if they manage, they will all take the full combo immediately after, and they will lose the Aegis too, which they just held on to for a very long time. I think it might have even just expired in this game. I don't think Arteezy ever used it.
Yeah, I don't think he got a chance to use it, for better or worse, of course, in his favor. Winter, what are your thoughts looking at Team Secret? everyone's saying they are the favorites. Obviously, they're looking a lot better today. They are showing why, just continuously in other lands too. This is what we saw from Secret, that they sacrificed the early game a little bit, and then they're like, look, that's because we know we can win mid to late game. What are your thoughts about game 2?
I think for Team Secret, definitely they suffered a little in the early laning phase, but their decision making and execution later on was far better than Na'Vi. But if you are a Na'Vi fan right now, you look back in the last couple of series and you compare it to today. Yes, they lost 2-0 to Secret, but then again, they are a formidable opponent. So the positive thing I feel that you can take away is there was improvement from the last few series. Less mistakes I see in general for Na'Vi, even though they didn't really execute out towards the late game, but there's improvement. And in the format right now, as long as you bring your best during the playoffs, you're still going to have a good chance of getting a high placement.
Yeah, that's true. And again, we talked about this earlier. That can happen and has happened in past TIs where, sure, you start or you go down to the lower bracket and then you continue to just cruise through until the very end, even the finals, and winning it all. So we have another highlight here. Again, showcasing, like you mentioned, Na'Vi did play well. I mean, they did show improvement, and they have another fight win here for Na'Vi against Secret. So clearly, certain aspects about Na'Vi's team is still there. They're definitely in their prime about certain aspects, just maybe a little bit needs to be better rounded as we go to the...
Yeah, this was the fight where they got the jump on the puck first before the puck managed to drop even ultimate or anything else on the team. So they got the initiation, they made the first move, and they got a 4-0, I want to say, in this fight.
Yes, I do believe so.
Yeah, but at the same time, their failsafe in the Naga ultimate didn't go off. They have like so many failsafes. Naga ultimate, Dazzle Grave, or like counter initiation with puck. I feel like just the way that Secret generally drafts, though. And unfortunately, we haven't seen anything too different from them. This is what I would say is a very standard draft. The last 2 games have been anti-mage games. We saw Tusk-Kentucky's and at the same time, teams don't really seem they don't seem to know how to deal with this, and Secret has been running this for months. So if they actually bring something new and different, like they brought like Bloodseeker during the month of May, I'm really scared for teams that have to face them going later into TI.
Yeah, we discussed how, okay, sure, Secret, they've done that in the past, but it's TI, there's 2 weeks, other teams have been boot camping, they have time to adapt. But it looks like Secret for now, they're not going to let go of that steam. They are just going still full charge ahead, looking for that championship title. And of course, some of their players looking for a 2-time championship title here at TI5. Definitely an exciting storyline to follow. But that's it for Secret for today. Of course, here on the mainstream, we are done with that matchup. We had a couple other updates. We did have VP beating CDEC on Stream 3. So that's a Group B match. We are now phasing into Group B here on our Stream 2, later half of the day. If we can bring up the standings here in a little bit, we'll take a look at the results there. But CDEC, we weren't quite sure where to place them after the wildcard plans, and then they looked like they started strong on day 1, then started to show, okay, so they have that potential, but not quite polished yet. What do you make of that result? I mean, we didn't get to watch the whole match, but VP versus CDEC.
Yeah, so I think you said they have potential for top 8, but you would generally like place them around the middle of the field, or like lower,
maybe 9 to 12.
Okay,
yeah.
And that's pretty much the vibe I'm getting so far from their play too, right? They win some, they lose some. They win 1, they lose 1. Have they only played those 2?
Yes, so far. Yeah, they will have another matchup today.
They got 2-0 by VP, I think, to be expected in that series, or maybe the most likely outcome would have been a draw. But at 2-0 is definitely not out of the question for that. And their overall play, I didn't get to see much of the series. It looked like in the second game they got defeated pretty handily by VP, so maybe that's a bad sign.
Chaos Knight.
Yeah, there was a Chaos Knight pick from VP. Yes, and it worked out very well in the game. For me right now, I'm thinking somewhere between 10 and 12 most likely for them, because there's a couple of teams that haven't been showing too much, but at the same time, CDEC, can they actually beat, a team like Na'Vi that I would have not placed in top 8? When I saw how they played against Secret, I'm wondering, I would actually say they're playing stronger than CDEC right now, for example. So 10 or 12 is probably fair enough.
All right, now on the other side, of course, VP now leading Group B with 5 points, but still Group B, no clear winner yet. It's a 1-2, and then it's a 1-win, 2-tie record for VP. No losses yet. Now their next matchup will be up against Empire. And we were discussing this matchup a little bit before. You guys were talking, all right, who do you think is favorite here? And let's talk about it on camera. I mean, Winter, what do you think? VP versus Empire, is there a clear favorite in this matchup?
I think both of the teams would understand each other very well, but based on what we have saw so far, Empire seems they're still struggling to find their footing, and VP seems to be the team that's been more consistent, so I would say VP is the favorites right now, but I wouldn't count Empire out.
Yeah, there's a big difference in between, like, playing consecutive series like yesterday or having a day's rest. As we saw Cloud9, they didn't look the greatest yesterday, but today they just owned. They found their style, they felt very comfortable, and maybe it just takes a day to settle in.
That's true. I mean, Empire hasn't played a game yet today. This will be their first matchup against VP. Now, this will be happening on Stream 3, by the way, just so you guys are ready for it. But on the other side, Empire did have a rough beating yesterday on day one. And like you said, Winter, VP looking a lot stronger. What are your thoughts, Sind? I mean, you were talking about Empire, and you had high hopes for them coming into TI5.
Yeah, yesterday was definitely a bad day. Like, it was interesting to see because there were just quite a few moments of brilliance, actually, where you could tell this is why we think Empire is super, super good. And then they just had those moments where this is why Empire are not doing well at TI. They had like those choke moments that are very uncharacteristic for that team, because in other tournaments, I don't recall seeing them having like these like massive blunders that there seemed to be yesterday. So hopefully they get some rest. Hopefully their coach and or manager will be able to like motivate the team a little bit and get them ready and to move forward, right? It's one day they got a 0-1-2 record, I guess. So they got 0-1-1 record.
Yes.
1 win and 1 loss, or 1 draw and 1 loss rather. So it's definitely not out of reach. I don't know if I agree with Virtus.pro being favorites for that matchup, actually, because again, it depends what team Empire shows up. If the Empire execution from yesterday, if the good moments become dominant in their games, then I would say Empire 2-0. But if they have those like questionable moments, who knows, right? But now they're playing against a team they know very well.
Yeah,
that probably speaks to their advantage.
Yeah, I mean, this game, maybe for those who don't know either team very well, will show kind of where they're coming from, where they are, of course, because they do know very well. They're from the same region. They have battled each other quite a few times in the past. And now with Empire, yeah, I mean, one of the highlights we had from day one was their game. I mean, the 20,000 goal swing Echo Slam. I think anyone who watched it live definitely remembers it. Just so you guys know, on the other streams, like we said, Empire versus VP on stream 3, and then eHome versus Newbie on stream 2. And for our stream, we do have EG coming in, of course, a huge Western favorite in terms of fan communities, and then going up against Vici Gaming. But before we go there, VP now coming off of a win against CDEC. They're feeling strong. Can they take a game against Empire? Before we jump into that game on stream 3, we do have a little bit of a background on FNG.
When I was a child, like 10 years old or something like that, I hurt my knee and I started to play computer. I started with Quake, Counter-Strike, Half-Life probably, and then some friends showed me Dota. You know, usually when people have friends, they go out, spend some time with them, but most of the time I speak with my friends through the internet, and my parents didn't understand that at all. They tried to get me out, like go to some camps, but I was okay with playing Dota. When I started playing professionally, I think that my mother supports me. Sometimes my mother calling me and saying something like, Artyom, I found a photo where you're staying with some cup. What this tournament is? And she will never understand it, but she's doing it because I'm her son. So after TI qualifiers, we lost them, and Navi invited me to be their captain, and it was a good experience, but everything wasn't good. That not means that people in Navi was bad or something like that. I just can't be their captain because we are totally different. I can be Virtus.pro captain because they understand what I'm trying to do. They're saying, Artyom, do what you want. We will try to help you as much as possible. And even if captain wrongs, he will take his experience and everyone will take this experience. This is the best way to grow up as a team. If I want to be the best, I must improve myself as much as possible and become not only a good player and become a good person, because Dota is not only about playing Dota, it's even more about communication. When I started playing Dota, it was just a little computer club, and now when I looking back, I'm really happy and feel proud of myself because now I'm traveling through the world and meet nice people. This has changed my life, really changed my life.
All right, so FNG, the captain of VP, and coming in, and like he said, it's not just simply that the game has changed, of course. His career has changed quite a bit, and he brought a good point. You know, I want to ask Winter, partly because I'm pretty sure I'm going to get the answer I want, but when we talk about the captains, I got to save myself here. I got to make sure I'm setting myself up right. You know, FNG was talking about the importance of the captain and how much trust you have from your teammates, and oftentimes when a lot of people look at, I mean, I guess it's the same in sports too, but sports, most people are, you know, used to, you know, you're familiar with it. When it comes to games, a lot of people also say sometimes, well, you know, when it's a team game, when it's 5 versus 5 or something like that, it's hard to have a very distinct captain. You kind of split up the role. Maybe some people are good at the early phase. Some people are good at, you know, item builds, whereas some people are good at reading just strategy. How important do you think it is to still have one person just kind of as the head captain and know that they have the last say? They're going to be the ones who have the last say in game.
Say that it makes no difference.
Well, now.
Sin says it makes no difference.
Sin says that, but what do you think, Winter?
Well, obviously he doesn't think it makes no difference because he's a captain as well. I think a captain is a spiritual leader of the team. Like, obviously you take the blame as well.
Yeah.
When the ship goes down, it goes down with the captain. But I feel it's very significant if you look at the team play when they have a clear leader. Like LGD, for example, it's a very easy example. When you look at Xiao 8's team, it's very clear that they have this distinct pattern. They are very disciplined. They move as a team a lot. They don't overextend, and they usually have a very similar type of strategy which revolves around playing 5-man. I mean, that's a good example of having a captain that stands out. Even if you don't know that team is playing, you just look at the draft or you just look at the players playing. I mean, the heroes are moving around and the minimap in general, you will know it's LGD. That's how you tell they have a spiritual captain in the team.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I mean, do you want to disagree, Cinder, or do any of you guys have a disagreement on that?
I mean, I agree with it. I think like being a spiritual leader is very important. Like if you look at Team Secret, I think Puppy's a good example of a great captain. Yeah. Like they never look super distressed after a game. Like they're usually all pretty calm, relaxed. It's like, okay, we lost, but what do we do for next game? How do we win? As opposed to Empire's like, I mean, Empire yesterday, they looked like they just wanted to get out of the room and not play Dota. And that's definitely not the state of mind that you want to be in. And as a captain, you just have to pull everyone together, relax. It's just a game that we need to win.
We still need to win it.
Yeah. No, relax, we are doing fine.
Yes, relax, we're doing fine. That is a good point. Yeah, so looking at that now, let's talk a little bit about the teams, though. Sure, we talk about VP and, of course, FNG's story, but VP and Empire both, I mean, it's the regional characteristic, right? I mean, both of them very team fight centric. They love to fight. They love to jump in and just have a brawl between the two teams. Do you think in terms of the efficiency of how these two teams carry that out, there's a big difference? Or, again, it's just which team shows up that day?
They are very similar.
Yeah, that's what I wanted. They are both very similar.
Do you want to expand on that a little bit, Cinder?
No.
Okay, all right. They're both very similar. They both team fight well.
I don't know. I think Ben might have a little bit more on that.
I mean, we're talking about not Empire yesterday. The Empire like a month ago or 2 months
the good
ago.
Empire,
yes.
the
good Empire. Yeah, they,
no, not the bad Empire, the bad VP.
I forgot who was talking to me about it, but I think that they said that VP reminds them of a Chinese team in the way that they play. They like to group up a little bit early. They don't overextend that often. They're not like hyper aggressive like Na'Vi. And I think even more importantly, they have a clear game plan of how to win the game, which is super important when Na'Vi's up ahead by 10 kills, but they're still going to lose because of X, Y, and Z. So I think that they they just have a clear, great game plan. They move around, they accomplish objectives, and they're just very disciplined.
Okay, and another thing I wanted to bring up, we had that up earlier with the VP team sheet, but when we're talking about niche picks, we have a couple for a few of the teams, handful of teams here at TI5, and then the carry silencer. Now, why is that not? Let's talk more about why is that not common with other teams, rather than talking about exactly why VP prefers it.
I personally don't think it's that great. I think they make it work, but oftentimes I watched one of the EG VP games and they tried to carry silencer. They actually put a mid silencer and it just got decimated by Templar Assassin. It's very vulnerable to a lot of things. He actually had to pick up Curse in that particular situation, but it has a lot of weaknesses that other teams don't really see. They see, okay, global silence, we have to try and play around it, maybe get Yules or BKB, but the hero is actually very easy to shut down.
Do you guys agree? I mean, is anyone in favor of the carry silencer?
I like it. I like it a lot.
Situational at best.
Yeah, situational at best. I'm with this guy.
Okay, if it's situational, it's already situational. Like, it can be situational at best. Like, if it's situationally good, it's good at best. But anyway, situational at best. What about you, Cedric?
I've just seen a couple of games where they've really made it work, and you can definitely tell what the idea is behind it. And in the past, I've given Illidan flack for a couple of his like item builds and or skill builds on heroes, but I actually think he's found a really good way of playing the carry silencer with Rod of Atos into generally Assault Cuirass, which solves the exact problem that the silencer has, which is he is very fragile. And what most silencers were doing in the past was that they would go for the Ags Refresher route, which is a very long build-up and very inefficient until you get that full combo.
I agree, but what you're talking about is Rod of Atos plus Assault Cuirass. That's like 30 minutes into the game.
Oh, well, just the Atos. Just with the Atos,
Even
he's
with the
extremely
Atos,
strong when he just Atos treads.
Like
he actually
we've
deals
seen
a lot of
an
damage.
anti-mage who I would say is a better farmer, a better recovery farmer, and probably better in a try-on-try situation. And he has struggled a lot versus like the Tusk Undying, for example. And I think Silencer just simply cannot stand up to those sort of lanes. Like not even reasonably
he's not
close.
that type of carry. Like you pick Silencer core, as many, my opinion, is like a combo breaker. Like enemy has like some sort of combination play, like maybe with Winter Wyvern and a Phoenix. Like he's very good at countering Phoenix, and he's very good at staying the lane alone as well, zoning out the offlaner. So he's like a different sort of carry. I don't think you can compare it to like a relative anti-mage.
Right.
Because they're both very different in what they do in the game, even though they're of the same position.
I would definitely agree. There's some weakness to Silencer as far as the laning stage goes, but generally Virtus.pro find a way of drafting around it so that they have a very powerful lane to go with it. It in comparison to other carries like say Gyro, who can have two, you could like put almost any two heroes with Gyro and he will still be strong in lane because he has Rocket Barrage, right? Where Silencer has Last Word and the Glaives usually is the build-up that he goes for. But if you tailor it right and you make him get decent farm, I would love to see them play it just to prove you wrong. Because the couple of games I've seen where it worked so well.
I mean, if you're rolling over the team, you get a lot of intelligence, so that translates into a lot of damage and a lot of net worth that is actually not visible from the chart. So that's something that's really good with playing with fighting both teams with a similar fighting type of playstyle.
All right. So again, if you're super interested in what we just talked about, that's on stream 3. For us, we will be talking about EG versus VG Gaming here in a little bit. But yeah, VP versus Empire will be on stream 3, so go check that out. We will get our chances, of course, to check out those teams more in later days. But EG, and now showing up here on the mainstream, going up against VG Gaming. EG, now let's talk about that. We talked a little bit about Secret losing to Fnatic. What does that mean? Probably not much. But EG not seeming to show up really at their best form so far on day 1.
Do they ever, though? They seem to always have a bad day 1. It's like a curse of the team, which is a pretty good curse to have, because it's way better than other curses that you could have instead, like not showing up to finals or not showing up to playoffs. You know?
Yeah, well, but at DAC they were like rolling from the start.
That's true.
Even on day 1, they were really good on day 1.
We were predicting whether or not Secret or EG would go undefeated.
Okay. Oh, that's actually right. Yeah. Okay. So that was an odd one out.
There's always an exception to curses, right? Yeah.
But generally, it's been their weakest day. Let's put it that way. It's their weakest day in tournaments is day 1 most of the time. So I would say if they don't perform well today, I think we can consider it start of a pattern. Yesterday, I wouldn't put too much into it. So.
Okay, just put it in the past. It already happened. Yeah. It also wasn't the worst of results, just not what most people. Right? Yeah, 2 draws. Yeah, it's not too bad. I mean, think about it this way, right? We're talking about LGD. It's like, oh, they're 3-1 draw. It's like they've pretty much secured their spot in the top 4. EG could do the same now if they just keep getting 3 points every time, right? Just 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. It's going to be the same scenario. So I think that's a fair assessment. We had, of course, a little bit of a look into Sumail yesterday. Sure, people were saying so many high hopes in Sumail, and then he felt that he let the team down once, but his teammates really bring him back in and saying, listen, you just got to pick yourself back up from your mistakes. I think, Wintry, we were talking about that earlier today. You said, I mean, the champions, it's not how you lose or anything like that. It's how you win. It's about how you pick yourself back up after you get down. Do you guys think Sumail, is he prepared for a pressure situation like this to play on a team like EG?
Well, he won DAC.
Right.
So he has played in super high pressure situations before, and he performed at DAC.
That was kind of a bit different because that was like, he just came out, so there was no expectations.
Oh, that's a good point, actually.
So there was no pressure on him. Whereas now, because he already accomplished something big, then comes the pressure because you are expected to do well again. Before there was no expectation. So even if you don't really play well in the tournaments, people were like, okay, I mean, he's a new guy, you know.
Yeah, that's true.
I think he's really amazing and really different than a lot of the mid players. When I viewed a lot of the mid players, I'm like, okay, they have a very similar play style, very similar pool, and pretty safe. I think Sumail is just completely different. He's on another page. He is like, if you think Havos is over aggressive, like Sumail is just very different as a mid player. Like the no BKB Quap at ESL, I think was a very like eye-opening experience for me about how far he can push the limits of a hero and get away with it. And he went like Octarine plus Shivas or something like that. And also his Storm Spirit, of course, has to be mentioned. But I view him as a very novel player that really can't be compared to many other mids.
Okay, now on the flip side, they are playing against Vici Gaming. Vici Gaming, of course, had a pretty good run last year. Can't complain about that. And then coming in this year, people are saying, will they still move on that far? Maybe even go further? What are your thoughts coming in against EG? Because EG is definitely one of the favorites for TI5.
I think Vici were pretty convincing yesterday. So I would say this, for me, the most likely outcome of this game is probably a draw.
Okay.
EG will continue their draw streak. But this time, it's because they're actually playing against a team that I don't think on paper they should just flat out 2-0. You could say yesterday, dropping a game to Newbie, we didn't know how good Newbie would be. So that was like, and the other team they lost the game to was...
was it...
I actually can't remember.
I almost want to say MVP, but I feel like
was it
that's
MVP
a little out of the
Hot
blue.
No.
I actually have to double check.
I cannot remember. But anyway, there were definitely series that I think they were expected to 2-0
I
win.
can check it out here.
All right, yeah.
Today, I do think a lot comes down to the draft. They had a pretty poor draft in at least one game yesterday from PPD. You cannot afford to have that against Vici Gaming either. And they seemed like they kind of found their stride so far, Vici Gaming. So
yeah, EG definitely looks like they were trying to see if they can pull off just giving up Lesh every time and then trying to make that into a mind game later on. Ben, do you think we're going to see a continuation of that today?
Versus Vici, I think it's very scary just because I think like one of the problems with Leshrac is he can push down your towers very, very early. And if you want to go for a counter like Anti-Mage, which is I'd probably say one of the best counters versus Leshrac, you need time. And Vici does not give you time. They are very good at moving around 5, as we saw yesterday versus Empire. Like they will just completely take control of the map, so you cannot farm and you will get starved, as opposed to other teams who won't really risk it. They'll trade farm for farm as opposed to map control for farm. So I don't think giving away Lesh is very likely at all.
All right. So in terms of style, what are we looking at here? EG versus Vici Gaming. We've talked quite a bit about EG coming in. Vici Gaming, Winter, what do you think?
I think their styles are a bit different because Vici is more, they want to outplay you in the lane. They do stuff that the supports are more active on the map. Whereas if you talk about EG, their supports are more, I want to say, always greedy, and PPD is more sacrificial element. He's very defensive. He plays very poor, like maybe Earthshaker, Abaddon, or Omni Knight. Whereas for Vici, their supports are always looking to find the initiative to make something happen on the map. So they are very different in styles based on the supports alone.
Okay, what about you guys? Any other part that really stands out other than the difference in supports?
I think there's a fundamental difference between how their two offlaners play.
Okay.
Ice is a lot more about disruption, and Universe is a lot more about control, I feel. Instead of messing with the supports, he tries to do whatever is best for himself rather than what is worse for them. So he plays a bit safer and just tries to find his levels, and then he starts making the action around the map.
I feel like it's the opposite for the mid matchup. Super I view as like super stable and all about control. Like his Quaswex Invoker, his Dragon Knight, just all about controlling, taking objectives, and not dying. And Sumail is
all about dying.
I guess he's sort of like Ice, right? You know, they're very similar.
Yeah. Okay. So a little bit of a swap back and forth there between the mid and the offlaner. And overall, we were talking about meta. I mean, of course, just we're talking about, so far we've seen many teams prioritizing the fights, of course, prioritizing having those stuns and whatnot. But going forward, even at ESL, and you guys are saying Secret especially sometimes will run lineups that don't have any stuns. Do you think any team can afford to do that going forward? Because we're talking about maybe teams trying a little bit of different drafts. I mean, giving Lesh up. A lot of teams are trying that, not just EG. They're trying to figure out if they can find a way around it. Are we going to see more teams try other strategies other than saying, hey, look, we're always going to have this backup of we know we can 5v5 fight you guys. We have these stuns. We have these ways to lock down. Because I know, Ben, for instance, you were mentioning, like, you wish you saw a little bit more of teams trying.
Well, we saw some today, right?
We did see some today, but do you think we're going to see a continuation of that?
I think so, but only from the teams that think they're going to place in the top 3 or 4, just because I think it's an easier way to get a win just because teams aren't used to it, especially like in TI5. Like they're not used to getting their base siege at 20 minutes because all these games have been very, very close.
Yes.
And they're also not used to junglers. We've seen a couple of junglers today. We've seen one Shen and one Enchantress.
Yeah.
And you know, as long as you bring something different than what people are used to playing, you know, Tusk Undying and whatsoever, people are going to be caught off guard by it, even if it was popular X months ago. And yeah, just defending high ground. Like Cloud9, they just weren't prepared. Like the high ground push, like they could have started off with a Song of the Siren, but they were just completely caught off guard. They casted all their spells at completely different timings, and just catching your opponents off guard with a push strat once in a while is going to win you games.
Okay, Winter, what about you? Do you think we're going to see it more commonly, or like Ben saying, it's more of just kind of this pocket pick that you can bring out to throw your opponents off guard?
I think as the group stages progress, like when you know you're going to be in the top 4, for instance, or you're going to be in the bottom 4, maybe when teams know, okay, there's nothing more we can do right now, so why not try something to see how well it works, so you would have a certain amount of knowledge about the strength of the strategy, and you can decide later on whether you want to use it during the playoffs, for example.
But aren't each of the places, I think each of the places are too important for teams to experiment at any stage during the group stage, unless you're like clearly 8th or clearly first. But
unless you are, obviously you cannot do anything at all to improve your position or otherwise.
But so, I mean, talking about that, you're saying, Ben, obviously like bottom 4 is still a big difference between being like 5th versus 7th.
Yeah, I think so. You get to choose your opponent. It's a real big, especially because we think the skill difference between 9 through 12 is probably a lot bigger than like
1 to 4. Do
you think between 1 through 8 or even 1 through 4?
Well, in relation to the bottom side of the bracket, like 13 through 16. Right?
Okay, I see what
like
you're saying.
You really want to face the like if you're
the very bottom.
Yes,
4.
you really want to face the very bottom if possible.
And it's a pretty big deal because let's say you're not having the best tournament and you're ending up in the lower bracket. Just you're playing a best of 1 in the first round, and that best of 1 is actually really valuable.
Right.
It quadruples your prize winnings. I think
so. In one game,
it goes from 50,000 to 200 grand from winning one best of 1. Right. So having the ability to study as much as you want and pick the perfect opponent for yourself for that, and then depending on level of ambition of the team, of course, all the teams want to make top 8, right, or get as far as possible, but ultimately, not everyone can make top 8, right? And when you come to that realization and things are going the way they are, just being able to win at least that key game and then get yourself into the best of 3s is, I would agree, there's a really big difference.
Some teams have to aim for 9th through 12th as opposed to aiming for number 1, and that's just the reality of it, right? At some point, you're just going to have to do the best that you can, and obviously going in, you're aiming for number 1. But when you're already starting in the losers bracket, you already have to go through one best of 1 until elimination. You have to change your mentality a little bit.
Right. Now, we're almost going into the draft phase, but because some of these drafts we have either been thrown off or we've been going through it pretty quickly, I want to bring up some specifics here. We always kind of mention Dazzle and then we move on how do teams react from that. How much is Dazzle going to change things for certain teams if we start seeing it almost every game like we are in the first 2 days? Do you think that's going to change the way teams start to draft around Dazzle or even take that into account instead of some of the other high priority heroes that we've seen, like, for instance, Tusk, Gyro?
Well, in this matchup, I don't actually think Dazzle's that big of a deal just because PPD plays very similar supports. He plays like Tree, Dazzle, Omni Knight, Abaddon, and both of them, he plays them in a similar fashion, try and babysit someone or buff up Sumail in case he plays very aggressively. So I think banning out versus EG is not that big of a deal. In the grander scheme of things, though, I think Dazzle is going to be continually viewed as a higher and higher priority, and maybe Bane.
Okay, yeah, Bane's starting to come out on day 2 today. We've seen it quite often. Winter, what about you, Dazzle, and then if you have any thoughts on Bane too?
I think like what Ben mentioned, it doesn't really affect EG too much since they have such a wide variety of heroes to be the replacement of Dazzle, and I feel VG, they would probably go for more aggressive support, so they might not want to contest the hero at all. So we might see Bane on VG side, for example, because it can be played as a very aggressive roaming support.
And then, of course, with Dazzle, similar to, I guess at this point it becomes relative, right? Would you rather play against Dazzle or would you rather play against, say, like Tusk or whatever other heroes you're giving up? But how high do you think Dazzle is on there? Like, how annoying is it really to play against Dazzle? Because obviously, base factor, pretty annoying.
For which team? For Vici?
Or any team in general, but let's say for Vici.
Less annoying than techies.
Well, that's a pretty hard standard to beat, Winter. I don't know where we can go from there, but yeah, let's say less annoying than techies, but still pretty annoying, right? Because I mean, at the very least, you always have to take into account an extra, say, like 20 seconds or something like that in that fight. On
less
how
annoying than Brood. I mean, there's less annoying than Tusk. I would say less annoying than Naga.
Okay.
He's still like decently high, but some of the other heroes are, he can just straight up just set up for the perfect team fight, whereas Dazzle's is usually only to save someone. Like Naga can save your whole team.
True. Yeah, so I guess we're looking at it where Dazzle, sure, it's annoying, but it's like a case-by-case scenario. So it's annoying for this fight, it's annoying for this fight, but Dazzle doesn't necessarily change the whole flow of the game. Whereas obviously, like Brood, you have to play around Brood a little bit if Brood's going to be on the other side, and that's why we've seen most teams banning it out second phase. Sind, any thoughts on this matchup? Do you agree that probably not going to be a big factor, Dazzle in EG versus VG?
Yeah, I would agree. I think if, like Winter said, I think VG Gaming will go for aggressive supports. If they, in the particular duo they're looking for, if Dazzle is annoying for them, for those two supports, they might ban it out. Else I think they're just going to be like, as he said, EG will most likely grab a defensive support. They've already picked Treant this tournament. I think is the only team.
Virtus Pro as well.
Virtus Pro is on it as well? Okay.
Okay.
So it's been a very rare
teams,
pick,
yeah.
at least. And they have their alternatives prepared, right? So I would agree. I think you guys are spot on.
What about Wisp?
That's also a good point.
I think Vici's more likely to run it than
Yeah, I agree.
EG, but are EG going to ban it? Like, we've seen PBD play Winter Wyvern as a defensive support. Like,
right.
Not first phase.
Not first phase, but
I think.
Okay.
All right, so we'll kind of have to wait to see for second ban phase, or ban and pick rather, for that Wisp and how teams react to it. We're already in the draft phase now for Vici Gaming versus Evil Geniuses. Vici on Dire side and EG starting with a Rubik ban as first ban.
It's a good response towards how Vici Gaming have been starting the first two picks so far in the last few series. They've been prioritizing getting the Rubik in the first phase for the team. Number one for FY, and number two, it doesn't give away anything. It's just a good support in general.
Does EG let Lesh go through here another time and see if they can pull it off again? Because they pulled it off one time yesterday, failed the other time.
Well, the counter pick hit in both games was Clinks, I think. What support duos does Vici Gaming usually run? They usually run double stuns, I think. That deals pretty well with Clinks.
So you think?
But the Rubik is banned, which is their like go-to
True.
number one.
There's still Bane if they want. It's like a
Bane.
good replacement, I'd say.
Looking for an FY Sand King, I think, as well. Which, by the way, EG also played Sand King yesterday on AOE 2000.
Rubik Earthshaker, a lot is
Yeah, this is
a lot is
a
open,
lot of
yeah.
stuff is up.
I mean, almost every other hero that we usually talk about, SF is open, Lesh is open, Gyro, Tusk, and of course quite a few others that are a little bit lower down in the priority, like Dazzle, Wisp, and going forward. Do you think
they
Vici
pick
just
Lesh.
snatches the Lesh? I mean, if you weren't to pick the Lesh here, what do you pick? Because you're going to give up two.
Yeah,
afterwards.
that's the thing, right? But then again, since the bans are the way they are, there are actually just 4 top-tier heroes available.
Right.
So you don't have to pick Lesh first if you don't feel confident.
I mean, they could do like Lesh SD as well as a support duo in case they're scared about like an anti-mage carry. So I think it's a little bit more of a flexible pick. And I think giving Lesh to Evil Geniuses could come back to bite them. I think
Right.
it's just much safer taking it now.
On the other hand, they might look at it like, so we saw EG yesterday and they gave it away twice. So do we really want to play their game?
Right. And to some extent, maybe that's a mind game that EG's been looking for, and it's already coming into play on day 2. Every team now looking at, like, shoot, even if they lost, like, they've had practice now. We've seen them, and they still wanted to run with it, so there's something up their sleeves. So, yeah, Vici definitely giving a lot of thought here. I mean, it's not a common ban phase we see.
I mean, you could also view it from the opposite point of view that EG are just stubborn. Like, they don't
True.
think that Lesh is that good of a hero, and they just constantly let it through, even though they've lost to it after letting it through. So, I mean, from what we've seen from PBD, it's generally not overestimating it, but you never know.
And a hero we somehow always forget to mention in this first phase is Bounty Hunter. Gets through, and EG picks that right up.
I generally don't want to... First of all, it's a great pick right now. It seems the team's valued very high, but in my book, FY, one of the absolute best bounty hunters. He's kind of the one who, I don't want to say pioneered, because it's been like on and off, but at least at the Summit 3, I think, where Bounty Hunter made a bit of a comeback, he was the one to bring it into the game again, it seemed like, or at least perform the highest level.
Yeah, ever since the change to the range of the toss when you are tracked,
Yeah.
he started to play it more than others.
And there's something that people a lot of the time forget with Bounty Hunter now is, I think that's the 683 change. When you track someone, you can see how much gold they have.
Oh yeah, so
And
you
it's-
actually know if they have buyback or not during late game situations.
It's extremely valuable information because you can start, like if you look at all timing windows all through the entirety of the game, not just late game buybacks,
Right.
but also, okay, when is the BKB coming up?
Exactly.
We can actually push this tower knowing that he won't have BKB for like 2 or 3 minutes, or you know, all those kind
Or
of
we should
things.
take them out
When
now
is the mech
before,
coming up?
yeah.
And another good
Blink Dagger on Sand King,
example
all
is against Naga, because she would always be carrying a lot of gold for the Radiance if it's a core Naga. So if you manage to track, you're going to be able to know roughly what time the Relic is coming and
Yeah.
the Radiance. So
Yep.
that's something big for the new change.
Yeah, I mean, to have that specific info is, of course, huge. Techie's being banned out by EG. Techie's showing up a lot on day 2 on both picks and bans, and Clock being banned out by Vici Gaming. So
Yeah, it's
still a lot
It's
over
just viewed by the Chinese teams like it's a counter towards Lash.
And we've mentioned that quite a few times too. Of course, the Tusk also being on the side of Vici Gaming, so they don't want to deal with that clock. But now taking a little bit more time to think about their other bans, because again, still quite a few options open for both teams. Does VG want to start trying to filter things out, or do they want to just keep playing this game with EG?
So the
ban-
Bloodseeker ban as well. That's very common among the teams that Tusk today. I've seen this, I think, at least 3 to 4 times. When they have Tusk, they ban out the Bloodseeker. And the other important topic is, what is EG going to give Sumail this game?
Yeah.
Obviously, when there's Bounty, you talk about having Storm, because both of them have a lot of synergy together. So
And there you go, Storm coming through.
I don't know if they needed to pick it yet, but at the same time, maybe they just want to. It's like, it's always that balance. What do you want to cloak as long as possible?
Right.
And you could say, well, Storm was not going to be picked by Vici Gaming or whatnot, but maybe the other heroes are actually more important for them.
No,
to
I mean, aside from the synergy
consider.
with Storm and Bounty Hunter, what about the SF? I mean, that was still left open on Radiant side, and of course,
That's
Sumail
true.
does play a pretty mean SF.
I think the thing with SF this time around is he gets bullied by Lash in the lane more compared to Storm, since Storm is able to hold his ground in the earlier levels much better than the SF. Maybe that's possibly the reason why as well.
Right.
And post 6, it's going to be difficult to gank Storm with Tusk, whereas Shadow Fiend can just constantly get abused by these rotations from Vici Gaming.
True point. Are we still assuming then that Lesh is going to be a core here for Vici Gaming? Or no one can tell?
I mean, it's
Can't tell yet.
Can't tell yet, but it's
They
most
actually-
likely, unless you see a lot of like counters later on. There's still 2 picks from EG.
I mean, Vici gave me pick Lesh last year when it wasn't popular. So you really never know with him.
Okay.
With the Lion pick, it's more or less that means Lash is a core, because you generally don't run Lion plus Lash as your support duo. It's kind of a bit too weak in that sense.
If EG were Cloud9, they would pick Pugna now. Then they might have picked it earlier, actually.
Right, yeah. I mean, if Vici were going to, they would have picked Pugna and Anti-Me.
It is really good against both Lion and Lash. And that's one thing about Vici's lineup that we need to keep in mind here, is that they have a lot of disables, but they're really fragile. So the Bounty Hunter tracks, if they set up for any sort of team fight and they can get the jump, they could make very quick work of them. I could see... now, does PPD ever play Bounty? Because I could see a Sand King for Aoi being a decent pick here. Pretty good against Tusk when he engages with Snowball. You can like set up with Blink, counter initiate. Epicenter, of course, makes quick work with these, but they're going to grab Undying. This is a support for PPD, so...
Do we think it's
offlane? Maybe offlane Undying? Plus Bounty?
I think they always played support, right?
I think they usually play support.
Okay.
Do we think the Bounty
Universal
Hunter is offlane or support too? I
mean,
I think
there's options, but what is best for EG right now? They have, because it's a Lion, so in particular, when you're up against a support like Lion, you can afford to run Undying, like as a core in the lane, and Bounty Hunter roaming around. You have a lot of chances in the lane to actually take down the Lion with the 2 heroes alone. If you catch him with slow from Orb of Venom, then there's a decay, it's an easy kill on the Lion.
Okay, well, TMH coming out from Vici Gaming, seeing that for themselves, not leaving it open and also securing themselves a carry for the late game.
I mean, you have to pressure the anti-mage now, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
the name of the game.
Vici has much stronger cores later into the game, and I want to say in late game they have Lash and anti-mage. I mean, Storm and Gyro is still very strong, but having the Undying means EG has to be the team that makes the initiative, because Undying falls off when the game goes longer.
So, Are there any heroes on either side that like either team is really looking to round out, or certain positions where that's going to affect the bans we see from both teams? Like for EG, is there anything that's going to help their choice a lot easier as their last pick?
I think
or?
they need a damage dealing support though, because now what they need is when the storm goes in, they need instant damage to kill one target with the track. So I'm thinking if they were going to run Undying as a core, maybe Skyraf would fill that position with the storm.
It's also a good counter to AM in general.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I could see that. EG is also one of the teams that actually play Skywrath the most on AUI 2000. So it's a
Alright.
possibility. I still think Undying is a support for them, but
I mean, we'll definitely find out shortly. The Dazzle being banned out, also just not leaving that open for Avicii Gaming.
yeah, it was definitely not that contested in this game as we
Yeah.
expected. It's generally been a first phase pick, and it goes all the way to 5th ban.
And then the Bane being banned out by Avicii Gaming. Wyvern comes
So
out.
this is actually
So it is Core Undying.
who's playing the Wyvern? Usually Aoi plays the bounty, right?
PVD Wyvern?
If it's an offlane Undying, then Aoi will play the bounty. But we don't know whether it's offlane bounty or Undying.
So it could go either way now.
Yeah, it could go either way.
I'm guessing Universe, Undying, PPD, Wyvern, and AUI Bounty. Just makes most sense.
Sounds about right.
Can they win that lane, though?
It's a lion though. So
Wyvern, Wyvern, Undying together are really strong, actually. They have a lot of slow. With the Tombstone, the Arctic Burn, and Janata / Orb of Venom, yeah, they can definitely win that lane. Looking
Okay.
at it twice, they should be able to.
Then Lina comes out
okay, the double zap.
for Avicii. Yeah, that's true. That's pretty scary. So, what are we looking at for Avicii Gaming? I mean, do you think they're pretty content with their draft here against EG?
If they get a good laning stage, they definitely are. It's about whether they can. For me, this whole game will be around the Avicii Gaming safe lane. I'm assuming they'll put the AM safe lane.
And I don't think
Right.
the Winter Wyvern is going to be as effective here as normal, just because Cold Embrace versus Lash versus Lion versus Lina is just simply not that effective. And Anti-Mage can also just blow a Storm out with Mana Void. So I was surprised they didn't turn for another defensive one, but it is a defensive support.
All right, well, EG versus Avicii Gaming just about to go into game one. Also to know, Brood just made it all the way through without any bans or any contention. So breaking the rule book a little bit there, going for the Techies ban over the Brood ban for EG. But Techies has been pretty prominent today, of course. 2 games picked, 2 wins so far. So EG versus Avicii Gaming, we're waiting on game 1. We are into the game. We'll see if EG can take a little bit more of a lead today in Group B. About to find out against Avicii Gaming.
As well. We are, of course, going to see Ice TPing straight down here to the bottom lane to get some early ward down into the Radiant jungle. But EG versus Avicii, game 1 about to kick off. Big shout out to anyone joining us over from the mainstream now on the various platforms that we are covering this game on today. This should be a good one. I'm sure a lot of people are going to be sticking around and interested in this one between 2 of the highest seeded teams here in the International 2015 to see how it exactly goes down. So, EG at the moment heading towards the top rune. Not seeing any kind of 5-man movement at the moment from Avicii. They're kind of spread up around the map. So if anything, EG should certainly look to try and secure themselves this top rune here.
Their level 1 is also very strong. When you have Gyrocopter and you have Arctic Burn, all you have to do is hit him once with the slow, and you can just kind of walk into him, and a Rocket Barrage or 2 will probably secure your first blood. I think Avicii are well aware of this. You can see their positioning. They're not really all in for the top rune at all. They assume that EG are most likely going to be there, so what's likely to happen is they'll just trade top bounty rune for bottom bounty rune, and then most likely the heroes will just run mid and then start their farm off. But I think the Lesh versus Storm matchup definitely favors Lesh, but I'm not sure how much emphasis EG are going to be putting on this middle lane. Like, how much is Aoi going to sit here and try to be a nuisance to Super? And if he does, is that going to be enough to get Sumail off to the start that he needs to stay ahead of this AM?
It's going to be interesting to see indeed where Aoi kind of rotates around and looks to prioritize in terms of securing a lane for his team. Super's going to grab himself the bottom rune, and Sumail will find himself the top bounty rune here. So both of them is getting an even start up here in the mid lane, with their respective supports getting the blocks off as well for them. And we'll see indeed how this matchup goes down already. We can see Aoi there just getting the intel here on this bounty hunter. What exactly is going down, and already they're playing it very safe there with the courier on the side of VG. They do not want their courier getting sniped.
Yeah, the salve is very important for both heroes. If for whatever reason you lose your regen in a 1v1 matchup, you can all of a sudden just straight up lose the lane. Because one hero realizes, oh, you don't have any regen, I just harass you a bit, and then it's very, very easy to do that. We're going to see some tango trading here in mid, just going for those sentries. And Aoi actually came to lane with 2, whereas there was only 1 down there from Super, but I think FY is going to come in and make sure that that sentry is going to be killed. And I believe that was both of them? Yeah, so Aoi's out of sentries now, which means that if he wants to camp that middle lane, then it's not going to be that useful.
We actually saw at the bottom there as well, Ice making a very nice play in terms of blocking up the creeps. He's managed to get the momentum there for himself and Fenrir very close to the tower. So he's going to have a very nice start here to this dual offlane that they've got going on at the moment. Aoi, of course, sitting up top here with the Undying. It's dual lanes coming out from both sides pretty much for the time being. Lion just in the jungle at the moment, gaining some control. So Fear in this situation, how is he going to be able to farm here?
I think it's not too bad for him. The one nice thing is you're always going to have Cold Embrace to fall back on once the Winter Wyvern hits level 2 or 3. I'm not sure if he's going to go Splinter Blast at 2. I feel like the damage might be enough to secure a kill, but I think in that situation you're probably just trading, and I think Vici would be happy to trade with this lane. So I figure that he's probably just going to go Cold Embrace and then play it defensive. There's no reason to go super aggro if you're EG right now. You just want to make sure that Fear gets like level 6 or 7, start carrying your TP, look for potentially counter ganks, and maybe even Sumeo rotates bottom eventually when he gets enough farm and some treads to make a kill happen.
And the mid lane as well, how's the farm going between the two? Pretty even at the moment. Sumeo's going to get caught out by the stun here. He's just trading some hits with Super. Super goes in for this though. Aoi is there. They do have the sentry down and Super's well aware of this. Sumeo gets himself back up to the high ground. Will bottle himself back up. Looking for the 2-minute rune here as well. Looks like, yeah, Aoi's going to be able to secure that for Sumeo. And he's going to be able to grab himself a regen rune. Very, very tasty there for the Storm.
That's insanely helpful for him. Like, not having to go back to base, not having to bottle crow. Bottom lane, gonna see some damage being dealt here to Fenrir.
Yeah, the good old burn there, doing a fair bit to Fenrir indeed. Fear just popping out the Rocket Barrage there, forcing Ice back as well. But now Ice wants to go in with the Snowball. Light Striker is going to catch it, but the Cold Embrace coming out from PPD. Fear's going to be saved here for the time being, and the power of the Wyvern there being shown.
Yeah, that's why the Cold Embrace at level 2 is so important. He was holding a skill point until the initiation came out, so as soon as he sees a snowball, he's like, oh, I'm going to need this to make sure that Fear doesn't just die. But you can see the magical damage output from these two heroes, like Fenrir and Ice. It's not enough to actually kill if the gyro is at a decent threshold. So having that Cold Embrace pretty much just ensures that Vici will never be able to go full out aggressive without getting punished.
Which is not ideal for Vici, because you bring a Tusk and Alina to the lane, and that's exactly what you're going to be looking for. Aoi here, just looking to disrupt FY's going-ons here in the jungle. And he's going to get a couple of hits in as well, forcing Lion back, and already Aoi doing a fair bit of damage here to Lion, bringing him down to half health. This is not a fun time here for FY. Aoi just dying him up here, keeping him behind the tree line. But all in all, still 3.5 minutes in, no one to fall yet. Both sides, it's going fairly even really across the lanes. You look at both the position one, it's a slight lead here for, of course, the anti-mates, 13 for 3. Fear at the moment 10 for 0. Having a bit of a tougher time on this safe lane. But other than that, pretty even. Arctic Bird coming out. They're going to chase Ice down, but now he goes with the Snowball, trying to turn this. PPG's there, trading hits onto Fenrir. Fear moving forward here. Fenrir is getting incredibly low. They're trying to fight him with a Splinter Blast. They will. PPD claims first blood, bringing down Fenrir. The TP from FY, though, they're trying to turn it, but PPD, the player, with the Cold Embrace, keeping Fear alive. Fear's going to be all right. PPD gets himself out as well, and what a play there from the duo.
And their supports just do no damage. Like, even Lina having a double nuke and Tusk having a double nuke, Snowball only hits for 120 damage. It's not that good, and Ice Shard's level 2 is 140, so you're looking at potentially, what, 260 damage from, like, one hero? It's not enough to burst. Like, they need more levels. So once Alina hits 6, if the Tusk hits 6, it's going to be enough to maybe kill, but up until that point, like, PPD, all he has to do is one Cold Embrace, and they're just back in fighting shape, like, right then and there. So the rotation from Lion comes in, and FOI with a level 1 stun, it's 80 damage. There's just not enough damage unless all the supports are in the same region to really secure a kill.
Indeed, and well, we're seeing a couple of the supports rotate towards the mid lane now. We've got Aoi hanging around with Sumeo, just helping him to secure the runes. FY making those long walk back towards potentially the top lane, but Sumeo actually with this invis as well. They're moving in, but the sentry's down around the mid lane. It's going to make it very hard for EG to catch VG off guard here, and FY. He's well aware of Aoi coming in on this one, and I think Aoi realizes as well, just keeping his distance away from the Lion. Pings coming out.
They saw the sentry die.
Yeah, they saw it die. Are they going to be able to do anything off the back of this? I'm sure FY will still be on high alert. They've got the backup of Fenrir as well. Aoi moving in onto Super. Still very, very tentative here. Super looking for a stun, just cancelling it here now as well. Moving forward, but just trading the spells here. Nothing going to come of it too much in the mid lane. They do know that the Ice is on his own here now on the bottom lane, and that Fear and PPD are going to start to move in. PPD at least forcing Ice back with the burn, and the flat cannon hits as well. Pushing Ice back behind his tower.
If you look at the way that Vici are moving around the map right now, they're playing as they know that there's no vision of the high ground right now from EG, but that freshly placed ward in middle lane is going to be scouting out both the supports right now, so Fenrir and FY are pretty much just wasting time. Like, because of the fact that Sumeo is 6, even if a lightning connects, it's not going to be enough to get a kill. And the fact that Sumeo is sitting on top of the CS right now in this 1v1 matchup, he's doing more than expected in the situation, even with the supports rotating over. And now I think Vici finally realized that if our supports are separated, they're just not as potent, and they need to be together, and they're looking to try to gank bottom.
Indeed, and the question is, how cocky has Fear got? Because he's known that he's been safe in the lane earlier, but now indeed with FY and Fenrir coming in, he could be in a lot of trouble. Ice going in with the snowball. There's your Hex from FY. They'll be able to bring down Fear. Where's your PPD now? No cold embrace for the Jara as he falls, and PPD is probably going to head back down there and stick around him next time, because without the Wyvern, he's very susceptible to being ganked.
Yeah, it was a little bit of miscommunication, I think. PPD went for the rune, and then Fear is just kind of sitting there out in the open, right? So
oh, how? Needs to be careful with the Soul Rip, bringing him incredibly low. Couldn't quite find the range there for the Shuriken toss, and How just blinking himself away. Very scared
He's
indeed,
going to walk
rightfully
it off, man.
so.
He's fine.
He's got to spend a bit of time out of lane. I'll tell you that. No regen on him at the moment. Was very close to being able to get the Ring of Health. Bottom lane, we're seeing a bit of an action going in with the slow onto Ice now. Here's just Noble onto Fear. They're trying to turn it here with the Help of Fenrir, but again, the cold embrace. Fear says, he doesn't even care about the magical dab because he's back up to 2/3 of his health. Having a grand old time and very happy, I'm sure, that PPD is now back in the lane holding his hand.
Yeah, without the Winter Wyvern here, it's too easy to get counter kills. Like, all you have to do is snowball in. One person TP is like the Lion, or maybe even just the two heroes can kill him if they're not around. I think they want to go.
Come down here, Ice straight away with the snowball that they do at the backup of the Bounty Hunter. Again, the cold embrace means they can't kill Fear. Fenrir's going to lose his life here. Ice just going to look for the simple TP out. They've actually rotated Super down here, but he's unable to find anything. And again, it's another kill here for EG. And Vici just getting caught off guard and getting outplayed.
I want to say he just punched into Cold Embrace. And obviously, like, Tusk Punch is physical damage. So, I don't know. That was a little bit weird. I'm surprised they played that greedy. Like, they really just wanted to kill the Gyrocopter that much that they just go all in on it. It definitely did not pay off.
Now look at these stacks in the jungle already. Sumail clearing the one on the right. PPD ready to stack this one yet again. This Storm Spirit beginning to looking very scary. I mean, you look at the fact that he was up against this Lesh at the beginning in lane. Sumail didn't care. He still had a final time, keeping himself even in terms of CS top lane. They're going in on Universe. He's all left alone. How Fenrir and FY trying to do it. They're just going to throw out the stun here and leave it. The Tombstone has been dropped, and they don't want to fight into it by the looks of it, and they will back up. Bottom lane by the room. What's going on here? Looks like a bit of action here. Going on to Ice. They'll be able to get that. That's one kill there for Sumail. Aui's there as well. Super trying to do what he can here, and he might be able to turn this hit. No, he's getting low. Are they going to be able to kill him? Yes, they will. Sumail will live on 45 HP. They get the Lesh. They get the Tusk. And Sumail is going to be A-OK, TPing himself back to base just in the nick of time.
That was the manliest thing I think I've ever seen. Going in, putting yourself completely out of mana. Like, all he had to do was ball to dodge the stun, but he balled like point blank with the DD and said, yeah, okay, whatever, just use all your abilities, it's fine. I'm still going to kill you. By the way, we mentioned Universe a little bit earlier when he was getting ganked. Can we please address the fact that he has 45 CS?
Wow.
Like, he's sitting up
the
there.
The second highest on the board.
He's sitting up there against Hao. I mean, Hao's still farming alright, like he's 32 and 10. But we just saw 3 heroes try to gank Universe, and they could not engage on him. Like, they had to run away. And this is what I was mentioning during the beginning of the game, is their supports just aren't strong enough to deal with that hero. They don't deal the damage they need to quickly enough, and EG are just abusing them for it.
Absolutely. 4-1 the net worth. It's still pretty even across the board. Sumail, of course, with that lead, coming up to 4K. Nearly about 1,000 ahead of Super's Leshrac. Coming up to 9.5 minutes in. They have the supports here towards the mid lane. FY and Ice, in fact. Just seeing if they can help Super out. Super's going to back up, and they're going to look for a smoke here, the side of VG. See if they can catch anyone out. They're making lines. It's actually lines being drawn here by Universe towards the rune. And the question is, are they going to try and contend this one? VG actually moving straight towards the top lane. It's all going to be about whether Universe comes away from his tower here. He's playing it pretty safe. He's got to be careful there. If they can find the initiation with the snowball, Universe is in a lot of trouble. But he is level 7. He's got a buckler. Let's see if he can turn this one. They're going to go straight, and I don't think he's going to get a chance to. They're bringing him down. TPs will come out. And it's a little bit too late. Universe down, but the cooldown is going to catch 4. Fear, he's not going to chase this one down. Aoi moving in, but Sumail says, we're doing this, boys. Goes straight in here with the ball lightning. Onto FY, there's your Shuriken. They bring down the line. Super trying to turn this around with the lightning storm. Now the tracks are coming out. Fear moving around with the rocket barrage. Ice with the snowball, turning onto Fear. The lightning as well. Hao's there as well with the roar sponge. They bring down Fear. It's a 2-for-1 trade so far. Aoi gets himself out of there. Sumail as well. And as impressive as Sumail's ballsiness was, it does cost them the Fear Gyro, and they're only able to find a Lion.
It was almost a nice turnaround. Like, after they go all in like that, I think it would have been fine to just say, okay, you just, like, 3-man smoked for an offlane undying. Like, who cares? We throw the call down, it stops the push. That's all that matters. Like, just preventing the tower from taking damage, I think EG would have been more than content with just not losing any damage on that. But They tried to go a little bit too greedy, get punished for it. I'm pretty sure that PPD wasn't able to be there. Yeah, he didn't have a TP, so if, for instance, he was there, they might have been able to turn it in a bigger way. But because of that, like you mentioned, they lose the gyro. Not really the most effective trade, but the important thing to take away from it is that Aoi hit 6. So now we got track available.
Indeed, and how? No, sorry, Fenrir and High Size here going for a smoke up. This time towards the bottom. They might wrap around towards mid, but there are 4 members of EG all in very close proximity to themselves. In fact, they're looking for a bit of a smoke action themselves. Ping's coming out towards the dire jungle. At the moment, only on that side of the map is How, but How's going to be a big kill if they can bring down this anti-mage. The rotation from VG not going to find anything themselves. They've come down to the bottom lane. There's no one there at the moment. Now back towards the mid. They have spotted out Super alone, and they're going to go in here with the slow. There's going to be a TP coming in from Tusk, but it might not be in time. Sumail straight in, wins his curse as well. Super's dead. Here comes Ice with the snowball, but it's drilled down to the river. Aoi's there as well with Sumail. Maybe they can find Ice. Fear with the wrap round, coming in with the rocket barrage. They're going for this one. Ice getting low. They'll be able to take him down as well. He's going to fall. How's jumped in, trying to find Sumail. Sumail walking himself back up to the high ground. Fear's there, caught in the river at the moment. Is a bit of a mess. Aoi wrapping around, getting the tracks out onto the side of VG. And VG, 2 heroes down, EG this time losing absolutely no one. And these are the kind of skirmishes that you've got to be very careful about losing, because as you said, Aoi with the track available, the net worth difference is just going to get bigger and bigger, and we are starting to see Sumail climb away now at the top of the board.
There's just so much havoc being created right now by EG. They're not content to just sit around and let How farm. Like, How actually, I think, TP'd to that team fight when they were going on
mid lane. Fenrir, here we go. Sumail straight in. Aoi's there with the backup, and that is a dead Lina. That is a mega kill streak now for Aoi here on the Bounty Hunter. Yet another track kill. And this is the problem when you're playing against the Bounty. Money, money, money. Going to the opposition. Loads of money. Here we go. How and Super. Bam! There was an undying there. He's not there anymore. He's in a different universe. 8 for 4. VG do find a kill in return. Now off the back of it, they'll just take down the tombstone here. Maybe trying to get a bit of a push on. And this is big for How. I mean, at the moment, he's got a Perseverance. He has got 1,600 gold on top of it as well. So he's going to have a relatively good timing here on the Battle Fury.
It's going to be all right. He'll probably have it like 15, 16 minutes. The nice thing is he's bought the Claymore, so we can just finish it at the side shop. He doesn't have to abuse the courier anymore. He just sends it out one time, and then he's good to go. But you can see, like, even now, like, Vici are finally starting to pressure this off-lane tier 1. But the TP reaction coming in from EG can always be there. Like, that's the one strength that having a Storm on your team gives you at this time is we have Bounty. If we see a team fight that we can take, we are going to take it. And here come FY and Fenrir.
If they find Sumail here, he's in a lot of trouble. They've got a finger at these. Straight up finger there to the Storm. He goes down. Fenrir and FY. There's a reason why they're respected as a support combo going straight into top lane. There's a bit of a push going on as well from VG. Fortification has come out from EG. Now moving forward there as well. Ice on the sidelines, but he's trapped up. Fear's actually smoked here. Maybe seeing if they can turn this around, but VG aren't going to go in any deeper. Aoi moving close into Ice. Just getting the trap back out, Fear. Still just smoked up here from the sidelines. This is a very active gyro here. I mean, 14 minutes just moving around the map, looking for kills, looking for action. Super's coming in as well. Universe moving forward, and here we go with the Flesh Golem. Now he's popping down the Tombstone. Cooldown very nice as well, but the Snowball dodges it all now with the Ice Shards. Snowball onto Fear. Universe trying to keep himself alive with the decay, but he's going to go down. Fear trying to turn this one around. The damage is enough. Super getting low. Super's going to fall, but Fear falls as well. Ice is going to lift the two. Oh, the zombies go for Aoi. Will clean it up. Unstoppable kill streak now for the Bounty Hunter. 3 heroes for 2, but again, this is a trade where track gold is going the way of EG, and we can see it just here. Gold change 1,583, just 336 for VG, even though they got 2 kills and they were able to kill the Fear Gyro.
That was a 1,300 gold gain for Aoi. 1,300 gold from just killing those heroes. That is completely insane. Even with Ice dodging the call down, they still didn't manage to walk away from that a win.
It's,
like,
I mean,
when you make plays like that and you can't win, here we go.
Straight in on Fenrir. Oh my goodness. Wicked sick for Aoi 2000. 7 kills, 3 assists, hasn't died at all. He has a higher net worth than the Super Leshrac at this. In fact, he's second on the board. He's higher than How.
Bounty Hunter, man. What a hero.
There's a reason why we're saying it first banned out in a lot of games in the group stages so far. And I
really think the support pairing is why this is so rough for Vici. Like, yeah, when FY gets 7 or level 6, he finally makes something happen. Like, they got that deep ward in the jungle that ended up getting Sumail killed. EG have since counter-warded that. But when that kill happened, sure, that's nice. But up until that point, FY, he wasn't really able to do much of anything. Like, he just walked around a lot. Fenrir, they weren't able to kill the gyro even one time in the bottom lane. It just seems like the lanes, at the very least, were so easy for EG to execute. Like, there was no pressure on them at all, anywhere. I mean, for crying out loud, Universe had 45 CS at, like, 9 minutes into the game.
Oh, Ice. He's walking down here. There's 3 heroes on the side of EG, and they're ready to go. This could be potentially another kill here for Aoi with the Shurikens, the skill shot. That is going to be a snowball coming out. He's trying to turn this, but he has got backup coming in, but it seems too far away. Snowball going in onto Aoi, but Aoi's just going to turn around and give it the slap. Monster kill streak for Bounty Hunter. When will it stop? This man's got a solo crest 16 minutes in. This is getting ridiculous, and the Bounty Hunter getting out of control.
I don't know what to say. This is like the most farm bounty I think I've seen so far here at TI this early on. Has anyone actually had more farm than this? We'll have to get on it after this game,
I don't think we've seen a bounty this effective, no.
Like, this is insane.
I mean, normally we see a bounty kind of hinder the opposition. This is just a bounty, just benefiting himself and transitioning into a crazy core. He's still level with this anti-mage. I mean, AM, let's have a look. Did he get the Battle Fury picked up now?
Yeah.
Okay, he's got the Battle Fury treads. So we should start to see him break away a little bit, but he's got a lot of work. Hao's got a lot of carrying to do if he wants to bring himself back on top of what EG have achieved so far in the first 17 minutes of this game.
All EG really have to do at this point is just continue pressuring. The thing about AM is even if you get a Battle Fury, okay, that's like the Naga Siren just picking up a freshly purchased Radiance. It still takes another like 10 to 15 minutes before you can do anything, and I don't think EG want to give him that much time.
EG, if they can take control of this Ancient stack as well, this is going to really hurt for VG. They're going to spot it out now. The stack is there. Fear's ready to take it. Tombstone dropped as well. The zombies will tank up these Ancients, and EG will be able to claim this. Nothing that VG can do to stop it, and this is huge.
Yeah, this is not great for Vici right now. They really, really need to just wait out Hao getting some farm. At the very least, I think he's actually just going straight for the Vlads right now. So he wants to play the solo game. He's looked at Sumail's inventory and seen that he's going Bloodstone, maybe feels safe to just go for the Vlads and then play it like greedy, try to go for Manta after the fact. If he was making Orchid, he pretty much has to go Manta.
Oh, Sumail, look at that zip in. Oh, it's pretty much global. Straight onto F1. 1-2 Bammer. He's got the stir, he's got the Hex. Buying him some type of this burn slow onto the Lion. He's lying down for the long one. 33 seconds off the map. Another kill here for Sumail. And he's going to be happy with that, of course, with the recently picked up Bloodstone. So a charge already on top. TP into the top tower coming in from PPD. And I was going to simply blink himself away. No one else here, but PPD going to soak up this solo lane at XP and work his way up. Fear. Well, he's got none. He's straight in the mid lane, right up there. He's got the backup of Aoi. No reason to do so. Universe and Sumail turning up as well. Sumail, he's got an Invis rune. Let's watch this storm because I think we're about to see him zip past a tier 2, a tier 3, and probably into another game. Looking at the ballsiness this guy's gone at so far. Ice on the bottom. Trying to find his way towards what I'd imagine to be that Blink Dagger. Universe and Aoi scouting as Super comes anywhere closer. Sumail's going to be straight in there. He's just eyeing it up. I think Super knows this. They keep themselves right back at the base. They've seen how Sumail could get himself in and out with the pickoffs. They don't want it to happen again. Universe as well. He's continuing to look incredibly strong. Level 10 at the moment. Finding the items. Ice just making the movements around. Trying to get a bit more control here of EG's jungle here with the warding here from VG.
You can see like EG's positioning on the map. They are not scared at all. Like Vici are going to try to go for a
If they
snowball
can get a kill here, I mean, Universe is fairly. He's going to get the Tombstone down. Can they burst him down in time? No. The mech comes out the finger, brings him low, brings him down. They get the kill, but now EG coming in with the cooldown. Ice has already TP'd himself the hell out of there. Said, mate, you're on your own. Lion's going to get taken down. They do find the kill in return, and that of course is going to go the way of Sumail. Yet another kill and another charge on his Bloodstone.
If we're talking in terms of like net worth and gold exchange, or net worth and experience exchange, it was still better for Vici because they ended up killing a better impact hero like in the Undying so far. And honestly, I'm not really sure what else they can do at this point. Like they're waiting for Hao to get his items, so they're looking for small engagements to where they don't want to commit to like a 4v5 or like a 4v4 or anything like that because they know that they just can't contest. So they have to go for like these little small plays and force reactions, take a little bit of pressure off Hao so he can continue farming up. And the Vlad's is now done. So his farm rate, yeah, he's going to get much more farm out of this. He'll always be at a high threshold of HP, so ganking him is going to become a little bit harder. And if for whatever reason Vici managed to take a fight with that Vlad's, they can also secure Roshan, which is pretty important.
Obviously, one of the bad things for Hao is the fact that he doesn't have that Ancient stack to go back to. Regardless, they're still looking pretty good here on the Anti-Mage. It's all just about the rest of VG creating the time and space for him to continue on his quest to become a monster. Blink Dagger has now been completed here from Ice. Top lane, Aoi, level 11, 1900 gold here on top of the Solar Crest.
Oh, Hao.
Oh, indeed, going straight into PPD. Sumail turning. They're going to use the Winter's Curse here as well. They don't want Hao getting away from this one, and he certainly won't. Killing spree picked up here by Sumail. 4 kills, 6 assists, only died the once this game. And how many charges we're seeing on the Bloodstone? I think it was 11 charges now on the Storm's Bloodstone, 20 minutes in.
I find it a bit odd that Hao actually stuck around, because Aoi came out of Invis, right? Like, he came out, he started hitting some creeps, he was CSing, and then he was like, yeah, whatever, I'm going to go farm the creep wave after I see the Bounty Hunter here. I think maybe playing it a little bit too greedy right there, but I kind of understand the idea that if you're really far behind, you need to take a couple of risks to be able to get yourself back into the game. And I think that Vici are pretty much at that point. Sure, their 2 cores are still farming very well, but their supports are broke. Like, they are just dirt poor at this point. Like, FY and Fenrir, they are absolutely struggling to get anything done here. And even FY, it's 22 minutes in. He still doesn't have his blink yet, although he is close.
Well, they have got a sentry here, so Aoi needs to be careful. If he comes underneath it again, Ice is going to probably go in, and here it goes, straight away, but he's just outside it. He's got the dust, though. They're looking for Aoi. They've had enough of this pesky critter, bringing him low. They'll bring him down. They will end his monster kill streak. The money they're going towards Tusk. FY simply TP's out. Ice getting out as well. Sumail goes straight for the kill, though. Gets the kill onto the Lina, onto the Fenrir. And he's looking for more. Super looking for the TP out. Oh! Hadn't quite been able to get off the electric vortex.
I think he was like mid-vortex animation when that TP went off. That was insanely close.
Top lane. Well, Fierce found himself a Super. He's going to try and 1v1 this. 1v1 me, mate. Can Super turn this around? He's Leshrac. He's going to try his best, and he's going to just commit suicide. It's too much. He doesn't want to try up against Fear. And indeed, with a missile coming in as well, may have just won that duel. How? Looking for the cleanup crew here. Fear with the TP out in the sideline, and he's going to make it. How? Looking for the prediction, but gets it just a little bit off the mark as Fear's able to escape.
That was really nice awareness, though, from Fear to not take that particular pathing. They did have a ward, though, so it probably scouted him walking up that way, and then he just decided that it wasn't worth the risk of like getting blink mana voided and giving away a kill. So the side strafe TP proving to be pretty strong here. You're going to get some nice aggressive warding coming out from Vici Gaming at this point. I think being able to do something like Sneak a Rush might be something that Vici are going to go for. Again, they have that Vlad's, and How, you are ballsy, my friend.
Indeed, he takes himself some H's, gets himself out. Very nice. So it's just making the movements now together with the backup. Oh, Super. Sumail, he's the target. Can they change stun? Yes, they can with the light strike red. They got Laguna Bay, bring him low, and they will bring him down. Sumail gets taken out. Super gets the gold there. And that's a big pick off there for the side, especially against the Storm Spirit, who is closing in on his Orchid.
Yeah, this is the timing when the supports of Vici actually start to come online. So we saw like using a Finger, using a Laguna Blade. That is enough damage to secure a kill. It's just during the early game, EG were able to bully lane so much based on the fact that their early game laning phase is just that much better. But now it's at a stage where Blink is up on this Lion. So if FY sees an opportunity, they can definitely jump. And speaking of,
going in the mid lane onto nobody.
Ice is too quick.
He's too quick indeed.
He didn't even have vision of that. He just blinked away based on reaction. That's pretty insane.
Top lane, Fear, applying the pressure into this tier 1. He's almost certainly going to find it. FY, he's been chilling in the trees for a while there. On the left, he's having a grand old time. He's playing very sneaky.
He was waiting for a potential TP counter gank. Like, if somebody is in Lesh, TP's up there, or even like multiple heroes, and you just blink Hex, you know you can actually get that
impossible to make that for.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, blink out of the pit. Going for the Ancients here, though. Can EG catch him out? PPD does have the Winter's Curse available, moving in. No, went with the Arctic Burn, but How, yeah, doesn't want a piece of that at all.
That'll steal the Ancients. No big deal. Get a little bit of extra gold going for themselves.
Go for it. Yeah, in fact, let's have a look at the graph. What's the kind of difference looking like between these two teams? It's around 5k, okay, in terms of difference for EG in terms of net worth. XP, a little bit less, but of course that 5k difference pretty much all down to the fact this bounty is getting off a hell of a lot of tracks.
Yeah, but it's been a while since EG has taken a really big engagement. I think the last one we saw was around middle lane.
They don't have enough time though
from EG. And the more that Vici are able to slow the pace of the game down, even if they're only killing like one hero and then running away, that's fine because then EG are much more hesitant to continue to pressure. And all they need to do is to get AM like a Manta style finished and maybe one other item, like whether it be like Abyssal Blade or BKB, whatever How decides that he needs for the situation.
Wow. He's on his own here. They do have the tower, so TP reaction might be able to come in, but will it be soon enough? How getting gone on Sumail. He's going down and he'll go. Bounty onto there, picking up the kill. That's a track killing and a half there for the side of EG. And they'll be able to get some pressure here on this top tower. The rest of EG, though, they're looking to take it out themselves. ISO moving forward here, clearing out the creep wave with the backup of Super. And Fear, he's out of there. So we may just see a simple tier 2 for tier 2 trade between the bottom and the top lane. TP coming back already from PPD. The question is, can they defend this one? Nah, it's already gone. The tower's already gone. The TP's coming out. Super. He's actually going to turn around for the stun here on Towie, and this might cost him his life because Sumail finished off the Orchid, but the Hex there from F1, and then the Finger. They'll take down the Bounty now with the Snowball onto Sumail. Laguna Blade well, but the Winter's Curse onto Ice. Sumail going to go straight for FY, moving forward, bringing in the line, but the punch. FY, it will fall. BBT and Universe trying to work themselves together to find Super. Sumail's going to get himself the hell out of there. He's incredibly low. Will manage to escape. The Universe looking to fight to Super with the Flesh Column. Fear moving in. Triple kill for Fear. Team White, VG all hit the deck. EG only lose the Bounty Hunter. What a reaction there from EG, and thanks to the track. Look at the difference coming out. We're seeing a 2K, which isn't massive for a 5-for-1, but still with the XP as well. 23-11. You were saying how EG hadn't won a big engagement in a while. There's your big engagement.
I think that Vici just saw an opportunity to jump in and we're like, okay, we killed the bounty hunter. This is a fight that we can actually start taking. Because the first thing that happened is Aoi dies. That means no track. So Vici are probably feeling much more comfortable in saying, okay, we'll make a full commitment. We have everything at our disposal except for Hao, who obviously died top prior to that team fight even starting. But, I mean, PPD, he was on point with his winner's curse. As soon as Ice went in on Sumail, he had the curse before the punch even was used. So instead of being able to take out Sumail very early on in that fight, he ends up living. He gets a regen rune in his bottle that he had from earlier and pops it, and then the rest of EG just come in and clean up the fight. It was maybe the best case scenario, I think, for EG, only losing one there.
Now, they do have the Helm, of course, on the Gyro, so they've got the lifesteal to go for Roshan. Still, it's not going to be as quick as a VG attempt with the Anti-Mage. They're going to try for it nonetheless. They do have the Solar Crest, of course, on Aoi. That's going to help out a huge amount. Ice Shard's coming in. So VG, they know something fishy's going on. They don't really have the potential to go straight for it, though. We look at the team, and it's kind of spread out around the Dire jungle. So it looks like they're just going to let EG have a free Aegis here.
I'm not sure what they can do to stop it. That's really the problem. It's not like Vici have any crazy wombo combos or anything like that. They have a Blink Initiation with their Lion on an FY, but that's not really like having a Blink Echo or like anything teamfight oriented, really. It's just like, okay, we can jump a hero and go for a pick. We can't turn a Roshan fight with a good Impale unless for some reason you hit like 3 or 4 heroes, which is very hard to do. So, like you mentioned, free Roshan for EG. Storm obviously being one of the better Aegis carriers in Dota means you can pretty much go as ham as you like. As long as you get your man, when you respawn, you can just use all your mana to get out if you need to. And during this time, Hao, he's almost to his Manta now. So even though his farm had been kind of stunted in the laning phase and he's died twice, he's managed to recover a decent amount. And Vici are up here, definitely babysitting him right now, just making sure that he doesn't die.
Yeah, Fear coming in just to clear this one out. We'll be able to deny the tower here as well as Vici have backed themselves off getting that deny, but still, with the even with the reduced tower goal, probably putting Hao very close to that ultimate orb here. NZJ, he's very close to picking up that final component of the Manta Star. And actually, that's going to get to a point now where suddenly, you know, the Storm's going to have trouble solo killing him with the Orchid. It's not going to do too much. And we may even see Hao try and turn up to a few more fights. Or is the play still just to keep farming, let the rest of your team deal with the aggression of EG, and wait until you get some more items online?
He might want another item on top of the Manta. Like, sure, he's capable of fighting now. Like, with the Manta being done, he definitely can contribute to a fight. He's got level 3 Mana Void, Manta, Battle Fury, Vlads. That's more than he needs. But I still feel like the strength of AM is not really the team fight as much as it is just ensuring that you can stay ahead of the enemy carry, even in a situation where your laning phase doesn't go ideally for you. So if Hao wants to keep farming, that's fine. I honestly feel like Vici have kind of stagnated the game in such a way that even if the AM continues farming at this rate and the Storm continues farming at that rate, I think that the AM actually outscales because of what items the Storm has to go in this matchup. Like, for instance, I think Aoi is actually buying Linken's for him. Yeah, he's got Ultimate Orb on right now, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him just put Linken's on Aoi for later on in the game when Mana Void starts becoming a real issue. But normally the Storm has to alter his item build to match the AM. And he's really, outside of Fear, the only physical damage dealer and the hero that can jump on him.
Oh, Hao here in the sidelines, pushing the lane with the illusions. EG is there with a wraparound. FY just outside of their vision. FY simply just going to blink and TP himself out of this one as well. Hao getting himself away from the lane. Creeps are already being cut here though by Sumail, trying to clear this lane back up so the momentum favors the side of EG on the top lane. And now maybe looking for a wraparound towards the mid. As a couple of heroes have revealed themselves here, both Fenrir and Ice, but again, Fenrir TPing away. Is he going to be able to get out of time? Yes, he will. The TP is successful. Sumail unable to get that Vortex onto him.
That was barely in time. Like, even like a half of a second or maybe even a quarter of a second later, and that would have been a very deadly enough. But fortunately for Vici, they get away scot-free. No real issue there. I'm wondering if EG are going to be able to force it hard enough to make Vici fight. Because right now, Sumail has haste and bottle, and he's got half the duration on his DD left. For now, it seems like Vici are content just to try to split up the map a little bit, prevent EG from getting their 5-man together.
I was going to say, at this point of the game, VG have been incredibly elusive. EG have been looking all over for them, but every time VG's just one step ahead with the movements away. Sumail, with this DD doing a bit of a push onto this tier 2, has the backup as well, and it looks like EG should be able to take this one. Fortification is going to come out from VG, but they're sticking to the high ground. How at the moment looking to pressure this bottom lane, going for that split push. And EG here with a full 5-man, ready to go for the tier 2. Maybe they want to try and force the anti-mage back and look to push on. But the Illusion's already heading up to the tower here. They've got to be very aware of the pushing power of How, as it's certainly getting stronger and stronger as the game goes on.
Breaking high ground is going to be the real test here for EG. They could just wait until Fear has like that critical mass point where he has like Butterfly and Satanic, and then maybe he gets a MKB, depending on how items progress on the anti-mage. But for now, I think EG are okay with the fact that they're controlling the map and that Vici are kind of avoiding them to a degree. As long as they don't lose like a tier 3, I think they're going to be fine with it. Like they have a tier 2 or even a tier 1, I guess, in middle lane. And top and bottom, they still have their tier 3s. When the tier 3s start dropping because of How's Rat, that's going to start becoming an issue because then you have to send heroes back to deal with it. And Vici do have very solid chase potential. Like having a Blink Dagger on FY, going to also see a smoke here. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to catch out Aoi. Oh, there's a gem on Ice Ice Ice. Yeah, they can see him.
He needs to be careful and straight in onto Aoi, the gem. Doing a lot there for the side of VG, and that's a pick-off and a half there for Lina Sumail. Just clearing up this camp. But VG, these are the pickoffs that they want to try and be finding, because this is quite easily going to bring them back into the game. The fact that How, he's at level with the amount of farm that Sumail has got in terms of net worth, and maybe even more of it. So, yeah, indeed, but that tower pushes him on top. This anti-mage is getting very scary. How is going to be a real issue for the side of EG, unless they're able to do something about it pretty soon.
Oh, by the way, the Bounty Hunter is actually making Hex, not Lincoln's. He just bought the ultimate orb first. And Hex is amazing against these heroes, actually. Like, being able to Hex one of the supports or being able to Hex How, just to get that burst out and then follow it up with, like, a Vortex or, like, a Winter's Curse, for example. It's a really nice combo to have. And the other thing, too, is it's probably going to end up catching them off guard because he pulled a lot of money before he started buying anything. Like, he's only 420 away, I think, from being able to actually pick up the entire thing.
Fear's got his completed Butterfly now ready for the next fight. Of course, no one on the side of VG, any signs of an MKB. How was saving up his money here on the anti-mage? Has he invested it in anything as of yet? No, still sitting on 3.9k gold. He's obviously got a few options to go for. I mean, if he does see the Butterfly on Fear, does he think about getting the MKB at this point, or does he need to go for something like the Heart or the Butterfly first himself?
I'm not sure if you want to go MKB if you're How. I don't think he wants to fight yet.
No.
Like, the way that he's been playing this game, it says to me that he doesn't want to take any engagements unless they're fighting, like, at a tier 3 on their own towers. And that's when How wants to go back. If that's the case, things like Butterfly and Heart are obviously good choices. Butterfly helps you push a bit faster. And I don't think the Storm would be able to solo kill him if he had a Butterfly. Like, the evasion increases effective HP so much against physical damage that AM already had. Oh, here we go.
Oh, Ice coming in with a shot to the stable. Oh, the aerial finger there coming out from Lion.
There was a Bounty Hunter there a second ago.
Indeed, this is the problems with this Bounty Hunter at this point, especially once they've got a gem. If you're going out alone, VG is just going to be able to jump in and get the pick off every time. And suddenly the early game, of Aoi on that Bounty Hunter, the amount that he was doing for the team, slowly slipping away as VG. I mean, if we look at the graphs now, it's got to start to have kind of turned around. It's turning around a little bit, but it is certainly starting to shift back away from EG and towards VG's half of the graph. But still a long way to go. It is still EG with that lead, but they've got to be careful because it's slowly slipping away from them.
Yeah, I think the more that the game becomes like this and more passive, the harder it's going to be for EG to really go high ground and break the base. And the longer it gets delayed, I think the AM probably has a tiny advantage just in terms of he has multiple venues of play, whereas the Gyrocopter and the Storm, they pretty much just want to fight. Like, sure, you can rat with the Storm, but it's not really that good. AM does much more damage to the base, so when he rats, it's just effective in that sense. How a bit indecisive about when he wanted to buy earlier. I think he actually bought a BKB, sold it, and then bought it again.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like he sold it as in maybe he was asking his team what he felt he should buy. And then they said, okay, yeah, just get BKB because we want to fight. They could be just preparing for the next Rosh. It is going to be up anywhere from 1 to 3 minutes. So having BKB for that particular fight gives him the kind of power boost that he's going to need at this stage in the game to secure Vici Rosh. Because if EG get it again, it's going to be really hard to stop that high ground push.
Both teams at the moment pretty much moving around as a collective. Howie, I think he's kind of learned from his mistakes. He's sticking with the boys now. Doesn't want to go off alone. VG just moving around the map with How, ensuring that he can keep himself at the top of the net worth. Indeed, 19,000 at the moment on your anti-mage. Really breaking himself away. There's a bit of a smoke up here from the side of EG, looking to bait with Fear, pushing this bottom tier 2. But VG, they're not falling for it. They're here on the top lane and the middle lane, pressuring these lanes in. And I mean, EG, they're going to have to come back and defend this, and the TPs are indeed starting to come out. They should be able to get themselves this tier 2. I don't know if they can continue to pressure that lane to force VG back. I think it's going to have to be EG reacting, because How already onto the tier 3 here on the top lane with the illusions, bringing it down to half. And EG, they certainly need to do something about this action that VG's pulling off.
VG walk away the victors there, hands down. Getting damage on the tier 3s is so important for anti-mage. When those towers go down, you start dealing guaranteed damage to range racks as soon as you see an opportunity to start going in for a rat. And I don't think EG actually pushed fast enough to really deal with that at this point. So that dynamic in the game has kind of changed to where How is the one who's going to start forcing EG around based on where he is, and they will find a pickoff here on top lane.
Again, Aoi just coming out on his own, and Ice is ready with the gang. Another pickoff onto the bounty hunter. I mean, he went from, I believe it was 8-0-4 now to 9-5-4. Aoi's being picked off quite a lot here, which isn't great, especially seeing as how well he was doing initially, giving away a lot to VG.
It's just the Blink Daggers and the Glimmer Cape. Like, the form of initiation that VG have right now, you can't really ever be by yourself, even if you have Invis. I mean, of course, Ice has that gem, and he's had it for a while, but it's more just about the fact that if you have that many Blinks and forms of initiation with Invis, you're not really going to be able to sit and farm, no matter where you are. Like, you kind of have to be together. And that's what VG want EG to do, right? Like, they want you to group up so you start losing out on other lanes. Like, if How wants to push one lane and then you say super somewhere else, then you're looking at a really good rack game for yourself. And I think that's what VG's game plan is.
I mean, Fear, he's starting to get more and more farmed. You know, he's still just 2,000 behind this Battle Fury AM, which is, you know, pretty impressive here for this Gyrocopter. Obviously, the amount of Ancients that he's been able to get as well has helped out. With the Demon Edge now on top of the Battle Fury, on top of the Butterfly.
Yeah, but the main difference in gold is how much has Fear gotten from track, and just the fact that they've killed all the outer tier towers up until this point. I mean, I guess VG are only, what, 1 tower behind? So it's not really too much from that. It's mostly just because Fear has been contributing in terms of every single time they fight. Fear has been teleporting, like even top lane when they were defending the tier 1. But track gold equalizes the fact that AM actually has 150 more CS than the Gyro.
It's an impressive amount of farm that Hao's got at this 38-minute mark. And now he's confident enough to take it from the Radiant jungle. Roshan is back up. Now this potentially is going to be where we see the next big fight kick off. Hao's got a Basher. Shiva's guard now on Super as well.
His Basher's in base though. He needs to send a courier back. I think that EG just forced this right away.
They're going to start going for the Roshan here. They're taking it pretty quick with the amount of damage that Fear's got with Aoi's Solar Crest. But VG know. They're almost certainly going to look to jump in on this one. The question is, when do they kick it off? EG ready with the defense, though they do have the Winter's Curse, everything available. PPD going up to the high ground. It's not going to grant him any vision. No Super there on the low, moving in. He's been hexed up. How jumping straight in with the illusions. Looking for Universe. There's your Winter's Curse, but it's on an illusion. EG Fear, he's managed to find 2 though already. Fear's doing too much damage with the BKB as well. They can't kill him. Sumail will bring down Super. FY is only left there with How. Hao's already out of there. FY's looking to TP out. And VG, they try to fight, but it just doesn't work out. How just says, screw that. I'm going to go for the push. EG saying, no, we're not having any of that. They sent 2 heroes down to the bottom lane already, but what a fight there for EG. Not losing anything, even with the slight, we won't talk about it too much, but the Winter's Curse blender.
Well, the Winter's Curse thing didn't even really matter.
It didn't. Well, that's the thing.
The thing is, you need to make sure that the AM's not just hitting you straight away. So what you do is you just throw out the curse, and even the illusions are pretty tanky. So as long as he's not just hitting you in the face as Winter Wyvern, you're like, okay, that's good enough for me. I'm living through the team fight. I still got Cold Embrace. Ice died before he got to do anything. Like, he just exploded. I don't even think he used Ice Shards or anything. Like, he just died.
That was just Fear. The amount of damage he was able to get off in that fight was just insane. The flat cannon hits hitting everywhere. VG, they were just dropping, and they couldn't do anything about it. And now EG, confident enough to start getting this push on as well. Sumail, he's fine with the Lincolns onto him. Now going forward here into the cooldown though. Now Sumail going back, but the Mantis stole there from How. Now Ice with the initiation, trying to get Sumail, but Sumail's fine. The Mana Void is huge though from How, blowing up 2. It's also dropped Sumail once. How looking towards Universe here on the Undying. Will he be able to bring him down? Yes, he will. That's a triple kill for How. Sumail gets the BKB off it, and he's got to get himself out. Oh, right back to the Radiant side of the map, and back to base for you as well, Sunny Jim.
Did they not see the gem? There's a gem sitting outside the base right now. Okay, there's.
Yeah, they're heading back for that. But what a mana void! I mean, you've got to be careful when that man blows you up like that, because how?
His Lincolns was down, so
damn.
Like Sumail, like went in, and then maybe he thought his Lincolns was soft cooldown. I'm not sure. How's gonna spot out PPD here? I'm not sure if he can get that kill. Probably just cuts the creep wave and he's fine with it.
How's ready to go? I mean, look at him blinking straight up here to the tier 3 with the help of Super.
He has full Abyssal Blade.
This is go time. 40 seconds still with Fear on the sidelines.
Yeah, he has full Abyssal if he sends it to the side shot. He might be saving for buyback though.
He's going to be talking about buybacks. Buyback from Universe. PPD and Sumail on the defensive. But now, here with the snowball going straight into Sumail. Sumail will zip himself away. It's going to be okay for the time being. Now trying to turn around, but Ice gets the blink out. Splinter Blast just going to connect onto Super. They just want to buy this time. Still 18 seconds till Fear's back. And VG do seem like they're going to back up for the time being. Not looking to pressure anymore. Happy with the bit of action they've found there over the last few minutes. And back to just controlling the map and clearing EG out of their own jungle.
It's looking a little bit shaky right now here from EG. I mean, that was an Aegis push. That potentially could have been Rax, depending on how the execution went. I think we're starting to get to that stage where heroes like Bounty Hunter and even the Undying really just aren't doing a whole lot. And it's just because of the way the heroes function, right? Like if the Bounty Hunter is in the mid game and he's getting a lot of track kills for his team because Sumail or like Fear are doing a ton of damage and they're getting picks, then he's doing his job. But now it's a lot harder to get that information because he has that gem up on the Tusk, or actually, yeah, they got it back. All right, so they have the gem back on Tusk. And every single time he shows himself, he's pretty much just a target. He's only got 1,100 health. That's easy for Vici to burst at this point. So it's very hard for Aoi to do his job. And because of that, it's a lot harder for EG to actually find the initiations that they want. And that's why the way that Vici have been playing it out, just by splitting up the map and only defending when it's necessary, has been working so well.
Absolutely, 26 to 17, but if we have a look at the graphs, it's got to have gone more the way from VG. Yeah, look at this. Slowly up and down, but now back to just a 3,000 difference in terms of net worth. And I've got it. This is VG dealing very nicely with a mid-game that was made a little bit harder for them because of the track goal from Bounty. Suddenly, they're just bringing it around anyway, finding the big pickoffs, finding the big fights. And it certainly seems like EG are struggling a little bit more than they were at the beginning.
It's just a matter of they kind of need to end the game. I really feel, again, we talked about Sumail's item progression and the way that he has to build his hero against an AM. He's got BKB, Bloodstone, Lincolns. Not a single one of those items actually deals damage. The only person on the team who deals physical damage is Fear. So if Fear isn't the one who kills AM, then who kills AM at this point? Because an Orchid is not going to be enough. He's got BKB and Manta. And now he's got the full Abyssal completed on the Courier with about, I don't know, 200 away from buyback. So he'll farm this stack and he'll have it. But now it's kind of like the AM is the problem. And that's not even including Super, who's still got Shiva's Bloodstone, 2,400 gold, and a Glimmer Cape. Like, he's still been silently like doing his thing, getting CS where he needs to, buying space for How. And the same thing can be said for Fenrir and FY. Like, they've both just played the I'm going to stay off map all the time, idly pressure by having a Blink Dagger and making Aoi die, like, what, 4 times in a row?
Well, Aoi's had a bit of a tougher time here towards the latter portion of the game. Just scouting out here on the top lane, but he's got to be careful with these gems. I believe it is FY on the line, holding the gem at the moment for the side of VG, yeah, indeed. So now he's got to be very careful where he walks. He is going to have the backup of EG, in fact, heading towards the Dire jungle as they make the movement up. And, well, he's going to spot out How here. Pings are coming out. Sumail's going to zip straight on it with the Hex as well. They're going to try it, but the BKB has come out from How, and now jumping forward onto Sumail, but the Link's Sphere is going to help him for the time being. The bashes are real. They're coming out to Sumail. Tracks thrown down onto How. How now blinks himself away, aware that the rest of EG may be coming in to back up Sumail. Not potentially wanting to continue this fight, and VG will just disperse and disengage here.
It's a good call. If the BKB is running out, it's just too risky. Like, I feel like VG are in a position where if they just defend their base, like 1 or 2 more times, How will get so far ahead that it's just going to be too difficult to kill him. Like right now, Sumail actually needs damage. He might go for Hex because it does give you that end, so you're getting a little bit of damage from it. The regen is obviously nice, and having another disable to prevent BKB popping would be good. But I'm almost at a point where I'd say just get like a crit or something because you just need to hit hard.
He certainly does at this point. He's still going to continue to farm his farm. Still looking very, very impressive. Second on the board at the moment, keeping himself in tow with the Gyro. Chugging and thrown out onto Ice here, spotted out here by the Bounty. FY and How are around in the neighborhood as well. Aoi needs to be careful. Both teams, again, moving around as a full 5-man. We've got the full 10 heroes down here in the Radiant jungle. VG is just going to back it up, though, not wanting to get caught out. And EG moving, but VG have already done the dirty and got themselves out. In fact, they might be coming back for more here. They want seconds. Here we go. How? With the positioning, just juking around the jungle. And now Storm Spirit going straight in onto Ice Ice with the Orchid as well. Can he blow up the Ice Ice touch? He might just be able to. Yes, he'll be able to bring down the touch. Now PPD from the sidelines, trying to do what he can, but he's actually getting caught out here by How, who blows him up straight away. That's PPD down. Universe trying to go back in with Fear. Fizz pop the BKB, and he's trying to fight How. How and Super getting low. Fear doing a lot of damage here, but look, more damage is being done by How. How getting low. They can Fear kill him? Yes, he can. Fear now takes down How. Super running around. How he's able to juke himself around the tree line. Sumail is out of mana, can't chase down FY. Super leave for the TP out, but it's not going to happen. Winter's Curse there from PPD. Fear finds himself a double kill. EG proving that they still have what it takes to take these team fights. 4 heroes down on VG. EG just lose Universe.
Fear was pretty much alive that entire time, just wreaking havoc during the team fight. And the other thing, too, is How couldn't find the Mana Void. He couldn't find Sumail. Sumail was pretty much completely out of mana. If he Mana Voids there, while Sumail is standing in that little tree line by the small camp, he maybe kills like 3 heroes with it. But unfortunately, he couldn't just find the targeting. It was nighttime. I think he was being juked a little bit around the trees. And then by that point, Fear comes in. He's like, yo, I got a butterfly and you don't. So all of a sudden, that means that without MKB, Hal can't actually man-fight Fear. So the AM needs to be the one to deal with the Storm, but he needs his supports to help deal with Fear, because in a right-click trade, the AM actually won't be able to kill Fear.
Worth noting as well, of course, in that last fight, PPD did buy back there to try and help out. Came in with that Winter's Curse, which in the end wasn't necessary, but obviously the intention was right there to secure that fight for EG. So it was essentially a 4-for-2 with a buyback coming out from PPD. Off the back of it, though, they were confident enough to push down the mid, take out that middle tower, and of course force out a buyback from none other than How himself on the anti-mage.
Yeah, the buyback there is a little bit troublesome. I wonder what his next choice is for items. All right, he's picking up the Demon Edge, so he realizes that he actually does need MKB. Either that, or it's going to be another Rapier.
I'd love to see a Rapier. We've seen the Rapier, I believe, just the once with Jackie Mao.
No, the Rapier was bought like 8 times in the first day.
But I mean on an anti-mage.
Oh, yeah, on an anti-mage, yeah. I think that was the game where they were like ultra far behind, and he bought a Rapier to try to equalize the game and push out really, really far. But I think it's much more likely that he's just going to buy an MKB.
Oh, yeah, I mean, at this point, VG, they're still in a good place. Obviously not as good as they were a minute ago after the back of that fight. But nonetheless, the anti-mage is still incredibly scary. 25,000. Sumail, though, his farm and his pickoffs have enabled him to keep at the same level pretty much now as this How anti-mage, which in itself is pretty damn impressive. He's looking pretty stacked at the moment. 19 charges on his Bloodstone. And now a Satanic has been picked up by Fear as well. So this Gyro, I mean, we saw how much of an issue it was in that previous fight, but now it's going to be even harder for VG to take down the old man in his helicopter.
Yeah, the targeting priority is going to be super important for Vici. Right now it's 2,500 health, 24 armor on the Gyro, with Butterfly and no MKB in sight for Vici Gaming. If How is able to get to MKB and he has Abyssal up, I think he probably goes on Fear. Because I'm not sure if Sumail does enough damage to where How is feeling super scared of him. I think it's more just like, if we jump Fear and we kill him, and there's no flat cannon like annihilating our supports, we might be able to just take the fight and deal with the Storm that way.
Yeah, as you said, yeah. It's all going to be about taking down Fear in these fights. Because at the moment, he's arguably the big damage dealer for the side of EG. Obviously, as a collective, the spells from everyone else, it's a lot. You know, the lockdown from the Winter's Curse, everything else, getting out the Tombstone and the decays throughout the fight. Still mean quite a bit here at 49 minutes in, but it's all about Fear here on this Gyrocopter. And now at the moment, EG in the Roche pit.
This is really bad. This is Cheese Roche.
Yes, and it's not going to be contested at all from VG. They're starting to move towards it, but the damage is just too much, and EG should be able to get this long before VG are anywhere near the pit. Roshan will indeed fall. The Fear's got the slot there ready and waiting for that Aegis. He'll grab that one. And it's going to be Universe here with the cheese to ensure that in these fights he does get off the mech and the boots and, of course, those decays.
He could just be saving it to trade to somebody as well.
He could, yeah.
It's very common.
Or top it up to Sumail, because Sumail at this point is, you know, he hasn't got any room for it. And if he can get the cheese onto Sumail, that's going to be pretty huge.
Yeah, like if Sumail goes in, gets a kill, and then comes back out, he can give him the cheese, he goes back up to full HP and mana, and then you can look to see another jump. So it's very likely that that could happen. And EG are going to be very happy with that, not getting contested at all. I think maybe Vici just, maybe they mistimed it, or maybe they just didn't feel like they could fight. Who knows? Like after the last engagement, they could be feeling a bit gun-shy, because they did kind of get owned. So now they're going to have to wait out the next 6 minutes or so and be like, all right, we need to regroup, figure out how we're going to take the next engagement, who our target priority is going to be. I'm looking at How and I'm thinking, you're going to have to get rid of that Battle Fury soon. Like, Battle Fury is not a late game carry item. I understand its importance and relevance when you're trying to push out lanes, but if you want to actually kill that
Sumail here with the zip zap straight up onto FY, but FY with the Glimmer Cape. Not a lot that Sumail could do about that. FY is going to get himself out. Aoi going forward with the tracks on the Super. Now with the Hex as well. And Sumail, he continues in, pulling Super back. Can they bring down the Super on his Leshrac? Getting low, but he puts the BKB there to remove the silence. Will continue to run away. Cooldown gets thrown down by Fear. Won't catch on onto anyone. And Super's going to be able to get himself out, but only just.
Just barely. And for now, I think Vici will be happy that no one got picked. And sitting up on that cliff, I'm pretty sure that FY is going to have nightmares about storms flying at him now. But still a very tense game. Like, either team can really take this. It just depends on these fights and how.
He really wants to go for it. He tries to get in there with the Abyssal. He will take this opportunity to get some of those tracks out here. So to make it just that little bit harder for VG to defend from the high ground. Because VG are going to know exactly what they're up to.
Okay, so I'm looking at Hao's inventory right now and I'm thinking, what does he possibly replace besides Battle Fury? And I'm thinking BKB is like, it's pretty mediocre for this game, right? Like, Winter's Curse goes through BKB. You can obviously still be tracked when you're magic immune. Call Down and Rocket Barrage aren't really the threat that they used to be. Does he need BKB? I mean, obviously it's the safety of being able to BKB with Abyssal Blade and go in, but EG sieging high ground now.
And they're ready to go. Fear onto it. Gets stunned up here by the Leshrac now. Ice moving in. Fear pops the BKB. Sumail straight onto FY. Bringing him down, bringing him low, but he's got the Glimmer Cape now. And moving himself away. Going to be able to blink out as well. Hao going in onto Aoi. They've already brought down PPT here on the Wyvern. Hao trying to do what he can here. Sumail and Universe working his talent. They've got the side, they've got the Hex. But now he's brought into the Ice of what? And now the Snowball, the turnaround, the Mana Void. Triple kill for Hao. The base is defended. Fear the only one left alive. Everything getting thrown out onto the Gyrocopter. Heal full as well. VG with the defense and EG can't break the base.
The Mana Void, dude. You always got to be aware of the Mana Void. That did so much damage. He did almost double the damage of Super in that team fight. He did 6,000 damage almost to heroes just because of Mana Void. He got a couple of auto attacks off. He gets put in the snowball by Ice, and then boom, everyone is dead. And unfortunately, Fear, like, he walks forward. He's in the front line. He's like, okay, look, I got Satanic. I got my my Aegis and BKB. It's pretty tough for them to kill me. But they just ignored him. They just walked to the back line, made sure that Sumail was out of mana, get one good Mana Void, the supports are dead. And I don't even think there was a curse there, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure PPD died before he even got the curse.
It certainly looks like it. And here we go. VG with the push. Hao and Super. Sumail just doing what he can, zipping out from base. TP back straight away. Trying to stop this push, clear out the creeps, but they've got a couple of siege creeps here, and that's going to allow them to continue to break away at that mid-tier 3. Hao down to the bottom one. Buyback from PPD. Ready to defend, but already the tier 3 in the mid lane will fall. VG are able to claim that. And they've got everyone back apart from Fear now. Buyback from Fear as well. He realizes he's going to be needed here for this defense. Lotus Orbs coming out from the side of VG, allowing Super to run away. They're going on Hao, but Ice with the Snowball protection. The cooldown dodge. Snowball straight out to Universe. Super getting taken down here, but low by Fear. But Super with the Glimmer Cape is going to be right. There's your Winter's Curse onto Hao. They kill Hao. Now they turn their attention to Ice. Ice falls as well. Super to drop as well. 3 heroes down at the moment. Fenrir bringing Fear low, but he can't quite kill him. Fear's kept alive by the cold embrace. Fenrir to fall. FY the last one to try and get himself out. How are we going up to the high ground? They're trying to look for him. They will find him there with a vision granted by the Remnant, and now Sumail moving in. FY, the last remaining survivor. He's going to die as well. Hao actually buys back here just to defend the top lane of Rax. But what if, again, back and forth, both teams proving that they can confidently defend their base.
God, PPD and Ice, what players, man. Saving their respective carries at least for some time. He actually prevented Fear from dying in the first place. They had the Glimmer and the Cold Embrace combo that kept him alive. That Laguna brought him so low. It was painful how Fear didn't actually get dropped there. If they make him die back, I think even if they get like totally wiped off the map, like Vici would have been happy if they at least killed Fear. But they didn't even get that.
It was so close.
It's 20 seconds left on Ice and 20 seconds left still on Fenrir. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to defend the set of Rax.
Indeed, yeah, they were going to. Well, the range racks are ready to fall. The tombstone's been dropped by Universe. They're ready to sit here and go. Hao's got to be extra careful as well. He's also got the potential of dying back, as he did expend it also recently. And that's going to be the melee racks done as well. So the first set of racks in the game going in favor of EG there in the mid lane. And they'll just get themselves out as well here. No point in risking it, especially as you said, with the fact that Fear still 5 minutes left on that buyback status.
I'm pretty sure EG are thrilled with how that team fight went in middle lane. If that fight went like any worse, you could very easily have seen Vici like buying back, using bots to go back in middle lane, and it could have potentially just been a very all-in play. So that fight on high ground in EG's base was very close to just being the end of the game. All they had to do was get like one big kill onto Fear. And then even if they're forced back in that situation, that means they know the buyback's down and that Fear's going to be dead for like 2 minutes. So you're looking at things like maybe going for a fake back, you smoke, you get one more pick, you could just end it. It was so close to Vici being able to take that, but EG, their coordination, PPD saving Fear, might have just saved them the game.
Andy, let's have a look at the graph, because I'm sure it'll be an absolute mess after those fights. Up and down, up and down. EG just about able to still hold on to that lead. 8,000 in terms of net worth, and XP-wise 12k. I mean, 55 minutes, certainly on the end of the world. We know that VG still have the potential to defend the base. But now a set of racks down in the mid lane. Obviously not the end of the world with a stacked AM. You're still going to be able to deal with those stronger creeps. No problem at all at 56 minutes in. But it's still a slight edge that EG are going to, as you say, be very, very happy with at this point.
And that lane constantly pushing in makes it so, like, if Hao does get rid of his Battle Fury, it's going to make it a little bit annoying, because then you only have one hero who's really good at pushing out lanes, and that's Super. I guess Lina can do it too, but for now, Hao's holding on to his Battle Fury, just continually farming up. He still can get Moon Shards, bots too, and then he can look to either get rid of his Battle Fury or his BKB if he feels like he can. The one thing, though, is Butterfly has become a lot worse of a choice now that Gyrocopter actually has MKV available. And the other thing, too, is they actually have Solar Crest. So, yeah, I'm not entirely sure right now if Vici... They don't have buyback on Hao. He's still got it down for about 4 minutes. And then Lion can't buy back either. So this high ground push, if EG decide to do it, which right now I guess Fear is bottom, so... He's got bots if he wants to teleport up there. I think he'll probably just de-push top and then maybe come down and join his teammates.
He's also, of course, holding that cheese as well. So he's going to be set for that next fight if he wishes to join it. But it looks like, you know, there was the potential of them pushing in, trying to force out, well, getting Hao again during that buyback period. But it looks like, you know, Fear's not confident in risking his own buyback status for that. And wants to wait it out until he's going to be able to buy back Hao. Moving forward now, actually,
no!
Forget it. Fear wants to go in. Winter's Curse onto Hao. He's getting low. Will they be able to bring down the AM? Yes, they will. That's a dieback on Hao. He's down for 2 minutes straight. Now they turn their attention to Super. Super trying to do what he can. He needs to kill Fear. Can they? No! The cold embrace. Fear lives through it all. He gets healed up. He's A-OK. No, the Hex is there. FY bringing him down. They'll kill Fear. Both carries down for the count. Super's still alive. Ice moving in with the snowball, but now Sumail going forward. Buybacks from Sumail and Universe to continue this fight. They're looking for Ice, looking for the TP out. Will he be able to get it? No! He's going to go down as well. Buyback now from Super. But Sumail, he goes straight for the base, looking for more. Finding FY and Fenrir, but he's got to get himself back. Fenrir and FY a little bit too much, but now Aui's here. He wants to go for it. Aui with the scythe onto FY. The right clicks, they bring him low, they bring him down. That's FY down. 3 heroes down on the side of VG without buyback. EG have only lost Fear. And off the back of that, they may well try to go for base. They've only got Super and the Lina ready to defend. EG, can they go for the push? Yeah, I think they can, Andy.
I don't understand how Fear took so long to die.
Oh, here we go. Sumail straight in onto Fenrir. Where's your Lina at now? He's got to go. Scepter buys him some time. Will it be enough? He gets the Laguna Blade off onto the Universe, but it doesn't matter. He still falls. Super trying to make his way back to base. Sumail looking for it. He's not going to dive that deep. Hasn't quite got the mana to do so, but forcing Super back to the base. Tier 3 on the bottom lane will go down imminently. They have got the fortification buying them some time, but there's still a good 20 seconds or so until Tuski's back, then a good 30 before the Anti-Mage and Lion are back on the pitch. It is just down to this Leshrac, but I don't know how much he can do. Sumail is going to be able to find the set of racks here. Already the creeps pushing on to the tier 4, and Fear's going to be back in 20 seconds, of course, with those bots ready to get himself right back into the action.
This game is completely insane. Like, the team fight at bottom lane, Fear lived for like 20 seconds. He didn't even get to use a Satanic. He didn't get the cheese. I think he got his BKB off, but they kept him alive so long, and Sumail dying with the Bloodstone heal actually made it so he almost was able to get out of that final disable coming out from, I think it was FY, and he would have been able to pop cheese or Satanic and then bring himself back into the game. But this is absolutely insane. Like, the support play from both of these teams is just phenomenal. All the saving going on between, like, Blink snowballing and Cold Embrace plus the Glimmer Cape, it's just wild. Like, this is probably one of the best games that I've seen so far at the TI5.
Absolutely, high octane coming out from both sides. Now, the interesting thing, of course, for the next fight, Fear will have his buyback available, and so will Hao. Just about a minute or so is the longest Hao's waiting there for his buyback. And they're actually going for Roshan here at the moment, bringing it low. Will EG be able to get there in time to do anything? It doesn't look like it. And this time, VG should be able to claim Roche. EG they are about, but not the full 5-man. Fear moving close and moving in, but now he said, nope, we're going to leave that one. Aegis is going to go the way of Leshrac. They'll grab themselves the cheese as well.
Now, this is huge for Vici. They absolutely needed that Roshan after EG just completely housed them in a teamfight bottom, only losing one hero and then going for another Rax. So at this point, having that Aegis, this could be the last hurrah for Vici to actually make something happen in a really big team fight. So now, How definitely needs to keep his Battle Fury because the lanes are just pushing in nonstop, and EG, they want to end it.
They do indeed. They're smoked up, ready to go here in the mid lane. Now, is anyone going to come out of this? Now, Sumail's going to reveal himself. And Vici maybe thinking about moving in here. They need to be able to get that Abyssal Blade potentially onto Sumail if they want to kill him, but they've got to worry about Fear and the rest of the gang hanging around the corner. Ping's coming out to the top lane. EG maybe just looking to Mega at this point.
No more YOLO blinks, please, Hal. That blink bottom is pretty much what kicked off that whole fiasco for Vici, just Hal blinking in aggressively, maybe thinking that he was safe, when in reality that he wasn't.
And Vici actually moving out the base here, so EG can have a bit of a window here to move forward. Tombstone's drop. Tier 3 to drop as well here on the side of VG and Fear, just waltzing up to the high ground, ready to go. FY leading the way with the Hex, and they're going to catch out Fear, but it doesn't matter. Sumail with the BKB going straight in. Pulling an ice. FY's there as well. Universe, he's on the side of the he's stunned up. Fear does get off the Satanic, but now with the Winter's Curse onto How can he go? Can they kill How? No, How gets a bash. He's turning around onto Fear. Manifold as well. He's going to go down. Potentially, he's incredibly low. Cold Embrace doing a lot of work. Doesn't matter. Fear falls. They've both got buyback, and they'll both use it. How and Fear back into the fray. They've lost Universe permanently on the side of EG. He's down for 70 seconds. Super is back here. Aoi just juking it out through the sideline. He's got to be careful here. How's found PPT going to work, but PPT with the Arctic Burn will be able to flap his wings and fly the hell away. Blinking forward though, how he's trying to chase this one. Ice and Ephemeria as well. PPT blinks again. They're looking for this Wyvern. Will they be able to find it? He's still hiding that tree line. Ice Shards is going to come outside. There we go with the uppercut to PPT. PPT goes down. They get the Wyvern, and they do bring him down as well. And the racks remain intact.
Home in trouble, dude.
Aoi gets
Home in
himself
trouble.
up.
There are so many creeps. They've already lost one tier 4. They trade an Aegis. They trade an AM buyback for defending their last set of racks. Very high stress situation right now for Vici. The problem that they're going to run into is they used a buyback. They used an Aegis, but all of their lanes are so pushed in. They're not going to be able to get them out far enough to really force anything out of VG. So even though they find a couple of big kills, they take down Fear, they take Universe, they take PPD, Aoi has to sit in the enemy base for like a minute because he doesn't know how he's going to get out. Like, all that aside, it's still not enough. Like, they need to be able to push out the lanes.
It's going to be triggering out this spot. 62 minutes as well. This is going into one of those longer games here, which we're seeing a fair few of here at the moment in the group stages of TI5. 42-31 at the moment. How ready to push. We're in a similar situation to what we were about 10 minutes ago. Both carries on the pitch, but both without buyback available for a good 5 minutes or so. So a very risky point for both of these teams. And it looks like VG are going to want to try and go on the aggressive here. Getting that momentum going down the mid lane. And maybe looking to see if they can break the base of EG and look for a set of racks himself. But Sumail is trying to pick off the stragglers here. He's going to die. He just slips in and TP straight back out here. He's trying to get a bit of damage onto FY. And Super leading the charge here with the push. PPG's going to be back up in 12 seconds. And it's going to be very, very hard for VG to break the base with VG's full roster back up. And they realize VG just backing up. I mean, what is the play now from VG? Do they just have to kind of wait for EG to go for it again? Or can VG afford to go out themselves and actively look for a fight?
It depends on how comfortable you're feeling. Like, most of the time when your carries don't have buyback at this stage in the game, it's considered very risky to try to go for any play like that. Like, you say, okay, we want to smoke up because maybe the enemy won't expect us to try to do this. But if you see the positioning of EG, they are all on top of each other. They are doing this as a precaution to make sure that if VG are trying to do some kind of crazy smoke play, that they will have everyone there ready and available to take the fight on that spot because they realize that one fight can lose you the game at this point. Doesn't matter if you're ahead 2 set of racks. An AM with this many items, and a Leshrac who's this stacked, they will be able to kill your base if you lose your carries again without buyback.
Well, that's the thing. VG, they're going to smoke up. They're going to leave their base. Maybe looking for a potential wrap
EG have high ground though.
Moving in onto Sumail. Sumail, there we go. Ice blinking forward here. What can they do here? Ice has got the Lotus Sword, going to buy him some time now with the Snowball. The curse onto Super. How? He's killing Super. No, Super's going to live just about. No one to fall. Now Super falls on the side of VG. He's going to be the first casualty of this fight. Sumail moving on to Fenrir. They'll bring down Alina as well. Aoi chasing down Ice on the side of this fight. Super does not have buyback. PPD and Fear coming in to help Aoi as well. There's Sumail zipping in. They'll find Ice. 3 heroes down on the side of VG. There is now the money and the ability for Super to buy back, but Ice, he's out for the count for good 75 seconds. And here we go, straight onto FY. He's been silenced up. He's got the Ghost Scepter, gets himself out. How? Trying to go in on Fear, but the Cold Embrace is there from PPD, keeping Fear alive. And then already Sumail, he's killed the Lion. And now Fear against Super. Super trying to do what he can. How? Looking for the right opportunity to blink in, and there it is. But he gets hexed up straight away from Aoi. Fear going for How. How getting low, trying to find his way out. This one, no matter what, but Fear with the cheese. He's going to be Okay, Super trying to do what he can. Aoi getting low here at the tree line. Aoi trying to get himself out of this one. Runs away, doesn't matter. Aoi will fall. GG, well played is called. 4 heroes on the deck for Fiji. They lose Super ceremonially as well at the end of the game. And game 1 of EG versus Fiji going to the Americans.
Dear God, what a game. What a game. Unbelievable performance coming out of both teams. EG with a really strong start. We talked about their laning phase. It was incredibly potent. Their supports on the side of Vici, FY and Fenrir really struggled to find anything for the first like 10, 15 minutes. Once they started hitting level 6, some nice aggressive warding got them a handful of kills. Their smoke rotations were on point. They bought a lot of time for How to bring himself back into the game. And then after that, it just seemed like the coordination from EG just went to another level, especially that fight in middle lane. And you can see, like, you got to be pretty relieved if you're EG, because you played that game, you were really far ahead, you were probably feeling confident, and then Vici with a couple of really great fights managed to bring it back. But in the end, EG are victorious.
Absolutely. What a game, and I'm sure you, ladies and gentlemen, will be back for game 2. But first of all, we're going to send you back over to our experts and Cinderin.
All right, here we are.
Really? Really, Owen? Really?
Well, here we are, indeed, with... What a game. I mean, I think that wraps it up really well. Simran's losing it right now. But very intense to the very, to like that last minute, right? I mean, really, either team could have taken it. But at the end, I mean, EG definitely taking fight after fight after fight. Sure, there were buybacks. And Vici were really, it seemed like the last 2 fights, Vici were fighting for their lives, rather, more than anything, where EG just kept pressuring the Sumail, just jumping around, making sure he picks up all those kills, making sure no one has a chance to go back, heal up, and return to extend that fight. How did you guys view this? I mean, EG definitely looked a little bit sharper today coming in for day 2.
Well, Bounty Hunter showing why he's a first pick, first ban. I think he really made the first 25 minutes of the game easier for them. What was surprising to me was, like, after we were looking at EG, they didn't really seem too happy with that win.
Right? Yeah.
I don't know whether or not they're like, wow, we actually let them come back in the game when we almost lost at certain points, letting Hao get too big. I didn't really see like too many glaring errors, but from what I saw on the TV, it just seemed like they were evaluating the mistakes that they had from that game as opposed to being elated from winning.
Yeah, I mean, we see that right here. I mean, they're already discussing it. It does seem like it's more of a very sincere discussion rather than just kind of celebrating. All right, we won game 1. Let's just do that in game 2. That does not seem like it's the case for EG. Winter, how did you view that game?
I think there was a lot of moments where I felt that EG were in total control. They didn't really have to worry about anything. The Bounty Hunter was, I think, at 4th or 5th place in the net worth after 20 minutes, or his solo quest was at 15. That is like something you don't see so often. He was so farm and he was so rich. And then when they were starting to push, huge mana voids happened. That's when the game started to go back towards Vici's favor. Yeah,
and so EG continued to discuss it. Vici definitely not looking too happy here after that loss. I mean, again, I mean, we've had so many of these games throughout TF5 already just on day 2, but it's always a tough loss. Whether you were in the lead or not, it's always going to feel like a tough loss. I mean,
with the lead they have, like, it's more important that they go back to it and say, we should have closed the game more cleanly, and maybe if it was like a stronger opponent, the mistakes we made, of course, would be punished severely. So you want to minimize whatever. Even if you're winning, you want to look at it and say, okay, what could we have done better? Instead of just, oh, we won.
yeah, it's not over yet. So we do have a highlight on the early phases of the game first, where EG was definitely still dominating this one, ending up in a team wipe and just showing EG's strength at this point in the game.
TP coming back already from PPD.
Now, as we're watching this and moving forward, I mean, feel free to jump in during the replay, but afterwards, I do want to bring up the point, of course, about the Leshrac.
Off the orchid, but the hex there from F1, and then the finger. They'll take down the bounty now with the snowball onto Sumail. Laguna Blade well, but the Winter's Curse onto Ice. Sumail going to go straight for F5.
So the thing about this fight is they commit so much to killing the bounty hunter. Like, what do they use? Laguna, Finger, all of Tusk's spells, I think.
Yeah.
Which, killing off the bounty is great because then they don't get tracks off, but it's one of countless fights where PBD is just on point with Cold Embrace, and it forces out an additional spell or two that they wouldn't have had to use. We were skeptical about Wyvern going in. I was with you. You were like, wow, this is a late Wyvern pick into a lineup that has multiple really high spell damage, really high burst spell damage spells. That was very, very poorly explained, but they had a lot of spells that could cut through it, and he really made it work. He had some great curses. a lot of the cold embraces, especially in the early game, in the laning phase, PPD got a lot out of his Wyvern. So really, I guess proving us wrong to the extent that we thought it was going to be less valuable than another pick.
Yeah,
it
played
a key role.
really well too. Like if you get like 3,000 HP, that cold embrace just is insane. You don't even need earn, which you usually need to sustain pushes.
I mean, during the laning phase, if it was in fact another support, the lane could have been all over for the Gyro. You know, he saved him a couple of times and turned the fight around. And the laning phase was like, I would consider a victory for EG. The pressure lane with Tusk plus Lina didn't really work out as much as Vici would want to.
Right. Yeah. Now, later in the game, though, there is a reason this game went for so long. Of course, Vici pushing back. And we're going to take a look at a highlight here where it's kind of the reverse. Vici Gaming goes for a team fight against EG, single-handedly extending the game for a much longer period of time and giving Vici some hope. In that, all right, maybe we can come back. Maybe we can take this game back now that we're in the running.
And this is when Storm had the Aegis. I thought this was going to be at least a sure Rax for them. And it's pretty farmed Storm Spirit. Unfortunately, they don't have any like Lotus Orbs at this point, and they don't really have a good way to deal with the Mana Void at all.
We'll see. Jumping in.
Going forward here into the cooldown though. Now Sumail going back, but the Mantis stole there from Hat. Now Ice
yeah, and we were talking about this earlier, right? When you have the Aegis, you do want to kind of be up there and in front, putting out the pressure, but just gets deleted right away. That Aegis pops immediately.
The game could have actually ended here, I think. You see Sumail now respawning with the BKB, using it and jumping out. When that fight broke out, they broke his Linken's. I think there's literally 5 seconds left on his BKB. And then they choose to take the fight, which... You know, often you want to save your BKB for your second life, but it's a different case when you're playing a Storm Spirit with a low mana pool against AM. It's like one of those very specific cases where things can go wrong, because it's great to have BKB on your second life, but generally you want to have a team on your second life. And the Mana Void instantly killed 2 heroes and some Sumail in addition.
That was actually very well said.
It's like... In this case, they need to realize it's one of those really difficult situations where you need to set like assess risk reward, and you feel like, excuse me, you feel like you're ahead. You have Aegis. You have a really farmed Storm, of course, with it. If they wait until the next creep wave, I think they take Rax there.
Yeah, I don't think they expected him to go on him right there.
No,
like
it was very surprising.
Yeah, it was surprising. I don't think he needed to pop his BKB just because he didn't expect them to just like blow everything on him at that instant. And like Cold Embrace, Winter's Curse can turn that around very easily.
I think the mentality there for Vici is like, okay, you have Storm with Aegis. We are not going to wait for you to come up to a high ground and be ready to siege. Then you are always like prepared. If you jump on him, everyone's ready. Whereas they took the fight by surprise, and EG weren't ready for it. And sometimes you have to be the aggressor, even though there's Aegis on a Storm. You have to be the one that take your opponent out of their comfort zone. You know, they're not ready, and you win the fight just by sheer surprise.
Yeah, there you go. Of course, I mean that's the only advantage sometimes you have.
Yeah, you can't just sit and wait when there's a
because eventually then you'll lose because you're already on the losing track. Now, by that point, of course, game extends a lot longer. We have another highlight, and as we look at this, let's discuss just kind of the draft so far and how the games have been panning out. So once again, EG gives that Lesh up. What do you guys think of that? Obviously, a little bit of a different idea here. They didn't go for the Clinks. They did have the Bounty Hunter, but EG... Did they handle it well throughout the entirety of the game? Is it something they should still continue to try, or should they be a little bit concerned about that draft?
I think it really depends on the team. If you look at Super's general heroes, they're not super aggressive heroes. Like, they're generally, like, again, just heroes that tend to get kills, maybe slightly win the lane, but they don't lose the lane. I think if you watch, like, Arteezy or some other Leshrac players, they just dominate the lane. They get kills, like, very early on, and they just snowball out of control. And Super's not really a snowball sort of player, so I think they evaluate it on a team-by-team basis, and I think the risk-reward was pretty good for them here. Getting the Bounty Hunter and a Gyro in response is, I think, a worthy trade-off versus a team like Vici.
Yeah, the reason it ends up working out so well is that compared to other Leshracs we've seen, and I want to say the standard among these teams with the high level of play, of course a big part of it is how much they shut him down, but his farm relative to the game time was actually fairly low. The Octarine core, I believe, came out minute 50 or so, and when you see farmed Leshracs, you see them get it anywhere between 30 and 40. So his build was like 10 to 15 minutes behind par. I'm not sure how much he needed to buy back in this game. But still, it's a consequence of having AM and Leshrac together, because AM wants to farm everything, because he needs to get really farmed really fast. And of course, there's only X creeps on the map.
But it was a byproduct of their offlane not going that well. If they didn't have the Winter's Wyvern there, then the Gyro would have been under a lot more pressure. Bounty Hunter couldn't have pressured mid so hard. So I think they really count on that Tuscalina being able to shut down Gyro. And if it's just a farmed AM versus a farmed Storm, the AM should win out. But then they had to deal with the Gyro. And Leshrac, as you know, he had a really late Octarine and other items. He really needed more items.
Now, going forward, of course, we were talking about this briefly earlier when we said, all right, most mid laners we do talk about their Storm. So far, we weren't too happy with all of the Storm Spirit plays we've seen in TI5, but we've had a couple for Sumail showing up to play with that Storm this last game, and overall, well known for a Storm and a number of other heroes. Is this something teams should be concerned about? I mean, especially when it comes to a player of the caliber of Sumail, where you want to start kind of target banning him, or in the case of Storm, I mean, he fits in so many different compositions, maybe you just don't really concern yourself with it. What do you think, Winter?
I think they had the tools to deal with the Storm. It just, the bounty pick with the early, like he got him a lot of gold with the track in the early game, and he balled out of control. And at the end of the day, they still almost managed to win the game. So I don't think it's just about the Storm, like as a huge problem. The team as a whole, how they're going to play. If they would have, like they mentioned, played better in the lanes early, it probably wouldn't been such a big problem for starters.
We've seen Secret try and deal with Sumail Storm by limiting his hero pool. We've seen Quap, Leshrac, and Storm banned out, and then after that, it's like a slight tier blow. It's still played at a very, very high level, but it's not his signature hero. As far as other approaches, yeah, I mean, just having a lot of disables and a lot of ways, so he did.
They had a lot of disables.
Yeah, they had. I mean,
this game.
I know.
Yeah.
I think it's you have to, you know, draft it out or have a lot of solution in your draft. You have to prepare for it in some way.
But it didn't feel like Sumail got completely out of control that game either.
Right.
Like they actually had the tools and they dealt with it pretty well. So it's definitely a comfort pick for EG and it works well. But again, if things go according to plan for Vici, they probably could have taken that game. So.
In that sense, though, we just said earlier, we mentioned earlier that, okay, Sumail is that type of player who likes to play very aggressive. He's in that mid lane. He likes to take those confidence to the next level. He relies on his confidence and his reliability in his own skills. To play those types of heroes, where does that rank in priority when you're playing against EG? Is it, all right, we need to make sure Sumail doesn't feel overconfident on himself, even if we have these stuns to lock down something like a Storm? Or do you say, well, there are these other heroes. Obviously, EG's lineup is filled with other heroes that the players are good with. Where does the priority lie in that lineup?
At DAC, for example, Vici Gaming in the grand finals against EG, they were behind 0-2. They felt like Sumail was a big problem for them. So in the third game, they targeted him really hard. They ganked him like 4 times in a row, and then he owned them. So, you know, you can target him a lot in the game, but it's you always need to keep an eye on the grand scheme of things inside the individual game. And if you target the mid lane too hard, it opens up the rest of the map a lot. I think 1 or 2 ganks early game could be a choice they could go for. This game, they actually did have the picks for it. Was he even ganked in the mid lane in the start? I don't think they ever rotated there.
Not really.
Because that was the price they paid, so to speak, for the way they put their lanes with Lion top and Tusk bottom. If they try to rotate from one lane each to gank mid, it's going to be pretty obvious. And if they don't, I don't think either of them kills Storm from full health together with the Lash and the Urla levels.
But Undying had so much farm. I think the casters brought up that he had like 50 CS very early on in the game and had one of the highest CSs in the game. So it really didn't seem like the Lion really did that much. And you've been harping on the Lion picks a little bit, but at the same time, yeah, if you can't control all of them. Like EG is really good at utilizing the whole entire map, and Universe will dominate you if you concentrate too much on Sumail, and Fear will dominate you if you can concentrate too much on the other two. So that's why they're such a scary team.
All right. Now, I'm glad you brought up the Undying. We talked a lot about the Undying on day 0 when we were doing the wildcard plans. And Winter, you were bringing up again and again how these teams that we had in the wildcard plans, they love to play the Undying with an aggressive lane combo, or even just on its own, they like to revolve around that Undying. But the disadvantage is that if you pick it early, fairly straightforward, right? I mean, it's a one-dimensional hero. Where does Undying stand in the meta right now? Like, how important is he? Because we are seeing him still, I would say, fairly highly prioritized by most of these teams now in the main group stage.
I think once you pick the hero, if you have a clear plan with it, like for example this game, they had Bounty plus Undying, and that's the Storm. These 3 heroes work very well together. You kill someone, you push tower, and even though if you go towards the late game, I feel in this sort of lineup, Undying doesn't fall off as hard because there's track goal, so he's much richer than he usually is. So. And going towards the later into the game, you can actually build like the buffing items, like maybe like in this game they built the solar crest on the bounty, so he doesn't have to build that item. But overall, I think Undying can be useful in the sense that even though he falls off later on during the game, but he can be used to purchase all the buffing items for the carry.
Okay, and I see this happening a lot too. Whenever we talk about heroes, it's always, well, this hero is good, but they were obviously buffed because of this combination of heroes or this pair that they had on that team. Are there any, well, okay, other than maybe Lesh, are there any heroes that we want to say in this meta right now, single-handedly, definitely, maybe you just don't want to deal with it, or you want to take it out as a pick, like without regards to composition? Or is kind of Lesh the standalone in that regard?
Queen?
Queen.
Yeah.
Queen is third.
I think Queen or Lash, this two,
Yeah.
for me. Radiant SF.
Radiant SF is strong. In a way, you could also say Bounty Hunter, because there's, if you talk about combinations, of course he doesn't destroy on his own, but he's very, very unrestrictive, right? You can put him with so many different things.
Okay.
And if you pick it early on, that doesn't like really hint what direction your lineup is going in, apart from we want to kill your heroes, which is really not that much information. You probably knew that going into the game anyway. So, yeah, probably Bounty is up there as well. In a sense, it's weird to say this because Tusk is a super flexible hero, but you kind of know more when the Tusk is picked about what kind of game it's going to be than you do with Bounty. Does that make sense? Do you know what I mean?
Well, I know what you mean, but could you expand on that a little bit more? So what about Tusk makes it that way? Is it the fact that, I mean, his skills, obviously, they have very distinct usage. I mean, Bounty too, but like you said, Bounty skill, anyone can kind of hop off of that track, right? Like, it's going to benefit somebody at the very end of the day. But Tusk, is it because still Tusk skills are going to be situational, or what makes him stand alone from Bounty Hunter or even Quap Lesh?
So if you look at the way Tusk has been played so far, it's mainly been in, I want to say support role more than offlane. We've actually almost not seen offlane Tusk at all. There was Navi ran at a game.
Yeah, just a couple. I
Offlane
believe.
Tusk this game, like the Vici.
It was this game too, actually. Yeah, right. But they ran it as aggressive dual lane, so it's kind of. But he was still the core in the lane.
Yeah, he was the core in the lane.
Okay.
But if you want to compare it to, so we said Lesh Quap just single-handedly take over a game. When you look at Tusk, he is way more. So he is very dependent on specific combinations that work well with him. In order to either, if you want to use an aggressive snowball, you need to have the right pairings for it, or if you play him in the core position, for him to be useful, there need to be heroes that can take advantage of him bursting heroes down. Whereas with Bounty Hunter in general, when you just look at teamfight structure and everything, you cast track, right? And no matter what other heroes you have with it, as long as you win the fight, you're good. Where it's hard to explain. I feel like this is like
I mean, starting
this
to
is going way too far.
a little bit more clarified though, right? Again, focusing on the utility and just the advantage that track brings. The journey doesn't matter. The result is if you win the fight, that track, the value suddenly gets amplified no matter who was there.
Looking back at the games as well today and before, teams are starting to value Tusk less because the more you play with the hero, you actually get better at dealing with the snowball. You know how strong the hero is. So everyone is in general getting better at dealing with the Tusk, because when teams started to pick it, everyone was like, okay, this hero is actually strong. He does a lot of damage, but you're unsure of what type of situations that the Tusk will actually destroy you, and etc. So, and which going back to the bounty factor, which Sin mentioned, you just need to track, and that's it. You know, you're going to have an impact in the game regardless, as long as you win. Like regardless of your composition, as long as you win the team fight.
All right, good point.
I think that was a much better explanation. So
yeah, they sounded to me. I kind of got both of them, but yeah, both of you guys going in on that fact. So yeah, we have some of those heroes, and that makes sense. Of course, we've seen that pan out across our drafts so far into day 2. But something we've mentioned so far is that one of the exciting things about TI is that we see how it develops within those 2 weeks. That we're gonna see teams adapt. See teams adapt to pocket picks, maybe some people having those niche picks come up more later. Mind games starting to happen, of course, in the bracket stage. Right now we're in the middle of EG versus Vici Gaming. And Vici Gaming, a team who also has a pretty big story coming into TI5. They were so close to winning TI4, but got it taken away from them by Newbie. Got second place last year, of course. By no means a bad finish, but this year they want it again. Of course, I mean, when you were that close, you want to taste that victory. One of their players, Fi, we're going to take a look into his story coming to TI5 and overall Vici Gaming coming to TI5 and what that means for them.
VG 组队的时候我还不在嘛，但是我是听说，当时 VG 是3顾茅庐，然后才请到 FY 出来。
当时也是战争期，就让我非要来威胁。哎，我也不知道当时他是怎么想的，因为我Dota 一盘都没玩过，所以说可能是种缘分吧。
他第一次出国就拿到了 ESL 的世界冠军，然后第一次去打 TI 就已经是拿到了亚军，这可能是很多职业选手就打了好多年都没有能够达到的高度。我觉得说他是去年的最佳新人毫不为过，但是我觉得这也是整个团队一起付出的结果。这支 VG 现在最强的，首先就是求胜心吧，我觉得这一点我觉得比任何其他队都要强烈。就 Dota 虽然是个5个人的游戏，但是就是说2个酱油之间，就是说可能平时的联系是更紧密一点。然后芬尼尔和 FY， 首先个人能力都非常强，可以说这2个人是相辅相成的。没有芬尼尔 ，FY 也不是那个 FY， 没有 FY 芬尼尔没有现在的打得那么好。
我觉得我芬尼尔应该是最默契的一个辅助了，都是有失误也不会去提。然后我打得不好的时候，他会鼓励我；然后他打得不好的时候，我会鼓励他。
这几年 FY 成长了很多，然后又过了1年，他从队员现在变成了队长，然后我们也一起拿了不少冠军。我非常感谢他在这1年就陪伴我们一起成长。
游戏当中，我觉得成长的最多的还是很多时候他能给大家一个依靠吧。
而 FY 对 VG 来说，就像是马尔蒂尼对 AC 米兰，或者说托蒂对罗马那样，他就是 VG 的象征，现在 VG 的招牌。
All right, so Phi coming out and them talking about how VG, they said in some aspects we are the strongest team in terms of how much we want to win. And that's a pretty bold statement because, of course, whenever you're playing in a tournament and you're a professional, obviously your goal is to win. Everyone's goal is going to be to win. Everyone's goal is TI. We want to be that champion. But to say that we're pretty confident we want it the most means that for them, like, that's really a burning desire for them to take this championship. And of course, a lot of that, I'm sure, comes back from last year, VG not being able to claim that title against Newbie. Going to this matchup now against EG. EG looking really strong. Let's talk a little bit about Vici Gaming. We've talked a lot about EG, their draft going forward. Vici Gaming, of course, they talked about it themselves. Fenrir, they think that that communication is very important, the reliability between the two supports. What do you think about that synergy there, Winter?
I think they are one of the few most aggressive in China. They like to roam a lot, like I mentioned before, just like how IG does, but they roam much better and much more efficiently, and the way they play as well, because FI is such a good Rubik player, and sometimes Fenrir, he doesn't mind being the sacrificial role, you know, even if they've been playing Rubik plus Lash, and usually teams tend to give like Lash, like in the past patches, Lash is a support pick. They give the Lash more farm, but in this team sometimes, even if they have Rubik Lash, they give FI more priority in the farm because they know he can do, like the trust is there, you know. We know he's going to make big plays, and we don't mind giving him more priority in the team. That's what I think makes a support duo very strong. They would just switch around depending on hero, and it doesn't mean that FY or Fenrir, one of them would get the priority all the time.
Now, is that more so because of the players or more so because of their hero pools?
I think it's more so of you trust. I know you can play a very good Rubik, so then I'm giving you more priority regardless of what, like most other teams wouldn't do that, but we would just trust you. We just give your Rubik more farm.
Yeah. I mean, they also play very well around their team. Like, if they leave super alone in mid, they know he's not going to die for the most part. Or Ice has Ice in the off lane, he's going to create a lot of opportunities for them just because he's really aggressive. He's in a 1-on-2 or a 1-on-1 situation, you know he's going to pressure them as opposed to sit back and farm. He is not afraid to die, and that's a lot different than most other offlaners. And Hao is also just a very aggressive player, especially on Gyrocopter and Razor. I think, like, everyone in the opposing lanes are like, crap, these supports could come at any time and I could die. And that's really why they should be roaming around a lot and just viewed as that threat.
All right. Well, Sin, what do you think about Vici Gaming now coming off of that game 1? We've seen them here in day 2 now coming in. Do they need to change anything in their draft, or again, is it more about just communication, how they assess the situation per game?
I think their draft overall was fine. They could consider if Bounty Hunter is worthy of a ban this time around, because that seemed to cost them quite a bit of trouble in the last game. Apart from that, it was just a really high quality game. I was saying to Ben and Winter while we were watching it toward the end that this is actually really, really good, because a lot of the other games, I feel like there's been like good moments and like weaker plays coming out. Like a team like Empire, we've talked about it a couple of times. Like there's like those really, really good Empire moments, and then there's also just those like moments where it just seems like they're nervous or they don't really know what the call is. This was really high quality Dota from both teams, and that's why it made such an exciting game. Now, you could say, like even in the mistakes themselves, for example, when we saw the clip we saw where Sumail dies in the enemy base with the Mana Void, etc., it was still like the idea EG had was the right one. The timing was a bit off, but the way they dealt with every situation when things weren't going that well. Same goes for Vici Gaming. There was a fight. Hao dies early. You think the game is over. They're going to get run over. They keep the composure. They play with the 4 heroes they have. They do a really good job. So like all the details in that were really exceptional. So for me, minor changes in draft, maybe. Apart from that, just play as like 10% better, and they've got it.
Yeah. And with the Rubik, you were mentioning, of course, just how good he is on that Rubik. Of course, one of their most picked heroes, and they always like to open with it too. It was banned last game. Do you think that obviously not in terms of like mindset or something, but that has affected their win rate quite a bit? Is it a big drastic difference between when they get to play Rubik and not? And so basically, how important is it to take that away from Vici Gaming?
I mean, it's as important to the fact that EG has once again taken it out. I think FY is on another level on this hero. So it's really important that you identify what's winning the team games. And I agree with EG. Most of the games are won because the Rubik play from FY has been spectacular.
All right, well, as you just mentioned, we are into the draft of Game 2, and of course that Rubik and Gyro being banned out, and Quap gets taken right away by EG, putting that priority on the hero. Quap, I mean, along with many of the other heroes, we've seen some teams not prioritizing it as much, but she does get picked up by EG right away.
I think we're going to see an FY Bounty Hunter in this game. I have a feeling. And
Maybe.
then they could grab the Tusk with it if they want, but it's also possible they don't consider it worthy of a first phase pick. Like we've seen in other, like, it's been a very short tournament so far, but just going from wildcard to day 1 to now, it seems like Tusk has dropped down a little bit in their priority. Not for this game, apparently. Yeah. So they get the Bounty and Tusk, but we've seen some teams postpone it to second phase, or even, I think even third phase sometimes, just been ignored or then banned in the end. Or but Vici Gaming are comfortable with their Tusk, and I think Tusk together with Bounty is a really interesting pairing because they are both super good at like the early roaming if they can go together. If you can play it as a duo, I think it's possible, even though double melee support is very uncharacteristic, but they have merits. Or Tusk is a very good lane for Bounty to gank for as well if Ice takes that. So.
What about the Shadow Fiend slipping through again for the Radiant team when it's been left open? Do you think that's simply a matter of Tusk and Bounty Hunter being open, and so they wanted to prioritize that first?
I just think they don't want to give either of them to EG. More so. I mean, they did take the Undying over it last game, but at the same time, I think Queen plus any like super aggressive roamer like that is just even worse. Queen is already really dominant in her.
Yeah. All right. Well, waiting on EG's next pick after the Quap. Of course, still lots of room to work with for both teams. And the Spirit Breaker makes a return.
It's a pretty early SB pick.
Okay, yeah.
It's been picked once before in the first phase in the games we've cast, I think. Apart from that, generally a second phase pick.
I think this hero is kind of good way of dealing with the Bounty Hunter early because Bounty Hunter is usually roaming around and moving around the map and trying to disrupt the other lanes, and this is one of the few heroes that can come as soon as possible towards helping the lanes, be it middle lane or be it the safe lane or the other supports running into the bounty in the jungle. So I think it's a very good way of dealing with the Bounty Hunter in general in the early phase of the game when he's roaming around.
Okay.
And also he's like just super tanky. Like if you have like a ES offlane, for example, I think he's very easily taken advantage of by a Bounty Hunter. But Spirit Breaker, I mean, you can charge away. He has a ton of HP, a ton of armor, and it's just a good front line. So all the damage dealers can do their thing.
Now the Disruptor getting taken out again by EG. Seen quite a few Disruptor bans today, given the other compositions we've seen.
It's also a very open-ended pick for now. The Quap is a very flexible hero, can go in all 3 lanes. Spirit Breaker, generally not put mid, but he can play one-on-one in the safe lane, he can off lane, or he can support. So Vici Gaming don't really know what they're dealing with yet. And you could say, should they have saved the Spirit Breaker pick for later because it wouldn't have been banned? There's like always those two sides to it, right? You could save it for later because it won't get banned, or you could pick it now because it gives the least information. So I kind of like picking it early here for EG. I think this is a very good decision.
Okay.
It's good versus what VG have, and in general, Spirit Breaker plus Quap has a lot of synergy in the early laning phase. Quap generally harasses the opponent mid a lot, and you're not in full HP. That opens up a lot of ganks opportunities from the Spirit Breaker to come in and just make a kill happen with the Quap. So that too alone is just a lot of pressure on towards the mid lane of the opposing team.
Now still waiting on the next ban from EG. Do they bother banning out the Shadow Fiend then now that it's been left open into the second phase, or because they have the Quap, are they like,
they
worst
have
case
a
we can deal
very
with
good way of dealing with it. Quap plus Spirit Breaker.
Right,
I mean,
yeah.
Shadow Fiend is very weak against that.
So would rather take the Lina out of the game.
I think this is a good ban. There could definitely have been a pick here for VG Gaming.
Mhm.
And they ban Undying. So EG, they won with it last game. I think VG are in a position where they could have potentially picked the Undying for themselves, but it might have been a little bit overkill on the melee early game heroes here. So it's also a very difficult hero for them to roam against. Undying will, I mean, just like Spirit Breaker, very hard to kill, very hard to aggressively.
The Dazzle making it through and gets picked up right away by VG Gaming.
I actually thought EG was going to pick it up at this particular junction, just because I think it's very good versus Tusken Bounty Hunter, who want to kill one target as soon as possible. And if you don't get that, and they're almost all single target abilities too, which Dazzle excels against.
He's very good here because he's good. He's good for both teams, so it's also a deny pick.
Yeah.
As good as he is for EG, he's as good for VG Gaming because, as Winner mentioned, the mid lane is going to be very hard. You can defend with Dazzle, and it makes it a lot less attractive for EG to put a lot of focus on the mid lane, and that maybe could set up for the Shadow Fiend if they want to go for it.
So what is EG looking for here to round it out? Of course, they do have a lot of flexibility. They have a lot of roaming potential here from both heroes. And again, single target lockdowns to burst them down. What else do they need?
Their classic defensive support right now. PPD's hero. There's still Earthshaker, there's Abaddon. Abaddon is quite decent to deal with early aggression from Bounty and Tusk, I'd say. Has decent synergy with a hero like Spirit Breaker, keeping him alive, charges him with a athletic shield, so that might happen.
Oh wow.
Oh,
that's a
change of pace.
That's a very big change of pace.
I was actually expecting EG to maybe consider pulling out their Darkseer.
But don't you generally pick Bounty Hunter into a jungler like Enchantress?
It's very uncharacteristic to choose an Enchantress as a counter pick. It's not a counter pick to Bounty. I don't think that's why they're doing it.
Right.
They're trying to be, I think they want to spread out their aggression so that the Dazzle has to run from like A to B to Z constantly and can't really pick his lane. And in addition to that, whenever you're playing Bounty versus Enchantress, one of the supports will be carrying a Dust so that you can try to go for counterplays. And some supports are pretty weak at shutting down the Bounty once you find him, but Spirit Breaker is innately fast, hits really hard, and should be able to, together with Enchantress, get the job done, if it is a support. I was going to say I think Darkseer could have been a very attractive pick for EG. He's great synergy with Spirit Breaker. They're playing against double melee heroes that want to come in close for the kill, so they're very susceptible to the Ion Shell burn. And now with Enchantress, I still don't think it's out of the question. You can actually get a lot out of Ion Shell and creeps in the early game, and then play Spirit Breaker and Enchantress as a support duo. I think it could be very powerful here.
Okay. On the side of VG, of course, they do have that Dazzle as one of their supports.
They're probably way thrown out by the Enchantress picks. Like, we haven't seen EG run a jungler that wasn't Enigma in ages.
That is
I guess Chen too, but Chen is much different flavor than Enchantress.
Very fast picks here. Dragon Knight for Vici and immediate response Razor. It's like they didn't even have to think about that.
All right, and then the last bands left. Both teams.
I mean, EG is creating an environment where it's easy for the Spirit Breaker to gank. That's number one, because Razor and Quap very good in the lane. Enchanters can be roaming around, so that three heroes alone would open up a lot of opportunities on the map. Like, once Spirit Breaker sees a target, comes to your lane, there's a very high chance of getting a kill. That's what you want when you have a Spirit Breaker on your team. That action, a lot of action, and a lot of kill opportunities for the hero.
You know, the thing I'm thinking here is, the last time I recall seeing EG play Enchantress, they actually played double jungle with Enchantress Ursa at TI4.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
That was the grand finals.
That was
at Key Arena.
When was that? I can't remember. It was against DK in the lower bracket semi. That would have been the lower bracket semis. Yes, it would have had to. So I don't know if they have some sort of funky plan with a dual jungle again. It obviously doesn't have to be Ursa. The reason he's great for it is that he's exceptionally good at taking Roshan really early, and Enchantress tanks it with a creep. But if they try to take a pocket strat like that and use it again, Vici will obviously remember that game. It's a very memorable game for Dota players that played last year. So,
okay,
it's still hard to prevent.
It's really hard for Vici to actually know what's coming. This is very extraordinary.
Yeah, so they do just go for the Bane ban instead of anything too crazy or niche like that. And EG.
Oh, it was the winner bracket, by the way.
The winner bracket,
yeah,
all right, yeah.
It was in the winner bracket they played. Because DK dropped down, and then they got knocked out by... I can't remember that either. Okay.
It has been a little
Let's
while
just leave
ago.
it. Let's just leave it there.
And then Ember being banned out.
Interesting.
Huh. I mean, was there really a place for Ember in the lineup for VG?
It's one of Hal's go-tos. Like, he likes Ember, Storm, Gyro. I think it wasn't completely out of the question. They don't actually have that many disables at all, aside from maybe a Quap Orchid later, and Spirit Breaker is very unreliable versus an Ember Spirit. So if they want to play very aggressive, I think that's one of the better heroes to ban.
Okay.
Because, like, again, they're going to have, like, pretty flexible heroes running around. And, yeah, he might not fare that well in the lane versus these one-on-one matchups. But in terms of, like, dying, I think, you know, they probably plan on running around a decent amount with the Bounty Hunter and the Tusk. So you want a self-sufficient laner.
Now you were mentioning just disables, I mean, in regards to Ember, but overall is EG looking for something to round it out with more disables there? Shadow Fiend does come out eventually for Vici Gaming. And,
wow, okay.
Okay.
PP tree.
Yeah.
Wait, Universe Enchantress?
Yeah, I've actually seen offlane Enchantress a couple of times, but I was like...
Are EG going to play Slasher's Way?
There's a lot of magic burst, though, I think, with the Tusk and the Bounty Hunter, so I kind of ruled it out as a possibility, but...
Well, here it is, though.
Yeah, they've run weirder things, right? They put, like, Bounty Hunter mid once on Fear, so I mean...
Is that weirder than this?
I've seen this one before. I haven't seen Bounty Hunter mid before that.
Just by frequency.
Yeah, just by
this
frequency.
edges it out.
Yeah, that's true.
Just slightly.
All right. Well, EG bringing something new once again. Vici Gaming, a little bit thrown off, reacting as best as they could, eventually locking in that Shadow Fiend for the Radiant side, of course, and then they still got that Bounty Hunter and Tusk to begin with. So we'll see how they can make that work in the early game. Winter, what are your thoughts on the overall lineups? How thrown off are you by EG's lineup?
I'm thinking about Untouchable plus Living Armor.
Okay. What happens when you Janata and you're untouchable? Do you like reveal out of invis and you're going through that super long animation?
You reveal when you hit. So
but what
the
about
long animation goes and then you reveal yourself.
All right. Okay. We'll see if we can get to see that here in this game as we go into game number 2 between EG and Vici.
These two giants of a team.
I'm looking forward to this. This is definitely the most exciting series, at least in game 1. That I've had a chance to cast so far here at TI5. So, like you mentioned, game 1 is any indication this is going to be an absolute blast. And we'll see what Universe is going to be doing here. He's kind of wandering around for the time being, probably just securing a rune. The thing about Enchantress is you don't really have to buy any mana regeneration because Enchant is such a low mana cost. Like, the thing that actually costs a lot of mana is your heal. And you can still cast that, I believe, 1 or 2 times before you're going to have to worry about sending yourself out of clarity. But EG grouping up here around bottom rune. That SF pick. It's not very often we get a chance to see safe lane SF.
It's going to be interesting to see how this does indeed pan out for Hal. Both teams eyeing up this bottom rune at the moment. EG ready to jump, but at the same time, so are VG. Ice and Super heading back to their respective lanes, though. Looks like it's just going to be the 3 there. FY might look for the sneak steal. It's going to be a risky one, though, and is he going to head down for it? They've got the sentry on the SB, and they're going to pop it down straight away, so they know where FY is. FY's not going to risk it. Sumail will be able to grab himself the bottom rune, and likewise Super on the mid DK, grabbing himself the top bounty rune. Now the lanes coming out from VG, pretty much what we expected. We are going to see this, well, this safe lane dual lane at least with the roaming bounty hunter, DK in the mid, Tusk on the off lane. And EG, they're going to, well, it's going to be interesting to see where the PPD treant kind of hangs about. Does he need to be up there on the top lane with Fear on the Razor, or can he afford to just go on the aggressive tri lane and Fear can manage on his own against the solo Tusk?
Oh, there's no way Razor needs help against Tusk. Not even close. Like, Razor will be more than fine. And I think a lot of the reason why they picked Tree is because they're so confident in this off lane doing well that they could just use all of their treant armors on mid and just have PPD chill around here. And I'm sorry, but DK and Bounty is not beating Tree Queen. Like, that is a really lopsided matchup in favor of EG.
Well, we'll see what the side of EG are able to do with it. They've already popped down a sentry themselves. No D-ward there yet from EG on that mid lane. But I think the lane we're all going to be interested in is, of course, that bottom, the Universe Enchantress, seeing how they do. FY already. And I guess this is the trick. You know, you pick up an Enchantress, and we were saying, into a Bounty Hunter, the jungling's not going to be fun. Well, screw the jungle. I'll take a lane instead.
Yeah, that's why it seems so bizarre at first, right? Because that's the first thing that comes to mind is, oh, well, you're actually just going to get owned in the jungle. But if you get level 1 Untouchable, it's 40% attack speed reduction. He already has Wand available. And this is a lane that will spam. Like, you're going to have Razes, you're going to have Shadow Wave on top of that. If he gets like a tree armor, even Razes won't be enough to kill him. And that's another reason why the tree pick is so nice. Because typically, what's the best way to kill Enchantress? Magic Burst. She's tied for the lowest strength gain in the game, or just flat out the lowest. So if you have tree armor on her, and she eats like 1 or 2 Razes, if that burst isn't enough to kill, a right click will never kill Enchantress because it's probably not even going to go off.
Exactly. I think just for the whole duration of the game, you look at VG's lineup, they've got a lot of punches. And as you said, Untouchable is going to be very, very nice for Universe to have against all of that at the moment. In terms of CS so far, mid lane, we are seeing some Eltar starting to break away 9 for 2, 10 for 2 against the 6 for 1. PPD able to grab himself that Bounty Rune from the Bounty Hunter. Bounty Hunt has been unsuccessful this time. 2 minutes in, bottom lane, the farm for Hao. He's on 9 for 3 at the moment compared to the 7 for 5 of Fear. So still pretty even from the bottom to the top of the map, but just that slight edge in the mid lane going towards EG.
It's to be expected that Queen would win that matchup, though. Like, there's no doubt in anyone's mind that Queen versus DK, definitely going to be Queen with the advantage there. But the main thing about Tusk in this top lane, too, is Ice really only needs the EXP. Like, getting the farm is nice, but if he can TP and react and get a couple of kills on bottom lane, like he might try to go for Enchantress, a good snowball, Ice Shards, couple of Razes.
Owie! He's going to go in with the charge onto Fenrir. Look at the body block as well. He's trying to get him with the right clicks. Fenrir forced here to use the shallow grave. EG Universe trying to chase down, looking for that final right click after. It wouldn't have been enough anywhere. The heal was available. How? Trying to turn this one around with the punches. Bring Universe low. Oh, there's your bash from Owie. Forcing the Shadow Fiend back.
There's no grave. They can go back in, I think. Okay, never mind. How got selfed. Just kidding.
Mid lane, what's going on? Well, we're going to see eyeing up at the moment FY, looking for Sumail. Again, just forcing the blink back, trying to create a bit of space for DK to bring himself back into his element in the mid lane. And he's certainly closing on it. You know, 11 for 3 at the moment on Super. And still Sumail with that slight edge. And bottom lane, sorry, top lane,
yeah.
Fear. He finds himself a solo kill. Well, got to be honest, didn't necessarily expect that, and neither did Scriff, bless him.
Yeah, now bottom as well.
Bottom lane, that's where the action is, and we're on this one. That's going to be 1 kill there. Now looking for Hao with the charge. They might, I think, let's dive this now.
He can charge again. He's got enough wand charges. He can pop it and charge. Okay, never mind.
Not going to be the play now. Yeah, just salving out, keeping it safe. And mid lane again, just forcing Sumail back, but 2-0 at the moment. EG getting themselves first blood, and very nice, of course, the fact that Fear was able to get that solo kill first blood in the top lane. And bottom lane, there's your charge. They're going in for Hao. Hao, he's in a bit of trouble trying to turn it around. He's got Fenrir coming in, but it's not in time. The bash from Owie, bringing down the Shadow Fiend. And Fenrir just left to give him a few punches on the way out. So far, the first 4 minutes of the game looking very good for Evil Geniuses.
The one thing, though, to keep in mind is Hao is still getting, like, comparable farm. Like, yeah, he died there, but SF is very well known for being able to recover, even from a not-so-great laning phase. The real problem is going to arise when Universe finally hits level 6. Then you're going to start looking at impetus damage. And his movement speed is nuts. 385 with brown boots. You're just going to be getting run down. I think that's really a strategy between these two heroes is because of the fact that Owie will eventually get that empowering haste with Enchantress and being able to charge and hold somebody down for so long. Like, how do you live through that if Enchantress is just laying into you the entire time? Even with just, like, 1 or 2 lucky bashes, you can just get a kill.
Indeed, Universe finding a lot of space here on that bottom lane to start pressuring this tower. TP's coming in from the Bounty Hunter. FY leading the way, but it's going to be quite hard to get this kill.
This is a really hard kill, actually.
They can try for it. 2 levels untouchable. What's it going to do for Universe? We might just find out here. Fenrir looking for the wraparound, but Universe, he's going to start backing up already, and FY is unable to initiate anything there on the bottom lane. In fact, Owie's making his way back down there as well to ensure that Universe isn't left on his own. Universe might need help. The wraparounds coming in. FY and Ephemeria moving in as a combo. There's your slow, but there's the charge. Owie coming in. He wants to save Universe. He might just be able to do it. The PPD tree armor as well coming out. Universe is going to be okay. Now, are you thinking about trying to turn this around? FY there. He's fine with the Shadow Walk. No detection at the moment being dropped down. FY gets himself away. Now he just heading himself back away from the lane, seeing if he can disrupt the map anywhere else. And still, the farm for Fear looking very nice indeed. 26 last hits, 12 denies on this Razor. Fear's having a grand old time in the safe lane.
Yeah, again, though, this is something that should have happened. The one weird part about it is that Ice solo died. Like, that probably shouldn't ever happen. I'm actually unsure as to how that went down because I was actually watching bottom when they initiated. But still, in the early game, with the kill advantage is EG. It's not super lopsided, though. Middle,
straight in. They're going to go for it. They got the damage before Sumail can blink away, and maybe, the tick damage. Is it going to be enough? One more tick. No, he's got the stick charges, the one charges. He's going to be fine. Aoi's there with a charge as well to make sure that VG don't dive any deeper. And still, VG just unable to find Bloodjet in this fight.
That was so close. I'm pretty sure PPD like armored the tower as that was happening. Maybe he map clicked or something instead of actually clicking on Sumail, but that was very close to being a kill. And unfortunately for Vici, as you mentioned, they have yet to really get themselves on the board. Universe, he's almost halfway to level 6. These two heroes together still don't feel like they can pressure him.
Universe off lane on this Enchantress is doing absolute wonders. He's managed to find himself 16 CS as well, not too shabby. How on 28 for 12 though, as you were saying early, still the farm going fairly well here for this Shadow Fiend. But we'll see what he's able to do with it. Universe moving in the shadows. Sumail hiding about, has got this ultimate available. They might jump for it and straight away onto How. He's holding the ult here though, and actually turning around with the razor. Sumail, he's going to go down here. How? Taking the kill, and Sumail just slightly overextending there, and VG there to capitalize on it.
I'm not really sure why he blinked that far. Like normally when you blink into a tower like that, you blink at the edge because you still have range to be able to scream and dagger, and then you throw out the ulti and walk away. He blinked point blank into How, who he had vision of, with a Dazzle sitting next to him. Like sure, Fenrir's in fog, but you kind of have to assume he's there, right? So that was just really weird. I'm not sure. He had to have expected Fenrir to not be there. Like that's the only way you make that blink.
Unfortunate play there for Sumail. Back to the mid lane. He goes to continue his farm. Well, in fact, he left the lane super. Very happy with that. Up to 34 CS. Second on the board now for the DK. And also back up now. FY's in the mid lane. And so's Ice. He's low on mana, but he has got that mango. Can they do anything about Sumail? Sumail being very tentative about moving forward here. Ooh.
Well, something happened. Hopefully, I think EG said that Fear's PC was kind of laggy or something before.
Hopefully no more headsets are being dropped.
Yeah.
And, I'm just going to have this pause here. Now the question in the mid lane is where it's about to kick off. We have got the wraparound. Has he used the mango yet, the Tusk? Has he still got the mango waiting? No, he's got the mango available. And Sumail is going to be able to blink away there. So they don't find the kill here. But still, just forcing Sumail back out of the lane. He's going to find himself a haste, and of course does still have that ultimate ready to use if he can find himself in a good position to do so. Aoi's going to walk into FY here, and he has got Dust here. Sumail is about, and they're going to go for it here with the charge on FY. Sumail moving in with a haste rune with the burst, and there we go! Screaming down the look holes there of the Bounty Hunter, and will be able to find himself the kill.
I'm not sure if he needed ult there. I'm pretty sure he was dead. The Dust Slow is already 20%, and then you dagger on top of that with a Scream. Like, a couple auto attacks, I think, would have done the job. But
better to be safe than sorry, Andy.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it is good to be able to get the kill and immediately run away. But now EG pulling themselves a little bit farther ahead in terms of the kills, at least.
Oh.
And yeah, that damage.
I mean, a couple of those.
If he gets charged, he could die. Like, even though Aoi's not 6, he's still tanky enough to go onto the tower and try to bait something out, I think.
Aoi just waiting in position. Seeing if How comes out, but How does have that backup of Fenrir, keeping himself safely behind the trees, ready with those heals and the shallow grave, if need be.
The other thing, too, is they have a level 3 tree armor now. So if they want to dive, they can actually just go ham.
And PPD's been able to find himself a fair bit of XP up here in the top lane, halfway through level 5 on his way to the 6. Fear, though, at the moment. Level 8. And Ice. How's Tusk doing in terms of levels in response? He's found his fine level 6, but still certainly falling behind in comparison to Fear, who is top of the net worth board at the moment. Aoi and Universe really want to find something, and how close are we to level 6 on this Spirit Breakers? I feel that's going to be the go time here. When they can get the Nether Strike and get the impetus hits in, they'll certainly be able to have a good shot at blowing up How.
Well, if they have Nether Strike, they probably just go for Fenrir. Like, if he shows, he gets charged out, you want to prevent him from graving, because if Fenrir dies and How's still in the area, if the tree armor goes out onto, like, Aoi, for example, because he'll be the one most likely tanking the majority of the damage, you can just continue to chase. Charge will most likely be back up by the time the first hero dies, so probably going to be looking to try that. Oh, middle lane. Can see a charge here on the FY. There is Dust.
Well, let's see if Sumail can get himself in with a blink. He should be able to help find this kill onto FY. There's your dust. There's the punches. And they will kill the bounty hunter. How actually coming in here with a TP reaction. Now he's just simply going to TP himself back to base. And Sumail, of course, he's well and truly out of there. And yet another pick off here for EG, and VG unable to punish it in return.
I really like the tree pick here from EG for the sole purpose that it's their direct answer to the bounty hunter roaming in the early game. So anytime somebody takes any damage, it's like, oh, the bounty hunter's here. I'll just go ahead and tree armor somebody. Or I'll throw it on the enchantress who's in bottom lane who's trying to harass. Like, it's such a low-cost answer to bounty hunter roam that up until this point, like really, FY hasn't really been able to do a lot. Like he's 0-2-0. He hasn't gotten a single kill for his team. He's been gathering a decent amount of information, sure, but the information doesn't do you any good when you can't do anything about it.
Well, the side of VG there, they're going to go for a smoke up. They're actually going to find Owie here, and they're going to initiate here with a snowball. They're going to try and go for this one. Owie has got Universe around. Can he do anything to save him, though? Owie's going to go low. Owie does get the charge, and the armor indeed helping him out here. The poison touch might do it. No, he's got the one charges, and now with the nature's attendance, Owie's going to be able to live through that one, get himself out. Now, Sumail coming in with the rotation does have the ultimate available. If Universe might try and turn this one round, does move forward, but Ice, and Super are well and truly out of there. But that is indeed a smoke up from VG that doesn't achieve much at all. At the same, look how aggressive Fear's getting here on this top lane. Straight through, clearing the wave and bringing FY incredibly low. We are going to see how actually make his way up here on the Shadow Fiend. PPD hiding under the cover of the trees, and Fear just continuing to hammer away at this tower. Back towards the mid lane, Super moving in, looking for a stun, but somehow blinks himself away. Will find this rune. What's he got? He's got an invis rune, and he has still got that ultimate available. Sumail might be able to find something with this.
Yeah, I think at this point, right now, VG's game plan, they really need to try to stabilize a bit. Like, How gets his Yules up, and then they can start maybe looking to try to turn fights, because that's a good enough amount of burst to be able to just, like, maybe even kill Universe. But I say that, he's almost got mech.
Mid lane, they're going to go in, and Sumail can't get the cast animation off here for the blink and the punch there. Ouch. Damn! That's the Sumail down. That's Super picking himself up the kill. And what a kill indeed for the side of VG, taking down the Quap. One of the definitely high priority heroes on the map at the moment for the side of VG.
Definitely a nice kill. They want to try to get more out of this. They're going to get some information here. FY, just scouting things out. I think he saw the courier? No.
Oh.
No, it's too fast.
Oh, he's there, yes. He's going to go back to the jungle. The ward that they've just dropped there did show Fear. Can they do anything about it? They have got 3 heroes in the vicinity, but Fear, he's managed to get the static link off. They're trying to snowball away. Get the hell off me! But it's not long enough. Fear continues to steal the damage, and now they'll continue to chase. The length on that leash is incredible. The ult from the low ground, blowing up Ice. Sumail gets his revenge. And EG picked themselves up the 6th kill of this game. 6 for 2 at the moment. Now, FY, he is closing in on that level 6. And with the track, that's where we're going to see the bounty hunter really come into play. But at the moment, it certainly is EG with the lead. You're looking at the hero levels. Fear hitting level 11. The closest at the moment, DK on level 9. Fear, he's had a great old time on the top lane. And we've seen him already now moving away from that lane and ready to try and exert his dominance elsewhere on the map.
I mean, this is a pretty action-packed early game, honestly. Like, not a lot of kills, but a lot of movement from both teams. They really want to try to vie for that early control. That we are going to see the first tower of the entire game actually drop in favor of EG. Going to see a charge towards mid, but I think this is more of just like a, I want to move across the map, because Yules is done on How. A level 1 Requiem is not enough to kill, so Aoi will go ahead and just back off instead. Level 2 Requiem, I think, can kill with, like, I don't know, 900, 1,000 HP or something, if you land it perfectly. But level 1 Requiem just doesn't do as much damage.
They want to snowball onto Sumail, but oh, they get Illusion instead. Ice, just a little bit off point there with that cast. And now, actually, well, Fear and Sumail, they found FY. He's underneath the sentry. They're going to go for this one, keeping him under the sentry vision. Can they quite do it? There we go! With the plasma field, they're bringing him down. Now Super getting charged up. Owie's there with the Nether Strike. Super does get Shallow Graved up. He's going to be able to live for the time being. What can he do in return? Pops the ult as well, trying to get himself away. Ice is there to try to help, but they've already lost Super. Ice is surrounded by 4 of the members of EG. What can he do in response? Looks for the TP. Hours a bit of a hopeful one. It's not going to pay off. 3 heroes falling on the side of Fiji, and EG cleaning up there in the Radiant jungle.
Oh man, they are just getting wrecked. I mean, it's 2-9 right now, 15 minutes in. How is still farming very well. That's like the shining hope right now of Vici, is the fact that even though the dual off lane from EG, Universe farmed in it, they didn't actually kill the Shadow Fiend that much. Like, he died 1 time. which is perfectly acceptable. Like 1 death on an early game Shadow Fiend, not a big deal. So the fact that he's got that going for him is definitely good, but it's getting to a stage now where how are they going to kill Universe, for example? Like he's got mech, he's got strength treads, 4 points into that untouchable. He's even, I think, putting a couple of points in his stats. Yeah, so he's got at least 1, I think, right now. And then you got the Nether Strike now available on Aoi. I'm not sure if they're going to have the kind of teamfight potential they need to really take these 5-on-5 engagements when no one has mech.
They're going for Hao. Hao this time wasn't able to get off the Yules. Now he'll pop it here. He's moving it, but he hasn't got the mana for Requiem. This is a disaster for the Shadow Fiend, and Shadow Fiend will go down. Tries to turn around onto Sumail, but PPD is there with the tree armor, ensuring that the quad will not fall today. Top lane FY going in on PPD himself. Now PPD says, I saved you guys, now can you save me? We're going to see Spirit Breaker make his way across the map. But the dive's going to continue. Now the TP's come out. There is a response. PPG, the savior, will be saved. And now Fear chasing this one down. Oh! Looks for the ult, but PPG just a little bit short on the cast.
He's got
the charge is there, though. Aoi turns up to the fight and says, BAM! That's going to be a second kill here for VG within the minute. Sorry, EG. In fact, VG, they're still hunting for kills, and they're not finding them. 2 kills only on the board so far, 16.5 minutes in. 11 kills for Evil Geniuses. Top of the net worth at the moment is Fear and Sumail, sitting at 6.8k, 6.5 respectively, and looking very, very good indeed for this part of the game.
So EG have pretty much shown that they know how to deal with Tusk and Bounty Hunter with 1 pick. You just pick Tree. He stops all of the snowball combinations from being able to kill. He stops the Bounty Hunter from winning the middle lane by just sitting there and camping for the hero that he's playing up against. It's actually the perfect hero to deal with this. If you look at what the Bounty Hunter has actually accomplished in this game, FY, he's level 6, but he's been involved in 0 kills. Vici, they're trying to get themselves on the board. They have track. They need to make something happen here.
They need to do indeed. They've got the smoke. They're going to move in. Universe is there. He might be the one tanking the gank. No, yeah, they're going to move to the right here. VG hunting down Universe. They see the Wild Wing. They know it's going somewhere. As you're going to go back north here, Super. The smoke's been dispelled by PPD here. They're going to drop a sentry. Will catch PPD on the edge of it, but PPD going to be able to move away here. PPD's going to be fine at Fear, maybe not so much. They're going straight in onto the Razor. There's your ult, though, Fear. He's a pretty damn tanky at the moment. Now it's Ice just having to retreat with the static leg here. Fear walking the dragon. Ice Shards will come out from Ice, but the Plasma Field bringing him like the final right click brings him down. At the same time, Aoi able to find the kill onto Hao. Super and Fenrir on the retreat. Sumail and Fear trying to chase this one down. Fear's armor's pretty low because of the weave. He's got to be careful about diving this tower, but the Howie, he says, I've not got to be careful going straight in, but the Dragon Tail is there to stop the charge. Sumail desperately trying to find Fenrir, but he's a little bit low on mana, will bottle up, pushing Super and Fenrir back, will create the space for EG here to take the tower, but again, VG smoking up, looking for a fight, but they end up giving away 2 and finding nothing in return.
What is VG's answer to this? Like, do they have enough damage to really kill anyone? So the utility coming out from the tree, like behind the armor, and then you also have overgrowth on top of that. They didn't see PPD. He was invis like that entire time, just sitting there waiting for his opportunity. As soon as Snowball comes out, like you cast tree armor on the hero that's getting snowballed. It stops a majority of the incoming burst damage. That gives you time to get in position to drop the overgrowth. Like the way that this hero deals with Tusk is just so good. And it's funny because PPD loves playing tree anyway. Or maybe he doesn't, but you know, he's really good at it at the very least. But
He's certainly been doing a lot this game to keep his team alive. I mean, it's kind of akin to what we saw him do on the Wyvern, but this time global and on a similar scale as well. EG, they're going to look towards Roshan now, of course, with Universe tanking this up with the Untouchable and the Living Armor here as well. They can do it fairly quick and fairly safely. The question is VG going to be able to do anything about this? They've got 3 heroes towards the mid. At the same time, I don't think they're going to stop this at all.
It's a risk-free Roshan, though. That's the thing. Yeah. Like, Universe isn't taking any damage. Between Tree Armor and Untouchable, with Medallion, they don't get hit. Like, most teams have other ways of killing Roshan. Like, you get high damage on TA, for example, with Deso. EG just say, yeah, we just don't take damage when we kill Roshan. So no matter when VG come into the pit, you're always going to be at full health. We will see a charge here top.
Oh, it's actually going to get held onto here. I'm not wanting to follow that one through. FY actually blocked up here by his own team's Ice Shards. I don't think he wants to go any deeper anyway. Just wants to get these tracks out. I'm going to just look for the push on the tower here. They should be able to find this tier 1. Fortification will come out. And now your TPs, though. There's going to be a bit of a reaction here from the side of EG. Aoi charging straight through onto Hao, but this time the Yules is there to cancel the charge. Fear stealing the damage here from Super. Wrecking Man's come out, but there's a 2-mail on the back of it. Gets the ult off onto Hao. Tracks are going out. The Shuriken bouncing around as well, but it's not enough to kill anyone on the side of EG. PPD moving in. Ice going to live for the TP. Not going to pay off. He goes down. He's going to be the only casualty of this fight so far. Looks like everyone else is going to be able to get themselves out. But still, VG, they look for a fight. It doesn't pay off. And FY just left to get himself the hell out of there.
Their opening combination just isn't strong enough. Like, they need a little bit of extra burst damage to be able to just kill a hero straight up. But again, it's very difficult to do. PPD's been on point with his armors, and that time he was a little bit farther away from the team fight, so he wasn't able to get Overgrowth off. But the weird part about that engagement for Vici was when Aoi charged in, it looked like Ice 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 wanted to go on him with a snowball, but then Hao just throws out a Yules when the snowball was already traveling, so it just makes it so Aoi doesn't get stunned. Like, getting thrown up in the air by a Yules is a lot less dangerous when the enemy team is trying to run away, instead of getting stunned and just saying, oh, I'm going to eat Requiem damage. Like, he still got hit a bit, but by that time, Hao had already walked quite a far distance away.
Oh man, there's some scary-looking items coming out for the side of EG, of course. Sumail did already have his Aghanims, but now we're seeing Fear with the completed Aghs as well. Enchantress Universe closing in on his own with the Point Booster and Ogre Club already complete. And now the push is going to be incredibly strong from the side of EG. It's getting harder and harder for VG to even contemplate doing anything to stop it. Fear needs to be careful. I mean, you know, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Aoi kind of go for a Sumail play where he just charges straight past the tower and looks to just go balls deep. We've seen him do so far, and it's paid off pretty much every time. 14-2 at the moment for EG. The tier 2 in the mid lane looking a bit rocky here for VG. And they won't be able to do anything about it here. Fear with that Aghanims, of course, helping the push out.
Oh, Super needs to get back. Oh no, he's not going to get a TP. Okay. I thought that EG would actually TP back for him, but Aoi instead, he's just going to lose vision. Maybe a bit of miscommunication here. I think they actually could have killed him if he's stuck a little bit nearby.
Aoi just having Mercy there, allowing Super to TP away. And now, well, EG potentially going to look for a second tier 2 on this top lane, as a fair few of them are grouping up here. Fear, Universe, and Aoi. And, well, the rest of them, so yeah, just under 1,000 gold away now from Universe's Aghanim Scepter. Ice 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 is being charged here. TP down to the bottom tier 2. Sorry, tier 1, in fact, from EG that they still got stand. They've still got all their tier 1 standing at the moment. Ice 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 is going to look for the TP, and he should be able to make it out before the charge connects. Yes, he has got the time to do so. Gets himself away from the scary Aoi.
EG are just bullying them across the map now. It's not a matter of can BG take a fight, it's can they actually find farm. Because EG are going to start saying, all right, well, we know we have a huge advantage. Let's just go ahead and try to push it out. And because of the fact that they have good sustain, they already have the mech, like you mentioned on Universe, and they already have the tree armor coming out. They never really have to back, and plus PPD is carrying an urn on top of that. So if a fight does break out, which I don't think Vici want right now, I think they realize that they're actually having a very hard time taking these engagements. If it does happen and EG win, then it's just like, oh, well, we heal back to full because our team has just that good a sustain right now, and then we can just try to breach high ground, which is another really cool thing about how EG has actually built their heroes. So if you look at their draft, it seems like going high ground would be the hardest thing about their team, because Razor's not great at sieging base until Aghs, but he just rushes the item, realizing that he doesn't need BKB, tree armor and mech is more than enough to keep him alive, and just having that tankiness like 1900 health at this early stage, with that Eye of the Storm just hitting towers, this team already has high ground potential at 23 minutes in.
Absolutely. Bottom lane tier 2 is going to go down. How? He will be able to take the tier 1 in trade. But still not the ideal trade. I mean, that's the first tower VG have managed to take this game at least. But still, it certainly feels like the game's getting a lot tougher for the side of Vici Gaming as well. I just feel that this matchup, the Bounty Hunter not being able to do that much at all for the side. The track guard, of course, not being prevalent in the fact that it's a game where VG have just only got 2 kills here to their name. TP out now from Hao, FY. As well, just walking this one off, but Tree's got this gem. He knows he's there. FY, I'm sure he's realized, he's like, mate, you can see me, can't you? And PPT says, yes, I can here with the Overgrowth, holding FY in place. There's the charge, the full caboodle, everything being thrown down onto FY, and the Bounty Hunter is dead.
So, you mentioned that FY wasn't able to really do anything this game. He hasn't been able to do anything, literally. And then the stats actually showed up a little bit earlier where it said this is the only game throughout the entirety of TI that a bounty hunter has not had a kill or assist. At 20 minutes, that was almost 5 minutes ago, Vici still had yet to get any kills.
I mean, I kind of hope he gets one by the end of the game, because if he ends the game like that, that's got to be the saddest bounty hunter in the world.
But this is something that's really cool to think about, because in the first game, we talked about the Shaker and the Rubik ban, and we both said that, you know, banning supports against Vici, the heroes that they're most comfortable with, the kind of guys that can actually just, like, shut you down, right? Like, FY and Fenrir are a very strong support duo. This is kind of the same thing. But instead of banning their hero out, they say, all right, we'll give you your bounty. We just have something ready for it that shuts you down so hard that you can see how crippled Vici have been. Like, because of their supports not being able to have much impact, all Fenrir could do was sit behind Shadow Fiend in the beginning of the game. And because they picked Shadow Fiend's safe lane, it was even more punishing because their heroes had no kill potential on the dual off lane to VG. And then FY runs around. Wherever he goes, there's a tree armor. And then he just dies a bunch because of Spirit Breaker charge.
I mean, exactly. I mean, there is always still the potential.
All right, here we go.
Oh, mid lane. They want to get Universe. Requiem, everything being thrown down onto Universe. He gets low and he goes down.
There we go.
This time they do find the kill. Unfortunately for them, FY was not in the neighborhood, so no track goal. But nonetheless, they're not going to be complaining.
Still no assist. Oh my god.
He's a poor man.
I feel so bad for him. But look at how much golden experience that was. That was insane.
We got a mid lane push. They're going to try it, but of course, the living armor doing what he can here. Fortification popped as well. There'll be the charge onto Hao. Owie. It's going to get cancelled here by the Yaw Sphere. Moving in here with the static link. Massive Sonic Wave there from Samel. Catching 3. There's going to be the Snowball coming out with the Overgrowth, holding them in place. Now out with another strike onto Hao. He's popped the BKB, and Hao just TPs it himself out. Vici do not want to be a part of this. Everyone's trying to TP. Fenrir gets out. Ice will go down. They find something, but the rest of VG just tuck their tails and run.
All right, so Ice actually trapped Super inside of Ice Shards and almost got him killed. Like, straight up just almost killed his own teammate with the Ice Shards that were actually thrown out. So definitely having a little bit of an off game, first dying that 1v1 against Fear and then dropping a pretty questionable nuke, but only losing one there was a godsend because they really, really should have lost more. I think PPD might have used Overgrowth a little bit too early, but it doesn't really matter because Roshan's going to be up anywhere from like 1 to 4 minutes, and then EG are definitely going to get it. There is a very small chance that Vici are going to be able to contest that unless for some reason Hao manages to just have another, I don't know, what, like 6,000, 7,000 net worth. Like, can he just make that happen? Because I'm pretty sure he's the one who's going to be able to farm fast enough to continually compete with EG and them just like pushing like this.
FY Samel, he has no mercy. Straight in on the Bounty Hunter. Taking him out of the fight. Owie going in with the charge will cancel it. Just keeping VG at bay here as EG start to get the pressure onto this tier 3. And of course, with that Aghanims again on Fear, just doing so much damage into the structures, they may even be ready to move in for Rax. Hao comes forward. He's going to have to come back now. And in fact, he's not. He's dead. 56 seconds on the sideline. And they go in hard. Super and Ice caught in place here by the Overgrowth. Super trying to do what he can with the BKB. He just TPs out. Super TPing out every time. Doesn't want to be a part of these fights. And understandably, because VG, they've already lost 3. They're going to potentially lose the Rax here as well, as there's no buyback available for neither Hao or Ice. This is going to be the top set of Rax going down. 28 minutes in, 3-19.
GG.
And GG well played is cool. It's over. It's done. EG take the second game against VG, and a game that was entirely different to the first one. The first one, a game of back and forth, but this game was just EG in their element, and I think we've ended here with a very sad bounty. I believe it's going to be 0 kills and 0 assists. I kind of don't want to draw attention to it because I feel bad for the man.
Let's
ignore it. Let's just,
you know, the negative fantasy points aside, like he had minus 1.1, which is weird because yours is different. Anyway,
he only died 6 times.
Yeah, it's
that's the politics
to be honest,
we can take away from
this game screams outdraft. I'm curious to hear what the panel has to say because to me, I don't really know what Vici were supposed to do. Like, what were their supports actually going to do this game?
It was, I don't know, would you say it's down to the draft, or was that just outplay?
Well, that's why I wanted to go to the panel.
Oh, you want to go to the panel? Well, I suppose these guys are the experts, and we got them there for a reason. So, indeed, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be back with some more EG games. In fact, EG versus Hot 6 in a bit. But first of all, back to the panel to see what they've got to say about what was a pretty incredible game for EG.
I mean, I think that sums it up pretty well. Very incredible game from EG, and we were talking about, okay, a little bit surprising from their draft, the Enchantress off lane. Not something everyone was expecting. Universe on that Enchantress, but you did mention, all right, we've seen this before, maybe once or twice, pulled it off absolutely well. And as they were mentioning, I mean, the Bounty Hunter not being able to do anything. And this is something we talked about yesterday, is that it's great if you start getting kills or even assists. But if you don't after a certain number of minutes, it's not really going to work out for you.
It's just, in a lot of ways, it's a classic EG strat, but with a twist, which is the Enchantress. But I think they're the team that comes to mind for me when you talk about like drafts that are unkillable. Like, they've had a history of drafting like Dragon Knight Razor with Treant, or running that defensive Abaddon with the same kind of strategy. It seems like something PPD really favors a lot. And if you look at this game, what do they have? They have the Treant, then they have Enchantress with Untouchable, they have a Spirit Breaker, who we talked about in the draft, super tanky, then they have a Razor, super tanky, and finally a Queen of Pain with Blink. So it's like the whole it seemed like this strategy was tailored to deal with Bounty Hunter in the sense that he is dependent on kills. We talked about that. Like, what makes the hero good is that exchanges happen. But what if they don't? Like, let's say Vici Gaming were to play super late game and Bounty Hunter is in the game. It's a 4-5 in the late game because he has lost his entire impact on the game. So if Vici had drafted a different type of lineup, they would have still countered out the bounty aspect of it. So that was really impressive to watch.
Yeah, and that's something we said on the team sheets. That's something that people haven't talked about EG is that their dynamic drafting. The fact that they have these different methods to deal with things, but they still get the method they want in the end. Even if the hero lineup looks completely different, like you mentioned, it's a classic EG lineup. It is unkillable. Winter, what were your thoughts on that game?
The recipe to eternal life.
That's a great way to put it. I mean, one-liner for everything Cinderin just said, recipe to eternal life.
Yeah, basically as an offlaner player myself, so I really like it if my team has a lot of stuff that indirectly helps me, like be it CM, Aura, living armor. It allows the offlaner to play very aggressive. You take a lot of farm. In that game, you saw how much Universe got from the lane just because of the supports that he had from living armor and being hard to kill himself, and Spirit Breaker charge as well. Like, you literally have like a backup all the time.
Yeah. So, and you mentioned, of course, the living armor, and before the game even started, you were kind of dreaming about that happening in that game. So, game 2, we do have a highlight coming up. Ben, what were your thoughts on this game? I mean, definitely dominating showing from EG. Is it really the draft really just worked out in their favor where they said, all right, take the bounty, we have a full lineup that counters that?
I mean, yeah, they clearly had a great response to it, but on top of that, the unconventional offlaners that we've seen today, Bane and Enchantress, I think have worked out pretty well. The Enchantress got super farms. She had Treads and Mech in, I think, like less than 15 minutes, which is really incredible. And on top of that, like, a lot of their heroes rely on physical damage, and they simply couldn't burst her down. There's this, like, really critical threshold with Enchantress that you need to be able to pop your stick, pop your heal, pop your mech, and then after that, if you survive, you almost win the fight. And that window's definitely expanded when you have the living armor, and definitely expanded when you're like 15 kills ahead. But regardless, this is one of EG's greatest strengths and why they may have struggled yesterday, just because they're not very familiar with newbie, but very familiar with Vici. We saw them, decimate them 2-0 the last time they met up, and EG just have Vici's number once again.
Yeah, and even yesterday, everyone was discussing yesterday after those games. All right, did they try too much to try this whole give Lush away, and then we'll see if we can make it work? They did go 1-1 in that series, but eventually today, of course, they brought that on in game 1. They said, all right, go ahead, take it. We'll still win with it. They go ahead and take the win, and then they switch up the dynamics of the draft right away in game 2 and say, all right, this time, hey, we dominate you with Bounty Hunter. You can try it too. Give them the Bounty Hunter, and they say, no, actually, you can't kill anyone, and we're just going to continue to live, get extra kills on our own, and move on forward. And as our casters were mentioning, we do have another game from EG coming up. So do you think this, starting here, as we mentioned, I mean, you were mentioning day 1, EG oftentimes starts pretty slow, and then they really pick things up. They show the classic EG again and why people love EG, why EG is a favorite in every tournament. Are we going to see that momentum continuing through into the next match?
I think so, definitely. That said, though, they're playing against MVP Hot 6, who I believe did take a game off Vici Gaming yesterday. I think they drew.
Yes.
And they have been, to me, maybe the single biggest surprise positive surprise has probably been MVP Hot 6. They've actually looked really good. So hopefully they don't get run over like Vici did in the second game. I think that would be a shame. And if they do, for me, it's going to be more on draft than execution. It's if PPD just outpicks them entirely and has some sort of crazy strategy like this. But I somehow feel like this was like pocket strategy that they wanted to use to get 3 points against Vici to put them in a really good position going into, hopefully for them, the winner's bracket. And against MVP Hot 6, I think they're feeling confident that they don't need to burn a strategy, if you will. So maybe we just get like a more standard type of game, and MVP Hot 6 could easily take a game, I think, if they do well.
Yeah, and so let's talk about, I mean, you were saying, all right, probably a pocket strategy, definitely some pocket picks coming out. Again, the Enchantress was a little bit of a curveball for everyone watching. So what does that say about the meta when we are seeing already quite a few pocket picks come up, or at least teams utilizing heroes in very different ways? You talked about, of course, the Bane came out earlier today. That seemed to work out pretty well. We talked in generic terms earlier. We said, all right, well, sure, you can bring out certain strategies just to throw people off. But when we're seeing teams able to employ so many different methods, how do you feel about the meta right now? Is that a good place to be, or maybe just too much craziness, too many variables? What are your thoughts, Ben?
It's definitely not too crazy. And I mean, it just means that it still hasn't stabilized. If you can win versus Last Track and then give away Bounty Hunter and just dominate it like that, clearly some picks are still a little overrated, or at least not by every team. And I think they showed exceptional flexibility. I mean, even all throughout today, like the first ban Winter Wyvern and just banning out certain heroes for certain teams. It shouldn't be the same every single game. If it's the same every single game and the results are always the same, then that means that certain heroes are indeed overpowered everywhere, instead of being overpowered in the certain hands of certain people, which is, I think, how Dota should be. And going back to EG's performance overall, we talked about them having a day one curse, but I think it's more like PBE doesn't have enough information to draw from to develop a good draft or plan for certain teams until further on into the tournament. And even I've touted EG as one of the best teams to develop in intra-series. Like, if you play a best of 5 against them, they might drop the first one, but after that, they're going to come back. They're going to analyze how you play very, very quickly, and you better have multiple strategies, multiple drafts, or else EG is going to dominate you just purely before the creep spawn. So I'm a little worried for Hot 6 in that regard.
All right, yeah. Hot 6, of course, not as experienced as EG coming into this matchup. So let's take a quick look at the standings before we move on. Quite a few updates coming in. Of course, Group A, we wrapped it up earlier, or not the whole group, but for the day, we wrapped it up at LGD and Secret now both leading with 10 points. So definitely a much greater differential in Group A than we have in Group B. With Group B, VP now at 5 points. They got that win with the 2-0. Earlier, and then Empire also now 1-1-1, finishing today much better, or going in today much better with that 2-0 win against VP, now with 4 points. Vici Gaming also now resting at 4 points, and Vici does have another match coming up now in Stream 2. They will be playing against eHome, who have 2 ties, so again, I mean, that doesn't really say too much. Sure, the points look like it's 4 points versus 2, but 2 ties, that's nothing to scoff at. eHome could very well take it out of Vici's hands, especially after Vici coming out from kind of a devastating loss against EG. Winter, how do you think Vici is going to view this game, especially because they lost to a little bit of a unique strategy coming out from Evil Geniuses?
I think Vici is much stronger than eHome, like in terms of experience, in terms of players and the team in general. But eHome might be able to, come up with something surprising. Like they might have just watched, okay, this is how EG beat like Vici. They took them by surprise. We have some stuff that we actually prepared in China, so this might be a good time to use it since they are now off their balance. They just lost a devastating game, like you mentioned, and it could be a very good time. Like Vici is very weak right now and vulnerable, that you just strike them again with something that they're not familiar with, and you take another game by doing the same thing.
Fair enough. And another interesting I'm seeing thing is Newbie now at 0-3-0, so 3 ties in 3 matches. Does that still put them at kind of a better result than most people were expecting so far? Like if they went 0-7-0, would that be a better result than most people expected?
I think they've drawn against. They've drawn VP, they've drawn EG, and what's the third one now?
I want to say Hot 6, but I'm not positive. I'll have to double check on that.
In either case, the first 2, I think most people would have definitely picked both Empire and, VP and EG to be clear favorites. So in that sense, they have impressed. And when you look at the scores like this, it's always dangerous just to look at the points in the games played, because it really depends who you've played against.
Right.
And they got points against hard teams, so maybe if they're playing against some of the weaker teams later, they could grab a win or 2. And if they get 2 2-0s, they're starting in the winners bracket, which I think a lot of people would not have expected. So they've been impressive no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, of course, a lot of that coming from their change in lineup, Charlotte leaving, and them coming off as TI champions. Most people were saying, well, it's not really the same team anymore. It's not the team that carried all the way to that championship title at TI4. But for now, let's return to our matchup coming up. The last match of the day, it is going to be Evil Geniuses coming off of a good win. They're going to have to play against Hot 6. We talked a little bit about the experience factor and whatnot, but Winter, what do you think about Hot 6 coming into this matchup? They've only played 2 matches so far at TI, so still not too much shown. What are the strengths they have against Evil Geniuses?
I think the primary strength they have is Jerax as a support. He's he takes a lot of initiative alone, be it Glimmer Caping, getting solo kills left and right, like bringing his team a lot of advantage during the laning phase by his early roaming and ganking. And the other strength the team has, I feel, is the hero pool of Foref. He plays some weird carries. In particular, that something that I like the most is his Huskar. They do like to use it from time to time, and it has proven to be successful.
Yeah, so you mentioned Jerax as kind of the highlight of Hot 6. We'll get to, of course, the other players soon, including Foref, but Jerax, tell me a little bit more about Jarek Synderen. I mean, why is he able to do this? I mean, what makes him so special? Why is he strong in that regard that he's a little bit more aggressive?
It's just first of all, he's a special story, right? Because he actually took a very big decision traveling or moving rather from Finland to Korea to play for MVP Hot 6. So really made a big investment. And I asked him about it the other day, like what was the was it because you wanted to experience the culture, or was it like did you feel like it was your best opportunity at the time and whatnot? And he said he thought it was a good opportunity at the time. He really went in for it, and you know they've come such a long way, and it definitely has proven to be a good decision he made.
Yes.
As far as his play style, I think most people remember. First of all, he's very famous for his Earth Spirit, which we will not see in this tournament. It's not in captain's mode. He also plays. He's generally just a very aggressive player. He's very mobile, and all you see when he plays, he puts so much emphasis on. Like it's almost like he's a hunter-seeker missile in the game. He just finds a lane and then target, next target, right? So he just keeps looking for ganks is the number one thing. So the heroes that he's really good with are heroes like Tusk, that is a very aggressive hero. And he is very good at playing the follow-up stun heroes, traditionally Leshrac and Lina, but he actually manages to even play them in support situations where he doesn't have a setup necessarily, just by using good engage angles and just being very experienced with them. So I think he's a great asset for their team to have. And of course, he brings in a lot of, I guess when he joined the team, brings a lot of experience from a completely different scene that Korea wasn't familiar with. So he has that edge as well. And we see this is his last game, I believe, the Bounty Hunter, another great hero for Jarex, right? Roaming, looking for kills.
There you go. I mean, it's definitely right up Bounty Hunter's alley, just exactly what you described about Jarex. Ben, what are your thoughts on Jarex? As Sin was mentioning, I mean, special story. And at the time, I mean, depending on the result, people could have said the story, spun it in a very different way, right? If it didn't work out, you know, obviously the number one result would have been, people would say it's a bad choice. But even if it worked out, people could have said, I mean, going to a Korean team, you know, what's the advantage of that? Are you going to learn much? But here he is playing at TI5 with his teammates on MVP Hot 6. What's your take on that story?
Well, first, two things about it. I think that a lot of people were skeptical about him just because he did play Earth Spirit a lot, and Earth Spirit was notoriously broken at the time, and people were like, oh, he can only play Earth Spirit. But he has definitely shown that he's versatile, that he can thrive in the competitive scene. And another thing is that I think the Korean scene has a lot of raw talent, but not enough experience. And I think Jarex can bring that experience and kind of mold the team into what they are, similar to how PBD molds a lot of young new talent like Arteezy and Sumail into, you know, devastating giants that they are today. So I think it was, you know, even better for the Korean scene than for Jarex himself that he went over there and helped them out.
I think that's a really fair point. I mean, of course, both sides benefiting a lot from this move of Jarex joining MVP Hot 6. Just because you brought up that note a little bit about the Korean players generally having good raw talent but not enough experience, in a lot of other esports, right? Korea's known to do well, but only because they play it super safe. And they're actually never really known to be the most innovative players. And what we've seen so far is that, sure, yeah, knowing the meta, knowing what your limits are and your team efficiency is very important. But at the same time, you've got to have those picks. You've got to be able to adapt in the middle of the drafting phase or even in the middle of a game. Where do you think the Korean team stands so far? I mean, we have two here at TI5.
I mean, they're not fully Korean because
well,
there's Jarex
true.
and there's March, right?
Right.
And both of these have had huge influences over their team. And again, it's just a mix of old and new. You need to draw from a large pool of patches before, so you have a wide array of strategies, and then you need some new stuff like, you know, the offlane Enchantress to throw your opponents off and just to catch your opponent off guard. So, I mean, I think they've definitely shown that they have raw talent. A lot of people were also skeptical about that, but they are really, really good. And, you know, even give it a couple of months, we might see far more than two teams.
Yeah, and that's actually the point I wanted to bring out of that was that, yeah, Jarex and March, we have these other players who have the much more historical experience and from other regions coming in, and that is allowing probably a good mix for those teams. But EG is not going to be, you know, a very easy opponent for MVP Hot 6. I mean, some might say in Group B, this is one of the more kind of distant ranges in terms of skill and experience coming into TI5. Earlier we talked about Forev versus Sumail. How do you rate that matchup?
Forev is also a very aggressive player, but they have very different hero pool, obviously, because of the difference in position as well, but they play very similarly. They like to just go in and have faith in, like when you're playing a hero like Husker, sometimes you just go in and you rely on your supports to, you know, do the rest, and you don't really think too much. You just have to make the first move and grab the opportunity and just trust your team to actually do the rest, be it having a dazzle to help to save you if you get into trouble, or just your team just to buy enough time for your team to just arrive onto the scene to just finish the job. So he's like one of the few players that he doesn't mind to take a hit for the team as long as you win the fight.
Yeah,
He's willing to make that first move. Unlike some of the other safer carries, they are very unwilling to make a risky move that would actually throw their own life away, but give their teammates opportunities to like clean up the fight.
Yeah, I mean, we saw one of those clips yesterday, right, with Hot6 for going in.
The Storm one? I think.
The Storm with the steal on the Aegis, and then stays in to fight, knowing his teammates are going to come back. And then he ends up getting out with it, too. So that type of play, of course, we talked about Sumail earlier. That's comparison we're trying to make here. Sumail, also aggressive, and you guys said, I mean, dying's the name of the game for him, but he doesn't mind because he goes forward and his team covers up for it. At the same time, he does.
Quite what we said.
Well, okay, I phrased it a little bit poorly because it's not about dying. It's about going into those moments, and hopefully the point is to not to die in those moments. But Sumail also jumping in ahead of teams oftentimes, or making plays on his own, even when it's just that 1v1 situation, trying to take that, in some ways, intimidation factor because he's very confident in his own skill level. On EG, where do you think we're going to see them prioritize a lot against Hot6, or because they feel that they're much ahead, are they just going to say, all right, we're just going to play our game, and Sumail, you play aggressive, we're going to have our other lanes play just as they were?
I think it's really hard to predict because, like Ben said, it's a lot for EG. It's a lot about like having tape on their opponents, like having experience playing against them. I feel like EG generally develop during a tournament, both against their opponents, but also against the metagame itself. I think they've never played MVP Hot6 before. I don't remember ever seeing that matchup.
Yeah, I think they've never played.
So it's really difficult to say what PPD's approach is to the game. Like, I think judging from what we've seen from Hot6, I think keeping the idea of running a defensive support on himself could be a really valuable asset against the super aggression of Jerax. And else just, I think basically if they just stick to the plan, if they get their draft and if they play well, they'll probably be able to 2-0, right? So
there's two heroes that I'm looking for in particular. One is Treant, just because if you aren't used to playing against a particularly aggressive support player, you don't exactly know where he's going to be. And a lot of times you're going to be sitting around wasting your time trying to figure out where they're going to go. And with Treant, it's a lot easier. You can just pull and then just living armor them without really being in fear of missing out on an opportunity. And then the second one is going to be Naga Siren. Naga Siren, again, is a super safe pick. If you're behind, you can, Song of the Siren, and I think it just sets up for a very clean fight where if you get caught off guard by something expected, you turn it into a fight that you can't expect. So, I mean, those are the safe picks that I would look to.
Okay. Now, before we move on, because we've just seen EG, of course, fresh in our minds, and most of our fans our community does know who EG is, who's on that team, how they play. But let's take a quick replay at the defining moments of yesterday's game for MVP Hot6 against Vici Gaming. This is a game they won, game one of their matchup in a best of two.
And this was, of course, after the huge Roshan play by Storm Spirit.
And so this is where already the game has turned a little bit in favor of Hot6 going for the finish.
Well, they couldn't deal with CDEC gods, but they are taking it to Super, and Vici Gaming now.
They've actually been playing Lina a lot, almost as much as LGD.
Hot6 likes to pick Lina a lot on support position, and even their mid player.
And we have, I mean, in general, we've seen teams considering Lina quite often, or at least being afraid of their opponents considering it, especially in that mid lane matchup. There's the GG. I mean, after this, as we've been mentioning, of course, we can't just mention and tease you guys. We do have the Russian steal here, as we see, for jumping in.
I think this was the play of the day yesterday. Maybe I think this was better than the Rubik toss personally, but this one was amazing.
Yeah,
just amazing timing.
He doesn't only steal it; he gets the kill as well with the jump in, and he drops his treads before going in, just anticipating that, it's like a very low risk. If he doesn't manage to get the steal, he can always just jump out and get his treads back. But really preparing well for setting it up very nicely. Just a very classic Storm Spirit steal here from.
I mean, he got a bit of help from the Sigil as well, giving them vision. So he was able to time that because of the
not
Sigil.
Forev, that was MP.
Or MP, yeah, my bad.
Forev is the guy playing Lina this game, yeah.
So
I got it wrong earlier today as well. So.
Yeah, so MP
it's
going
probably
in
my fault.
For that steal. But yeah, as you were saying, I mean, just gutsy play from him too. Going in, and then Stealing staying in that fight. And by the end, we see him just jumping around and helping clean up the entire fight for Hot 6, and they go forward for the win. So, yeah, that's what we've been mentioning. Hot 6 also a little bit aggressive, and again, EG, no tape on Hot 6, or at least none directly. Of course, I mean, if they wanted to, they could spend the time. But even then, right, Hot 6, not as much material compared to some of the other Western teams we have at TI5.
Even their mid player MP is also very aggressive. That's how they sing a lot of their plays together, because JerAx and MP are both very aggressive players, so they think alike. And a lot of stuff happen because they have a lot of chemistry in their playstyle. That's what I feel that's part of a lot of their success back in Southeast Asia.
All right, so as we're waiting, so far we've seen quite a few interesting picks. As we wait for both teams to be ready for their very last match of the day, personally, are there any other kind of pocket or niche strategies that you guys want to see, or something that revolves around a certain hero? Because otherwise, I mean, obviously we can list off the usuals in the current meta just off the top of our head, right? We've got the gyros, we've got, of course, we've got the quaps and whatnot. Of course, Lesh, you can't forget that. But what else would you guys like to see, or just personal preference? Like, well, it'd be really neat to see this type of hero or this type of strategy coming out from any
Titan.
teams.
Woo!
I think I'd like to see more Nyx Assassin. I think Nyx Assassin counters Queen of Pain.
That's actually a
Lush Red.
hero Hot 6 tend to pick against a certain intelligence hero.
Yeah.
They like to use it on their offlane position. I've seen that a few times before.
Decent versus Storm, good versus Queen of Pain, Lush Red. Like the in heroes that can get out of control. Like the bigger they are, the more they get hit by mana burn, and you can just sunlock them and kill them. And you always have to play differently versus a Nyx Assassin. Like you just have to be, you
have to get
tiny
BKB against Nyx.
Yeah, you have to get BKB, and again.
You know, that could be one of the things, against Sumail, because he doesn't like to get BKB.
That's true. Yeah, Sumail oftentimes surprising a lot of people by not getting that BKB and still succeeding very well into his games. But yeah, you guys bring up a good point. Overall, you mentioned Hot 6 does bring up the Nyx Assassin sometimes. Sumail doesn't like to get BKB. Maybe we'll see that happen.
There's another hero that I would associate to Hot 6 as well. In the past, they like to pick a Night Stalker to control the vision of the enemy. It's something not a lot of teams like to do. Like, they would pick it in specific against a certain hero like Beastmaster. Like, you have the Hawk to scout, but he has his ultimate to counteract that. Or they pick it against a hero like Bat Rider. You rely on your vision to start fights and to play around the game. Like, you control the tempo of the game. But without vision, you're not able to do your job properly. So sometimes they do have this Night Stalker pick, which I feel if you pick it at the right situation, it could be really hard to deal with.
It's also perfect for JerAx, right? It's just player hero combination again.
He's very good if you have if you give him vision, and he's very good at moving, at positioning himself at the right spot to get off like a key spell without setup. So there's a lot of chemistry between the heroes and the players themselves.
Yeah, it sounds like Hot 6 definitely have quite a few tricks up their sleeves in terms of taking advantage. If the opponents also try to go for a niche pick or something, we will be able to, or Hot 6, not we, we're not playing Hot 6's shares. I'm getting confused here. But Hot 6 will be able to kind of counteract it with their own pocket picks. So yeah, that's interesting to see. It would be pretty exciting to see any of these, or of course other combination coming up in our last match.
Tinker, I think, has been overlooked. Sumail plays it as well as MP. I wouldn't be too surprised to see it on either side. But if you see a lot of those same heroes banned out, Leshrac, Queen of Pain, and Leshrac, Queen of Pain, and what's the other one? Storm Spirit. Then I think it's a good one.
Okay. Well, it looks like players are already in their rooms. Of course, EG coming off of a match already played. Sure, it was a win, but they did have to play through that. On the other side, we do have MVP Hot 6 getting all ready for their last match of the day, also against somewhat of a Titan in their group in Evil Geniuses. Draft of Game 1 just kicking off, ladies and gentlemen. The last match of the day here on the main stream. MVP Hot 6 starting the match on the dire side with EG on Radiant.
And the first pick is going to go MVP's way, so I think, judging from how much they like playing Lina, I would be surprised if they don't play a really, really strong Lesh as well on MP. Those heroes kind of have a decent overlap in how they work. Lane dominators, very spell heavy. So
there we go.
It's very possible that MVP Hot 6 will try to grab that as their first pick, especially with EG just targeting out the Lina. So.
Yeah. Yeah, the Lina ban, not one we've seen often in the first phase, but...
I mean, it shows that PPD bans are always specific towards his opponents.
That is true. Yeah, he's not always just going off of blind bans just because of the meta. Definitely having done his research against his opponents. So what are the... already with the Lina ban, that means, again, a lot of other high priorities open. So you discussed some of the options right now, Syndrome, but for Hot 6, does that change how they want to go on with their second ban?
It depends on how they want to deal with Sumail. I feel like PPD generally either gives Sumail a great one-on-one matchup, or he gives like Dazzle, for example, just come in and heal a couple of times, or living armor just to upset that balance a little bit. And if you're like Lina, I think Lina dominates a lot of the good in heroes in mid. So if it's not going to be a strict one-on-one, you have to try and think of some ways, maybe an aggressive Jerax or whatever it may be.
Okay, the Tusk being chosen as a ban. Of course, EG playing their Tusk very well, and as most teams are doing in the current meta.
And MVP Hot 6 actually end up banning the Tusk themselves, even though they love playing it. So this is going to be... EG will now decide whether they want to give away Lesh to get the bounty, similar to what they did against Vici Gaming. Because I really don't think MVP will first pick... here we go. So they banned the Shaker. So now we have the whole field open again. There's Gyro, Bounty, Lesh, Naga. So many choices here for Hot 6. They might actually even first pick the Naga Siren.
Possibly, yes.
I'm starting to sound like I just home in on only this point again, but now with the Quap ban and being on Radiant side, what do you guys think about the Shadow Fiend coming out for EG for Sumail? I mean, sure, there are a couple other heroes that can contest it pretty well, but oftentimes the point has been, even on Radiant side, sure, if Quap's on the other side, they can try to contest the SS farm a little bit. Is this a bit more of an open sign, especially because you do get to take the first 2 picks for your side for EG?
It's just versus Lashrak. It's extremely difficult.
Yeah, it's not a desirable lane. And one thing is the Lesh matchup, but the other is you just know that MVP are going to gank that mid lane. So they want to roam it, especially now. If they pick Shadow Fiend and they don't pick Bounty, they're going to make it like even harder on themselves, because it could be a Bounty Lesh just running just taking over the mid lane. And it's very difficult to
True.
So.
I think you want to pick a mid hero which is more self-sustainable, has an escape ability, or somehow to defend himself rather than a Shadow Fiend.
Yeah. And then, as you guys mentioned, Naga being picked up right away first, and then the Gyro following suit right after.
This is going to be a Bounty pick, I think. They have a great mid laner that is very good at fighting early mid game, so a good pairing with Bounty. The one downside to Bounty here is that ganking Gyro as Bounty is ridiculously difficult, because the moment you come in close and just attack him, he just clicks Rocket Barrage, and you actually have to run away, because level 2 or level 3 Rocket Barrage can kill you from full health. Bounty has very low health. He's got good armor, but Rocket Barrage doesn't really care about it. So, yeah, I still think they would go for it for the larger, like the grander scheme of things.
All right.
I like the Bounty, but as like last game it didn't work out too well. I like it a little bit more when you see more of the cores. And again, Gyro, as you said, not really a vulnerable core to the Bounty Hunter gank, and generally most mids are going to be underhanded versus Leshrac, but like, let's say it's, I don't know, even a Viper or something that's really annoying for the Lesh to deal with, it's going to be difficult for them to kill. Especially when Evil Geniuses almost always has a defensive support in the mid lane. But it does play well.
Question is, do you think MVP are going to ban out Treant just because it's always a counter to Bounty, like no matter where he is? So let's say the alternatives for PPD are, let's say Wyvern, Abaddon, Omni, and Dazzle, whatever, like those 4. They have to be in the right place at the right time, but Treant could always help against Bounty. It's an extremely good counter pick to the Bounty Hunter in general, and it worked beautifully against Vici Gaming, so I would like to see Hot 6 ban it over the Dazzle that they just banned, because I think it's actually going to be a bigger problem.
I mean, it's a bit too much of a commitment if they ban both, right? Because then they're leaving open several other choices.
They have an edict against living armor, but generally Leshracs these days don't want to skill that in the mid lane. Maybe one value point just to remove living armor could work, but that's
later,
an extra spell cast. Yeah.
I mean, I would agree. I think that Naga and Treant are just really good versus their playstyle in general. And I mean, they could also just go for different supports like Darkseer or sorry, not Darkseer, Disruptor, for example, to set up with a Naga Siren. So they don't always have to go for the super defensive supports.
Yeah, and, as you mentioned, Disruptor, we haven't seen that in the last match being banned out both games. Not yet so far. Plenty still more to go through. But Winter, what do you think? It sounds like EG, I mean, they could just play this out again just with their comfort heroes and just how they usually play. How is Hot 6 supposed to deal with that?
I think as of now, because they are up against the Naga and Gyro, a lot of heavy team fight. So either you go for more speed pushing with the bounty, you want to make the map, like split the map up all the time so bounty is there to track everyone, and you have decent like wave clear with actually very good wave clear already with the Lashok with his spam. So you might want to consider if you want to go down that direction, split up the map, ensure that Bounty Hunter is constantly tracking. And Gyro is not a very mobile hero. He can't. He kind of needs to. He kind of can't be everywhere at once to take care of all the lanes. So if you move him around, and there's always an opportunity to gank him, since when he doesn't have a BKB, he doesn't have any means of escaping from you.
Okay, the Wyvern ban from EG themselves. Taking that out of the pool. Taking a lot of times on these second bans. I mean, both teams really trying to think through all of the other options.
Isn't the Wyvern ban a little strange?
Yeah, I'm thinking why would he want to ban the Wyvern? Because usually there's a reason. It sort of tells what you want to pick, but I can't really figure out.
Wisp.
Yeah, maybe
That's what
Wisp
I was
as well.
thinking too,
That could be it. Like maybe it's just for the relocate, or they want to go for something that hits really hard in the mid lane, that plays in the mid lane.
Yeah, but Sumail almost never plays a physical damage deal aside from Storm.
TA?
Oh yeah, he plays TA, that's true.
But
TA versus...
Yeah, TA Lesh, again, then you force him to skill Edict, but it's actually really annoying in the... So in the super early levels, TA's Refraction is not that powerful, and you just run in with Bounty and Hero a couple of times with Orb Venom, and Leshrac just starts laying into you with Lightning Storm and just right-clicks, so... I think this is a very hard matchup for TA. Now, what EG can do is they can run TA with Treant, which they love to do, because then you have
the double armor.
Refraction and Living Armor, and Refraction actually doesn't tick down until Living Armor is off. The way the mechanic works, I do believe that's the order. Or is it the other way around? No, it has to be in that order. Because Refraction, you need to take, like, what is it,
the
more
main
than
point, it doesn't stack.
X?
Like,
Right,
it doesn't,
I mean, that's of course the
yeah,
bottom
they
line
don't
to
go
take
off
away
at the
from
same
that.
time. So it could be very powerful here for EG if they feel confident.
Well, definitely not feeling too bad about the Storm ban, of course, from Hot 6, as you guys have been mentioning. That mid-lane matchup, just forcing EG into a smaller choice pool against Leshrac when it's already going to be fairly difficult.
And they banned the Bloodseeker, which I think Hot 6 has played at least twice so far.
Yeah, they've played that a couple of times.
The Wyvern's also strange just because it's not terribly great versus Omni Knight, which I think is actually really good versus Winter Wyvern, which EG is probably one of the more likely teams to pick that hero up.
We're still trying to figure out the Wyvern.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully we'll be able to get a clear answer by the end. If not, I mean, maybe it was just a ban for other miscellaneous reasons. But
I mean, it could also just be because Evil Genius is on Radiant. They won't have QoP, so that leaves, like, if you have Bounty Hunter and the Winter Wyvern messing with the mid lane, it might just upset that balance that Sumail might need.
Oh, okay. This is already a very good reason why you're banning the Wyvern, because Cool Embrace is a very good counter towards the Focus Fire.
But that can't have been the idea at the time, because he just used all his reserve time. If that was what he was setting up for, he would not drain 40 extra seconds.
I mean,
unless
it's just weird though.
Unless they were suddenly like, oh, Wind Ranger is a great idea, but we could also go for this, and then they're suddenly got a secondary idea and they're debating that. But this doesn't. This Winter Wyvern ban into Wind Ranger didn't look like the plan from the get-go, at least.
okay, but I mean, definitely working out whether it's in hindsight or foresight.
Yeah, and it's a mid hero that can defend herself because she has Wind Run. So she's
Will it be
able.
mid though? I think Universe plays Wind Ranger too.
Yeah, couldn't it be an offlane?
He generally plays as spellcasters in the mid lane, and Storm I view is like half and half. But
we've seen it before, Wind Ranger from Sumail.
Yeah, I mean we've seen it before, but it doesn't match up very well for Slash, I feel like.
Well, I mean, the options are open. But, I mean, if you put it that way, just not many heroes seem to match up well against Slash. So, at that point, maybe you are just choosing the lesser of two evils as long as you can survive. And maybe this is one of those rare cases where they're just like, all right, let's take it a little bit slower in the mid lane. Keep Sumail just safe, and we'll be content with that going into the mid to late. Darkseer.
Wombo combo.
Universe's best, least favorite hero.
Best, least favorite.
It was widely regarded as the best Darkseer player. And in an interview, or I believe it was in an interview, he said it's like his least favorite hero to play. So it's kind of unfortunate. If you're like exceptionally good with a hero you don't like to play, but you just have to play in the tournament, maybe he just got bored with it. Maybe he just feels like he needs something new.
Right.
Actually, loved playing it the first 10 games. He's like, oh, not Darkseer again.
That could happen. What do you guys think about the Undying for a Hot 6?
I think it's strange just because Naga and Gyro I already feel like are very, very good versus it. Wind Ranger's also pretty good versus it. And then I'm not sure. How do you feel with her?
I think it's just mainly because they want to be hyper aggressive with their heroes, and Undying, like Lesh plus Bounty. We've seen this three together a couple of times and it has very good synergy together. So it's not about what the opponent has, it's what I want to have in my lineup that works well together. I feel Hot 6 is just counting on their synergy in between the heroes rather than, okay, the opponent has this, that it's really good versus Undying, so we don't really want, so they are more focused on what they want to have as their lineup. A lot of team fight and good disables among the MVP Hot 6 heroes already.
Yeah,
I'm not really feeling this Witch Doctor pick.
It's a good way of defending the Tombstone if there's no song, I guess.
But
yeah,
it does
there
seem
is.
like it's.
I mean, when song is on cooldown,
it does seem like MVP Hot 6's draft isn't completely unified. Like, it's not just one whole group. It's just like they're picking strengths. Like, all right, Lesh is open. That's pretty strong. Bounty and Lesh works well. Okay, Undying's all right with these three. Okay, we have an Undying. Witch Doctor works well with that, I guess.
I don't feel like they're adapting terribly well to EG's draft. That is, like, they don't have like a good combo breaker for Naga Siren spells. They don't have terribly great ways of defending the Tombstone, or even like shutting out the Dark Serum. I think it's going to be quite the task.
So what more is Hot 6 looking for then, I mean, if we were to be in their shoes, even if it does seem a little bit all over the place?
Very heavy core, I feel. Something that hits really hard.
Right.
Oh my god, Anti-Mage, they ban Shadow Demon. I don't know, probably.
Bristleback?
Bristle is also open. We didn't talk much about Bristle at all today. Had a couple instances yesterday. Also saw
he's actually really good against the Radiant lineup, apart from Focus Fire. Oh, here we go.
Well, I mean, yeah, I was about to bring up the EG, and then I figured it was just going to be Champ Protector, so...
Vacuum into Overgrowth, call down.
Yep.
Sounds fun.
And then Song of the Siren while everything is landing.
Well, Hot 6, I mean, nothing's going to obviously single-handedly stop that combination coming out from EG.
I feel like it's quite worrisome for MVP that they must have known going in that Treant was definitely going to be on PVD's radar, and they let it get through all the way to the last pick, and they have not picked heroes that are good against Living Armor either, apart from Edict. So, you know, okay. You get your wish, Ben.
Well, there you go, yeah.
This is a way of removing Living Armor. March of the Machines is very quick at getting rid of that.
Yeah, so the Tinker does come out. How does this really round out the Hot 6 lineup, though? I mean, because the first four still were...
It's another way of protecting the Tombstone. Right?
Yeah.
Like, March plus Tombstone is ridiculously hard to fight against, and it's not that great versus Song, but it's, you know, you want to be able to control and zone opponents out. And if you don't have the Tombstone web anymore, you're just pretty much already on the retreat. So Tinker's a good way of setting up a good fortification, doesn't get affected too much by Treant and Wall, and can stay out of the fight and out of the fray.
And it's a really good spot from MVP Hot 6 that EG don't have any catch. It's very difficult for them to gank the Tinker once he gets a Blink Dagger. Their best chance is to try to like power shot into the tree line and maybe find him there and then get a shackle.
Shadow Blade, Wind Ranger, I guess.
Yeah, maybe that's the build here. But I think MVP's
homing missile.
MVP's lineup is really interesting when it comes to like the whole zone control thing, as Ben said. If they get together, they can really be hard to fight into.
All right, well, we'll see if MVP Hot 6 can pull it off against EG. Game 1 of their best of 2 series, ladies and gentlemen.
Can be a nightmare for any team.
Absolutely, and as I said, picking it in this situation, you're obviously going to be very confident. MP certainly must know what he's doing to pick it up against this lineup from EG. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, with the final series today on this mainstream. Evil Geniuses up against Hot 6. Big shout out to any of you joining us from that mainstream, from the desk. As the game, well, we're ready to get it underway here with myself, ODPixel, and of course, Draskell. Shout out, of course, to Wepas, who will be doing the observing. And also big shout out to Scriff, who was observing in the EG versus Vici game. Be sure to spread those guys some love. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen, with this matchup. It's going to be an exciting one. I'm excited to see the Tinker.
I want to know... Okay, I think it's support Lesh. Yeah. Or no, wait. No, it's buying Null. Never mind. All right, he has a ton of regen. Okay, yeah, so it is going to be potentially Tinker mid. Maybe they don't want the matchup of Lesh versus Wind Ranger. Maybe they just don't feel okay doing that.
It certainly looks like it. They're going to opt towards that lane side lane Lesh instead of the mid lane. EG looking to secure themselves the top rune, certainly will find it off the back of this, and Tinker will be able to get himself that bottom bounty rune, and will be able to get himself on that way to the bottle. And indeed, there we go, Tinker's first, and depending on how it goes, maybe last performance here at the International 2015. Let's see what MP can do on it, and see how well he can cope in that mid lane against Sumail on his Wind Ranger. And so far, the block at the moment, they're going to be that point part of the lane, looking to go slightly better for Sumail, as he will be able to get that high ground advantage. So nice start there for the Wind Ranger. Lanes elsewhere across the map. We've got Fear at the moment on his own at the bottom on this gyrocopter. Over on the side of Hot 6, you've got Sun on his Undying, also joined up by Jerax for the time being here to look for a bit of harassment onto Fear, but the sentry drop just in time, and with the rocket barrage, Jerax goes, okay, he can see me, he can see me. Jerax plays a little bit careful, but dual lane's coming out from EG at least for the time. PPT's going to head down to the bottom lane, and again, the rocket barrage again. Jerax taking a lot of damage here. They will be able to get rid of that sentry. But
I think he tried to tango it and just missed.
I see. So it took a little bit longer than intended. But so what are we thinking about the lanes? Who's going to come out on top here?
I think mid should still favor Sumail. With tree armor, better base damage, better animation. Well, Tinker actually, I think, has a little bit higher base damage at the start, but Wind Ranger has better int gain. So after a few levels, Sumail will definitely start pulling ahead. And with tree armor, normally, if you just spam rockets, you can kind of win a lane based on that. But I don't think it's going to work here for the Tinker. He's going to have to rely on something else, because PPD can just armor him over and over again. And then top, it's just Universe and Aoi. You're going to have a Leshrac up here trying to farm. It shouldn't be too much of a problem for Forev. So this lane for me is more of a wash. And then bottom, it's just going to be Fear farming. I don't think they're going to be able to stop him with these heroes.
Indeed, let's see how the farm game goes out so far. Mid lane, 7 for 5, 5 for 2. Slight edge here for Sumail, as you were anticipating. MP, of course, on the Tinker. There's the potential, if the side of Hot 6 are able to get those stacks going in the jungle with the old March of the Machines, he'll be able to catch himself up. And just trying to spam back on Sumail. Power shot coming through will just be off the mark. And Jerax, at the moment, he's on this bounty hunter, interesting enough, he's kind of focusing on the bottom lane. He's not really made any kind of movement towards the mid. He's more focused on trying to make Fear's life as hard as possible in this early game.
I mean, he might have been watching the last series and seen how ineffective the roaming actually was. So by sitting here and at least getting some semblance of experience, he might be trying to put himself in a better position to hit 6 faster. And then once you get the track speed going, and a couple other of the heroes on the team of Hot 6 actually have some levels under their belt, they can maybe look to make something happen. Because right now, even if he were to go mid, what is he going to do? Force a wind run? Like, there's 100 mana investment. He probably uses that much mana using Invis just to get over there.
Again, they tried to go a little bit aggressive onto Fear, but with the living armor from PPT, he's going to be A-OK mid lane. Sumail and Hot 6, MP just trading hits. And the farm indeed on the off lane here. How's it looking at the moment for the side of EG? Are they finding much? Well, you've got Universe, of course, on that Darks here, getting last hits, of course, and Aoi just creating some space here, trying to keep tabs on Heen on his Witch Doctor. And Forev on the Leshrac, still managing to farm fairly alright. 12 CS at the moment, 4 denies. And is, in fact, slightly ahead of Fear's Gyrocopter, who's having a bit of a tougher time down there on the bottom lane.
Yeah, he's being pressured a bit. It's mainly because Jerax and his positioning, like, he's been really good about doing pretty much exactly what he's doing right now. Just forcing Fear off the wave.
Wow, he's getting caught out here by the stun here. The body blocks are real as well. He's trying to escape it with the surge. No! Not enough, even with the living armor. Forev will be able to claim first blood there, killing Aoi on his Naga. And, well, what a start there for MVP.
Yeah, Forev's going to be quite happy with that. He actually has almost enough for Arcanes already, and it's only 4 minutes in. So the spam coming out from him, he'll be able to keep both Universe and Aoi pretty low, assuming Aoi goes back top. I'm not sure if he's just going to run back up there. Okay, looks like he will. They're just going to keep that dual offlane going. They're feeling confident that it's going to be fine. They just want to make sure that he gets to like level 6 at a decent timing, because then having the song available just means that you can stop a really bad team fight from going too poorly for you. And the Tinker versus Wind Ranger matchup getting more lopsided. Kind of expected that to happen eventually with the utilization of tree armor and Tinker's inability really to harass against this. It's kind of tough for MP right now.
Indeed, and that is, of course, with Tinker going for this kind of skill build that you'd expect to happen. Actually, he was saving those 3 points there. Now he's put them all into March. So he's got those 2 points in the laser, the 3 in March here at level 5 at the moment. And indeed, Sumail just having a slightly better time here in lane, and maybe looking to go a bit deeper here with Illusions, just harassing back MP on this Tinker. Jerax, thanks to the fact that he has been sticking in that bottom lane, has found himself the level 3 now on the Bounty Hunter. And now going to be able to soak up a little bit from this pull as well. They're looking towards mid here as well. MP a little bit low. Has still got a bottom charge. Owie looking for a potential wraparound. They're going to find the Shackle here. MP could be in a lot of trouble. Net as well moving in. They'll take down the Tinker. There will be a TP coming in from the Witch Doctor. It's going to get cancelled. It was too late anyway. And the rotation from Owie there securing that kill for Sumail in the mid lane.
That was a really, really nice rotation coming in from Owie. He just understands the fact that given the way that Hot Sticks are warding right now, like obviously you put a ward mid, but it's very easy to bypass in that position. I think they just put that ward there, maybe anticipating the fact that Naga could have been bottom instead. But I'm not entirely sure if Hot Sticks were expecting a dual offlane. And he smoked up again. Top lane though.
Top lane indeed, trying to go on Universe. He's just got enough mana here for the Surge. The Maledict not going to be quite enough, especially with the Living Armor coming in from PPD. Getting Hot Sticks out, applying a bit of pressure here onto MP. And again, another TP was being looked for from Jerax, but he ends up cancelling it again. Just trying to scare back EG, trying to help out MP get that farm in the mid lane that he is certainly falling behind more and more so against Sumail. 37-13 on your Wind Ranger, 21 for 2 on your Tinker.
Yeah, Sumail's owning right now. Like 6 minutes in, having that much CS. That's extremely good in a 1v1 matchup, like even with the help of tree armor. Just showcasing that the Wind Ranger, like auto attack animation and base damage is insane.
I mean, still in terms of farm, MVP Hot Six doing a good job of keeping tabs on Fear. He's 19 for 2 at the moment. You look at the Lesh, 39 for 6, and of course Lesh did get that first blood as well. So the difference between the two cores at the moment is pretty hefty between these sides, and they do catch out Universe here nicely with the stuns after the Surge has been used. Living Armor's not going to be enough, and again, the top lane getting themselves another kill, this time onto Universe. More gold into the pocket of Leshrac, and even though the mid lane might not be going too great for Hot Six, the safe lane certainly is.
And their Undying is farming like a beast, like 34 and 20 right now. He's pretty much just keeping Fear almost out of experience range sometimes. It's kind of insane, actually, that just the Bounty Hunter being in the vicinity and just sitting in that lane is doing so much to stop Fear from being able to like get anything done. And normally, you know, you'd be able to pop a Rocket Barrage and a Leech Seed and maybe go for a kill, but PPD doesn't even have enough money to buy Dust. Like, he's totally broke, and he spends what money he has on just one Observer Ward, so somebody's going to have to buy some sentries or something if they want to do something in this bottom lane.
Look at that again, Sumail just moving in, keeping MP incredibly low. This lane going to be very hard for the Tinker to find a decent amount of farm in, now that the Wind Ranger has got that lead. Bottom lane, 3 heroes at the moment on the side of EG are in the area. Fear, PPD, and Howie, of course, on his Naga. Just trying to make the pulls, making the most of it. Actually leaving the top lane unattended for the time being, because Universe has headed into the jungle on the darks here, starting to look to clear up some of the camps. Jerax now moving in onto PPD. The level's still looking pretty good on the bounties. Level 5 at the moment, very close to 6. With the Orb of Venom here, trying to chase down PPD. Now with the Shuriken as well, bringing him incredibly low. PPD still alive though with the Living Armor. And now Fear turning around the Rocket Barrage. They do lose PPD, but Fear and Owie, they find one. They're going to look for Jerax as well. With the cooldown, it's going to hit. And Universe comes in with the wraparound. They take 2 kills back in return for losing PPD. But all in all, a nice turnaround and bit of reaction play there from EG.
I think it should have been pretty obvious the Universe was kind of in the area, right? He hadn't been shown in lane for quite a while. Ferev's been able to hit the tower. It's almost a half HP. Maybe they just figured, you know, we see an opportunity to go for the tree kill. It's probably worth it. The Bounty Hunter's level 5 right now at 8 minutes in, so Jerax is not going to have a level 6 timing that's too bad. He'll probably hit it like 10 minutes, 11 minutes. And then you can start looking to try to take team fights from there. The other thing, too, that's cool about having Bounty and Tinker on your team is whenever you throw out tracks, you're pretty much ensuring that Heat-Seeking Missile is always going to land, right? And it does a substantial amount of DPS during the mid-game. And most Tinker players will max that secondary after March is already maxed out, and then you have 2 points and the lasers. So
they're going to try and go for Fear here. Sun and Jerax moving in, but the cooldown as well, and the Rocket Barrage is just too much damage. Hot Six just have to back up. Jerax getting very close to losing his life there, keeping himself right back. He's coming as well, but they just can't seem to kill Fear at this moment in time. Mid lane, trying to go in on Sumail with his rotation from Ferrer, but Sumail is just going to be speedy and head back up to the high ground. Nothing going to be achieved here by this Leshrac rotation. If anything, just giving a lot of space on the top lane for PPD to soak up some experience. Bottom lane with the Tricore, ready to start pushing, but Fear's there, ready to defend his tower. Has got the Wraith Band now complete. And to finish that Aquila on top of the phase boost, Jerax looking for the wraparound. Fear keeping himself very, very safe. He is all alone though, and we do have 4 members of Hot Six coming down towards this bottom lane. Universe is going to head back up top to join PPD. And, well, with that space created, MVP are going to look to try and finish off this tier 1. He's got the sentry down, well aware that Jerax is around the corner, hovering around the jungle. Fear indeed just going back to the tier 2. And indeed, yeah, just making sure that the rest of that killer was delivered out safely. And he's under the sentry now, and Jerax realizes it, and he can't get out of range. Easy solo kill there for Fear, as Jerax just a little bit out of place there, unfortunately, to that sentry.
Yeah, he pings it out too. He realizes the sentry's in the area, so stuff like that really only happens once. As soon as you get the one death, you're like, okay, well, there's a sentry there. I'll just deward it next time. But because of that huge rotation, EG, they're also going to be pressuring top in the meantime. MVP looking to potentially try to go on Fear, but his awareness is so good. Like, he realized as soon as he sees like 1 or 2 heroes from Hot 6, it's like, yeah, they're probably going to 5-man dive me. He just backs up, doesn't give anything away for free, and his team is trying to do something elsewhere. Sumail farming some stacks here, looks like.
They're sending TPs in here, the side of MVP. If they can catch out Sumail, it's going to be pretty big. Heen moving in with Forever as well on the Leshrac. Can they find the stun? Yes, they can. Sumail in a lot of trouble. He's got the living armor. Is it going to be enough to keep him alive? He's trying to turn around a power shot. He will go down. MVP able to claim themselves that kill here. And a big kill as well, because Sumail so far has been doing very well. Top of the...
But he's got 2 kills, 1 assist right now, including that first blood, so he's had a pretty awesome early game start. Getting very close to picking up that Bloodstone. I think he needs, well, Vitality Booster in the recipe. So he's like 1100, maybe a little bit less away from completing that. Once it's out, I would actually imagine Hot 6 to feel pretty comfortable in trying to pressure. You can walk up to towers with Tinker and just drop a March, and then you get like 1 or 2 points and an Edict after a 4-up hits level 10. Or, yeah, at level 10, I think you get the first point, and then the next one's not until 12 because you want to get Pulse Nova level 2. But you push in, and you drop Marches, and then EG are going to be like, how do we defend this?
Also the smoke, Aoi being searched for. He has got the song if he wants to try and catch them out. And here we go. The aggressive song holding Forev and Sun in place. They're ready to go for this. PPD has got the art if needed. The cooldown will catch Sun. Tombstone has been dropped down. Sun getting low. They do get the death ward in the bounces though. Heen doing a lot of work, but the net comes out just in time to cancel it. They've killed one. They're looking for a second. The wall gets dropped. Shackle shot won't connect. Power shot as well, just off the mark. Heen able to dodge that one out. It's just Undying falling on the side of Hot 6. And EG having to back themselves out of that. But they do get at least 1 pick off there from that engagement.
How did they only get 1? That really seems like they should have killed at least 2 or 3. Like, Overgrowth is massive. If you hover over the range, he actually could have hit, I think, almost all 3 heroes at the same time. But maybe he was just really concerned about getting the 1 down and making sure that Undying didn't live through the first couple of seconds of the fight. The other thing, too, is I think the call down actually came out so fast that maybe PPD wasn't able to walk into a better position fast enough. But they'll walk away from that with the kill. I'm sure EG are fine with it. They force at least a little bit of a reaction out of Hot 6, but for now, that leaves Tinker pretty much free to do what he wants. He's picked up his bots now.
Yeah, 12 minutes in, that's not bad at all, especially, you know, regarding how the lane was going against Sumail at the start. This is good news for the Tinker, and we'll see what he's able to do across the map to indeed just accelerate his farm. He's coming up to 5k. He's only 200 gold behind Sumail. And Tinker being Tinker, if he plays it right, he should be able to catch up and keep himself on top of the farm game.
Yeah, Tinker is notorious for being able to delay the game, maintain a very high level of farm, even in the most adverse circumstances. I feel like that hero is going to be the bane of EG. Like, if they have a hard time finishing the game, it's going to be because of that hero. And even though the Lesh is farming very well right now, it's not like... Lesh is something that EG know they can manage, which is why they continually let it through the draft. So they're not really worried about that. But I'm not sure how comfortable they are playing against Tinker.
MVP, they really want to try and take this tier 1. They've still got 4 heroes hanging around here. It is just Aoi on the Naga at the moment on the top lane. MP continues to farm. Talking about the farm, Hot 6 for Rev now on his Leshrac. Has got that Bloodstone complete here. So 14-minute Bloodstone, not too shabby at all here for the Leshrac.
Well, it is a safe lane farm. And he got first blood too. So yeah, he is stacked for sure. I think we're likely to be seeing some tower pressure here. And yeah, here comes the Tinker.
Tinker's there to join in the fun, so it's going to be very hard for the side of EG to do anything to stop this. Pressure being applied, and looks like EG just going to look to apply some pressure with their own. Bottom lane, we have a bit of a push coming in, but here's MP ready to try and slow it off with the old March spam. Just going to be the rockets coming out for MP at the moment. Keeping Fear pushed back, and they're going to be able to keep that tier 1 on the bottom lane safe. And it looks like they will claim the top tier 1 without the side of EG being able to do anything to stop it. And indeed, the Dire, they'll be able to find that tier 1 top. Mid lane, Sumail does get a tower in exchange though. Finds himself the mid tower. DP's coming in from the Witch Doctor to join Jerax. And also Forev is there as well if they can find the slow, but no, Sumail's got a haste rune. He's A-OK, will be able to get himself out to safety.
The one thing that's kind of cool about this matchup for MVP is that most teams look at this and they say, all right, well, EG have ridiculous mid-game. We're probably not going to try to directly contest that. And the way that MVP Hot6 get around it is they say, all right, well, we got Tinker, we got Lesh, we know he can push very well once Edict is up. And thankfully for Forev, he's got a ton of farm. So all they really need to do between Tombstone and March is say, you can't fight us in this area. Between those two skills, they're amazing at being able to zone people out. And EG only have one ability that's good for spam. They have pretty much Power Shot, right? And that's it. So with just that, they're not really good at just forcing Hot6 back. They need to actually find a way to start the fight, which is why we saw that Surge and Song combination coming in from Aoi.
I certainly do. Sumail, he's coming up to that final bit of the hurdle towards the Aghanims. 16 minutes in, looking pretty good. 750 gold to go. Jerax just trying to scout out PPD here at the moment. PPD hiding in the tree line. Jerax doesn't quite go in deep enough to scout it out, but now PPD revealing himself. Trying to soak up the levels. There is track, of course, available for Jerax. Level 7 as well. He's going to go for it here with a bit of harassment onto PPD, and the TP's coming in from Tinker as well. Backups there. PPD in a lot of trouble. They'll be able to get the pick off, and that's the beauty of running the Bounty Hunter-Tinker combination.
And later on in the game, imagine having bots too.
It's going to be... you can't go out alone on EG.
He can just TP to the Bounty Hunter.
Fair here with the cooldown from the high ground. Will clip onto Forev.
Here on our
Not really in a position, though, to go for any more. Sun coming around the wrap around on the Undying. Has a double damage as well for this fight. So it might be a little bit hard for EG to try and take this one, Sumail. Keeping himself rusty and safe on the high ground. And the rest of the side of Hot6 are moving in. Jerax has found Universe here. It's going to be a question of whether Hot6 have the power to push. It certainly looks like they're going to try to do so. Tinker joining in the fray on the mid lane. And here we go. Worth noting, Tinker has got his blink as well. MP really accelerating the farm. And you look at it, he's on the same level as Sumail. It's still Forever the top. Rocket's coming out left, right, center. Sumail, he's out of there. Getting pretty low. Living Armor doing its best to slow down this push, but the rocket spam, and as you said, with the track, it's insane. Just the distance that EG have to kind of create between themselves to stop the range, because the range is huge when you've got the vision.
Yeah, Undying and Tinker are pretty much space-controlling heroes. So you have a certain area in which engaging the hero becomes very dangerous when the Tombstone is dropped for Undying and when March is also thrown down for Tinker. If those things are both thrown down in conjunction, EG have to run away. Like, there's no way they can stand there and take the damage. It's too much. And the thing that's really nice about having the Tinker against Tree is that when you go in and you want to kill a tower, chip damage is pretty useless against Tree. We will see a Song, though.
Oh, wow, he wants to set something off. If they can kill Forev, highest net worth at the moment, it's going to be very nice. Cooldown coming in as well. Let's try and go for it. Keen on the side, he's throwing out the paralyzing cast skip, but now he backs up now. It's Forev coming in, turning this one around. EG, they're unable to find anyone. There's your Overgrowth and your Vacuum into wall, bringing Forev low, but they've already managed to kill Universe here. It's actually a fight going the way of Hot6. Fear incredibly low here. Look at the zombies go. The track as well, chasing down Fear and Aoi back to the base. Sumail's just running away as well. And even with the Song setup, EG's just unable to take the fight and lose Universe.
I think that using Song to initiate might not be the best play. Like, obviously, hindsight is 20/20, but when you walk in and the Bounty Hunter gets a track after you've already used Song, they're all going to be able to chase you down. So they lost one hero, and unfortunately there was a tier 1 in the way, so like Hot6 couldn't chase that far.
Oh, the stun! Catching PPD, he moving in with the dust, and that's another track kill there for Hot6.
That was sick.
I've got to say, Hot6, they're playing very, very nicely against EG, and the Tinker pick, so far, pretty much flawless. It's doing its job.
Yeah, I didn't really get to say everything about the matchup versus Tree, but in a nutshell.
Oh, Shackle Shot into Sun going in here with the... they bring him down. That's Undying dead, out of place and out of luck. That's the Undying down, and I've got to say...
please.
Yeah, you know,
there were like 4 trees in the way, but it prioritizes heroes, right? Like, that's just how the ability works, so it's just funny.
You know what I like? MP. He's going for that Aghanims mid lane. Well, Forev, he's going for Sumail with the help of Ian as well. Sumail getting low. Sumail actually trying to find the kill onto Witch Doctor desperately. Will he be able to get it? No, he won't. Forev holding him in place with the Yules, and bam! That's going to be Sumail going down. Doesn't find the kill onto Heen. And MP going to be going for that Aghanims because of the fact that the track works so beautifully with the Rockets.
Yeah, the sight is... it's incredible. Like, when you're playing Tinker, the range on the ability itself is massive, right? So it's 2,500 range. It's pretty much like level 1 or 2 snipe. from Sniper. So that range, when you have vision of them 24/7, it just means you can zone them from so far away. Like, you don't ever really have to commit to a team fight, which is great because EG's team fight is actually pretty darn scary with their wombo combo. So the other thing is when teams... Oh, wait. Okay, they're just doing stacks.
I mean, I say I'm guessing Aghanims because of the bounty, but I guess they could just be going for a Bloodstone Tinker.
Yeah,
I mean,
it could be Bloodstone.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing about their lineup is that you actually want to be able to spam non-stop.
I want to see the Aghanims.
Aghanims is fun. Aghanims is fun, but Bloodstone is
Bloodstone's
more
sensible.
likely.
Yeah, it's true. That's true.
Maybe one day.
Maybe one day.
Yeah.
Today might not be the day. I hope it is.
I think back when people used to play Tinker a lot.
Jerax might be in a bit of trouble. PPG moving in here with Fear now. Hey, straight onto the Bounty Hunter. Fear picking up that kill and now on a dominating streak. And indeed, thanks to the fact that PPG has got that gem on him for these movements. 87 at the moment for Hot 6, though, still looking in fairly good stead. 10k on your... Oh, Aoi just going to look for the Song TP out here. Forev was looking for him. Of course, isn't going to find him, and Aoi's just able to escape from this one.
Yeah, Forev is crazy farmed right now. I'm wondering if Sumail is going to be able to have that impact that he's looking to at this stage.
Oh, it's the Staff of Wizardry coming out for Tinker. I think it is going to be the Axe.
Wait, is it actually Aghanims?
I think it is Aghanims.
I mean...
I hope so. No, now he's picking up the null, so maybe it's just going to be Dagon.
Okay, he bought Point Booster Dagon. He trolled us, Owen.
He's trolling us. He's keeping us on the edge of our seats. MP, though, so far, his play absolutely impeccable. The farm game certainly real. Level 13, coming up to 10k, second on the board, over 1.5k ahead of Fear on his gyrocopter. MVP Hot 6, they're certainly giving it some against EG, and it's very impressive so far.
I'm really a fan of their draft. Like, the way that they're playing it, too. If you look at it on paper, like, Tree is really great at defending when you can push the enemy team off your tower, because chip damage is just, it's pretty meh, right? But if you just say, okay, well, we're going to 5-man, and you can't fight us.
Towards the
Fear.
mid lane, Fear, he's the target. Jerax moving in, Forev closing in as well. If he can get the slow onto Fear, he's looking for it. Oh, PPD is there to back Fear up, though. Jerax is still going to try and chase this one down. TP coming in from Sumail to the tier 2. EG might look to try and turn this fight. They've also got Universe in the nearby neighborhood. Jerax. Oh, the shackle, the cooldown. The combo couldn't have been any more perfect. That's a 1 down. That's a 2 down. And that is EG's reaction there on top form. MP just gets himself the heck out.
Don't blame him.
It's going to be Axe. It's Axe.
Wait, he bought a
He's bought
talisman and then bought...
I think the no tally was early from the laning stage. He just moved it out of his
Oh, he moved it. Okay.
But now he's got an Ogre. It's going to be the Aghanims, and I think, well, that's a dead Witch Doctor as well on a side note. Sumail just managed to find the kill there. But yeah, it's because of how well it's going to work with the bounty track.
Yeah, having multiple tracks up and just being able to spam rockets nonstop. The other thing, too, is the laser bounce is actually pretty good.
Yeah.
It's 550 cast bounce distance, I think. So yeah, pure damage, 320. Anybody standing even near each other, and they're going to get blown up.
It's going to be interesting indeed. And oh, that Shatinka going down.
Yep.
Sumail again with the shackles. Sumail trying to show this Tinker that this is not the patch for him. MP trying to do the best that he can to prove otherwise. That's going to be a Blink Dagger picked up by Sumail. At the same time, Sun is able to finish off the mechanism on the Undying.
And that was pretty sick play by Sumail. He pretty much just instinctively thought that he was going to be there.
His shackles have been on point this
Like,
game.
he didn't even have vision. He's just like, I think he's going to be up here. And sure enough, he was right. So, for the time being, Hot 6, when the Tinker dies, it actually, like, totally thwarts their entire strategy. So, everything is based around being able to throw down March, be able to push, you know, get that track going with the rockets and just spam it out. But when that hero is dead, everything kind of just falls apart. Because then EG's lineup doesn't have anything to worry about. Like, okay, we don't have to worry about getting rockets spammed like 80 times in a row. And then Tinker coming back, which is full HP and mana again, and we just can't defend our towers.
Smoke come now from the side of Hot 6. Sun, he following up Forev here. He has got, of course, his Bloodstone Yules. 7 charges at the moment on the Bloodstone. Moving towards the bottom lane, but again, EG pretty good here with their awareness. Back to behind the tier 2. It's going to be hard for them to find a pickoff. Depends where Fear moves after this camp. He's going to move very... Oh, no, Heen and Sun, they're not going to go that way, so Fear's going to be okay. And the ping's just coming out in the bottom lane, hoping to find something, but that's not going to be the case as EG are indeed elsewhere on the map at this moment of the time.
Now, EG are barely starting to pull ahead now in terms of the experience department. It's like 5k lead, which isn't... It's like maybe one team fight. But Hot 6, they've been doing a great job at just non-stop pressuring. The one thing that's kind of mediocre about their team is their ability to take Roche. And that's what happens when you have Lesh mid and Tinker safe lane, right? Like, you're never really able to take Roshan at any stage in the game. And I feel like when you're Dire, maybe one of the biggest weaknesses of a lineup like this is that you have to pretty much sacrifice something to kill Roche, because you're certainly not killing it fast. And even if you do go for it, you're not really going to be killing it efficiently, and you're going to take a lot of damage. So that might be the one downside to this particular style for Hot 6. Whereas EG, they got Tree Armor and a Wind Ranger with Ags. That enough just kills Roshan. Like, you could just, if you find one good fight, EG can just go take it.
I mean, I guess on the plus side for Hot 6, they can't take Roshan, but they've got a good lineup for defending Roche.
Yeah, they can definitely stop EG from doing it. It's just going to be one team has to win a fight, and EG don't need to win the fight as hard as Hot 6 do. Like, Hot 6 have to basically wipe EG, because if any heroes are in the area, you kind of have to back because of how slow you do it, right? So here comes MVP.
Tinker just 100 gold away from that Aghanim Scepter here. And here we go with a push onto the tier 2. Just tanking it up here with the march, making it impossible for EG to come and defend this one. It's going to be very hard for them to stop this aggression from MVP. He's tanking up the tower here with the Voodoo Restoration, more than enough to deal so. Forev just clearing out the tree line here to make sure EG can't go for any sneaky business. And there we go. Your Aghanim's picked up. I know Knoxville is the man with the stats. I don't know what the stats are on competitive Ags Tinker in this patch, but I'm sure he'll be able to let us know. But I've got to be honest, this has got to be one of the rare few.
I don't think it's been picked up before. Maybe like once or twice in some random matches, but I don't think it's been picked up before.
Well, at the same time, EG, they're looking to push down the mid lane. Sumail looking for the tier 2, but the pressure's being applied here by Hot 6. They're ready to try and take this to the high ground here. Looking to move into the base of EG. Okay, there we go. Only second Aghanims bought on Tinker this year. I guess it's impressive. Maybe not too much in the sense we don't really see Tinker as a whole. And this is a nice song. Catching Hot 6 out. Now, what can they do at the back of it? The wall gets popped down. The cooldown is going to be the Wombo combo. Ow, Hot 6 getting blown up. That's 2 heroes down here at the moment. Forev's getting ensnared up as well. He's going to lose his life. Also, does manage to get the suicide off, but 3 heroes dropping on the side of Hot 6. And Evil Geniuses defend their base with a lot of flair and a lot of style.
You got to respect the Wombo combo, right? Especially when you're going high ground. You walk into a song, 3 heroes in vacuum range, that fight is like automatically lost. The one thing about their lineup for Hot 6 currently is they lack BKBs. And I think after that, you might see Forev actually just go back and say, you know what, I'm going to make a BKB. Because it stops almost all that damage.
He's come out. And Forev and MP are here. Fear getting blown up. Did, of course, go for that damage-orientated build with the, well, the fairly early MKB, no BKB here on the Gyrocopter. And, yeah, you're going to get blown up in that track gold. Yeah, 1K straight up for the bounty just from that kill alone.
Yeah, Bounty Hunter Gold is a real thing in Dota 2, for sure. I'm wondering what the next item is actually going to be here for this Tinker. Like, after Ags, do you go for more mana? Do you go for the Hex? Do you go for the Shivas? Because when I see stuff like Aghanims, I typically think like Bloodstone Ags is kind of the way that you synergize it, and they're still pushing, man. Like, they do not want to give up.
They know that the Wombo combo's down for a good bit of time, so this is the time to go. Tombstone has been dropped. Hot 6 ready to go in there, just sitting on the sideline here with the rocket spam. MP doing what he can with the march as well to make sure that the creep wave gets pushed in. Fortification actually going to come out now from EG, trying to slow this one down. But still, they clear off the wave, and they're ready to do some damage to the tier 3. Hot 6 in their entirety ready to go. At the same time, we do see, of course, the Naga Illusions working their way up this top lane. And Ao at the moment, of course, has got those mana boots and the Glimmer Cape on Naga. And 1,800 gold to go as well on top of it. And yeah, they've sent back the Tinker to clear out the lanes, and it's not going to be much of an issue at all for the Tinker. Very good at defending against these kind of slow siege pushes.
Another benefit of Hot 6 lineup is, like you mentioned, it's so hard to go high ground against them, so even if, for whatever reason, Hot 6 managed to give up map control, the last hurdle for EG is, can we go high ground? The one thing that's good for EG, though, is that they have 2 ranged heroes, so one of which, Wind Ranger, you can just pop in, you can throw out that ultimate onto the tower. Once he gets BKB, he's going to be pretty darn safe. And bottom, I don't think Hot 6 want to give up. I think they realize that this is their timing, and
they really
want to
go.
end it.
They do. I mean, the ultimates are all back up for the side of EG, so they could look for a repeat of that last very nice engagement for the side. But Hot 6, they've got no fear at the moment. They're going in. Tinker's coming in as well. The full 5-man ready to push.
The combo's up.
That's your song. They're going to try and go for round 2. This time, MVP Hot 6 a little bit more spread out. Fear will drop the cooldown, should connect onto 2, both for Rev and Sun getting caught out. Here we go, Sumail with the BKB and the ultimate there onto Witch Doctor. The Shackle Shot will catch out forever. Now your Vacuum Wall catches out 2 here. Hot 6 looking to disengage though, backing themselves up. They do just lose Heen here on the Witch Doctor. Again, a lot of ults being thrown down. Could have been a lot worse if the side. The tracks are out. So Tinker will be ready to get himself in with those rockets when he's regened up. But still, for Hot 6, they do lose Witch Doctor. But as I said, everything pretty much being thrown out by EG. They do still have the overgrowth. But not finding as much as they did, at least in that last defense.
Thankfully, cooldown's not that long of a cooldown, so it's going to be up in another 10 seconds. The tree armor is keeping the tower alive for the time being.
That
nice shackle!
What the heck? Onto Forev and Sun, bring them together, but it's all right. Sun gets the mech off. The rockets and the track just keeping EG forced back here.
They need to stop standing on top of each other. Like, if somebody is tracked, you need to move away from them. Because otherwise, you're just going to keep eating rockets in the face. The one thing about track is it gives you vision around the hero as well. So even if you're not tracked, you can't still stand next to them because that just means you're giving more targets for the rocket to hit, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely indeed. But so 15 for 9 for EG. How's the graph looking? Has it reflected this much? It is EG with the lead still at this point in the game in terms of XP. So more so, 10k. Gold-wise 5k. I think the difference there being the fact that the Bounty Hunters are able to kind of rein in that difference a little bit. Hot 6, but it is EG with the lead. Hot 6, we talked about the fact that Roshan was never going to be the quickest. They're going to go for it nonetheless and see if they can get away with it, and it looks like it might just work here. EG aren't in the neighborhood.
They got a Solar Crest, so that should be enough to speed it up, but Jerax isn't in the area, and Sumail is over here with an Invis.
Sumail?
Maybe he just doesn't expect it?
Is he going to... They've got the sentry, Sumail. They know he's there, and they're going to track him straight away here. They're going to try and go for it with the stun. They'll get it off as well. Sumail getting caught out. The Magical Burst is a lot, not quite enough. He gets the BKB off, will be able to get himself out. Now the question is, has that spooked MVP enough to stop them from going for Roche? Looks like it hasn't. Tinker goes straight back in here. They want to continue here with the Bounty Hunter. Solar Crest. Double damage is there as well. That's the dream. That's the dream. He's going to be able to go in there and help finish this one off, but they want to fight. All the ults are available. Aui's got the song going in. Here we go. Who are they going to be able to catch out? Hot 6 have very nicely spread themselves apart, though. It's going to be hard for the one-by combo to latch initially. Sun's got the Tombstone down. Will get taken down by Fear. They don't look to fight off the back of that one, EG. They just look to get rid of the Tombstone. Now Aui getting caught out by the stun, but they've got the pipe complete on Universe, buying them some kind of sustain. Heen goes down. They've actually found 2 kills now, EG. Looking very good for them so far in this fight. Still just for Rev, Jerax, and Hot 6 MP from the high ground, throwing out the rockets. Not doing quite enough to stop EG from going in, and EG are just going to get those 2 kills. Sumail just chilling here on the high ground. BKB still on cooldown for 20 seconds. There we go. Straight back into Rose. EG a lot faster at taking it than Hot 6, and they should be able to finish this one off. It looks like Hot 6 aren't too happy about it. Can they do anything to stop it? Threv, he's going to find a lovely stun, and look at the damage from the March as well. Universe getting low. Will get himself out. They do get Roshan, and Aegis gets himself the Aegis. They've blown up Sumail now with the overgrowth, but PPT's going to fall as well. Aegis has been popped on Fear. Jerax trying to chase down Aui, and now with the stun as well. They get Aui. That's a double kill here for Forev on the left track. Universe getting himself the heck out of there. So even though EG are able to get themselves the Aegis, it doesn't pay off. They lose the Aegis immediately, and they lose 3 heroes on top of it. And look at that track gold. A difference there of about 5,000 off the back of that for the side of Hot 6, and a massive swing in terms of XP as well.
All I'm going to say is thank God Fear had MKB. Because if he did not have MKB, that laser hit everyone inside of the pit. The damage on Roshan would have completely halted. There might have even been a chance for them to steal that away.
Bottom lane, they found MP here. Fear and Universe want revenge. Moving in onto the man. Is there anything that MP can do to live through this one? Well, with Universe surged up and chasing it down, I don't think so. I think it's going to be a very dead Tinker, and Universe, the final couple of punches, there we go. Goes forward there with the blink can, the final punch to take down Tinker. A bit of gold there going back the way of Universe. BKB now finished up by Fear, so going to help him out greatly in these next fights. And it's actually going to be Aui now picking up a gem for the team. We did, of course, see a PPD with one earlier. I imagine that must have been lost to the side of Hot 6 at some point. Okay, now Sumail. Who's going to be holding
the Bounty Hunter
the
has
Bounty's
Aui's
got
gem.
it. Okay, Bounty's got it, and Sumail's going to be holding the gem at the moment for the side of EG. Guardian Greaves now complete by Universe on the Darks here.
All right, so smoke here from EG. I'm not sure if this is just a warding smoke or...
nice
that's
shackle. Why you give Sumail the gem, because he's going to be able to find kills like that. Jerax getting low will go down, and that's going to be the gem that they can recover. So Aui's gem back in the hands of PPD. Both gems now in the hands of EG.
That's a really nice pickoff. I mean, this game is still very close, so getting stuff like that, getting the gem back, making sure the enemy team can't just D-ward for free. Now Hot6 are going to have to invest into another one if they want to keep that map control going for themselves, but still waiting for the BKB to come out on Forev. I think it's really important for him in this matchup to have it. In the meantime, Tinkery finishes up that Bloodstone. He's got a very good mana pool now to be able to just spam those rockets non-stop. Wouldn't be surprised to see him go Shivas or Hex after this. I think the one concern that Hot6 have right now is the BKB duration on EG is still very high. So
Yes,
Fear has a
that's
10-second BKB, and Sumail's is at 8, which means that during those fights, the Tinker is going to have to find a way to make his team bait it out. Like, they need to run the BKB durations low.
And as we can see at the moment, 19-12 between the two teams. It's getting to the point where both teams have a fairly scary amount of fun. How's Sumail doing on top of that blink? Has he got a much amount of money? He's got 2k. Okay, towards his, would imagine, be kind of first real damage item. After
It's probably just going to be MKB or Daedalus. Those are the two common go-tos. And since they have a Solar Crest, I think MKB might be better damage output.
Yeah, especially as well with the Aghanim's Tinker's Laser. Yeah. Anything to ensure that you can get those arrows on target. And Hot6 now with the smoke up. Rotating around this bottom lane. Again, a little bit off the mark though. EG all in the safest place you can be at the moment. The dire jungle, in fact. And over the kind of the west side of the map. So Hot6 won't find anything with this. They might be able to get this push back round, but really this might not be the lane they want to push in. There's still tier 2s on the other two lanes they need to worry about. And if you look at the creeps in the mid, they're going right up to the base. And Sumail is there with PPD.
He's expecting somebody to farm it at some point, which he is going to be right. Can he land the Shackle?
It depends how Ballsy MP goes now.
Already.
Yeah, just chilling out here on the high ground with the Marching Machines. No possibility of EG catching that one out. EG just kind of waiting to see what Hot6 do at this point. He's just getting up a bit of vision here on the Radiant side of the map. And Sumail now revealing himself in the mid lane, just keeping this creep wave pushed in. Top lane as well, looking very good for the side of EG. Owie, of course, actually opting for that Blink Dagger, and 900 gold on top of it as well for the Naga.
And when their combo is so important, having that Blink just assures you the initiation to say, once a song is out, we know the rest of the combo is going to be there, like 100%. And again, no BKBs in sight of anyone on Hot6. I mean, the Tinker could probably use one if they're going to push high ground. You're also going to need one on Lesh. Like, everyone kind of wants it, right? But you don't really want to invest the money if you're Forever right now because you want to just make sure you have enough items to continue your farm. So it's a little bit risky at this point for Hot6 to take a 5-man engagement. I think they're much better off just doing what they are now, which is continually push lanes, make sure that you're not going to put yourself in any precarious situations. Hopefully, they can try to contest the next Roshan, or at the very least, stop EG from doing it.
Indeed, Tinker just working on the bottom. Sumail was hanging around in the jungle, but now backs off back towards the mid lane. Both teams kind of avoiding each other at this moment in time, which, as you said, may be favouring Hot6 a little bit more so with their lineup. But Fear, he's found a lot of farm now. On top of the MKB, BKB, he's got 3.4k gold. He is pretty much equal with Forev's Leshrac farm. Certainly keeping himself at the top of the game, and we know how nasty a farm Jara can be. The win rate so far in the TR5 group stages have been pretty impressive. And Fear, of course, looking to continue that record. Sumail, he's going to look for the play here with the illusions, confusing Jerax. And off the back of that, will be able to get himself out of there and out of harm's way.
Yeah, just small stuff like that makes a big difference. Like taking a couple of ancient creeps away, scouting out for the team, knowing exactly where Hot6 are now, trying to defend their tier 1 in that off lane, just lets EG have that feeling of, okay, we can go for our setup because we know they're actually all here.
Well, here we go. Fear onto the tier 1. Looking pretty low. Hot6, they're going to start the rocket spam MP from the sidelines. It's forcing them back in again. EG, they take the tower. Do they want to try and go for more here? That's the question. Hot6 are ready with the defense, and it looks like EG know it. EG just going to back themselves out. So Leshrac now with the money. He brought himself the ultimate orb, and now 1,700 gold. What are we expecting to see from the Lesh then?
I'm guessing it's Hex. I mean, if he has Hex, he can, like... Well, I don't know. He doesn't have an initiation item. Is it actually going to be Hex? I don't know if Lincoln's is really that useful. It blocks pretty much Shackle, and that's it. And I guess homing missiles. So yeah, it's probably Hex. But I guess you could follow it up if you have like a Yules into a stun into a Hex, and for whatever reason, like if you catch out Sumail and he doesn't BKB, or Fear and he doesn't BKB, you can follow it up with some really high damage output and then just like blow somebody up.
Oh, 19-12 at the moment, 39.5 minutes in. The pace of this game certainly seems to have kind of slowed down, and both teams looking for the farm. Fear's now managed to make himself up right to that top spot. And 4.1k did pick up the recipe, and now we'll be looking to get that Reaver as well. There we go. That's the completed Satanic now on Fear as well. So this Gyrocopter is sure well and ready to fight. And he's been doing very well so far this game. I think he has something like 7 kills, 1 death, and 4 assists at the moment on the Gyrocopter.
His farm has been insane, like throughout the entire series so far. Or, excuse me, the last series as well. But I'm kind of wondering if the Tinker's not just starting to fall off a bit, right? Like, we've talked about MP and how well he was playing. His position was really good. But because these heroes on EG are getting so much tankier, and he's not making anything like Hex or Dagon, he kind of lacks control. So during the mid-game, having like mass rockets and just being able to push EG back by virtue of how much damage you deal, that strategy is still very sound, but it's getting too late in the game. BKBs are starting to be bought. People are getting way too much health. The courier actually just gets sniped right there. And that's 2 javelins, so that's not going to be MKB coming out anytime soon for Sumail. Very nice kill.
When they found Jerax here, he's going to look for the TP, but the vacuum there to cancel it. The shackle shot landing very, very, very weirdly there, but that's enough to find the kill. And Jerax punished for being out of place once more. And 20-12.
He killed a 3k net worth courier, though.
He did.
I think
so
that's
3
fine.
minutes off the map. Yeah, that's something indeed. But either way, don't see this game ending anytime soon here between these two sides. It's going to be hard for both of them to have a chance of breaking the base at this point.
Well, it's interesting because breaking the base for EG becomes easier over time and harder for Hot 6 to break EG's base, right? So if we're talking sheerly in terms of, okay, who has the better high ground push, it's EG right now, by far. Just because Fear, like you mentioned, MKB, Satanic, BKB, drums, he hits it very hard. Same thing could be said for Sumail. Even with his MKB being dead on the courier, all you really need is a focus fire, and the building is going to die. Whereas Hot 6, they have kind of non-scaling damage dealers to towers. Like, sure, Forev is going to click a little bit harder because he actually has int items, but you're not building attack speed, you're not building base damage, and you certainly don't have an ability that just hits a tower repeatedly for a lot of damage, whereas Sumail has that focus fire for him. So I'm thinking for EG, it's going to get to a stage where Hot 6, if they just lose like one fight outside of their base and they might not have a buyback on like a core hero, they're going to be in a lot of trouble.
Well, EG maybe looking to amp up the pressure here. They've got a few heroes down at the bottom. Let's see if they can go for something this time. So now leading the way towards the tower. MP trying to do what he can here with the rocket spam, forcing them back. It is certainly annoying enough, and obviously killing these illusions as well, working very nicely against Owie. And again, just forcing EG back. They still seem a little bit unsure on whether to take this fight. And yeah, the call's going to be let's not do it. Sumail TP's out to the top, and Fear TP's back out towards the mid lane. And the fight is not going to be found here yet.
I think EG are okay to farm. They're not really getting ratted too hard, right? Like, they have 2 tier 2s alive still. Only 1 tower is exposed, and they have a treant protector. So if you have a tree and the enemy team can't just kill the tower straight up, they're probably never going to kill it. Like, that's just how it works. So now Hot 6 going for a little bit of a Roshan sneak here. This is a really nice move.
And they should be able to set this one relatively quickly now with the amount of farm they have got. As you said, Lesh with those int items, Bounty of course with the Solar Crest and the right-click physical punches. It's going to be A-OK, and EG not aware of it, nothing that they can do about it. Hot 6 will be able to claim Roche and get that Aegis on them, which I imagine they will be giving here to Forev. He has got that slot free for it, and EG will go the way of the Leshrac. That's going to be Roshan down in a straight-up smoke here out of the pit. Again, though, no one really on the side of EG anywhere near. The courier's back up for EG, so Sumail has managed to pick up his completed MKB. Tinker's still saving up the guard up to 3k. I mean, as you were saying earlier, it's hard to anticipate what an Aghanim Tinker builds into next. Obviously, it was the Bloodstone, but any ideas on what is next item choice, maybe?
I'm wondering if he just goes Hex or Shivas or something. You just kind of want to buff your mana pool. When you build this way, you just want the most amount of int and regen possible. It's kind of like playing a Storm, because you're supposed to be a turret for your team. Now, Hot 6 potentially going to be running right into EG.
They're going to find Sumail, or is Sumail going to find them? Hot 6 look to be a bit scared. In fact, well, Sumail with that blink of the shackle shot. BKB as well, straight on Taheen. That's your Witch Doctor down. They're now dropping the cooldown, and they're going to look to continue this chasing down forever. Universe moving forward with a vacuum onto the door of the wall as well. It's massive. Jared's getting low. He's going to be able to keep himself alive. Sun, on the other hand, will be able to buy some time. It's not enough. Double kill for Fear. 3 heroes down at the moment. They did end up finishing off Jerax as well. It's just Forever and MP left. And that's the kind of fight that EG needs to be looking for. And certainly a fight that they very much come out on top of. Hot 6 finding nothing in return.
Well, now MP is going to say, well, looks like it's time to play some split push. I don't know if TPing down here is really the best idea, though. Like, I think he needs to be at his base. They're going to realize very soon on EG that there are no buybacks. Because if you were going to buy back, you would buy back at about the time your tier 3s are getting hit, right?
Indeed, here we go. Sumail here, chipping away at this mid-tier 3. Fear trying to do what he can to the top one. Forev there with his defense. Oh, MP getting dragged back by the vacuum. Nothing to shackle onto, though. He's going to be okay. Just getting the march out with the defense. But with that, they may just head up to the top lane and see what they can do. No, Sumail's back in there straight away. Will take down the tier 3 and now onto the racks. Forev there with the completed Hex, and now the bouncy paralyzing cast will bounce. It will bounce once. Dust has been thrown out. No one else around. And at the same time, Fear takes the tier 3 from the top. So now we're starting to see EG able to break the base of Hot 6. 2 tier 3s down in the matter of a couple of minutes.
This is kind of what I was saying, is eventually EG are going to get to your base, and a Tinker is not going to be enough to defend on his own at 45 minutes in. The heroes just become too tanky. So, again, no Dagon, no Hex, no ability to really control the lanes. This build has a very precise timing. At around like 25, 30 minutes in, you want to have already used your items to get a racks, more or less. That's why at Hot 6 are putting so much emphasis on pushing that bottom lane. They're like, we need to end the game. This build is not meant to transition into later stages, which is another reason why I think we don't see Aghanims that much. Is because it's a very all-in maneuver. And it's not that the idea was bad, it's just that they couldn't hit the timing they wanted to.
And talking about the Aghanims, we are going to see Aoi get that Aghanim Scepter here on the Naga Siren.
Oh, God.
We did see it, I believe it was in the secret game earlier, wasn't it?
Yes.
That it was picked up, and
bought it, yeah.
they did win the game off the back. Well, not necessarily off the back of it, but it did play a huge part in some of the final fights.
It healed Arteezy basically back to full HP.
It's a crazy amount of heal. And, you know, adding the fact that you've got the Darks here, of course, with the mech, with the Greaves now, of course, and PPD with a heal as well. The amount of sustain is going to be pretty incredible for EG. And you could argue now at the point with the Aghanim Scepter on the Naga, they're ready to just go for the push and stick around on the side of the map of Hot 6. Sumail, he's going to find Heen, and oh! That step Witch Doctor blinks forward, gets the shackle onto Sun. Forever is there with the backup. Sumail pops the BKB, will actually now back up. Aoi's there as well, and actually MP going on to Aoi. Aoi will get the song off. Now, do they want to stick around and fight? They've got Universe here. He has got the vacuum and the wall. Will he be able to get them onto both? He should be able to. Yes, he does. Brings them into the cooldown as well. Sun getting low. Will be able to buy himself some time here, but it's not going to be enough. Sun falls. They're going to lose Forever as well. That's going to be the third one down. He has got the Aegis. MP trying to do what he can here with the rocket spam. But now, Sumail coming in with a focus fire. Aoi's there as well. The Shackle will latch yet again. Sumail on a mega kill streak. Forever and JRX just getting themselves the hell back to the base as Universe chases them down. Drac getting thrown out, trying to get the extra movement speed. JRX hanging around, actually, quite ballsily. And Lotus Orb, notably, has been finished on Darkseer here as well. But 26-12, 3 more pickups here for the side of EG. They get rid of the Aegis as well. And Hot 6 suddenly beginning to look on a back foot. Looking for Sumail here, though, with a Hex as well. Sumail needs a bit of help. He's like, guys, get yourselves in here. Lotus Orb's going to get dropped on him, and here's PPD with a backup call. He's not going to live, though. Sumail will go down. PPD Universe looking for Forev. Fear gets thrown up here by the Eul Scepter, and he will find the stun as well, but Fear's so damn tanky. I don't think they're killing the Gyro here at this point. Moving in on Forev. Universe out. We're trying to do what they can. Fear forcing back Jerax and Heen from the fight. Forev doing a lot here. Universe actually thinking about surging away. Decides he does not want to be here. Fear going in. Balls deep. Takes down Heen, and now he's going to look for more. Moving in onto Sun. Well, the Ghost Scepter's not going to help. He gets that Rocket Barrage magical damage, and now he's trying to get himself out. And MP now with the laser. Doesn't matter. I've got an MKB, Fear says. Forev turning up the fight with Hot 6. Fear just sticking himself around, looking for Forev. Now Forev holding him up in the air. He's going to have the stun as well. We'll be able to find timing. No, BKB comes out from Fear. Takes the one down. Forev gets himself 4 stuff back. Soul Rip as well. The Lesh is going to live. Fear still alive though. The Zoom Zone has to be dropped down and the zombies, they're on it. Track as well onto Fear. Fear going back in here with a flat cannon. Here's 1, 2, 3, 4. And there's PPD with the overgrowth. MP, he's going to fall as well. 3 heroes down on the side of Hot 6 at the moment. And now Forev moving forward, trying to do what he can. MP will buy back. Fear getting caught out by the stun. Forev going for it. The Lotus Orb now. Fear now the Hex as well. Fear's down. He's got to be careful because they're bringing him low. MP looking for it. Will find it. They'll bring down Fear. Play down now for 90 seconds. Forever chasing Universe out of the base now with the Eul Scepter holding both the other Track as well. Blows him up with a stun. Will they be able to find the kill? Yes, they will indeed. Universe low will go down. That's going to be 4 heroes down from the side of EG. PPD will be able to get himself out there. 5-10 go to the man at the back of the auction. 29-16. Hot 6 defend the base.
Sold to the man in the monocle. All right, I'm sorry. I couldn't help myself. So that whole fight was pretty ridiculous, right? Like, how did Forev actually live that entire thing? He gets his Aegis taken. There's like 3 or 4 members of EG all chasing him around. Unfortunately, it was all the heroes who deal no damage. So the only person who was able to do anything to him after Sumail died is pretty much Fear. And Fear was stuck between the base and the rest of the enemy team, right? So there's nothing really that they had to deal with him. So he just lives the entire time, makes them pop all of their abilities on them in pretty much a useless manner. And even though they had to use a couple of buybacks, they maintained their top set of racks. I mean, up until this point, they've only lost range racks, so it's not so bad.
Absolutely, but 3 heroes down at the moment for EG. Hot6 going to try and use this opening to go for the bit of the base of EG themselves. Moving down towards this tier 3. Here we go. Fortification coming out from the side of EG. Living Arm as well, buying it up. There's still 2 down on EG. They do have buyback available, but 19 seconds. They're going to want to hold on to it here. Not going to do anything for the time being. And Hot6, MP, just getting himself back. Still proving just a little bit too hard for Hot6 to push into the base.
Now, we talked about their very hard time they're going to have pushing into EG's high ground. And every time they don't actually just kill the tower, it's going to get healed up. And now they're going to need that Tinker to get Hex. That's the next big step here for Hot6. We talked about kind of the lull in power that MP is going to have because of his particular item build, but...
Forever! Oh. Well, that's a low storm and a half coming out just in time from Universe. Will surge away himself now as well. The Shiva's got... Oh! Just
Nicely
able to
done.
blink himself away from...
They have Song.
They're going to go for it. Owie. Looking for the setup here. He's got the full back up here behind him. They don't want to go for it. No, too many march of the machines. Going to put them off looking for this fight. EG back themselves off. And Hot6 still proving to be kind of hard to fight into. EG obviously did find that very favorable initiation there on the top to start with. But Hot6 turning it around over time. And still, this game could certainly go either way. Smoke up from the side of Hot6. Looking for a bit of aggression themselves. EG at the moment all on the high ground in the base. There's still a tier 2 in the mid lane, so it's going to be hard for Hot6 to catch anyone out. Oh, maybe not. EG going to smoke up themselves here. It's going to be a question of who walks into who. EG walking past the Ancients. They're going to find them. They've got the high ground advantage, and here we go straight away. Oh, the vacuum! The cooldown, the wall onto 3. 2 heroes down at the moment. Forev trying to get himself out of here. Jerax trying to get out of the tract, but no, PPD is on his case, and PPD with that gem going to chase down Jerax. So Owie blinking forward as well. The whole gang, the shackle shot. They'll take down Jerax. 3 heroes dropping on the side of Hot6. Double kill for Universe off the back of that. And again, the power of the wombo combo, just too much for Hot6. And now we're at a point of the game, 52 minutes in. EG are doubling the kills of Hot6, and they're ready to go for more. They're pinging on the base. They're ready to try and break high ground. There's a buyback available for Jerax, but that is it. No buyback on the Undying, none on the Witch Doctor Forev. Moving forward here with the Shiva's Guard, getting at the Lightning Storm spam. And Fear. This damned man is so damn tanky. We saw him get taken down the last fight. He's now got the Scardy as well. Sumail, he goes for the objectives here, trying to go for the Rex. Forever looking for the stun, holding on to it. Talking about the stun, homing missile straight into the face of the horse here. Yule Scepter onto Wind Rage. Will be able to follow with the stun. PPT and Owie goes straight in onto it. There's your buyback from Jerax. Realizes that Forever needs a bit of a hand. Lotus Orb on Sumail with the BKB as well, trying to turn it one around. But now he's actually on the retreat with the tracks coming out. The missiles as well, flying out with the rockets. EG being forced back yet again. Drax is moving forward here with the track, and Forever going forward here with the force stuff. Actually using up an illusion, unfortunately. Now EG want to turn. Cooldown's going to throw down, and with the vacuum, bringing Sun and Jerax back into it with the Hovergrowth as well, holding them in place. That's them both down, and that is Jerax down with a dieback. Now the Song, they're going to look for more. They need to kill Forever. Forever has been a huge issue for EG in these fights so far. If they can kill the Leshrac, this is going to be absolutely massive. Leshrac does have buyback available though. The Ensnare will hold him in place, and it just proves a little bit too difficult. Even with the Song, they can't seem to catch him. Now with the homing missile though, Fear, has he got enough damage to do so? No! Forever just turns around. They're going to be able to siphon him up, but the Lotus Orb removing the Hex. Fear continues the fight. Will take down Forever. Now he's looking for MP with Sumail there as well. With the focus fire, it's a triple kill for Sumail. GG, well played is called. 53 minutes in, EG take game 1 against Hot6, but what a fight Hot6 gave them for the entirety of it. Tinker Aghanims didn't do the job this time, but it's always exciting to see a team do something different, and I hope we see more action in game 2, Andy.
Not just a different pick, but a different way of playing the hero in general. It's always refreshing to see people try to just innovate. I mean, look at how EG brought Tree back in the last 2 series when they played against Vici and now playing against Hot6. That is their new answer for this bounty hunter kind of roaming strategy. But I just think that if MP had maybe a different build, not saying that the Aghanims was why they lost, but either that or just hit the timing. Make sure you take that high ground. Make sure you get that Rax before EG are able to push you back. The tree ended up being their salvation because normally a lineup would have eventually gotten their base whittled down, right? Like they go high ground 3 or 4 times in a row. You just can't deal with it. But very good for EG. Their BKB timings were there. And just the sheer physical damage between Sumail and Fear was, in the end, too much along with those wombo combos.
What a performance. What a game. And, well, we'll see what happens in Game 2 between EG and Hot6, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be the final game at the final series of the day here on the main stream with myself, ODPixel, and Traskell. But for the time being, back to those in the studio to hear what they've got to say about that pretty spectacular game of Dota 2.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yeah, spectacular game indeed. And, of course, I mean, you guys primed it pretty well going out. Darkseer for Universe. Gonna be pretty epic. He's already been famous for it. And, man, I mean, it's not just the concept of the combo, but the fact that they hit it nearly every time. And every time they do it, hit it, it's just like, all right, fight's over. Hot6 has to run away. What an incredible game.
Yeah. I actually think Hot6 were in a position in this game where they should have at least got one lane of racks. That's what it felt like to me. That when they started pushing the bottom, they had the Aegis on Lesh. Of course, when you're playing against Treant, it's a little bit of a special case where you have to be able to take the lane down without too much delay, so it just heals the tower up again. But in a way, maybe they played it a little bit too cautiously. I'm also with Andy. I don't know. Like, obviously, the idea of running the Ags Tinker with Track makes a lot of sense. But EG just bought a pipe, which is like the perfect counter itemization with the 10% passive aura as well as, of course, the active 400 damage block. They were able to mitigate like 2 or 3 barrages of heat-seeking missiles, and then all of a sudden it's not so attractive of a build anymore. Whereas, let's say he instead goes for the very standard like Dagon 5, where they just track targets. He could just like blow someone up instead of spreading all the damage, just focusing it instead. Because they had so much spread damage anyway. They had a Lesh, right? So different itemization. I think it was really cool to see it attempted, but not the best build in my opinion.
Right, not the best execution perhaps, and of course not necessarily the best build in that situation. Let's continue talking as we take a look at the highlight, because early game, Hot6 definitely looked, of course, a lot better than late game. They looked like they were going to be able to continue taking a lead. And so, Winter, what did you think about Hot6's play in this game? I mean, were you particularly impressed, or just, all right, well, you know, their aggression definitely paying off early, but not able to last out?
I think they had a very good idea with the Acceptor plus the track, but like what Mr. Nielsen said, that that they had too much spread damage and they didn't have enough focus fire on one target, and the Naga as well. She built an Acceptor which sort of negates a lot of the damage done for her team since it heals them percentage based. So they
I actually
wouldn't
disagree with Ags not being a great build here, though, just because if they do get Dagon 5, they have Lotus Orbs, they have Glimmer Cape, and they have Living Armor. I think it's really difficult to burst a single target down, and it's just by virtue of EG's lineup that it's just difficult to kill anyone in any sort of fashion. And they needed maybe a little bit more farm in the Leshrac and the Tinker, but I mean, it's just really difficult. Like, they have BKBs, they have Satanic, like they have Leech Seed even, like all these are really good at making a fight really long. And then at the end of the day, they have Nagasar, and I think you said they had Ags, too, so they can always reset if they're in any danger, and it really dissuaded them from sieging high ground. And Tinker's strength is not actually, you know, being able to take a Rax, and I don't know, it just seemed like 2 of their heroes just always died to the vacuum wall combo with or without the sleep, and that was a really big issue for them.
Yeah, they needed one more hero to stand in front and fight, whereas because Undying kept dying in a lot of the engagements, he wasn't really strong enough, and he can't really stand in front to tank what EG had. So it was only the Lash and the Tinker doing like a lot of spread damage, and Lash doing a lot of like spread damage as well. So they couldn't really kill any heroes in the team fight.
Yeah, makes sense. And like you mentioned, I mean, every time we saw that combo go off, we'd react, we'd be like, oh man, and then suddenly just 2 great heroes on the side of Hot6, they're done, and then we see the cores running away. We do have another highlight, of course, as you guys have been mentioning. So Hot6 weren't able to close out the game, and you said maybe they should have been able to take at least one set of racks, eventually not, and that's when things start to turn, right? And we see EG saying, all right, well, from here on out, what are you going to do? We've got that pipe, which, you know, interesting, because we've talked about it a little bit before. We've heard the commentators talk about it on why are people not using pipe? All right, maybe it's because of some of these other items like the Glimmer Cape, but pipe still, of course, against certain compositions should be pretty good. Here we have a very clear case of that. Let's jump to the highlight as we continue talking about it. Of course, EG holding in this case.
Yeah. The moment, this is like one of the most scary moments ever you can encounter in Dota, is you just stand 3 together, the song comes, and you're just like, oh boy. And you're just like waiting to get roasted, and they do. So
yeah, I mean, at that point, it was so perfectly set up.
Yeah. And this is where, so this is one of the moments where I feel like this is where MVP could potentially take Rax, but they can't stand in that position. Like they kind of served the fight to EG on a platter, where if they just put, say, they put Leshrac alone in front with Edict and he starts damaging the tower, who's going to kill him? The only engage they have is Shackle Shot, which is very unlikely. It's actually impossible to land if he's standing in the right position. There's no trees. And I believe they had a 4-staff on Jerax, or someone else at least had a 4-staff at least later in the game. So he can just turn around and they can save him. And even should he die, I don't think it was this fight, but the next one, he has Aegis. How much do they need to commit for it? How well does that set the Tinker up? You know, they were just a little bit out of position, but I still think MVP Hot 6 showed some pretty good plays in this game overall after.
Yeah, I completely agree with their way of sieging high ground. You can't make that mistake of having 3 heroes get caught out by the song. And not only are they caught out by song, but they're right next to each other. They didn't even really need the song to set it up. And, you know, you mentioned like Secret has the formula of having one really beefy hero up in front with a Solar Crest and a Glimmer Cape available. And I think if they had approached with that route, it would have been a much more difficult hold. And you're forced to burn a lot of cooldowns just to force the Leshrac away from your base instead of using a lot of cooldowns to get 3 heroes killed.
And they actually did have those items. They had the Solar Crest on Bounty, at least. I don't know. Did they have a Glimmer? I think the Witch Doctor might have had a Glimmer. I'm not 100%.
Maybe, yeah.
Still, I do think they really did have the tools they needed. And if they go back and revise that replay, moments like that is going to be like, this is where we lost the game.
Now, Winter, I mean, do you think that's partly just the inexperience of Hot 6 coming through, or also, I mean, were they maybe just flustered because how many times they got caught out by them? By that time, it just wasn't even on their brain. Their brains were just a little fried because after you get caught by it the 3rd time, it's got to feel pretty bad.
Yeah, sometimes you just forget, like, inexperience comes into play. You keep losing a team fight, but you're not focused why you actually lost. You're just like, oh, maybe we just took a bad fight. You don't really, analyze what, during the heat of the moment, what actually happened. And it takes like someone, usually in a team where the more experienced player will, okay guys, we have to stop doing this.
Right.
Like if everyone else is just inexperienced, like everyone will, okay, it's okay, we can take the next fight better, and no one actually identifies what is actually the problem. And positioning was key against a Naga Siren Ultimate.
Yeah, and well, it did look like, of course, both teams, as we were taking a look at them in between the 2 games, definitely reviewing a little bit. Even EG, after the victory, they seemed to spend time looking back at game 1 and saying, all right, where else can we improve? We saw that in their earlier matches, too. They're never just like celebrating just because they won the first game. They're like, yeah, that's right, we knew we were going to win. They're always looking back, all right, what else do we want to do? What new things can we do? They like to change things up a little bit game to game, so that's always nice to see. Hot 6 also seems to be pretty concentrating on, all right, how do we fix this from game 1? And this last game of the day is pretty important for Hot 6. They are at the bottom of Group B. I mean, sure, getting 2-0 against EG was a pretty big dream, but if they got that 1 point, and of course with just 3 matches done, having 2 ties and 1 loss, not a bad place to be for a team like MVP Hot 6. So I think they definitely want to put a lot more on the line here, because if they can take down a game against a formidable foe like EG, not a bad time after what we're halfway through the week. But look at this, we're already into draft of game number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, the last game of the day here on the mainstream. It is game 2 between MVP Hot 6 and Evil Geniuses. EG looking to close things out in another 2-0 match in day 2, and MVP Hot 6 looking to get 1 more point on the board.
So for EG's draft last game, I feel like it was a very generic draft. It's like we have our team fight wombo combo that they can also fall against. If they get BKBs, we have massive physical damage as well as root. So I feel like it was super well-rounded. On top of that, they were second pick, so they didn't really know their full lineup before. And now that they've actually played versus them in their very first game, matching up head-to-head, as well as just knowing what their supports like to do, how they play around their cores, I think that he can have a more Hot 6 tailored draft as opposed to a generic draft.
Yeah, we'll see if that change comes through. You guys haven't mentioned, we've seen it already in the day where they will be able to adapt game to game. And of course at previous lands too, that's part of their success here, part of their recipe for success rather.
I feel like Naga should probably be Naga or Darkseer. I mean, we've seen the universe do that without a Naga center setup, and that's the scary part. Like, you might be winning the lanes, you might gank early, but I mean, we saw a 22,000 gold swing yesterday in 1 team fight on the back of an Earthshaker. I think something like that is very, very possible with just a Darkseer alone. And if you are an inexperienced team and you can't trust yourself to not clump in those sort of clutch situations, so sometimes you just eliminate the risk altogether by banning it out.
All right, now if you were to ban out, let's say the Darkseer, just because, as you mentioned, Universe alone is so good on that hero, I mean, is Naga still... I assume it's frozen here, so we'll probably be taking a little break here and then coming back to it.
It looks weird.
But for the Naga, does that still require a ban? I mean, overall, because then still, we talked about this earlier, right? Naga Song can just lead to set up various amounts of different combos for any team composition. Do you think Hot 6 also wants to avoid that? Or do you just chance it and leave it open and see, maybe we get it, maybe EG, even if they get it, we can think of a different way to counteract the song.
I think they'll ban Naga in the first phase. They seem inexperienced at playing against it.
Because from C, right, everyone that plays Naga plays it as a core. Like the way from the teams in C play is much different from the way EG plays it. So MVP Hot 6 definitely has very little amount of experience with dealing with a support Naga that specializes in just building utility items, taking fights, and doing stuff like positioning. You know, so they are definitely not used to dealing with Naga that plays like this.
Okay, so, but now that's 2 bans we're talking about, potentially. So if they have to use those 2 bans, obviously we open up a lot of different things. Sure, Game 1, there were also a lot of other options open thanks to kind of the niche bans from both teams. But Hot 6, then where else do their priorities lie? If those 2 are definitely on their minds, at least in the second phase of bans. What are you willing to give up to EG, right? Because any hero that's high priority and you give up, that's going to be scary.
Tusk maybe?
Tusk?
Yeah, they could try to give away Tusk. This time, let's see. So EG has first pick, right?
Right, and they are.
I really don't think they want to give away Lesh, but they might just try it. I don't know why they would try it.
But they might.
Let's not give away Lesh. So they don't give Lesh TG, they don't give Naga. So those are their 2 bans. Let's assume EG ban neither.
Okay.
Then we're down to Quap, Bounty Hunter, Tusk. How am I counting with my fingers? Quap, Bounty Hunter, Tusk, and
Shadow Fiend. They'll be on Radiant.
But there's one more.
Well, yeah.
I'm missing one because there's like always 6, of which neither is Shadow Fiend. Or
we
8.
counted
sorry.
Bounty Hunter this time.
Right.
So Quap Bounty. We always miss one for sure.
Whatever. I think. Yeah, they definitely ban Lish. And then, yeah, I would say Tusk, but I don't know if EG want to overall first pick that. I think they might just take away the bounty, actually, from them.
If that
as their
gets
overall
left
first.
open.
It could be a possibility.
All right, well, as you mentioned, we're about to find out. Lesh does get banned out from EG. It's going to be the Lina and Shaker ban coming out again. So not a big swap out there for EG just yet. Now, Hot 6.
So I'm guessing, so the reason the draft froze, the reason I got confused, I guess someone just, there was like a disconnect and they paused it during the draft.
Yeah, it seemed like it.
It's just weird when the drums were playing.
I know, yeah,
like,
I got
okay,
confused
so
for a little
there's
bit too. I was like,
sound, but no moving image. I was like, wait, this is weird.
It's taking a particularly long time.
But we're all good. Okay, so Hot 6 will actually ban out the Bounty Hunter here. So EG have access to Tusk, Qua. I think they'll get Queen of Pain first pick for Samir. No? They take the Naga.
For the Naga, okay. I mean, maybe they were identifying that same point then. All right, it seems like Hot 6 doesn't really know how to deal with the song. We'll just keep it. We can deal with whatever other high party they get, such as Quap. Now for Hot 6, then, I mean, let alone, sure, you've got to be good with the heroes too, but do you take both the Quap and the Tusk here?
I think you can actually consider going for more team fight yourself. Like BKB with team fights are good against Naga initiations, like Shadow Fiend. BKB, he initiates with a song, you BKB and wreck him. Something along the lines of.
I mean, I feel like they can always draft like Omni Knight or Treant Protector. I feel like EG never really has huge holes in that sort of lineup when they draft Naga Siren. They always have anti-BKB, so they don't just get owned by mass BKB. On top of that, they have Wind Ranger. Wind Ranger is one of the best heroes at just straight killing BKB targets after that. So
I was about to say Jara.
Oh yeah, Jara is one of the ones we were forgetting. But do continue.
Yeah, I do agree that BKB is generally the solution, but it always depends on what they have with the Naga Siren too. And I mean, Gyrocopter is huge too, and you know they can also just turn to like Disruptor with an Acceptor, for example, if they really want to.
Depends on the whole lineup in general.
Yeah,
I think a better way to deal with it, as we've seen from other teams, is just to not have too many melee heroes or that need to be right up in front. And I think the Tinker was really good for that, but the Undying in particular was just like you want to be in front to like get decays off and like soak up a little bit of damage for your team, but he was just never out of the AoE. So again, more of a position thing than.
Okay. And the Dazzle being picked up right away before we go into the second phase of bans. So a little bit of a different priority here from Hot 6.
Shadow Fiend is really not getting much love.
Yeah, I mean overall.
Very downgraded from what we saw 2 months ago. Without getting nerfed. Same version.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, we've mentioned the reasons why one might not pick it, but do you think those reasons such as, all right, well, then you know you're going to have a lot of focus on your mid laner or something like that from the opponents, is that really big enough to pass on a hero like that?
I mean, Shadow Fiend doesn't have any catch. He doesn't have any mobility either. And like the way that EG likes to play is that they like to have mobility and chase. So, you know, Sumail can get out of control. You can get out of control with Shadow Fiend, but I think the Yule's Blink build has kind of gone to the wayside, and like the mech BKB just doesn't necessarily suit his style. It's not like an explosive build that which he likes to go for. He likes to go for, you know, sort of those as opposed to super teamfight centric. That's where Aui's farm typically kicks in.
Okay. Well, they are going to go with the Quap this time around for EG. And now going to the second ban. Now, I like that you brought this up earlier. Treant Protector, are we going to see that go through again for EG? Because Hot 6 last time, they just kind of glanced over it. And sure, I mean, sure, they caught Treant a couple times, but it wasn't enough, obviously, to really make a difference in the late game.
They have Gyro.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't even a big problem the last game. The bigger problem was the combos by the song and the vacuum. So I wouldn't say that the Treant was a big problem the last game. I think the biggest thing that he did was he was nullifying the chip damage that you're doing with Edict onto the towers. Like you can't kill the towers in one go, he just like regenerates the tower. That was what I felt his biggest contribution towards the game.
Alright. And Shadow Fiend does get banned out by EG. They don't want to take that chance, even after taking that Quap.
They might still... So I was saying they have Gyro, which is of course... You know, a big part of Treant in a lot of lineups is being able to secure your offlaner has a good time, but Gyrocopter can just shred through the living armor pretty much instantly with Rocket Barrage. So it's not that attractive in that sense, but once again, EG, they do have the Naga Siren. They might be able to set up for a nice overgrowth with Song of the Siren, and then they also have Sonic Wave over the top, of course, and might even get their Darkseer somewhere down the line if they want to run a very similar lineup if they can get that draft. But
yeah, of course.
I do feel like Hot 6 will take this draft in a different direction and maybe even get a secondary Treant counter, and then it's not going to be valuable enough for EG. We'll see.
Clinkspan comes out from Hot 6. I mean, yes, we did see EG using Clinks, but mostly as a counter for Lesh.
Again, the team on the Radiant is banning Clinks when against an opponent on Dire.
Yeah.
Maybe teams are just really worried about the tempo controlling Clinks with the Roshan. Like you get a kill, you control the jungle, you get Roshan. Like.
And Dire safe lane is much stronger than Radiant safe lane, for Clinks especially.
Okay. Well, at this point, Darkseer doesn't go through, and if it goes through, does EG just automatically pick it up, or do they try something else? I mean, there's multiple reasons here, right? I mean, for EG, of course, for one, they do have other options, and they're good with their other options too, so they might want to just try to switch things up a little bit. But at the same time, like we mentioned earlier, if you're that good with a hero, why not pick it if it's left open for you?
I think it's really good against support which doesn't have a disable as well. Like Dazzle in the lane can't really pose a huge threat towards Darkseer. He can't really like disable you, and you're always able to just search away from the Gyrocopter when he comes in. So I think Darkseer in that sense is really good.
Yeah, well, this is not an option we considered as we were just talking about it. The Darkseer being banned out by EG.
Universe walked over to PPD's computer. He was like,
it could also be
no,
set up
not
for
playing it again.
Brood though.
Yeah, that is a very good point.
Yeah,
that's true.
That is very.
That was what happened for Secret yesterday.
Yeah, so
the Darkseer and the X-Men.
Yeah, we'll see. Hot 6.
But let's not forget MVP Hot 6 actually have the next pick, so they could do it too, if they wanted. They could ban another Brood counter and actually snatch it if that's what they're expecting from EG.
Yeah, Dazzle Brood is pretty.
It's
pretty
difficult.
good.
Oh, okay.
Oh, but they're just gonna go ahead and ban it.
They made the same read though.
Right.
And
yeah.
they didn't.
So adjusting from it, and then yeah, the Tusk does slip all the way through to the second phase, and Hot 6 will be able to secure that for themselves. So EG, now the Darkseer is gone, but of course, again, we've talked just about countless other combos you could do with Naga if you really wanted to focus on that aspect of your composition. What do you guys see here for EG after all these bans? I mean, if they were thinking, all right, if the Brood gets open, let's pick it. Now it's not. I mean, I'm sure they must have expected that as a possibility.
I think Clockwork is decent. It's worse because of Dazzle, I guess. But it's a good way for them to set up the fight, and then if it turns out it's a disaster, they can always fall back on Song of the Siren. So, if nothing else, they can use it as a tool for forcing out defensive cooldowns.
Okay.
They reset, and then they kill. So they take it's like a 3-step fight with cooldowns into Song into kill. It's a possibility. They could take that route. It is worth noting, of course, that MVP have double defensive cooldowns. They have both the Snowball and the Grave. So maybe if they play it really smart, then it becomes like really, really difficult to pull off all of a sudden.
And then it's just like mind games on both sides. So
yeah,
possibilities, of course, going back and forth. But as you mentioned, Clock does get picked up by EG. Now back on the Hot 6 side. You guys were mentioning earlier, maybe Hot 6 focuses more on their teamfight presence. So far, what do you think, Winter? What more do they want to secure here for their composition?
Team fight for their mid player. I'm thinking about heroes that he generally plays that contributes a lot towards team fight. He plays more of a caster type of play, casting like spellcaster type of mid heroes. I haven't seen him play Puck too much. Puck could work really well if they are looking to go for team fights in combination with the gyro. It's a good setup for the cooldown, but I'm not sure whether they want to go in that direction, since if you go Puck plus gyro, your cores are lacking in terms of damage when you go later on towards the game. You're relying everything on gyro.
Ben, what about you? You have any thoughts
Could
about
be
Hot
Storm, I think. Storm has a worse matchup versus Queen of Pain, but it does scale a lot better. Also, they don't really have too many solutions to deal with the Storm, and he can also escape from a Song of the Siren initiation. Yeah, but in terms of what MP actually plays, not too sure what's the best pick here for them.
Okay, well, that option's still being left open for Hot 6 with the Undying coming in play again.
No, wait a second. So what did Forev play last game? He played the Tinker, right?
No, the Tinker was
he played the Lesh. That's right. It was the other way around. No, yeah. I've got it mixed up somehow in my mind with who's mid and who's safe laner for them.
MP is the mid player, Forev is the safe
Right,
player.
Okay.
A little bit of a mix-up there.
So yeah, for Hot 6, I guess, so now they've picked Undying, they're really, I don't want to say all in, but they're definitely focused on their lineup strength in the first 20 minutes with like both the laning, the team fighting, the objective-based gaming. So I'm not sure if Storm is the right finishing pick for them here.
I like TA more.
TA would be really, really nice, I think.
Yeah.
Can actually hold her own against Queen of Pain, even like it often becomes about like who has the sentry in the lane, because Quap will get a sentry against TA, so if TA has one as well, you just counter the other sentry, and then it's obviously about meld dodging Shadow Strike. That's how you sustain yourself in that lane. They could grab something like that.
They lack initiating. As long as someone that has to initiate the fights for them.
Viper could actually be nice too.
Okay.
Viper against Quap, it's a tank. They have lots of sustain for it. Viper or Razor for me, but Razor does not match up that well against Quap in lane, so I would say Viper is the best overall.
Okay, well, again, another maybe slightly unexpected ban coming out from Hot 6. Now, if they do round it out and they do go for kind of, again, they focus on the early 20 minutes, how is their lineup looking this time around to secure the game, you know, if they start with the advantage, right? Can they close it out easily? How are they going to deal with that high ground siege that has been such a problem for so many teams in TI5? Do you guys have any thoughts? Or it's just like, oh, good point. Like, maybe not.
I mean, it heavily relies on Undying getting a mech early. So if Undying doesn't get a good start and he doesn't have the help of Track Gold this time, I mean, pushing high ground is going to be, you know, way later in the game when Gyro gets super buff.
Okay.
Just because they have a lot of safeguards to defend against the high ground. Like even something as simple as like Freezing Field can destroy a high ground push like that when they have very limited disables, pretty much only on the Tusk right now.
Yeah.
So I think. I mean, obviously you want a method of pushing high ground, but I like what they did last game. It's like, okay, we're gonna get past the early game first, and then we're gonna concentrate on the late game. I think if they let up on the early game and go up versus Evil Geniuses mid to late game decision making, it's similar to like the Navi versus Secret. Like you're just, or Cloud9 versus Secret. You're not gonna win in the late game if you just purely aim for late game. You have to have an advantage in the early game, and that will make up for the inherent weak matchup in the late game.
Okay. Well, with the Storm ban is followed by a Zeus pick by Hot 6.
Yeah, it looks like they actually did want the Storm then, because this is... I feel like Zeus doesn't fit in that well with the strategy as the Storm would, who I feel fits even less than the Viper would, but it's very possible that MP doesn't like these...
static heroes.
He doesn't really play the static lane dominators. He's more of a mobile ganking kind of mid player, so they're going to grab him as Zeus instead.
I mean, they have a lot of bursts from their lineup. DK, Lightning Bolt, and a lot of bursts with Gyro and Tusk as well. So I mean, technically, it could work.
It's
what they
still
have.
just
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't feel like it synergizes that well with what they have in the first 4 picks, but I wouldn't say it's a really bad thing to have the Zeus there. It still might work because they have a lot of bursts with Zeus on the field.
the problem is their win condition here. Like, how do they actually get in a position where they can siege high ground? They have a Gyro frontliner as the other one, and it just, to me, it looks like this EG last pick of Ember Spirit is just, in case our early game doesn't go very well with all of this aggression you guys can put out, good luck pushing our base. You have a Gyro frontliner as the only one. We can hookshot you with Clock and set it up. We have Song of the Siren, and of course, even like just the Ember will be very hard to push into. So I'm curious to see if they can pull that off and break the base.
Yeah, well, let's find out. Hot 6 fighting for one more point on the board before we wrap up today. Ladies and gentlemen, Game 2 of Evil Geniuses versus MVP Hot 6.
EG with what certainly feels like a very Evil Geniuses lineup. You know, we've got some very key heroes on their side, and I'm looking forward to this one. Game 1 was a lot of excitement here between the two sides. It was a long one as well. I think it went out to about 56 minutes or so in the end between these two teams. Both teams proving to put on a really big fight, and I've got to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if Hot 6 maybe even come close to taking a game back against EG, because in the first game, they certainly